So every time Zuan returned to Beijing, the first place he visited was always Laozi restaurant, slowly turning it into a popular gathering place in the area. For the recent upheaval, in the world where the timeline had not been tampered with, Laozi restaurant had become one of the most famous tourist attractions in Beijing. Every young person who made a pilgrimage to the Honglian immortal sect would come here to visit. However, in this world where the timeline was forcibly altered, none of this happened. There was no struggling young man named Zuan, and the various dramatic events that occurred for years later did not take place. In this world, Laozi restaurant was just an ordinary little eatery. However, Zuan's expression at this moment was very complicated. After looking at the restaurant front for quite some time, he finally stepped inside. Like all eateries located on the city's outskirts, the hygiene conditions here were likely not good. The white tile floor had lost its original color, slightly sticky when stepped on. The lingering fumes of cooking oil still pervaded the air, giving the interior a desolate feel since it wasn't mealtime. The only noise came from the television broadcasting monotonous news. Despite cultivating for thousands of years and having a heart as solid as a rock, Zuan couldn't help but feel a bit excited seeing the restaurant's familiar setup. As if the passing of so many years had not changed a thing, and he had returned to being the clueless young man, dependent on An Yan. At that moment, the plump auntie who had been busy in the kitchen walked out and froze upon hearing the commotion. Who are you looking for? Auntie was taken aback. To her, these people couldn't possibly be here to eat, as their appearance and demeanor were far from ordinary, especially the lead young man in white clothes, exuding a noble air and a handsome face, clearly indicated his extraordinary status. She'd only ever seen such figures on television and couldn't fathom why they would show up at her humble little restaurant, so her initial reaction was whether they had some other business. After hearing Auntie's question, Zuan couldn't help but smile slightly. We're not looking for anyone, we're just here to eat. Eat? You don't need to look at the menu. Let's have a mapo tofu, a plate of spicy blood curd, and a dry fried green bean dish. Oh, and let's also have a beef pancake, one pancake with 2 additional orders of soup, Zuan Hen said with a smile. Fat Andy was completely bewildered, because everything Zuan Hen ordered were the specialties of this place, especially the beef pancake at the end, which only regular customers who were very familiar with the place would know. This white-clad young man not only knew about them but could also accurately describe the most cost-effective method, which obviously couldn't be explained by mere word of mouth. Just then, Laozi also walked out from the backhand, with a silly voice, asked as he walked, "Who's this? Do we have more customers coming in now?" Then he saw Zuan Hen and his group. Pan was startled, because he was shirtless at the moment, so when he suddenly saw a group of people in the small shop, including a young girl, his old face blushed, and he turned to leave. Zuan Hen smiled slightly at him. "Uncle Z, ah." He instinctively responded, but then felt something was amiss. He didn't know this young man at all, so why was he behaving as if they were very familiar and calling him Uncle Z? At this moment, Fat Auntie pushed him, looking somewhat dazed, towards the kitchen. Come on. Customers have just ordered dishes. Hurry and go cook in the back." As they left the front hall, Laozi was somewhat astonished and asked, "Old woman, do you know these people?" "How could I know such people?" "Then how come he called me Uncle Z?" "I have no idea. I thought he was looking for you." "Let's not dwell on that now. They've ordered a few of your best dishes, so hurry and cook them." Soon, the booming sound of the stove fire came from the kitchen, but Zuan Hen heard all of the conversation just now, and his expression couldn't help but appear a bit melancholy. Once a regular here, Laozi and Fat Auntie used to care for him so much when he was down and out, treating him like a junior nephew. He never expected that at this moment they would feel like strangers to each other. He naturally noticed Zuan Hen's despondency, but he could only sigh inwardly and remain silent. Soon, all the dishes Zuan Hen ordered were cooked. When they were served, they may not have been perfect in taste and presentation, but at least they looked good. Fat Auntie awkwardly wiped her hands on her apron. "There's not much in the small shop. Please enjoy, call me if you need anything." She was about to leave, but Zuan Hen didn't pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he turned around and smiled slightly at Fat Auntie. "Don't leave yet, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead." "Do you have a daughter?" Zuan Hen asked directly. Fat Auntie was puzzled. obviously not understanding why Zuanhen would ask that, but she quickly shook her head with a great sense of loss. I have always wanted a daughter, but unfortunately, fate has been unkind to me. I have never had children, and now I am too old for such thoughts. Why are you asking this? Although he had anticipated it, when Zuanhen heard that the world Zijingjing had also disappeared, he couldn't help but feel sad, and then he waved his hand. It's nothing, I just thought you looked a lot like a friend of mine from before, so I asked casually. Fat Auntie didn't suspect anything and turned to leave. Zuanhen and his group of four sat silently staring at the food on the table. It was Tuya who first broke the silence. Alright, don't think too much, since it's already been prepared for us. Let's not waste it and eat up quickly. Saying this, Huya started to eat with his chopsticks. Phi Bianci Chinking glanced at Zuanhen, who snapped out of his contemplation, smiled, and then picked up his chopsticks too. Let's eat, Uncle Z's cooking is not bad. It was only then that Phi Bianci Chinking began eating. To be honest, accustomed to various delicacies, Huya found these dishes extremely ordinary, lacking in taste other than being salty and spicy. This was a common problem for regular chefs. Phi Bianci Chinking, however, didn't complain. They devoured their meals. As they sat at the table with their thoughts, the door suddenly burst open, and several young people in exaggerated outfits with dragon and tiger tattoos enter, followed by a man wearing sunglasses and a large gold chain around his neck. These people immediately started making a fuss. Anyone here? Damn. Where did the owner of this place go? Upon hearing the shouts, Waozi and Fat Auntie rushed out. When they saw these young people, their faces instantly turned unpleasant. However, Fat Auntie quickly plastered a smile on her face. Brothers, come on in. Let Laozi make you a good meal today. Who the hell wants to eat your food? Don't you see our big brothers are here? These young people spoke very aggressively. Fat Auntie only just noticed the man wearing sunglasses and looking shady, as if he was up to no good. So your brother Do. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you just now. This man called Do, who previously wore sunglasses, grunted from his nose and then took off his glasses, wiping them lightly with a piece of paper. So you're the owner here? Yes. Good. I'm in charge here now. Do you understand my rules? Do said coldly. What rules? Very simple. From now on, you guys have to hand over this amount every month, and I can guarantee your safety. Otherwise, Do extended two fingers. Laozi furrowed his brow. 200 yuan seems a bit much, doesn't it? Du sneered. 200? Are you kidding me? 2,000. You better not find it expensive, or I'll shut down your restaurant in no time. That's right, old man. How dare you joke with our boss? Be careful we smash your shop. These young people threatened. Although Laozi was always submissive in front of Fat Auntie, it didn't mean he was a coward. On the contrary, with a quick temper, he was easily provoked, especially now with these troublemakers showing up on his doorstep. He was ready to lose his temper. However, at that moment, Zuanhen suddenly patted his shoulder from behind. Uncle Z, step aside. Let me handle this. Laozi stepped aside, somewhat dazed, and watched as the guest in white walked straight to the group led by Du. He then smiled slightly. Du Fan? Du? The man wearing sunglasses was taken aback, a bit hesitant as he looked at Zuanhen. Do you know me? Yes. In front of me is a man wearing sunglasses, with a gold chain around his neck, exuding an air of a cheap big brother. This man is Du Fan, who had a few encounters with Zuan in the past. It was when Zuan had just returned to life and attended a class reunion at Tang Zhuaner's invitation that he first met Du Fan. However, this first meeting was not pleasant, as Du Fan, who had become the underground boss of Beijing at the time, almost got slapped to death by Zuan. Although the incident was resolved through the mediation of Qin Yu, the daughter of the Qin family, it marked Zuan as someone not to be trifled with in Du Fan's eyes. With time passing, Zuan's prestige and power increased, leading to Du Fan's attitude towards him changing to one of awe. Du Fan was quite clever during that time, handling situations in a way that even Zuan could hardly find fault with, leading Zuan to provide him with many benefits. In the unaltered world timeline, Du Fan had long since turned over a new leaf and, due to his outstanding performance in various battles, had risen to become an elder of the Red Lotus Immortal sect, transforming from a small-time hoodlum to an influential figure in the world. However, in this altered world without Zuan, Dufin was no longer the underground leader of Beijing but a small-time figure who extorted protection money from ordinary merchants with a group of social youth. Familiar? But I've never seen you before. Dufin questioned skeptically. Zhu. And smiled. Whether you've seen me before is not important. What is important is that Mr. Z here is a friend of mine, so I suggest you refrain from causing trouble here in the future. Before Dufin could respond, one of his subordinates, a young man with dyed blonde hair, started boasting. As Zhuan looked at this young man, he couldn't help but chuckle, realizing it was Lu Kun, the same person who acted arrogantly at the class reunion and had his head shaved by Zhuan. Despite the significant changes in the timeline, Lu Kun had become one of Dufan's subordinates due to the inertia of fate. Seeing Zhuan smile, Lu Kun couldn't help but become furious, thinking he was being mocked, and raised his club to strike. Before he could make a move, Zhuan's calm gaze froze him in place. Lu Kun trembled uncontrollably, his forehead covered in cold sweat, displaying immense fear. Unnoticed by others, these social youths were eager to confront Zhuan, but before they could act, Dufin suddenly shouted, "Stop." His command halted their actions, and as he removed his sunglasses, Zhan spoke politely to Zhuan, promising not to cause trouble anymore. Zhu and agreed and suggested they leave to not spoil his meal. Once Dufin and his subordinates departed, Zhuan turned to Mr. Z and Mrs. Peng, who looked bewildered. "It seems my friends in the Jiang who are giving me some face. I believe they won't dare cause trouble here again." "Ah, thank you for your help. May I know your name?" Mrs. Peng asked. Zhuan glanced at her and said softly, "My name is Zhuan. You can also call me Zian." "How could I? You've helped us so much, you're our benefactor. How could I address you so casually?" "Please, Mr. Zhu, have a seat. I'll go prepare a few more dishes for you." With that, the plump Annie pulled the still bewildered old Z away, Zhu, and silently returned to his seat, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Hui let out a long sigh. Things change, and people do too. That saying from your Hua clan couldn't be more fitting right now. As he spoke, his mood grew increasingly somber. At the same moment, not far from Old Z's restaurant, in a narrow alleyway, Dufan, who had just sprinted all the way there, was panting heavily. His subordinates, however, looked completely baffled. "Boss, why did you suddenly back down just now? I didn't think that kid was that strong." "Rubbish, what do you guys know?" Dufan snapped, then turned back to look into the distance, still shaken. "I had this overwhelming premonition if I had dared to utter one more useless word, that person would have made me wish for death over life." At that, Dufan shuddered violently. "You guys didn't see his eyes. They were absolutely terrifying. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Kun." Everyone turned to look at Lu Kun, only to see him squatting on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his face as pale as a sheet. "Hey, old Lu, what's wrong with you? Are you really that scared?" One of them stepped forward and gave Lu Kun a hard pat on the shoulder. Lu Kun's entire body jolted, and then he let out a terrified scream. "My hair." He pulled all my hair out. "Ah, it hurts so much." With a hysterical shriek, Lu Kun stumbled and ran off. His bizarre reaction left the others looking at each other in shock, fear creeping into their eyes. Dufan let out a long breath, secretly relieved that he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, the one being scared out of his wits right now might have been him. For the vast city of Beijing, this was nothing more than a trivial little incident. Zhu and fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Let's go and take a look at the Red Jade Manor." Fox Knight nodded, and then the group of people vanished into the vast night. Just as they left, Mrs. Peng and Old Z came running out of the restaurant. "Mr. Zhu, you've given us too much. Where are they?" The couple stood bewildered, holding a stack of banknotes. They had been busy in the kitchen, planning to add a few more dishes for Zhuan and the others. But when they reached the front hall, they found that Zhuan's table was empty, with a pile of banknotes on top. They rushed out but found that Zhuan and his group had already disappeared. "Wife, don't you find that young man in white a bit strange?" Old Z said. "What's strange? Although I don't know what's going on, and I'm sure we don't know him, why do I feel so familiar as soon as I see him?" Old Z puzzled. Mrs. Pang couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Yes, he seemed hesitant while talking to us, and he seemed to know us well. But if he really knew us, why would he ask if we have a daughter? Anyone who knows us knows we don't have any children," Old Z said. "Well, it's no use thinking about it now. Let's go back first." The couple turned and went back to the restaurant. Meanwhile, Zhuan and his group had already arrived at the front of Red Jade Manor. Though it was now called Red Jade Manor, the layout and the buildings remained unchanged from the Red Lotus immortal sect that Zhuan had founded. The only difference was that the four ancient seal characters of the Red Lotus immortal sect on the mountain gate were changed to the simplified characters of Red Jade Manor. Zhuan and his group did not approach, but stood in the empty space from afar, looking at it. Fox Knight said, "I left this Red Jade Manor back then. It seems that except for the absence of many people and the lack of your records, there have been almost no changes." Zhuan gazed deeply at the mountain gate and nodded. "I see. What do you think? Do you want to go in and take a look?" Fox Knight asked. Although there were guards at the mountain gate, they were no match for Zhuan and his group. "Not yet, let's wait a bit longer," Zhuan said calmly. "Wait? For what?" Fox Knight looked puzzled at the dark night sky. What were they waiting for? Was someone coming? Just then, several rays of light suddenly streaked across the night sky and landed in front of the mountain gate. The leader turned out to be a woman. Upon seeing her, Fox Knight couldn't help but be surprised and blurted out, "En-Ching. You're waiting for En-Ching?" Zhuan nodded. "Although I no longer exist in this world, Danyan has disappeared with me, I still want to investigate from another angle." "What angle? For example, if we can find a flaw from the bloodline level, can we find a trace? After all, the fact that your memory remains proves that the methods of this mastermind are not flawless, and as long as there are loopholes, they can be found," Zhuan said with a stern expression. Hearing this, Fox Knight looked enlightened and then slapped his forehead. "Old Zhu, I have to admit you are amazing. Why didn't I think of that before? It means you're dumb." Zhuan joked rare. Fox Knight surprisingly didn't retort, just chuckled, and then said, in a deep voice, "So what do we do now? Should we just capture her directly?" Zhuan shook his head. "I said before. Don't rush, let's wait and see." At the same time, En-Ching, after arriving at the mountain gate of Red Jade Manor, did not rush in. Instead, she stood motionless as if waiting for someone. "Miss En, you're back," the guard in front greeted respectfully. En-Ching nodded. "You've been out for so long this time, did you gain anything?" En-Ching smiled. "Just went out for a routine patrol, nothing much to gain." "You're the kind of person who has become a pillar in just a few years, Miss En," the guard leader said, not minding En-Ching's cold attitude. En-Ching ignored his flattery and turned to look north, muttering to herself, "Why hasn't he come yet?" Just as she spoke, several beams of light streaked across the night sky once again, landing in front of En-Ching. When the figures appeared, it turned out to be a group of people. The leader was a woman with extraordinary aura, followed by several bodyguards. Watching from a distance, Fox Knight couldn't help but be surprised. "Isn't that Miss Jin Yu from the Qing Corporation?" As they were all in the Red Lotus immortal sect before, Fox Knight naturally knew this female heroine, but how could En-Ching from this timeline possibly be associated with her? Just as Fox Knight was puzzled, Jin Yu took a few steps forward and nodded to En-Ching. "Miss En." "Yes." "Have you brought everyone?" "Yes, they are all top experts my grandfather has recruited and gathered over the years. It should be enough to deal with that sinful dragon." "Good. Time is of the essence. Tonight is its metamorphosis, and it will be very weak at this time. It's the perfect time for us to take action." "Okay, but let's agree in advance. After the success, the dragon liver and blood must be given to me." "Don't worry, that's something I don't need. I'm only interested in its inner core." The two quickly discussed a few words and then flew off towards the northeast. "Keep up," Zhuan said in a low voice, then silently followed. Fox Knight, Fei Bai, and Si Chinking followed behind. Soon, they left the domain of Red Jade Manor and entered a vast mountain range. Fox Knight couldn't help but fly up and whisper, "Why does this place look so familiar?" "It's familiar because that's Qingmang Mountain ahead." Upon hearing the three words Qingmang Mountain, and connecting with En-Ching and Qin Yu's conversation about the sinful dragon, Fox Knight suddenly understood and almost exclaimed in surprise. "Zisha, Zhu," and nodded. "Yes, they should be here for Zisha." Fox Knight murmured to himself, "I should have realized earlier, since you didn't exist in this timeline, Zisha naturally wouldn't encounter those opportunities later on. So it's still the python dragon lurking on Qingmang Mountain." At the same time, En-Ching and Qin Yu's group had entered Qingmang Mountain, but before they could fly far, a sound akin to a bull's roar resounded, and they, along with the bodyguards, all groaned and fell from the sky. The valley is not very big, but surrounded by clouds and mist, making the atmosphere extraordinary. This should be it. I didn't expect that such a burdened dragon would be hidden not far from the mountain village, and Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Yu, however, seemed impatient. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly capture this burdened dragon. Let's not be hasty. I have arranged for a master proficient in feng shui and numerology to arrive soon, and Qing said. A master proficient in feng shui? Qin Yu was taken aback, and then looked puzzled at the valley. Do we need feng shui and numerology to kill a burdened dragon? Before Qing could respond, a voice of an elderly man came from behind. Of course, it is needed. This burdened dragon not only has profound skills, it also relies on the natural feng shui energy of this place, already becoming a climatic phenomenon. If you do not first diffuse this aura, you may not even be able to enter this valley. Qin Yu suddenly turned around to see a middle-aged man dressed in tan clothing walking out slowly from the darkness. When Zuan saw this man, his eyes flickered in the distance, because this was another acquaintance. He was none other than Song Yi, who once dominated the feng shui world in the southern part of Wagwo, known as the #1 person in Xuanjiang. In a world where the timeline had not been altered, Song Yi had his first encounter with Zuan when he entered MT, King Mang with Princess Chen Rushi of the Chen family. Impressed by Zuan's extraordinary methods, Song Yi willingly became a disciple similar to a named disciple under Zuan. This decision had elevated Song Yi's strength and status, ultimately earning him a respectable position in the ceremony of the establishment of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect. However, in this chaotic timeline, Song Yi had never encountered Chen Rushi. Yet, due to the inertia of fate, he still came to NT, King Mang at An King's invitation. Song Yi strode towards the valley and slightly nodded at An Qing. Miss An. An Qing smiled slightly. Master Song is punctual, never delaying today's schedule. Song Yi chuckled. After years of immersion in feng shui and numerology, I do have some abilities. He then turned to look at Qin Yu. I see dark signs around Miss Qin's central palace, indicating unfavorable conditions at home. Is there someone in the family with poor health? Qin Yu was slightly shocked because Song Yi was indeed correct. Her grandfather, Qin Yuan, the legendary figure who founded the Qin group, was currently plagued by illness and even had fallen into a dangerously deep coma. After seeking help from various doctors in vain, Qin Yu turned to unconventional methods. At the suggestion of Qin Yuan's friend, Hua Xingyu, Qin Yu learned that the safest way to save her grandfather was to find a rare and powerful object of pure Yan energy, which could dispel the stubborn Yin energy within his body and save his life. This was why Qin Yu was so focused on the burdened dragon in NT. King Mang. The liver and blood of the burdened dragon contained strong Yan energy, which was exactly what she needed to save Qin Yuan. However, these matters were known only to Qin Yu herself, and not even the internal members of the Qin group were aware. Now, being exposed by Song Yi, Qin Yu was naturally shaken. Song Yi smiled slightly. No need to be surprised. I just sensed something. Qin Yu bowed deeply. Master, please save me. She then tearfully recounted the situation without hiding anything. After listening, Song Yi sighed. You are indeed one of the rare and filial daughters in the world. Rest assured, I will do my utmost in this matter. With that, he took out a compass from his pocket, circled the open space in front of the valley, and his expression gradually became serious. The wind stops, the cloud cease, the dragon calls, and the tiger crouches. This place is indeed a rare feng shui spot for gathering energies. It's no wonder this burdened dragon chose this place to feed and shed its skin. So, what do we do now? Qin Yu asked eagerly. Be patient. The aura in this valley has formed. If we do not break this unique aura first, it will be difficult for outsiders to enter. With that, Song Yi took out 3 wooden nails from his backpack. These 3 nails were only a few inches long, all in a beautiful glistening golden color, emitting a strong and unusual aura. Song Yi carefully caressed these 3 nails. These are the spiritual roots of heaven and earth that I obtained by chance in the sacred places of mountains and rivers. They are extraordinary treasures. Their main function is to break any feng shui formation. Saying this, Song Yi raised his hand abruptly. The 3 nails formed a triangle pattern, then disappeared into the fog and clouds. In just a moment, there was a loud explosion in the valley, followed by a faint dragon chant. The thick mist that covered the valley quickly dissipated, revealing the true face of the valley. Countless pear blossom trees stood quietly in the valley. Although the flowering season had passed, when the moonlight shone on them, All these pear blossom trees bloomed with pure white flowers at the same time, as bright as moonlight. The moon in the sky and the flowers on the ground complemented each other, creating an almost ethereal scene. The feng shui of this place has been suppressed. Now is the time to capture that burdened dragon, Song Yi shouted, then led the way into the valley. And Qin Yu, and the others naturally followed suit without hesitation. The valley was not large, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the center of the valley. There they saw rugged rocks, and in the middle of them was an extremely deep pool of water. The water bubbled and emitted numerous cold mists resembling clouds. The land within tens of feet was covered with thick ice and snow, indicating the dominance of this cold aura. However, in the midst of this icy land, there stood a tall and exquisite lotus flower in the center of the pool. The lotus flower was pure white, contrasting sharply with the pitch-black water below. Song Yi and Qing and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this lotus flower. Following that, a huge python dragon suddenly leapt out, its body so long that just the part protruding from the water surface was dozens of meters long. The triangular snake head was particularly chilling. However, despite the terrifying sight, Qin Yu, and the others were not frightened but rather excited. Song Yi couldn't help but sigh lightly. Indeed, a python dragon that has fully matured, just one step away from transforming into a dragon. At the same time, the python dragon looked down coldly at the group of people, then opened its huge mouth and spewed out a breath of dragon flame. Where the white dragon flame passed, the extreme cold froze the moisture in the air into ice crystals. Song Yi smirked, a mere beast dares to make trouble. With that, he waved his hand fiercely, sending a seal flying towards the python dragon. The seal elongated in the wind, quickly growing from the size of a fist to that of a house, then slammed down on the python dragon. The python dragon roared in anger and attempted to strike back with its head, but upon contact, it let out a painful cry and was forcefully knocked back into the water by the seal. The water turned red, a clear sign of being injured. Song Yi retrieved the feng shui seal with a cold smile, looking at the turbulent cold pool, still struggling even at death's door. If you know what's good for you, you better surrender now, or I will end your life right here. As he spoke, the water surged and turned into countless arrows, shooting towards Song Yi and Qing and others. Truly beasts, unrepentant even in the face of death. With that, Song Yi stomped on the ground, and his compass flew up and transformed into a barrier of light, protecting everyone. The icy arrows shattered upon impact. Witnessing this, in the darkness not far away, Hui couldn't help but ask, "Lao Zhu, aren't you going to make a move now?" Zhu and shook his head and said calmly, "No need, because Zisha can handle it on his own." Hui couldn't see how Zisha could turn the tide of the situation. However, just as Zhuan finished speaking, a dazzling moon suddenly leapt out of the clouds and appeared in the sky. Instantly, the moonlight shone across the world, covering everything in a silvery glow. The lotus in the center of the cold pool stretched towards the moonlight, and in a blink of an eye, the blooming lotus radiated various illusions. Everyone, even the furious Song Yi, couldn't help but be captivated, staring at the lotus flower with mesmerized expressions. But then, the water surged, and the python dragon leapt out, devouring the lotus flower and ascending into the night sky. Under the moonlight, everyone could finally see the full form of the python dragon. It was snow white, over 100 meters long, with scales glistening like gold, except for the lack of horns on its head, not much different from the dragons in myths. After eating the lotus flower, the python dragon's body quickly turned red, and it trembled violently. With each tremor, dead skin peeled off, revealing the brilliant dragon scales underneath. Song Yi, trembling all over, roared hoarsely, "Quick, focus your attacks on it. It's devouring the moon. If it successfully sheds its skin, we're all dead." Without needing his command, Qin Yu, and their subordinates launched a frenzy of attacks on the python dragon. However, whether bullets or spells, they were all blocked by a barrier of endless moonlight once they reached the python dragon. Seeing this, Song Yi gritted his teeth and once again struck with his feng shui seal. The seal flew towards the python dragon and smashed into it like a small mountain. But then, the python dragon rolled in the air. With a dull thud, the seal was smacked away by the dragon's tail and disintegrated in midair. Song Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale and lifeless. The destruction of the seal, crafted meticulously with his secret techniques, caused a severe blow to his cultivation. At that moment, The python dragon raised its head and let out a resounding dragon roar that shook the sky within 1,000 miles, causing even the clouds to disperse. As for Enqing and Qinyu, who were closest, they were pale, retreating continuously. Retreat quickly. The python dragon has turned into a dragon. It was using my power to break free from the feng shui constraints, Song Yi shouted in regret, his face filled with remorse. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the python dragon. He thought it was here to take advantage of the feng shui energy to transform, not realizing its true intention was the lotus in the cold pool. The feng shui energy here became a constraint once it transformed, hindering rather than aiding. That's why the python dragon had let Song Yi act freely, leveraging his power. With this realization, Song Yi was filled with regret and alarm. The alarm came from the python dragon's cunning calculation, a level of intelligence far surpassing ordinary monsters. Thus, at this moment, he had no time to worry about the broken seal and only wanted to retreat as soon as possible. But it was too late. The moonlight suddenly vanished, leaving only the python dragon in the pitch-black night sky. At this point, the term python dragon was no longer appropriate. After shedding its skin, it had grown to horns on its head, its scales shining brightly, now a true giant dragon. Lowering its massive head, it gazed down at Song Yi and the rest, an invisible draconic might suppressing them, rendering them unable to move. Then, the giant dragon sneered and said, "Daring to scheme against me, today I'll show you how powerful I am." It then spewed out a breath of white dragon flame. The once despairing Song Yi suddenly opened his eyes and witnessed a scene that shook him to the core. Before this python dragon, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure appeared somewhat thin from the back, especially under the enormous body of the python dragon, making them seem minuscule. However, despite their seemingly frail form, this figure stood like a rock in a rushing river, facing the majestic pressure of the python dragon without flinching. Not only that, a mysterious and overwhelming power seemed to emanate from this figure, making it impossible to look directly at him. Who is this person? Why does he possess such immense power? What is his purpose here? These thoughts quickly flashed through Song Yi's mind with shock and awe. As for Enqing and Qinyu, they were equally frozen and in shock by the sudden turn of events. The same astonishment gripped the python dragon as well. She stared blankly at Zhuan standing before her, her mind filled with questions. What's going on? Why does she feel so familiar upon seeing this young man? And he just called her that name, Xiao Xiao. That name clearly wasn't her own. Yet why did she feel so excited upon hearing it? These questions puzzled her newly awakened consciousness as she, just transformed from a dragon, was at a loss. And it was at this moment that Zhuan reached out his hand and pointed at the top of the python dragon's head. In an instant, a tremendous and unimaginable surge of spiritual energy poured into the python dragon's body. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of bone-cracking sounds, the python dragon lifted its head and let out a painfully loud dragon roar, followed by its colossal body rapidly shrinking and transforming. In the blink of an eye, it changed from a just transformed dragon into a young girl, with a body that seemed barely 15 years old. She blinked her bewildered eyes at Zhuan, seemingly not understanding what had just happened. Zhuan, however, just smiled faintly and murmured, "Seems like there is a certain fate in the world after all." Even with disrupted time, just a Xiao Xia after transformation. After completing all this, Zhuan looked down at the trembling Song Yi and the others. Upon noticing his gaze, Song Yi shuddered all over, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. The incredible scene he had just witnessed left him dumbfounded. He had never heard of anyone being able to transform a just moon-eating dragon into a human. Not even the unparalleled experts of the Hanyu Mountain Villa could achieve this with such ease. So, when he realized that Zhuan was looking at him, he couldn't help but feel both fearful and awed, and quickly lowered his head, afraid of attracting Zhuan's attention again. However, at that moment, Zhuan simply uttered, "Since our meeting is fated, I shall return this to you." With a pointed finger, the shattered feng shui grand seal, which was scattered everywhere, instantly floated up and quickly gathered together. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by dazzling light, the once completely shattered feng shui grand seal restored as if new in the blink of an eye. Not only that, many unknown runes appeared on the seal, making it imposing or even stronger. Zhu, and waved his hand, and the feng shui grand seal flew back into Song Yi's hand. Feeling the weight and the powerful aura contained within, Song Yi was simply stunned. He couldn't understand the method this white-clad young man used, being able to repair the shattered seal so effortlessly. Furthermore, he couldn't comprehend why this young man would help him like this when they were complete strangers. Just as he was puzzled, Zuan cast his gaze towards Qinyu and spoke, "Is your grandfather sick?" Qinyu was taken aback by the question and looked at Zuan in shock. "Don't ask me how I know, just tell me if it's true." At the same time, Song Yi quietly signaled Qinyu not to hide anything and to speak the truth. Qinyu took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, my grandfather is indeed unwell. It's not just a simple illness, right?" Zuan said lightly. "You're probably so concerned about this python dragon because you intend to use the dragon's blood to cure your grandfather, right?" Qinyu realized that this white-clad young man was no ordinary person and decided not to hide anymore. "If you've guessed it, then I'll be honest. My grandfather's condition is really bad. Even the divine Dr. Hui Xinyu was unable to help. So, as a last resort, we attempted this risky method. But seeing the situation now," Qinyu looked at Xiaosha, who was still standing in a daze in the distance, her expression bleak. "It looks like this plan has failed." "Not necessarily. At least I can give it a try," Zuan said. Qinyu was surprised by Zuan's words and looked at him in astonishment. "You seek to cure your grandfather's illness, right? I can give it a try for you." If it were someone else saying this, Qinyu would never have believed them. After all, even Hui Xinyu, with the title of a skilled hand of the nation, was helpless in her grandfather's case. How could anyone else have a solution? Yet, when Zuan spoke, Qinyu unexpectedly felt a sense of reassurance. It was as if nothing in the world could stump him. After a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded solemnly. "If so, then I shall trouble you, young sir." Zuan smiled confidently, but didn't rush to move. Instead, he looked at Anqing standing beside him, his eyes showing a hint of complexity. He held great respect for Anyan's younger sister. After all, back then, within the entire An family, only she did not oppose his marriage to Anyan. However, in this disrupted timeline, Anqing, or the entire An family's experiences, were significantly different. Although Anqing also joined the Hanyu Mountain Villa, it was because of her status as the direct line of the An family. However, this status became less prominent after entering the villa. At least for the entire Federation Zhengfu, the present An family could only be considered a second-rate wealthy family. Actually, from the moment she saw Zuan, she felt strange. She felt like she should be very familiar with this young man, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. However, her doubts were quickly verbalized by another person. Zisha finally cleared her thoughts, then vaulted over to Zuan and stared at him intently. "Who are you exactly? Why do I feel like I know you so well?" Zuan smiled. "Who am I? I am your master." "Tch, whose master are you?" "I am a pure-blooded mandragon." "How shameless." With that, Zisha's face flushed with anger, and she threw a punch towards Zuan. But how could she possibly be a match for Zuan? She didn't even touch his clothes, as his finger flicked her fist away midair. Zisha persisted in wanting to fight. Zuan calmly said, "Since you are so fierce, you better behave for a few days." With that command, Zisha immediately felt her bloodline cultivation sealed off, unable to even speak. This display amazed Song Yi and the others. At the same time, Hu Yifei Bai and Si Qingqing also landed on the ground. Seeing Zisha being restrained by heavy pressure yet still defiant, Hu Yi couldn't help but show a mocking smile. TSK, didn't expect that even in this world, your temper, little girl, hasn't changed a bit. It's good for you to receive some lessons now to prevent you from acting domineering again in the future. Hu Yi's teasing made Zisha widen her eyes, glaring at him with pouting lips. Her youthful appearance and demeanor carried no intimidation other than amusement for onlookers. At least Hu Yi couldn't resist pinching her cheek. "You're like a puppy." "All right, matters here have been dealt with. Let's head back to North River," Zuan said at this moment. Everyone nodded, about to turn back. With a wave of Zuan's hand, they all felt a flash before their eyes, only to be amazed to find themselves back in the sky above North River. Although in today's world with abundant spiritual energy and numerous experts, teleporting and moving swiftly or not exceptionally profound skills, many people could do it. However, Zuan didn't show any signs of using any spells from start to finish. With just a casual wave of his hand, he brought so many people back to North River directly. This method exceeded many people's expectations, especially the servants and bodyguards who followed Qinyu, all showing reverence. As for Qinyu, she felt joy in her heart. The stronger display of power Zhu and showed, the higher the possibility of curing her grandfather's injuries. Therefore, she immediately went up to lead the way, taking everyone straight to the Qin family mansion. The journey was short, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived. When they entered the heavily guarded mansion, Qinyu dismissed the irrelevant individuals, only leading Zuan, Songyi, and a few others to the back courtyard. Upon entering the bedroom, a large seal was affixed prominently on the facing wall. The seal exuded a powerful aura, clearly crafted by a master. Yet upon turning past this entrance wall, the room was filled with thick, dark mist that could condense into a fog. Songyi exclaimed, "Such strong demonic energy! It seems my grandfather didn't just get injured, he has been possessed." Qinyu sighed. Master Song is correct, indeed he has been possessed. No matter how many experts and divine healers I've sought, none could identify which evil deity had affected my grandfather. It was only as a last resort that I thought to use dragon blood, an extremely yon element, to make a final attempt. Saying this, Qinyu looked at Zuan with anticipation, hoping to see a glimmer of hope on his face. However, Zuan showed no surprise, lacking even an extra expression. Qinyu felt somewhat disappointed. Could he not do anything either? But at that moment, Zuan simply walked towards the bed. Startled, Qinyu immediately cautioned, "Little sir, this demonic energy is quite formidable. If you are not prepared," she was about to say that proceeding without proper readiness could lead to great harm. Before she could finish, a shocking scene unfolded. Facing the surging demonic energy, Zuan calmly uttered a word, "Leave." With that command, the arrogant energy instantly dispersed. Zuan then approached the bed, gazing at the weakened figure of Qinyu lying there, a touch of cold mockery flashing in his eyes. "Come out, if you don't want to disappear completely." In the next moment, as the words fell, with almost no delay, a frenzy of dark energy poured out from Qinyuan's features. This energy quickly converged into a shadowy figure, trembling as it knelt before Zuan. "Spare me, my lord." Qinyu's mouth gaped wide. Despite inviting numerous masters during this period, no one could truly reveal the demonic entity within her grandfather. Even with extensive preparations like yellow paper talismans, chicken blood, cinnabar, and all sorts of implements, they still couldn't get close to her grandfather. Yet this thorny problem was effortlessly resolved by this white-clad young man. Without even laying a finger, with a simple gesture, the demonic entity voluntarily revealed itself and begged for mercy. How commanding must his presence be? Meanwhile, Zuan, with interest, observed the demonic entity before raising an eyebrow in surprise. "You are not from this realm, correct, my lord? I am an evil spirit from beyond the domain." "Oh, how did you end up here? And how did you possess this person?" "My lord, truthfully, I do not know why I suddenly appeared here. I was minding my business in the outer domain when one day, I was inexplicably dragged into a time vortex by some unknown force. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here." The demon quivered as it spoke. Zuan pondered thoughtfully. He didn't expect to encounter such unexpected gains here. Undoubtedly, the time vortex that this outer domain demon saw was likely related to the timeline fluctuations of the celestial realms. As he contemplated silently, the demon also stared at him nervously. Just now, he was deeply communicating emotions with the newly arrived girl in the clubhouse. How did the scene change in the blink of an eye? And when she saw the person in front of her, Qinyu screamed, "How is it you?" The visitor was Qin Tie, the manager of the Qin group, and at the same time, he was also Qin Yu's paternal uncle, Zhu, and calmly said, "Because the person behind the scenes driving the foreign demons to harm your grandfather is him." When Qin Yu heard this, she trembled all over, as if a lightning bolt flashed in her mind, connecting all the clues together. In fact, it wasn't difficult to guess, because once Qin Yuan died, the biggest beneficiary would be Qin Tie, who was already in a high position in the Qin group. In reality, Qin Yu had always been suspicious, but she couldn't produce evidence. Now, seeing that it was indeed her heartless uncle who had done it, she was filled with anger. Before she could erupt, Zuan lightly beckoned, and the trembling Qin Tie involuntarily floated up and flew to Zuan. What do you want?" "I'll tell you. I am from the Carter family. If you dare to touch me, be careful of your head." Qin Tie shouted defiantly. Zhu, and furrowed his brow slightly, and then an invisible pressure compressed Qin Tie into a ball in the air. With a series of bone-breaking sounds, Qin Tie cried out in pain. but the next moment, his cries were stifled because of a misaligned jaw. Although the torture only lasted for a few seconds, it made the once pampered Chintia drenched in sweat, and his eyes towards Zuan were filled with fear. He had never seen someone like this before, someone who didn't waste any words and went straight to torturing him. He saw in Zuan's eyes a bone-chilling coldness, making him realize the situation and not dare to have any illusions. It seems like you are more awake now. So, I ask you, who helped you drive these foreign demons? Chintia hesitated for a moment, but he saw Zuan's eyebrows about to lift, so he shouted, "It's the Carter family. It was the people from the Carter family who ordered me to do this." The Carter family again, Zu, and thought that his previous assumption seemed too simplistic. The Carter family was obviously not just an ordinary family, especially when they were on Mars before. John Chanyu had specifically warned him to be more vigilant of the Carter family. It seemed that the Carter family was truly crucial. Zuan fell into silence, and his silence intensified Qin Tian's panic. Like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, Qin Tian recounted all the events without waiting for Zuan's questioning. "It was Valentin Carter of the Carter family who instructed me to do this. He gave me a magic weapon and told me to use it to summon a foreign demon. Then he told me to target Qin Yuan and said that if he died, I would become the president of the Qin group. I was bewitched for a while and followed his orders, but I had no choice because it was the Carter family. How could I afford to provoke them?" Qin Tian's words echoed in the room, and Qin Yu's face turned extremely ugly. On one hand, she was angry at her despicable uncle, and on the other hand, she was frightened by what he said. If, as he said, the mastermind behind the scenes was the Carter family, then the situation for the Qin group was extremely dangerous. Although the Qin group was considered good in the Northern River region, it was still far behind the Carter family, which held an important position in the federal court. Now that they had attracted the covetousness of this behemoth, no matter what his ultimate goal was, it was extremely unfavorable for the Qin group. "What is that magic weapon?" Zu and asked. "It's hidden in a secret niche behind the headboard in my bedroom, but I don't have it with me now." Qin Tia opened his mouth wide, but before he could finish, a light flashed in Zuan's hand, and the weapon he had hidden in a safe appeared in his hand. "Is this it?" Zu and asked calmly. Qin Tia nodded frantically. "Yes. This is it." Afraid that he would answer too late and get killed by this unbelievable young man's means. This so-called magic weapon was actually a small jade piece the size of a palm, but it was not white jade. It was a blood-red color. There were countless thin black lines on it, densely intertwined, making one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. But the most frightening part was that these threads seemed to flicker faintly, as if there was some kind of life breathing inside. Zuan turned to look at the foreign demon kneeling on the ground who dare not move. "Is this the thing that summoned you and controlled you?" This foreign demon could be said to be the only one besides Tuya, who was clearly aware of Zuan's strength in the room, so it never dared to resist and immediately nodded. "Yes, it is this thing. Interesting." Zuan played with the jade piece and said thoughtfully. And at this moment, Huya also approached, his face serious. "This jade piece seems to contain a very strange energy inside." "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it contains the power of shattered time inside, and the countless black lines are the aftermath of the shattered time lines." Huya was surprised, then delighted. "So it seems that this thing is indeed related to the changes in this world." Zu and nodded. "That's right." Huya rubbed his hands. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly go to the Carter family and see what's going on." "Not so fast. There's something we need to handle before we go." "What's that?" Without saying a word, Zuan pointed, and the foreign demon was sealed into the jade piece. As for the nearly scared to death Qin Tia, Qin Yu and the others would take care of it. Zu and paid no attention to the mess within their family. He strolled to the window of the bedroom, a faint smile creeping up on his lips. Waited so long, and finally he has arrived. Dawn, accompanied by a muffled sound resembling the beating of a drum. Fists and fingers clashed. A violent wind rose, blowing Zuan's hair in front of his forehead, but other than that, Zuan's whole body did not move at all, especially that finger. When faced with a fist several times larger than his own, it was as strong as cast in bronze, unmoved. Instead, it was this bull-sized fist that was forcefully shaken out, followed by a muffled groan from outside the window. But this groan was very short-lived, almost disappearing instantly. Also disappearing was the bowling aura outside the window that was blazing like a torch. In an instant, everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened, if not for the night wind rushing in through the broken window. Despite this, Zuin remained calm, even smiling faintly. "Your coordination isn't bad." As his words fell, Zuin raised his hand behind his head and suddenly pinched his fingers. Click! A dagger hidden in the void was abruptly snapped in two. At the same time, the person holding the dagger also showed himself, a thin figure. When he realized he had been exposed, the small figure knew things were not looking good and immediately retreated. Zuin did not pursue, just lightly flicking his finger, and the broken dagger tip flew straight into the wall behind the small figure. Dawn. Although the dagger was very small, once it was pinned to the wall, it was as if a giant elephant had collided with it. The sturdy concrete wall cracked instantly, with numerous fissures and deep dents. This earth-shattering blow shocked the small figure to his core. "Damn, that hurts." Retreat. But it was too late. At the moment he engaged Zuin, at least dozens of powerful auras were attacking Zuin from all directions. The strongest among them was the fist that had just shattered the glass, followed by a spear. The spear was crafted from an unknown metal, sleek in design, exuding a sense of exquisite workmanship, clearly a masterpiece. But what mattered most was the spear's unparalleled sharpness, with several deep blood grooves running down its length, seeming to still contain fresh blood. At a glance, one could tell that this spear was definitely a deadly weapon. The wielder of the spear was clearly no ordinary person, as the spear tip vibrated at a high frequency during the piercing process. The speed was so fast that it emitted a sharp whistling sound even in the confined space. As the spearhead fluttered, a fierce wind surrounded it, showcasing the spear's dominating aura. The warlord spear, Zu, and chuckled lightly and flicked his finger gently. Bang! His fingertip landed on the tip of the spear, causing the large spear to tremble violently starting from the tip. The vibration spread along the shaft, creating a wave-like disturbance. Clang! The long spear fell to the ground, leaving the wielder in utter shock as he gazed at Zuin. He never imagined that his strongest strike, unleashed after accumulating power for so long, failed to even make Zuin take him seriously. Just with a flick of the finger, his spear had slipped from his grasp. How powerful must one be to achieve that? In the midst of the spearman's shock, Zuin lightly stamped his foot. Back off. Doom. At the touch of his foot, everyone felt the earth tremble. Those attacking Zuin were hit the hardest, being shaken out by an invisible shockwave. Only one person managed to stand his ground, launching a fist at Zuin with all his might. He was a burly man, one arm hanging limply as he challenged Zuin with the other. It was clear that the fist which shattered the glass earlier was his doing, and the recoil had clearly taken its toll. Seeing this desperate strike, Zhu Xuai, the small figure behind, couldn't help shouting, "Retreat, you're no match for him." With a light laugh, Zuin replied, "Fool, is this all your power now? You disappoint me." Without moving a muscle, Zuin simply exhaled. A powerful force burst forth, sending the burly man flying. Dawn. He staggered and fell to the ground, his surprised face reflecting shock. The astonishment held traces of disbelief in Zuin's strength, but more so at his prior remark. How did he know his name? And why did he say it so familiarly? Moreover, what was this inexplicable agitation within him? As he puzzled over these questions, Fei Bai, upon seeing the defeated group, couldn't help but shudder. Phoenix Fire. Yes, the group that had just attacked Zuin was members of the Phoenix Fire Special Forces. The big guy was Zhou Danai, the small figure was Zhu Xuai, and the one wielding the warlord spear was Captain Cheng Hao. In this timeline, they had not encountered Instructor Zuin but were trained by agents of the Federal Certification Bureau instead. Hence, their abilities were incomparable. Especially Zhou Danai, who had only learned a very basic physical training technique in this timeline, limiting his skills. Cheng Hao had inherited a profound family martial art. The reason they had come to ambush Zuin was due to the orders of the Carter family. Valentine Carter, upon seeing the situation at the dancing bar, while indifferent to Grice's death, reported the incident to the Phoenix Fire for the sake of family honor and prestige, demanding a swift resolution. Naturally, the members of the Phoenix Fire were furious at this order. They felt humiliated being used as a personal army of the Carter family, especially for such a dirty assignment. Despite their anger, they had to follow the reporting requirements and managed to trace Zuin to Earth through various clues. Despite presenting fake credentials created by Zhang Jianyu, they quickly located his whereabouts. "How did you know my name?" Zhou Danu exclaimed in astonishment. Zuin smiled. I not only know yours, but I also know about others." With that, Zuan pointed at Cheng Hao, whose hands were bloody from losing his gun, and said, "Cheng Hao, a man from Bianju, with a family tradition of the warlord spear and the Taizu long fist." Cheng Hao was stunned. Knowing his name wasn't too strange, considering the Phoenix Special Forces had some fame in the Federation. The key was that he knew Cheng Hao's birthplace and family's martial arts lineage, which was truly unbelievable. At the same time, Zuan proceeded to narrate the backgrounds of everyone present. Zhu Xuai, a man from Shaoliangzhu, skilled in stealth techniques, had an unrequited love during high school that ended tragically. Zhu Xuai felt as if he had seen a ghost. His high school crush was something even his parents didn't know about. So how did this young man in white know? Sun Ling, a man from Qingzhou, studied Taoism with a master from a young age, mastering the Ghost Gate's 13 blades. A tall man in the crowd was also shaken, looking at Zuan with disbelief. Zuan continued to reveal specific details about everyone present, causing a stir in the gathering. People began to suspect Fei because he was a former member of the Phoenix and was now following this young man. But Zuan just smiled faintly and reassured them that Fei couldn't possibly know all this. Even though Fei had been part of the Phoenix, it was impossible for him to know everyone's secrets. So, how did this young man know? Zuan's image in their minds became even more mysterious and awe-inspiring. Despite his nonchalant smile, Zuan was feeling regretful inside. Everything he said was based on the unaltered world he came from, where he learned about these things as a Phoenix instructor. Since he was someone Cheng Hao and others idolized, nothing was kept hidden from him. In this altered timeline, Zuan recounted everyone's past to see if there were any differences. To his surprise, everything he said matched perfectly. This indicated that in this timeline, Cheng Hao and the others' origins and past remained unchanged, and they still became members of the Phoenix, albeit a different one from what Zuan led. Especially, the changes in Zhou Danu and Cheng Hao were drastic. The alteration in the timeline led to significant changes in their destinies due to Zuan's disappearance. Reflecting on this, Zuan glanced at the jade piece in his hand, realizing the intertwined lines on it represented people's destinies affecting each other. The disappearance of even one seemingly insignificant line could lead to unknown fates for everyone. Feeling a vague sense of understanding, yet overwhelmed by the complexity of it, Zuan decided to keep this insight to himself for now. He then smiled at Cheng Hao and the others before saying, "I know you must be curious about who I am. I'll give you a chance. If you want to know the truth, come with me." With that, Zuan turned and walked towards the window. Cheng Hao and the others exchanged looks before silently following him. They were indeed curious about Zuan's identity, not just because of his extraordinary strengths, but also due to a sense of familiarity and deep knowledge about each of their pasts. This was not merely an ordinary strong individual, as the Carter family had claimed. In pursuit of answers, they temporarily set aside their obligations and followed Zuan to the distance. The Carter family headquarters were once in New York of the former M country, now part of the Federation's 2nd District, with the 1st District undoubtedly being HUA country. However, the current M country had undergone substantial changes, accepting the Federation's reforms entirely, with New York becoming an important city under the Federation. Upon arriving in this bustling city, as the sun shone brightly and richly, the Carter family's headquarters stood in the heart of the affluent district. Entering it proved to be no easy feat due to the wealthy merchants and even members of the Elder Council of the Federation residing there. The security was stringent, with powerful enchantments in place to deter unauthorized entry by cultivators. However, these enchantments were merely a joke to Zuan. Nonetheless, he chose not to act recklessly to avoid alerting any hidden threats, especially at this critical juncture, where a slight misstep could potentially expose them. Thus, instead of entering directly, Zuan and his group landed in a city district adjacent to the affluent area, divided by just a wall. Despite being so close yet starkly contrasting, the two worlds appeared as paradise and hell. The disparities between the rich and poor were glaring, but the residents of this 2nd District, which was once the M country, were accustomed to these conditions, considering it a trait of freedom that came with wealth or destitution. Hence, while a flourishing paradise existed beyond the wall, the vagabonds below seemed indifferent, like soulless puppets, completely numb to their circumstances. Although feeling somewhat unbelievable, considering the consistent style of the Federal Certificate Office, Si Qingqing eventually fell silent. Zuan, on the other hand, just gave a casual glance at the high wall, then turned around and said, "Let's go." Cheng Hao is right. At least in the eyes of many, these homeless wanderers are not even comparable to the dog in their own backyard. The group strode through a dilapidated street, and the scenes along the way made it hard to believe that this was the extremely prosperous 2nd District mentioned by the Federal Certificate Office. The groups of strong men gathered on both sides of the row were even more heart-pounding, because among these people were not only ordinary people, but also many fallen monks, and even some modified mechanical warriors. All of them stared at Zuan and his group with evil eyes. This chaotic scene made Si Qingqing's scalp tingle. She was sure that if it weren't for their large numbers and intimidating presence, these menacing strong men would have charged them already. However, at that moment, Zuan raised his eyebrow slightly, glanced at these people, and in an instant, these originally arrogant strong men turned pale, then quickly dispersed like frightened birds and beasts. Zuan couldn't be bothered with these people and instead led the group forward. Huyi couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Old Zhu, where are we going?" "To find someone who can sneak us in without anyone knowing," Zuan said casually. Huyi was even more puzzled. "Didn't you just return to Earth? Do you know someone here?" "I do know him, but that was in the past. He probably doesn't remember me now, but I believe as long as he's here, he'll have a way." "Who is this person that powerful?" "He's not powerful. Just some people are naturally suited for crime, so the chaos here should be his favorite breeding ground." They had arrived in front of a bar. It was a slightly run-down building. Many drunken revelers gathered outside the door, and the noise from inside could be heard from a long distance away. Even the natives here didn't dare to pass by this place, because only thugs dared to gather here, and a slight mistake could bring about great danger. However, when Zuan and his group approached, these so-called thugs immediately dispersed like a tide. It was because Zuan's aura was too formidable, like a drawn sword. It made people wary of looking directly at him. Though these thugs were violent, they were not fools. They naturally knew that the sudden appearance of such a powerful figure meant trouble, and it was best not to provoke him. So, when Zuan arrived at the bar's entrance, there was no one there. Zuan didn't bother to enter the smoky bar to find someone. With a wave of his hand, the wall on the 2nd floor facing the street disappeared, and then Zuan flashed into the suite inside. In the room was a huge desk, behind which sat a man in his 40s or 50s, a typical white man dressed in a gentlemanly manner. At that moment, he was sitting behind the desk, tasting a cigar. When the wall disappeared and Zuan appeared opposite him, the man was frozen in his chair. "Who are you? What do you want? If it's money, name your price. Just don't kill me." The man was very astute and didn't resist at all, even though there was a button within his reach. If he pressed it, the entire room would turn into a killing field, with countless guns aimed at anyone but himself. However, he didn't make that move because, as the king of crime, he had a clear understanding. This young man was no ordinary person, and all his means seemed futile before him. If he dared to resist, the next moment could be his demise. His understanding was indeed accurate, as Zuan smiled faintly and sat at the opposite side, resting his legs on the desk. "I don't want money. I just want you to help me with something." "What?" "Very simple. I want to enter the Carter family, but I don't want to alert anyone, so I came to you." "That's impossible." The man immediately shook his head in refusal. "I'm just the overseer of this district. The Carter family is a giant in the council and the elderly quarters. Let's not even mention that I can't even enter this rich area. But even if I did, I wouldn't be able to get close to the Carter family." "Oh, you reject it so decisively." Zuan smiled slightly, but his smile made the man feel pressured, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "I know all the difficulties you mentioned, but I believe that as the king of crime, you should have a way. After all, not everyone can live up to the title of Bone Picker Griffin." At the mention of the name Griffin, the man was shocked. It had been a long time since anyone had mentioned that name. He thought that anyone who knew that name was dead, but he didn't expect this young man to know it so well. "Who are you exactly?" Griffin asked in a hoarse voice. "Someone you once knew but have forgotten," Zuan said lightly. This man was none other than Griffin, the thug Zuan had met and subdued in the city of Sin shortly after his reincarnation. At that time, Griffin was one of the 3 dark giants, known for his extreme cruelty. However, Zuan quickly taught him how to be human and eventually subdued the beast. Since then, Griffin had been obedient to Zuan, admiring him wholeheartedly. It was unexpected that in this timeline, Griffin was still living a criminal life, but due to the changes in the timeline, the city of Sin had been eradicated by the Federal Certificate Office, so he had come to New York City and once again became the Underground King. Griffin looked deeply at Zuan, then reluctantly lowered his head. Tomorrow night, the wealthy district will host a charity banquet. By then, you should have a chance to sneak in. Very good. You've made a very wise choice. Zuan smiled slightly, then got up to leave. Wait. Is there something else? I don't care about any grudges you have with the Carter family, but I just want to remind you that their foundation goes far beyond what it appears on the surface. In the room, only Griffin sat blankly on the chair until a cold wind blew in from the missing mountain ridge, causing him to shiver. He then hysterically shouted, "Help, quick, someone!" Despite all that had just happened on the second floor, the first floor was still lively. It was not until Griffin's cry was heard that the guards on the first floor were alerted. They hurriedly ran up, only to be shocked by the scene before them. The entire wall facing the street had disappeared, yet it didn't seem to have been violently destroyed as there was no dust or signs of a struggle. Their boss sat behind the office desk, pale as a ghost. "Boss, what happened? Why is the wall gone?" The head of the security team on the first floor asked in disbelief. "You fools, how the hell would I know what happened? Everything was fine just now, and in the blink of an eye, the wall is gone. Hurry up and get people to rebuild this wall." "Yes, yes." Faced with Griffin's fury, his subordinates nodded in agreement and hurriedly left. As they saw their subordinates getting busy, Griffin, still trembling from the shock, took out a cigar to calm himself down. However, his attempts to light it failed several times, frustrating him. In the end, he threw aside the lighter, leaned back in the chair, and began contemplating the recent events. Griffin was a very intelligent person, which was why he could stand firm in the dangerous situation of New York City. However, it was precisely because of this that he could understand the terrifying nature of the white-clad youth he had just encountered. It was a power that could not be described in words, causing Griffin to shudder even at the thought. But what was even more concerning was the last thing Zuan said before leaving. "As long as I get the answer I want, all problems are no longer a problem." This seemingly ordinary statement carried a chilling undertone. Further contemplating the task assigned by Zuan, Griffin, who grew up in darkness and thrived on evil, couldn't help but feel his heart racing. He didn't know what the white-clad youth intended to do, nor did he want to know. But at this moment, besides finding a way to complete Zuan's task as quickly as possible, he had no other way out. He was well aware that the white-clad youth's words were not a negotiation, but a notice, without any room for discussion. With that realization, he sighed helplessly, then stood up, straightened his attire, opened a drawer, took out a thick envelope, and headed downstairs. Meanwhile, outside New York City, Huya couldn't help but ask, "Old Zu, is the person you found reliable?" Don't worry, although his personal strength is not that great, the fact that he could become the leader of the slums in New York City indicates that he has extensive connections. If he knew about the charity banquet in the wealthy district tomorrow, he can surely infiltrate it. "Well, since you are so confident, we will endure for another day," Huya said. As for Cheng Ha and the others, they were born to obey orders, having undergone rigorous training, so they had no objections. Soon, the group set up camp in the wilderness, and Zuan casually set up a formation to conceal their whereabouts. After everyone settled down, Zuan went into the symbol magic building. Upon entering, he heard the familiar voice tinged with a sob. "Xiao Sha, do you really not recognize us?" "Yes, we were the best of friends. Why don't you remember us?" Xiao Sha looked embarrassed, standing in place while scratching his head. "I really don't know what you're talking about. I've been cultivating in the cold pool of Qingmang Mountain. I haven't met you two before." Hearing this, Xian and Nan felt even sadder. How could this be? We used to be the best of friends. Suddenly, Zuan walked forward and sighed lightly. "It's okay. There's a temporal anomaly in this world, causing her not to have met me, hence not knowing you. What do we do now? Will things be like this from now on?" Xian asked anxiously. "Yes. What about Aunt Juaner, Aunt Manchu, Xiao Yuer, Sister Channer? Will we never see them again?" Nan was equally worried. Zuan smiled faintly. "Of course not. This is just temporary. Once I find the root cause of the problem and correct it, everything will go back to normal." At this moment, Enyan approached, holding a large plate of meat. On seeing this, Xiao Shao's eyes lit up. "Eat quickly. I made this specifically for you." Enyan placed the plate down. Without saying thank you, Xiao eagerly started eating, with no regard for manners. Living in solitude in the cold pool for her entire life in this timeline, until today, when she was awakened by Zuan, she naturally didn't understand etiquette. Enian watched Xiao wolf down the food and couldn't help but sigh softly. She's truly a pitiful child. Looking at Zuan, she asked, "Is there any progress now?" Zuan nodded. "Some clues are emerging." "Oh." Enian's eyes lit up. "So soon?" "Certainly. Don't underestimate your husband." Zuan chuckled. HMPH. Can't even keep a straight face in front of the kids. Enian smirked, but she couldn't help but laugh, too. Soon. Xiao finished the plate of meat, then stood up, still wanting more. "Full now?" Zuan asked. "Yes." "Still want more in the future?" "Yes." "Then come with me to work." "Okay." With these simple exchanges, Xiao sold herself to Zuan and joined him without hesitation as they left the symbol magic building. Facing this sharp-tongued little troublemaker, Zuan could only help but laugh. He couldn't resist reaching out and pinching her nose. "I didn't expect your little brain to be quite sharp. Yes, I did call you out with the intention of having you kill someone, but not now." "Then when?" "Tomorrow evening. You'll have your task then." Time flies by in the blink of an eye. When the night of the next day fell, Zuan once again led the group to find Griffin. When they arrived outside the bar, Zuan couldn't help but smile. Quick work indeed. Just in one day, the wall that Zuan had destroyed had been rebuilt. But just with a snap of his fingers, the most smelling wall disappeared again. Inside, Griffin stared in shock at everything until Zuan appeared before him once more, and he finally regained his composure. Master, you're here." Griffin forced a smile, and shrug. "Sorry, I'm not used to coming up from the murky first floor, so this was the only way." "You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. It's just a wall." "How could I mind?" Griffin chuckled. "Good. It seems you have solved the problem." Zuan looked at Griffin, who was impeccably dressed in a tuxedo, and said lightly, "I didn't fail you. After a day of hard work, I finally obtained the qualification to attend this charity banquet. But your subordinates will have to temporarily disguise as mine." With that, Griffin took out an exquisitely gorgeous invitation from his pocket and placed it on the table. Zuan just nodded. "Good. Since that's the case, let's not delay any longer. Let's go." A moment later, a brand new Mercedes convoy slowly drove out from the courtyard behind the bar, rushing towards the wealthy district. Naturally, Zuan sat in the same car as Griffin, explaining, "In order to fulfill the task you assign, I worked tirelessly all day, networking everywhere. I suddenly managed to convince a big shot, and with his recommendation, I obtained this invitation." Zuan chuckled. "After all, you are the boss of the underground world of New York. Shouldn't it be so arduous for just an invitation?" "Ah, you don't know. Though I seem prominent on the surface, in the eyes of those big shots, I'm just like a dog, useful when needed, made to do dirty work, and ignored otherwise." Griffin complained, his face full of resentment, clearly discontent with his situation. Zuan looked out at the shabby street flying past the car window, and said calmly, "Don't worry, this situation won't last long." Griffin shuddered, wanting to ask something but hesitated and ended up closing his mouth in awe. Soon, the view outside the car window became increasingly bustling. When they arrived at a toll station, the convoy slowed down, and a well-equipped team advanced to inspect them carefully. While they said it was an inspection, their actions were rough, even using instruments to inspect the tires in detail. Griffin could only endure this helplessly, then looked at Zuan with a pleading gaze. Zuan naturally understood his meaning, so he just smiled faintly, ignoring the fierce soldiers. But at that moment, there was a commotion from the car behind. "Get out of the car now, I suspect you're a criminal," a soldier shouted. The surrounding soldiers immediately rushed over, guns pointed at the car. The barrels began to flash with a dangerous blue light, indicating they were charging rapidly. This sudden scene startled Griffin. He promptly jumped out of the car, waving his hands and shouting, "What's going on? Don't act rashly." "Griffin, I suspect you're harboring criminals," the captain of the inspection team said with a stern expression. Griffin was taken aback, feeling a surge of anger rise within him because he thought he had been exposed. Just then, the nonchalant little San walked down from the car, saying indifferently, "Nonsense, your men came up wanting to touch me. It wouldn't be excessive for me to slap him, you ... The captain was speechless at this retort but felt even more furious. He had stationed here for so long and never suffered such a loss before. He naturally dared not inspect the cars of high officials and aristocrats, but with someone like Griffin, he had no reservations. After all, in his eyes, Griffin, even if he were a king of crime, was just a minor character, and it was clear that his men were drawn to this woman's beauty, hence trying to take advantage, not expecting her fiery temper and to be struck. "Captain Garcia, don't be angry. This is my distant niece, new and unfamiliar with the rules today. Can't you see ... Griffin tried to explain, stuffing an envelope into Garcia's hand. However, Garcia tossed the envelope aside, saying coldly, "Griffin, don't blame me for not giving you face. It's just that your people are so ill-mannered." With that, he pointed at Little Sand. "Arrest this woman and take her for questioning." A glint of hostility flashed in Griffin's eyes. He wasn't of sunny disposition, bending over backwards earlier to avoid trouble. But now, Garcia's disrespect made him irate. Little Sand was nonchalant. "All right, I'm just bored anyway. Let's have some fun." As a major confrontation seemed inevitable, a luxurious pink convoy slowly pulled into the checkpoint. Upon seeing the insignia on the cars, Garcia, who had been angry just moments before, trembled and respectfully welcomed them. "Respected Miss Mandy, you're back." As he spoke, he signaled to his subordinates, and the checkpoint barrier was lifted. The convoy came to a stop, and the window of the central car rolled down, revealing a standard Caucasian face. Yet, one could still notice the exceptionally high beauty of this woman, especially her eyes, emerald green like two precious gems. "Garcia, what were you just yelling about?" Garcia trembled but dared not conceal the matter, so he briefly recounted the situation. After listening, the woman looked at Griffin not far away with a hint of curiosity. "You must be Griffin." Griffin, being who he was, had already guessed the woman's identity. Stepping forward, he bowed. "It's just stating the obvious," said Griffin politely. By his side, Garcia's expression gradually darkened. He detested Griffin, just as he detested anyone who came out of the slums. He even believed that the world should not have slums. If the slums were eliminated, the whole world would become better, and the great second district would continue to prosper. So, he had just been making things difficult for Griffin, simply to make him feel the power of his rich upbringing. But he never expected that such a despicable worm could gain the attention and appreciation of the noble Miss Mandy. This made him feel a deep sense of crisis. No, Miss Mandy was inexperienced and easily influenced by this guy. He had to stop him. With that in mind, Garcia was about to speak, when Mandy turned around and looked with interest at a nearby girl named Xiao. Such a beautiful young lady. Xiao rolled her eyes and paid no attention to Mandy, heading straight to the car. But it was precisely her nonchalant attitude that drew Mandy's attention even more. "Such a unique young lady. Who is she?" Griffin hurriedly explained. "Respected Miss Mandy, this young lady is a distant relative of mine who just arrived not long ago and is not familiar with the customs. Please forgive her." "Oh, a distant relative?" Mandy glanced at Griffin, who had a standard Caucasian appearance, and smiled faintly. "Do you also have Chinese heritage?" Xiao in her humanoid form had dark hair and eyes, representing unmistakable Chinese features, a sharp contrast to Griffin. Griffin sighed lightly. "Honestly, I do have 1/16 Chinese ancestry in me, tracing back to my great-grandfather's generation. If you don't believe me, look at my eyes. Don't they have a hint of black?" Miss Mandy walked up to him and carefully examined his eyes, then nodded. "It does seem so. There you have it. According to Chinese lineage, this young lady would still be my second cousin once removed." Griffin lied with his eyes wide open without even blinking. Garcia was furious. This guy was too good at deceiving. But Miss Mandy seemed to fall for his act. She giggled, covered her mouth with her hand, and then, with a soft voice, said, "Griffin, you truly are amusing. So, are you joining tonight's banquet?" Griffin nodded slightly. "Yes. Unfortunately, Captain Garcia seems to think my convoy is unsafe, and is conducting checks here." Griffin's words seemed harmless, but they carried subtle sarcasm. Garcia paled, and at the same time, Mandy looked at him. "Is that true, Garcia?" Garcia blushed and stammered, I just thought that his people all came from the slums, so." Before he could finish, Mandy clapped her hands. "All right, no need to continue. Griffin is my friend, so there's no need for further checks. Let them pass." "Yes." Garcia, helpless, waved to his subordinates. The barrier was fully lifted. "Let's go." We'll go in together. Mandy said. My pleasure. The two convoys passed through the checkpoint and entered the real affluent district. The clean and tidy streets, the dazzling streetlights, and the luxury shops lined up indicated the prosperity and wealth of the area. Soon, the two convoys arrived in front of a magnificent hotel. At this moment, luxury cars filled the entrance of the hotel, and the guests coming down were all elegantly dressed dignitaries. However, when Mandy's pink convoy arrived, it still attracted many eyes. As the vehicles stopped, the hotel's reception manager quickly came over. Miss Mandy, you're here. Mandy nodded slightly as she got off the car, but instead of stepping forward, she turned to look back. Her actions as the center of attention naturally drew many curious looks. People followed her gaze and saw a brand new Mercedes convoy slowly stopping in the square. Many were puzzled and unfamiliar with this convoy. Some even showed disdain. Even though the convoy used a luxury brand and had identical models and colors, true aristocrats would never select such vehicles as their rides. They usually had their own collaborating manufacturers who specially tailored a batch of vehicles for them each year. Only parvenus and mob bosses with shallow foundations would choose these cars. As expected, when Griffin got out of the car, a disdainful snort rang out immediately. This is ridiculous. How could such a high-profile banquet invite this kind of mob boss? How? It seems like Griffin is quite familiar with the heiress of the Lester family. At this moment, Griffin had already walked up to Mandy, and after a few words of conversation, they walked towards the hotel. This scene naturally attracted many onlookers. Many were puzzled, wondering why the heiress of the Lester family was so familiar with a mob boss from humble beginnings. Just as all eyes were focused on Griffin and Mandy, Zhu and Xiao and the members of the Phoenix Guild disguised themselves as Griffin's subordinates and followed them into the hotel lobby. Inside, it was dazzling and extremely luxurious, but because they deliberately reduced their presence, no one noticed Zhu and the others. Only one person discovered Zhu and curiously approached Griffin's ear. It seems like this subordinate of yours is quite extraordinary. Is he a skilled recruit you found from the Chinese clan? Griffin's pupils contracted slightly, but his smile remained unchanged. Miss Mandy guessed right. This young man is indeed recruited by me from the Chinese clan. Speaking of which, he has some connections with my second cousin once removed. Oh, what connections? Mandy asked with interest. Griffin coughed lightly, his mind spinning rapidly. They should be considered betrothed in some way, but as you've seen, my second cousin once removed has a terrible temper and can be explosive, while this young man is very patient and has always been tolerant of her. Griffin felt his scalp numb because he didn't know how long he could hide these stories he made up. Just as he was racking his brains to steer the conversation elsewhere, he heard an extremely arrogant voice coming from beside him. Mandy. Long time no see. Upon hearing this voice, Griffin immediately turned to look and saw a group of people walking briskly towards them. The leader was a man dressed in a tasteful, yet luxurious manner, clearly from the work of a top designer. With a face that was handsome, it exuded arrogance. Upon seeing this man, Mandy frowned slightly. Valentine, you are here too? Heh, of course, have to come, because this charity dinner is hosted by our Carter family. Yes, the visitor was Valentine Carter, who had previously gone to the bar to investigate the situation. Mandy was even more displeased with this Valentine Carter's arrogance, but out of good manners, she nodded slightly. Very well. Please go ahead. Valentine, however, did not leave, but instead narrowed his eyes, staring greedily at Mandy for a moment, then waved towards Griffin sitting beside them. Move aside. Griffin was taken aback. Was he talking to me? Valentine frowned, and then spoke again in a condescending tone. Kid, I'm telling you to move aside right now. Didn't you hear me? This made Griffin really speechless. He was always the one speaking to others like that. This was the first time someone dared to talk to him like this. But in this gathering of nobility, he couldn't lose his temper, so he could only return Valentine's gaze with a cold look. He naturally knew the power of the Carter family, and understood that Valentine, appearing here, was highly favored within the family. But no matter how powerful the other party's background was, he couldn't back down at this moment, because the social scene was also a hunting ground. Any hint of weakness would make you like a lion without claws, quickly becoming prey in the eyes of many. But his silence clearly angered Valentine. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. You must be the so-called Griffin, the king of sin. When Valentine said those 4 words, his face was full of mockery. Griffin, on the other hand, relaxed, leaned back in his chair, and calmly said, "That's right, it's me. TSK. I bet you put in a lot of effort to be able to show up here. After all, with your background, you don't even qualify to attend this dinner." With that, Valentin's tone became even more arrogant. "Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to obediently get up and move aside. That way I can still give you some face. As for the second, Valentin viciously continued, I'll have the security drag you out, then break your legs, and make you crawl back to your kennel bit by bit." Flames of anger suddenly rose in Griffin's eyes. It was the flame of anger. Although he was self-aware, knowing that in the eyes of these big shots, he was just a dog, even a dog had dignity. At this moment, Valentin's disrespectful words prompted Griffin to look at him coldly. Seeing a conflict about to break out, suddenly Mandy stood up and said, "Griffin, I think it's too nosy here. Let's go somewhere else." With that, she grabbed Griffin's sleeve and started walking away. Griffin was a bit stunned, but still obediently followed Mandy. In the blink of an eye, there was only Valentin left standing there. His face kept changing, and he stared at the direction Mandy and Griffin were leaving with a gnashing of teeth. He never expected Mandy to suddenly do this. Wasn't this humiliating him publicly? And she was protecting Griffin like this. Could it be that there was something between them? This despicable woman. She was disgracing the reputation of the Lester family. The more Valentin thought about it, the angrier he got. But he didn't notice that, while he was glaring at Mandy and Griffin in the distance, there were also several pairs of eyes watching him. "Are we sure?" Fox Knight asked in a low voice. Zoo and nodded. "It should be undeniable. There is a strange aura hidden in this person's bloodline. Even if they are not the real mastermind behind this, they definitely have an unbreakable connection. Then why wait? Let's take action right away." Fox Knight was eager to try. However, Zooin shook his head. "We're already here. Why rush it? Let's watch for now, and I have a feeling that something important is about to happen." Fox Knight reluctantly suppressed his excitement, but also felt puzzled. Something important is about to happen. What else could happen? Just then, the light suddenly dimmed, and a host walked briskly onto the stage, first saying some pleasantries, and then solemnly declare, "The reason we invited everyone here today is twofold: to strengthen friendship, and to hold a charity auction where the proceeds will be used to help the poor. I must emphasize that the initiator of this auction is the Carter family." Applause erupted, and the spotlight focused on Valentin, who stood up with dignity, signaling to the crowd, "No more nonsense. The auction is starting now, and the first item up for bid is a 100-carat diamond." With that, an exquisite piece of jewelry was pushed onto the stage. But the wealthy people present behaved very calmly, as this was no longer the same earth as before. After the revival of spiritual energy, the spirit stones imbued with the essence of heaven and earth were the most precious and sought-after treasures. As for these diamonds, they had become insignificant. However, they were still good for displaying wealth. Consequently, people started bidding one after another, and eventually the diamond was sold for a good price. This set a good precedent, and the atmosphere in the room heated up, leading to the following items being sold one after another. Just when the atmosphere reached its climax, the host mysteriously said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bid is extremely precious and rare. I believe many of you will like it." As someone pushed a small cart onto the stage, covered with a red cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. But when Zooin saw this item, his eyes suddenly widened, a heavy killing intent appearing on his face. At the same time, the host on the stage was enthusiastically introducing, "I'm sure you've all seen it, right? This is an extremely rare deep-sea monster. It is said that these deep-sea monsters only exist in the remote oceans where few have tread. Among them, the mermaids who can turn tears into pearls are revered. Although this one is not a mermaid, it is also not a common creature. She was captured by the Carter family in a chance encounter, and to pull her out of the deep sea, the Carter family sacrificed over a dozen elite men. Upon reaching the shore, any malicious approach would provoke fierce resistance from this deep-sea monster, injuring several strong individuals in the process, further demonstrating the extraordinary nature of this monster. Coinciding with this charity auction, the Carter family has offered this creature for you to choose from." At this point, the host mystically smiled, not to mention anything else. Just based on the appearance of this monster, it can be considered exceptional. For those with a preference for such things, she's truly a rare find. Upon hearing this, Mandy, who was sitting below, had an unpleasant expression and coldly snorted, "Disgusting." But this did not stop the greed that appeared in the eyes of the others present, especially some wealthy and overweight tycoons, saliva almost dripping from their mouths. The host seemed very pleased with everyone's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. "Well then, as usual, the highest bidder wins. Let the bidding begin now." Just as he finished speaking, someone below shouted loudly, "I bid 1 million." Before he could finish, someone had already shouted a price of 2 million. In an instant, the whole room erupted, bids and prices quickly soaring above 1 billion. Seeing this scene, the host was absolutely delighted. Despite it being a charity auction, his commission was directly linked to the final amount raised. The more sold, the more profit he made. As he was overjoyed, hoping for more bidders, the girl in the cage displayed a look of sadness, her fur-exposed tentacles trembling slightly, clearly upset to be up for auction. Seeing this, little Sand, who had maintained a smug expression the whole time, felt a pang in her heart, furrowing her brow. "Treating us like merchandise, they all deserve to die," she said, turning to Xuan, hoping to glean a clue from her newly recognized master. However, she was disappointed, because at this moment, Xuan's face was only calm, devoid of any emotion. But this calm demeanor made little San, a member of the dragon race, have goosebumps all over. It was not without reason, as Xuan's eyes were terrifyingly deep, as if they had no bottom. Little San shivered involuntarily, swallowed back her words. Meanwhile, the heated bidding finally came to an end with the host's final gavel strike. With excitement bordering on hoarseness, he exclaimed, 18 billion. Congratulations to Mr. Flora from Sector 3 for acquiring this rare collectible. May he have a wonderful night. The last teasing remark provoked laughter. They were all men, and they all understood the host's implication. Mr. Flora, in particular, blushed with excitement, looking at the girl in the cage as if he wanted to swallow her whole. As a top tycoon with assets in the billions, he already had everything he could desire. Even with the changes in the world and the emergence of the divine race, his lifespan had significantly increased. In such circumstances, he felt a sense of emptiness in his life. Fine wine, gourmet food, and beautiful celebrities no longer captivated him. But today, when he saw the tentacled girl trapped in the cage, that long-lost yearning and excitement returned. Thus, he spared no expense in order to taste something new. Standing up with a content smile, he walked towards the stage. At the same time, Fox Knight couldn't help but turn to Xuan. Old Zhu, what are you waiting for? Isn't that the little fish? Are you just going to watch her fall into evil hands? Zhu, and smiled. Of course not. I was just attending to some other matters. Other matters? What matters? Fox Knight was puzzled. Xuan blinked, not answering. Actually, there was no need to answer, because at that moment, the lights in the hall suddenly went out. The entire hotel, with its dazzling lights, plunged into darkness as if someone had flipped a switch. Yet this was impossible since the hotel was located in the most prosperous area with an abundance of electricity supply, including its own generators and backup systems. Even in a power outage, the system would switch to backup power within milliseconds, leaving the people in the hall none the wiser. But it happened nonetheless. Not only did the lights go out, but a terrifying oppressive feeling accompanied the darkness. Normally, even in a blackout, one could still see the starry sky and lights from the vast floor-to-ceiling windows. However, at this moment, the windows were pitch black, void of any external sound. The sensation felt as if the entire hotel had plunged into an endless abyss. What's going on? Where are the security guards? Someone shouted after the brief panic. Some silently prepared themselves in the darkness to face any threats. Many of the wealthy and aristocratic figures present had also practiced martial arts, so they did not panic in the face of the sudden darkness. But no one revealed themselves voluntarily, as no one knew what dangers lurked in the darkness. It was at this moment that a glimmer of light flashed, revealing a red lotus in the darkness. The crystal-clear red lotus exuded an exquisite and unique beauty. Beneath the red lotus stood a white-clad youth, proud and upright. Many people present had their pupils dilate at this sight. Mandy exclaimed in surprise, turning to Griffin nearby. Isn't that your second-aunt's childhood sweetheart? Griffin gave a bitter smile, but remained silent. At the same time, Xuan calmly spoke. There is no need to panic. There is no need to try to contact the outside world because right now, this hotel has become an isolated island. And indeed, it had. Some people recognized this man as the minister of a powerful department within the Federal Certification Office, so when he spoke, he naturally had the confidence. But just as his questioning was just spoken, his head disappeared. Yes, right in front of everyone, this man who had long held a high position and exuded an air of nobility all over, had his head fall off as easily as if blown by the wind. Blood sprayed onto the face of a noblewoman nearby, and as she wiped it with her hand, recognizing it was blood, she was first stunned and then began screaming hysterically. "Ah, tough!" The screams abruptly stopped, then the head of the noblewoman drooped down at a strange angle, because her neck had been half cut off, leaving only half of it holding onto her head and not falling. Blood gushed out wildly, but this time the people nearby didn't dare to move at all. Clearly, they had been shocked silly by this bloody and horrifying scene. Zhu and calmly said, "I'm not in a good mood today, so it's best not to babble near me." The whole room fell silent. Many people's faces became extremely solemn because they hadn't seen what Zuan had just done, how he had managed to execute two people in the blink of an eye. However, this silence only lasted for a few seconds. It was followed by a bowling uproar. "How dare he take lives so recklessly? Let's all attack and kill him. Where does this kid come from? Who cares where he's from? Let's kill him first." Amidst the clamor, many people acted upon hearing, moving towards Zuan to attack. But as they took a step, their bodies suddenly shook, and then their heads all dropped in unison. It's like harvesting wheat. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xuai from the Fire Phoenix couldn't help but mutter under her breath. However, this swift and decisive act directly stunned everyone present. The voices that were just clamoring to kill Zhu and were silenced in an instant. Mandy's face turned pale, but her eyes were sharp. "Griffin, who is this person?" she asked in a low voice, no longer willing to believe in any nonsense. Griffin shook his head. "Honestly, I have no idea who he is. He just entrusted me to bring him in, and I don't know anything else." Mandy moved her mouth, wanting to ask more, but ultimately closed it, because she knew very well that Griffin was not lying. The reason was simple. If he really had such a powerful friend, why would he be stuck unable to move in the slums? The question now was, what did this white-clad young man want to do? Sensing Mandy's doubts, after easily taking out those who were trying to attack him, Zuan turned and walked towards the stage. Along the way, the wealthy elites all avoided him, their faces lacking any trace of arrogance. Soon, Zuan arrived on stage. The host looked at him obsequiously, about to say something, but in the next instant, his head exploded. Brain matter mixed with blood splattering onto Mr. Fuller standing nearby. Sun even sprayed into his mouth, but even so, Mr. Fuller stood as steady as a pine tree, not affected at all even though the host's body fell to the ground at his feet. Zuan, however, didn't even spare him a glance, walking straight to the cage and casually waving his hand, causing it to shatter. At the moment the cage shattered, the girl inside shot out like a cannonball, her fur tentacles directly latching onto the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, looking wary at Zuan. Zuan sighed lightly. "No need to be on guard against me, I mean you no harm. In fact, I've come to save you." The girl's eyes flickered. "Eventually speaking, who knows if you're making a move because you covet my beauty?" Her tone was rather unfriendly, but Zuan couldn't help but chuckle, because this remark, in both tone and meaning, was strikingly similar to the lawless octopus monster from before. Without further ado, he gave a direct order. "Zisha, grab her." Yes, Zisha had long since been unable to contain himself, and in an instant, he flew up into the sky upon hearing the command. The mini-fish creature was horrified, trying to flee by turning around. But how could she match Zisha's speed? Before she could even turn around properly, she was already punched down by Zisha. The crystal lamp shattered, as the mini-fish creature tentacles flailed trying to resist, but in the next moment, she gave up, because a flash of dragon aura appeared in Zisha's eyes, exuding a formidable pressure, overwhelming for the water creature mini-fish. "Forgive me, sir." The mini-fish creature surrendered promptly. Zisha sneered. "How dare you even call yourself a beauty? Let me tell you, I'm the fiercest one here. Call me the boss from now on." "Yes, boss." The mini-fish creature didn't hesitate at all, shouting directly, while her fur tentacles waved in a flatteringly heart-shaped gesture. Seeing this scene, Zuan chuckled helplessly. Indeed, no matter how the timeline changes, the eternal jokester always remains the same, unable to change even a bit. Zuan turned around, his gaze scanning the entire hall. Everyone secretly lowered their heads in fear, not daring to meet his eyes, silently praying that this unexpected god of death would leave soon. Zuen walked down from the stage, and as he passed Mr. Fuller, the gentleman tensed all over, afraid that the white-clad god of death would suddenly strike again. But to his surprise, Zuen just walked past indifferently, not even sparing him a glance. After Zuen passed by, Mr. Fuller couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed like he had been spared. But just as he relaxed, he felt the scenery in front of him begin to spin, and saw his own upright body. How odd. Why was his body missing a head? This thought flashed through his mind briefly, and then he fell into eternal darkness. Zoo. And descended from the stage and walked to a corner, then gave a slight smile towards Valentine sitting there. The Carter family. Valentine shuddered all over. He had sensed that something was amiss from the very beginning, so he had stealthily hidden in the corner, not wanting to attract any attention. But he hadn't expected this person to find him anyway. Who are you exactly? Valentine was the direct descendant of the Carter family, but soon he regained his composure and asked in a deep voice, I am Zuen, the person you've been looking for all this time. Valentine's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He had witnessed the situation at the drunken dance bar with his own eyes. Despite not taking it seriously at the time, it was because he firmly believed he wouldn't encounter this killer and that the Fire Phoenix would surely bring this person to justice. However, when faced with Zuen at this moment, he truly experienced what fear meant, especially when Zuen, without any regard for consequences, directly started massacring everyone on sight. It made him realize that this white-clad youth was no ordinary strong individual. What do you want? Valentine struggled to contain his fear, his voice trembling. Zuen faintly smiled. Don't be so afraid. Since I know you are a member of the Carter family, this will be easy. With that, Zuen pulled out that jade piece. Do you recognize this? Seeing this item, Valentine couldn't help but become pale. The soul hook jade. How do you have this? It seems you do recognize this item after all. You don't need to worry about how I got it. I just want to ask you, is this thing from your Carter family? Yes. At this point, there was no use hiding anymore, so Valentine straightforwardly admitted, Zoo, and nodded. Good then. Come, close your eyes, I will send you on your way. Saying this, Zuen's expression was extremely calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. But even though he could remain calm, Valentine couldn't calm down no matter what. No, you can't kill me. Oh, why can't I kill you? Zuen said lightly. Because I am a direct member of the Carter family. If you were to kill me, our family would know immediately. I don't think you want to alert them, right? Valentine was not a fool and naturally could see that Zuen's actions definitely had another purpose, especially with that soul hook jade he displayed. Because even among the Carter family, the soul hook jade was considered a forbidden item, with only high-ranking members having the authority to use it. However, Zuen shook his head lightly. You are only half correct. I indeed don't want to alert them, but even if I were to kill you now, your family wouldn't find out. Valentine was suddenly shocked. Then his expression turned completely despairing. Because he had already guessed the reason. At this moment, this hotel has become a virtual island. All information is blocked inside. So when you die, your family won't know anything, Zuen said softly. Valentine's face showed utter hopelessness. Can you not kill me? No. Why? It wasn't me who bid at the auction just now. I haven't done anything wrong. Why can't you spare me? Valentine shouted loudly. Because you are a member of the Carter family. This status that once brought you honor is now the shackle of your life. After all, everyone must pay for their actions. Since you chose to enjoy their glory, you must be prepared to pay the price. No. I refuse. I don't want to die. Valentine screamed hysterically. Zoo, and remained unfazed, simply saying, behave. Close your eyes, it will be over soon. Valentine was on the verge of going mad, suddenly standing up like an angry lion and pouncing at Zuen. It was his last desperate attack, but halfway through his charge, a flash of sword light ended all his rage. Plap. Blood splattered, the head rolled. But Zuen didn't even spare him a glance, turning to Fox Knight and saying, you guard these people here, I'll be back soon. Fox Knight didn't ask where Zuen was going, immediately nodding, understood. Then in the next moment, Zuen's figure disappeared like a bubble from the spot. The wealthy elites present all looked at each other, their faces filled with the panic of impending disaster. After all, this white-clad youth had just eliminated a direct descendant of the Carter family. So where did that leave them? Mandy glanced meaningfully in the direction Xuan had departed, then softly said to Griffin beside her, "Although I'm sure I've never seen this young man before, I can't shake the feeling that he is very familiar." Griffin nodded in agreement. "Yes, I felt that way too. How many secrets does this young man harbor?" Mandy couldn't help but sigh softly. At the same time, in the Fire Phoenix team, Joe Danuo couldn't help but ask Zhu Shuai beside him, "Gossip, do you know where this gentleman has gone? Did he escape because he killed the Carter family's descendant?" Before Zhu Shuai could respond, Cheng Hao spoke in a deep voice, "If things go as expected, there will be no Carter family left in the future." Joe Danuo's eyes widened. "Captain, are you saying?" "Correct. This gentleman sealed the scene, then left by himself, obviously to keep the Carter family from knowing the situation in advance. And the only purpose of doing so is to uproot them." The people present were all silent. They were certainly not sympathetic towards the Carter family's plight. In fact, considering the actions of the Carter family, they deserved nothing less. But no one had expected this white-clad youth to act so boldly. He single-handedly faced off against an entire family. "This is what a real man does," Fei Bai suddenly exclaimed. "Leaving aside the matter at the hotel, let's just talk about Xuan." With his current speed, in the blink of an eye, he arrived directly above the Carter family's central estate in the wealthy district. As he looked down upon this exquisitely magnificent mansion, his eyes were cold. With his strength, he could easily wipe out the entire Carter family with a snap of his fingers. But he couldn't do that because the clues he sought were within this family. So with a flicker, he vanished into thin air. Then, following the memories extracted from Valentin's mind, he smoothly made his way to the core area of the mansion. Here, pavilions and towers stood in abundance, cleverly arranged to form a vast feng shui array. At the center of this array was a small building in the middle of an artificial lake. Although he hadn't entered yet, just by observing the energy and structure, Xuan knew that this artificial lake harbored great mysteries. Not to mention the intricate Taoist arrays inscribed on the several bridges, enough to make one marvel. The emerald green lake water made one hesitant to approach. Ordinary powerhouses facing such an almost insurmountable place could only sigh. But Xuan merely smiled silently. Large dragon scales floated on the surface of the sea, mixed with white bone fragments and pale golden blood. A gruesome sight. Suddenly, the sea split open, and a crippled giant dragon surged into the sky, gasping heavily. It was the time and space dragon. Yet, this momentary roar lacked the vigor of the past, appearing more desperate. The massive dragon head was covered in scars, one eye blinded, leaving only a dark eye socket. The once colossal body had shrunk drastically, lacking intact skin and exposing a bloodied, fleshly body underneath. The time and space dragon trembled, partly out of fear and partly out of anger. Fear of its current situation, anger towards the young man in front. "Xuan, how can you just let me go?" The time and space dragon roared in anger. Despite its imposing display, the flicker in its remaining eye revealed its fear and trepidation. Zhu, and smirked, the smile stretching the scars on his face, blood dripping instantly. Xuan was also heavily wounded. His left arm torn off by great force, the muscles on his left chest obliterated, and even the beating heart visible through the rib gaps. A massive scar streaked across his waist, almost cutting him in half. Numerous other injuries adorned his body. Despite this, Xuan's eyes still burned fiercely. "How can I let you go? Hey, I've said it before. This is a fight to the death. Only one of us will walk away from this place alive." The time and space dragon shrank back, never before encountering someone like Xuan, willing to risk it all without considering self-preservation. "Do you not understand that everything you possess will vanish once you die? It was not an easy feat to reach your current height. Why throw it all away like this?" The time and space dragon howled. "I do know, but what does it matter? After all, in the end, it will be you who dies." Arrogant, the time and space dragon could no longer contain itself, rushing towards Xuan. Once again, man and dragon engaged in a ferocious battle. However, as time passed, the scales tipped in Xuan's favor. Stripped of the laws of time, the time and space dragon lost most of its power, inevitably overpowered by Xuan. After another brutal clash, Xuan managed to mount the time and space dragon's neck, raising his hand to thrust down with force. Xuan's palm plunged deep into the time and space dragon's neck, blood splattering as the dragon wailed in agony. Undeterred, Xuan manipulated the tendons throughout the dragon's body, pulling with all his might. With the sickening sound and the dragon's desperate cries, Zuin forcibly extracted the tendons. As the translucent, pure white tendons were completely pulled out, the time and space dragon's body plummeted and floated like a pile of mud on the sea, devoid of any fighting spirit. Zuin gasped heavily. The intense battle had drained him, even as a peak-level saint. Every effort was justified. With painstaking planning, Zuin aimed to defeat these haughty beings who thought they could control destinies. Zuin summoned his last bit of strength, slowly walking towards the fallen time and space dragon. Though immobilized, the dragon could still speak, and it made an unexpected decision upon seeing Zuin approaching. It pleaded. Yes, this top-tier evil deity, once towering and disregarding Zuin, finally dropped its facade and humbly begged for mercy. The longer a life survives, the more it fears death. Zuin, let's calm down. As long as you spare me, I am willing to give up everything, including the laws of time and fate. Spare my life, and I shall offer you everything. What do you say? To time and space dragon pleaded repeatedly. Yet, Zuin remained unmoved. Due to severe injuries and near collapse, Zuin's pace was slow but resolute, reminiscent of ancestors who had withstood challenges bravely. Witnessing this, the time and space dragon's eyes filled with despair. Having experienced the calamity of the past, it grasped the significance of Zuin's current state, a sign of impending doom. The fear of death shattered its mental defenses, leading it to curse bitterly, regretting not suggesting the complete destruction of the skies in which the Hua clan resided. As Zuin stood before the time and space dragon, his blood-stained face devoid of emotion, he inquired, "Who is this person you speak of?" "Ha ha. There's no need to hide it now. That person is the ancestor of all evil beings across the multiverse. It is just a lowly worm under its command. If it hadn't left this world due to its other business, how could you be so arrogant?" The time and space dragon shouted in a frenzy, attempting to strike fear into Zuin. However, Zuin remained unfazed, smiling brightly. "Why did that person leave?" The time and space dragon faltered, clearly caught off guard. Disregarding its confusion, Zuin continued, "I can guess even without your words. It went to pursue the one who once protected me in secret, right?" Stunned, the time and space dragon faltered, "Zu," and carried on, "If that's the case, at least we know one thing. The one who protected me has not died, as those evil beings claimed. Instead, they have gone to an unknown place." Ever since Zuin just achieved the status of Tao Immortal, Shuming had been paying close attention to him. Shuming had witnessed every step of Zuin's journey. Although Zuin had successfully navigated through dangerous situations and defeated opponents stronger than himself, Shuming did not pay much attention to it. It always believed that it was because Shuming hadn't taken action yet. As long as it personally made a move, no matter how formidable Zuin was, it would obediently be reduced to ashes. However, it wasn't until today that it realized it was wrong. Very wrong indeed. Zuin was incredibly powerful. Shuming thought it would be an easy victory, but as soon as it showed itself, it was drawn into a trap-like world. Now, facing its own threat, instead of feeling fear, Zuin seemed even more excited. This sent a chill down Shuming's spine. Seeing Shuming's pupils shrink suddenly, Zuin knew it had guessed correctly. "It seems I was right. So, do you have anything else to say?" Shuming knew there was no hope for survival at this point. It could only stare at Zuin with its remaining eye. "Zuin, you will not have a good ending. I will wait for you in hell." With a pluck, Zuin pierced Shuming's remaining eye. Even though its tendons had been pulled out, Shuming still shivered in pain. "Hell, I'm sorry. With your existence, you don't even qualify to go to hell. You only deserve to be extinguished into nothingness." With that, a spark of fire rose from Shuming's eye sockets and quickly spread inside. In the blink of an eye, Shuming was completely enveloped by the flames of the Red Lotus, struggling but unable to escape, turning all its hatred into a curse. "Zuin, I curse you to have no resting place in death, never to be reborn." Zu, and stood tall, and the fiery light surrounding him made him appear towering. "I thank you for your words, but before I have no resting place in death, you have already perished." Shuming finally fell silent, never to speak again. The blazing flames of the Red Lotus exploded, completely refining its body. However, there were some things that even the Red Lotus flames could not melt, such as the two light orbs that fell into Zuin's hands. Just by holding them, Zuin could sense the powerful forces of time and destiny within them. The laws of time and fate that Shiming had controlled. At this moment, anyone who crushed these two light orbs would inherit these two laws. The temptation was great. With just a little effort, Xuan's own tower could greatly increase, even becoming a truly omnipotent deity. Yet, Xuan did not act rashly. He raised them slowly, examining them closely. The orbs were radiant and seemed to emit a mesmerizing light, especially when Xuan focused on them. It was as if they were tempting Xuan to consume them. However, instead of succumbing to temptation, Xuan gave a cold smile, then decisively stored them away. Xuan had always believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every shortcut taken would eventually come back to affect one's life. This was especially true for cultivation. While consuming these two laws might bring some benefits, the costs would definitely outweigh the gains. This was the reason why he could remain clear-headed. Nevertheless, these two light orbs were not useful to him but could be given to Yanfu, as Xuan was also very interested in his concept of the main god. Moreover, light and destiny power were essential components. So, Xuan kept them, then took a final glance at the internal space of the Zhuanyuan mirror and calmly said, "Thank you," before turning and leaving. After he left, the calm sea surface began to ripple, as if something was responding to Xuan's words. Honestly, everyone was shocked when they saw Xuan. He looked so miserable. One arm was missing, his left chest exposed with rib bones visible, and his body covered in wounds. Seeing this, everyone rushed over in worrying. "How are you? Take a rest first." Concerned eyes watched Xuan, but he just shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've returned safely, haven't I?" "What about Shumeng?" Li Lang couldn't wait to ask. "I returned, but it didn't. Isn't the result obvious?" Xuan replied calmly. Hearing this, even the very composed Niang couldn't help but shiver and look at Xuan with astonishment. That was a top-tier evil god who controlled both time and fate rules, and yet, it had fallen by Xuan's hands. Though she had foreseen that Xuan could achieve this, the reality still left her speechless. Xu Jingchu, on the other hand, didn't care about these details. She just observed Xuan's injuries with great concern. How fierce must the battle have been to leave him in such a state? Naza burst into laughter. "Awesome, awesome, awesome." After saying 3 awesomes in a row, he raised his thumb at Xuan. "Indeed, you truly live up to the reputation of our Hua clan men, full of spirit and courage." "Impressive." Xuan smiled. "Senior, you exaggerate." Naza handed over his arm, saying, "Here." Xuan looked puzzled. "This is..." Naza explained, "I am the incarnation of the primordial lotus root. My body can resurrect even if it's flesh and bones. Your injuries are severe now, but eating this arm can help you recover." "What about you, Xu?" An asked. "I'll be fine. What's just an arm to me? It'll grow back in a few days." Naza laughed heartily. But Xuan knew things were never that simple. The primordial lotus root was an ancient divine item without replenishment in modern times. In other words, if he consumed the arm and Naza gave it back, it would never grow back. So, he shook his head. "No need." Naza raised an eyebrow. "What? Looking down on me?" "Of course not, but my injuries are just superficial wounds and will heal soon. Why waste such a precious treasure? Besides, if I'm injured and you lose an arm, how will you handle emergencies? Let's talk about it when I need it." Xuan threw the arm back. Naza frowned but eventually nodded. "All right, let's do as you say." Then Xuan looked at Jian-sen and smiled. "Long time no see." Jian-sen was slightly surprised, then brushed off the bits of hair around his ears and replied, "Yes, it's been a while." Jian-sen didn't hide anything and nodded, saying, "Yes. A demon beast invaded the various realms and destroyed the earth, so that's why I woke up early." Xuan had anticipated this, but because the timeline would soon be restored, he wasn't too worried. What kind of demon beast was it? This demon beast was strange, clearly standing in front of you, but seeming to have endless possibilities. However, I ultimately eliminated almost all of its possibilities with a single sword strike. Even if some managed to escape, it wouldn't cause any harm. Jian-sen casually remarked, not mentioning that she had acted boldly to save Xuan's physical body. Although she didn't say it, Xuan could still guess the reason and smiled slightly. "Thank you." Jian-sen's cheeks rarely blushed slightly. Then she turned to look elsewhere, saying nonchalantly, "Thank you. But it was just a matter of raising my hand." Having experienced the lifetimes, Xuan naturally understood Jian-sen's character. Knowing that she appeared cold but had a warm heart, and her face was thin-skinned. Therefore, he didn't continue speaking and just smiled nonchalantly. Let me handle things here a bit and then return to Earth. Okay. Jian-san replied, with a hint of joy in her eyes as she thought about the swift elimination of the demon beast. With Zuan, there was no need for further delay. He first called Yanfu. The body of the demon beast has been destroyed. Yanfu's face was filled with undisguisable disappointment upon hearing this. After all, he had painstakingly developed the main divine component, which urgently required powerful rules from the evil gods. The time and fate controlled by the demon beast perfectly complemented the nature of the main god. If he could obtain it, Yanfu was confident he could refine it into the most precious treasure in history. Unfortunately, this wish was now shattered. However, while its body is gone, I obtained these. Zuan handed out the two light spheres containing the laws of time and fate. Seeing these spheres, Yanfu couldn't help but be shaken and excited, reaching out to grab them. However, Zuan moved his hand away. Yanfu looked puzzled at Zuan. Are you having second thoughts? This questioning tone didn't have much confidence because, in the end, even though he promised to help Zuan with all the people from the Fire Gun Society to deal with the demon beast, Zuan had completed almost everything by himself. So even if Zuan didn't fulfill the promise, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, these were the most top-tier rules in this universe. Who wouldn't be tempted? Zuan could naturally sense Yanfu's thoughts and smiled faintly. Rest assured, since it was agreed upon earlier, I will not go back on my word. Besides, others may value these laws, but I don't think they are that important. Yanfu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and then said seriously, Thank you. Zuan waved his hand. No need to thank me now. I can give you these things, but I have conditions. What conditions? Please say. As long as I can do it without a second thought. Yanfu immediately responded. The main divine component was the culmination of his life's work, and nothing could compare to its importance. Even if Zuan asked Yanfu to commit suicide immediately after completing the main divine component, he wouldn't hesitate. Don't be so nervous, they are just two very small conditions. First, after completing the main divine component, I want a 70% usage right. After pondering for a moment, Yanfu nodded, agree. Zuan didn't expect Yanfu to agree so readily and was somewhat surprised. Have you not considered it? That's a 70% usage right. Yanfu smiled. No need to consider. If these two rules aren't injected, the main god I envision would be just a castle in the air, destined to be unattainable. So these two things are crucial for me, and besides, you paid a great price to obtain them. 70% usage right is fair and reasonable. Very well. Zuan was very satisfied with Yanfu's wisdom and clarity. Many people fail to succeed because they lack this rational clarity. Often blinded by momentary interests, they forget the traps behind those interests. The second condition is even simpler. This thing is related to the restoration of my universe, so you must wait for me to complete the restoration before I can give it to you. I have no objections. Even more so, I do not mind. Yanfu said, but I think this time, you should also come back with me to the various realms. Zhu, and smiled. Why? Yanfu was puzzled. Because there is another demon beast there controlling the power of rules, which you might find useful. What rule? It appears to involve the rule of probability possibility. Yanfu's eyes widened upon hearing this, eagerly asking, when do we depart? As soon as possible, but there are a few things I need to handle first. You're leaving? Any Yingyini opened with a direct question. Yet, Zhu, and nodded. Any Yingyini looked deeply at Zuan and said, to be honest, I never expected you to defeat the demon beast. Zuan smiled. Then why did you invest in me? I had no choice. After all, my situation was already very dangerous. If I hadn't made a bold move, I might have been cornered by entities like the demon beast, with no room to turn back. Instead of dying miserably like that, it's better to gamble. And you won the bet. Zuan said. Any Yingyini also smiled. So, thank you. No need for thanks, we are not of the same kind. I have mentioned that all my help to you had a purpose. Any Yingyini fell silent for a moment, then nodded, of course. Then goodbye. Goodbye. Zuan turned to leave. At that moment, Any Yingyini called out to him, Zuan. Yes. Zhu. And turned to look at Any Yingyini. Nothing. I just want to remind you that the death of the demon beast is not the end. There are greater challenges ahead of you. Zuan chuckled. I know this without you saying it. Any Yingyini also smiled. Anyway, You're not a bad person, so I hope you can ultimately win. No need for hope because that is already a fact, Zuan said firmly. Okay. Any Yinyani, with Li Lang, turned and walked away without looking back. In this harsh environment, this wisp of black shadow appears so fragile. It seems that a gust of cosmic wind could easily crush it to powder. But it cautiously extends a black thread, connecting to the boiling magma, drawing in its meager energy. After a long time, this black shadow slightly solidifies, then it curses hatefully. Damn it, don't know where that young girl came from, so powerful that one sword almost annihilated me. The speaker is Rumieli. At this moment, it has lost its former arrogance and become very weak and miserable. Especially, when mentioning the sword energy, its figure shakes uncontrollably, as if just remembering the sword energy could cut through memory. However, that young girl never thought I would set up a trap in advance and hide it in the core of the earth. Rumieli became happier. As long as I restore 1/10 of my strength, I can counterattack again. By then, you won't have the chance to show off to me. I will make you kneel and beg. Become my slave. Thinking of the beautiful, yet elusive face of Jishan, Rumieli's tone becomes extremely malicious. Although it is a sinister creature, its sense of aesthetics is the same as that of humans, or even more sinister. However, just as it was about to act viciously, a black hole at the edge of the universe suddenly flickered. Fox Knight and Zhang Qianyu, who were waiting by the black hole, were both surprised. The next moment, Zuan led Jishan Neza, Yanfu, Shujingchu, and others to appear among the stars. Fox Knight thought he was mistaken until he rubbed his eyes and confirmed that it was undoubtedly Zuan. Then he couldn't help but cheer and rushed out of the cabin, throwing himself at Zuan. Seeing his long-lost friend, Zuan naturally felt overjoyed. However, when Fox Knight rushed closer, especially when he seemed to be demanding a kiss, Zuan couldn't help but shudder and kicked him away. Bang! Fox Knight fell to the ground, but that didn't stop him. He grabbed Zuan's leg, tears streaming down, saying, Lao Zu, damn it, I missed you so much. Jishan naturally knew Fox Knight's lazy and rogue nature, so he didn't feel much, and even wanted to laugh. But Shujingchu, who followed, saw this scene for the first time and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Zuan was helpless, but couldn't really kick Fox Knight away, so he waited with a black line on his face while Fox Knight cried for a while before forcibly peeling off this nuisance from his body. Zhang Qianyu also hurried over, joyfully asking, Zuan, is everything settled? Of course. Fox Knight's eyes brightened. Doesn't that mean my sister and the others are saved? Of course. If there's no hope, why would I come back? Fox Knight's eyes welled up with tears. Zuan raised his eyebrows, with a sharp look in his eyes. Fox Knight immediately became obedient. But Zhang Qianyu noticed Zuan's extreme weakness. Even his left arm seemed freshly healed, and couldn't help but be surprised. Your injuries? Zhang Qianyu asked. His most important task with Fox Knight was to protect Zuan's physical body from being harmed. Now that he finally saw Zuan return safely, a 1,000-pound weight lifted off his heart. Zuan smiled, waved his hand, and shattered the chamber that enclosed his physical body from a distance. The body sitting inside turned into dust and floated into Zuan's body. This, Zhang Qianyu was dumbfounded. Zuan's figure then flickered, and his momentum became slightly more solid. But except for that, there was no other change. Now I no longer need to distinguish between what is flesh and what is soul. Everything is me. Zuan explained, then headed towards Earth. Restoring the timeline of the universe naturally had to start with the most important Earth. The others followed behind and arrived on Earth after just an hour. Looking at this devastated, lifeless planet, a complex look flashed in Zuan's eyes. This planet had once carried the joys and sorrows of countless people, but now it had become a dead land. Dreams and ambitions, all washed away as if they had never existed. However, this emotion was just a fleeting moment. Zuan's eyes instantly caught something, and he swiftly arrived at the damaged core of the Earth. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing unusual, but Zuan's expression turned cold as he inserted his hand into the scorching magma. Everyone was stunned, then saw Zuan pull something out of the lava. Jishan smiled. I didn't expect this guy to hide the last possibility here. What Zuan had pulled out was naturally Rumieli, who had been cautiously hiding in the earth, hoping to recover some strength as soon as possible. However, the sudden arrival of Zuan and the others shattered its plan. When Rumieli saw Jishan again, It was so scared that it immediately hid in the lava pool without daring to show itself. Because it was extremely weak now, no one else noticed it. But Xuan's mental power was extremely strong, and he almost instantly found its presence and pulled it out. "Have mercy, spare me, sir," Rumieli weakly pleaded, but Xuan paid no attention to it. "This is the one I told you about who can interfere with the laws of probability." Xuan threw the black shadow to Yangfu. Overjoyed, Yangfu hastily caught it and carefully sealed it. After this small incident, Xuan no longer hesitated, took out the two light spheres, and infused them with a massive amount of spiritual power. In an instant, the two spheres glowed brightly and floated in front of Xuan. Xuan had once accidentally glimpsed the time dimension of the heavens and knew that because of the intense emotions of Fen Manchu, Tang Zhuaner, and others, not even Suming could change it, so they were trapped in the gap of time. Although Xuan knew this at the time, due to the uncontrollable nature of the time dimension, all he could do was sigh in helplessness. With the help of these two great laws now, Xuan's spiritual consciousness smoothly entered the time dimension of the heavens. The time gap was a very peculiar space. It belonged to the dimension of time, but had no passing of time. There was nothing here, like an empty prison. When Xuan arrived here, the first people he saw were Tang Zhuaner and Fen Manchu. They both stood silently in the void, without speaking. It wasn't until Xuan appeared that they looked up at him, and suppressed his excitement. Tan smiled slightly. "I'm here." But the expected excited scene did not occur. Instead, Fen Manchu and Tang Zhuaner both showed very strange expressions on their faces. Fen Manchu then sighed softly. "How many times is this now?" Tang Zhuaner said. "The 10th time. Each time feels more real. This time, he can even speak. Yes, he looks just like the real Xuan." After they said this, they both sigh and look sad. "I wonder what Xuan is doing now. He must be trying to find a way to rescue us." "Yes, that must be it, but I really want to see him." The two women began to talk to each other, completely ignoring Xuan. Xuan was momentarily stunned, and when he heard their conversation, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out they thought of themselves as illusions. The following conversation made Xuan somewhat touched, so he cleared his throat and raised an eyebrow slightly. "How do you know this time is not real?" Fen Manchu glanced at Xuan. "Stop kidding. If you were real, you would have come and patted my head by now." Tang Zhuaner agreed. "Yes, that guy loves to pat people's heads, often messing up their freshly done hairstyles. So annoying." Because they felt the Xuan in front of them was not real, the two women spoke without reservation, freely complaining. And felt a bit embarrassed. He did seem to have that habit before, but at that time, these two didn't say such things. Instead, they would show a very pleased expression. Thinking of this, Xuan felt a bit narrow-minded and sighed, as if in resignation. "I guess I can't fool you. I'll leave then." Saying this, his figure gradually became transparent and soon disappeared. Fen Manchu and Tang Zhuaner looked melancholic. Even though they knew it was an illusion, they were still happy when he stood in front of them. So after he disappeared, Fen Manchu and Tang Zhuaner fell silent again. Just then, Fen Manchu felt a familiar sensation on her head, as if a warm hand was stroking her hair. This feeling startled her, and she immediately looked up but found nothing. Tang Zhuaner noticed something amiss and asked, "What's wrong?" Fen Manchu looked puzzled. "I just felt like someone was touching my hair." "Touching your hair?" Tang Zhuaner looked around and saw nothing but the milky white fog of time. "Are you missing him so much that it's causing illusions?" "Really?" Fen Manchu also hesitated. That the warm touch she just felt was indeed very familiar. Tang Zhuaner sighed. "Don't worry, he'll come to rescue us sooner or later." "Okay." Fen Manchu lowered her head and fell silent. Seeing this, Tang Zhuaner also felt a bit sad. She knew how deeply Fen Manchu felt for Xuan, and she felt the same way. She really hoped he would mess up her hair again and call her Zhuaner. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the familiar touch appeared on her head. Tang Zhuaner felt goosebumps all over and couldn't help but scream. "What's wrong?" Fen Manchu was shocked. "Someone touched my hair." "What? You felt it too?" The two women looked at each other in surprise and confusion. And at that moment, they heard a soft laughter in their ears. "Do you know if it's real this time?" Hearing this, the two women were shaken and then saw Xuan appear before them, smiling at them. This time the two women had no doubts. They burst into tears and then threw themselves into Xuan's arms, crying loudly. Xuan sighed inwardly. Knowing they had been frightened and endured so much these days, their mental resilience had reached its limit. It was not surprising that they collapsed in tears upon finally seeing him. Zuin gently patted their backs, not saying anything, just waiting quietly. After a long time, they finally stopped crying and stood up straight. They both blushed a bit, obviously feeling embarrassed. Zuin smiled faintly and then reached out to mess up their hair. "All right, you've worked hard these days. I'm back now. Everything is over." "Yes." The two women nodded. Zuin looked around. "What about Yinger and Jingjing? What happened to them?" The two women looked at each other, and Fen Menchu said, "When we were imprisoned here, we didn't see them." "Yes." "Were they also brought in? What's going on here?" Tang Zhuaner couldn't help asking. Zuin wasn't in a hurry, knowing that no matter where Yinger and Jingjing were, they couldn't escape this time gap, so he carefully recounted the whole story. When they heard about the great changes in the heavens, the two women were shocked. "What? The entire universe's timeline has been altered?" "Yes." The two women felt a chill. If it weren't for Zuan, they might have been trapped in this gap forever. This could be a more cruel punishment than death. Because time didn't pass here, it meant they had, in a sense, achieved a kind of immortality. But this immortality came with endless loneliness and the torment of yearning. "Thank goodness for you." Fen Menchu looked at Zuan with glistening eyes. "This dimension of time is a very mysterious place. It governs all things in the heavens, yet is also detached from the world. The crack in time is positioned precisely at the intersection of time and reality. It is a place where light and darkness intertwine, chaotic and disordered. Every being that enters here will scatter in different directions, and the chance of encountering each other, like Fen Menchu and Tang Zhuaner, is very slim." Zhu and led Fen Menchu and Tang Zhuaner to search for the whereabouts of Hu Ying. It was unknown how long had passed, seeming like an instant but also like a whole year. Suddenly, a realm of illusion appeared ahead. When they sensed the familiar aura within the illusion, the three of them stopped in their tracks. "Is it her?" Tang Zhuaner asked. "It should be," Fen Menchu replied. Zuin smiled faintly. "Whether it is or not, we'll know once we go in." With that, Zuin stepped into the illusion. Fen Menchu and Tang Zhuaner followed behind. As they crossed the outer layer of the illusion, the scenery before them suddenly changed. It was a towering hill with numerous exotic flowers and plants. A breathtaking sight. Zuan's gaze flickered. He was very familiar with this place. It was exactly like the former Chengku Fox Kingdom. He didn't disturb the illusion, but walked steadily to the mountaintop. Under a huge tree on the mountaintop sat a person, Hu Ying. However, at this moment, Hu Ying had completely lost her former liveliness and sat quietly under the tree, speaking to a phantom in front of her. "Anjij, have you missed me?" Naturally, the phantom couldn't respond to her question. Hu Ying continued, "If you don't say anything, I'll assume you miss me. Heh. I miss you a lot too." After a few soft laughs, Hu Ying sighed. "I really miss the days when we were in Chengku together. Back then, when you weren't the unparalleled Red Lotus Immortal Emperor, I used to pester you, make you accompany me, sometimes annoying you to no end, and you would just helplessly pinch my nose, never getting angry at me. That was the happiest time of my life. So Njij." Hu Ying paused, her voice choking out. "Do you know how much I like you and how much I want to see you? I don't want to stay in this ghostly place for a minute longer. I want to see you. If you can sense my thoughts, please appear soon." Hearing Hu Ying's words, Zuin fell silent. He didn't expect this girl, whom he had treated as a child in the past, to have such delicate feelings. However, Tang Zhuaner and Fen Menchu didn't have much of a reaction. They had long known that Hu Ying's affection for Zuan was not inferior to theirs. At this moment, Zuan no longer concealed his presence and coughed lightly, saying, "Yinger." Hu Ying looked up suddenly and saw Zuan, followed by Fen Menchu and Tang Zhuaner behind him, which surprised her. Zhu, and smiled faintly. "Yinger, I've come to save you." Hu Ying blinked and tears flooded her eyes. This silent weeping was the most poignant. Even Zuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache as he quickly stepped forward. "Yinger." Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Ying threw herself into Zuan's arms. "Anjij, it's really you. I thought I would never see you again." Hu Ying sobbed in Zuan's embrace. "How could that be? I'm here, aren't I?" Zuan said softly. Hu Ying remained silent, just crying continuously, seemingly wanting to release all the longing she had felt during these days with her tears. After a long while, she stopped crying, stood up, her eyes red, and looked at Zuan. "Anjij, Will you leave again this time? Of course not. I won't leave. And I'll take you back home. Okay. Kuying nodded happily. Back home. But before we go back, I need to find the remaining people, Zuan said. Are you talking about Jingjing and the others? Kuying asked. Do you know their location? I don't know their exact location, but I searched for a way out in this space and found some clues, presumably left by Jingjing and the others. Are they safe? I don't know. I didn't see them at that time. Can we find the place you discovered? Yes. Great. Let's go check it out. Since Suan had arrived, the illusion naturally had no reason to exist. After dissolving the illusion, Huying laid Zuan and the others to the location she had discovered before. There was a small flag here, made from a piece of clothing that vaguely resembled a woman's attire. Unfurling the flag revealed words written in blood. Zi Jingjing, Zulan, with a large arrow pointing forward. Let's go. Zuan picked up the flag, leading the three women to follow the direction indicated by the arrow. As expected, after some time following the arrow, they found another small flag. They continued this way, intermittently finding several more flags, until eventually they discovered the traces of Zi Jingjing and Zulan. Once they met, there were tears of joy. Finally, Zuan succeeded in finding all those trapped in the crack of time. Seeing the joyful faces of the women, Zuan smiled faintly. Let's go, I'll take you home now. With the rule of time, the once unbreakable barrier of time became as fragile as paper. Zuan effortlessly led the women back to reality. In an instant, the previously empty void became lively. Fox Knight, who had been waiting impatiently, caught sight of his sister, Huying, and couldn't contain his excitement. Sister, he rushed over immediately. While Huying usually looked down on her unruly brother and often mocked him, after this ordeal, they were both excited to see each other. The reunion of siblings naturally brought endless joy. On the other hand, Tang Zhuaner and Fen Manchu stared blankly at the now split earth. It was as if an invisible giant hand forcibly changed the direction of the river of time, and as a result, a huge upheaval occurred in the heavens. The first thing affected was the earth, which suffered the greatest impact. Just like pressing the rewind button, the severed earth began to heal, and the traces of disaster disappeared rapidly like watermarks under the scorching sun. The evaporated oceans reappeared, trees grew, the land turned green, and tall buildings began to emerge as well. Everything was returning to normal. Everyone was stunned as they watched everything before them. Yang Fu was particularly excited about this, because this ability was the essential component needed by the main god in his dreams. Meanwhile, Zuan felt a movement in his heart and opened his personal space. And Yan flew out from within, carrying longing and nostalgia. The two little girls immediately spotted Tang Zhuaner and Fen Manchu standing at the front, and they happily ran towards them, shouting, Aunt Zhuaner, Aunt Manchu. Tang Zhuaner and Fen Manchu squatted down, each hugging one of the two little girls tightly. Huyi respectfully nodded at Yan, sister-in-law, and Yan smiled and approached Huying, taking her hand. Yinger. Long time no see, are you doing well? Huying's joyful face turned red, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sister Yan, I'm doing great. Reuniting with old friends was a joyous occasion. Eniza, however, was nervously watching everything in front of him. He remembered Zhu, and saying that both Yang Jian and Princess Nine Heavens, who had fought alongside him before, were now settled on Earth. But upon their return, he found Earth had become a lifeless place. Although rearranging the timeline could bring back the disappeared people, who could guarantee that Yang Jian and others would be unharmed? So Eniza was very anxious at this moment. However, this worrying quickly turned into nothingness when a dragon's roar resounded, and the third princess Long Aoshu reappeared in the sky. Standing on her dragon back were Yang Jian and Princess Nine Heavens. Seeing the two of them, Eniza couldn't help but feel overjoyed and immediately ran towards them. Yang Jian snapped out of his confusion. To him, the whole process felt like sleeping for a while. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a child running towards him excitedly. But upon a closer look, this was not a child but clearly Eniza, his old comrade who fought alongside him. Yang Jian was also ecstatic and jumped off the dragon's back to greet him. Their hands tightly clasped together, and the last time they held hands was thousands of years ago. They wanted to say something, but it turned into choke sobs, and the words reached their lips. This scene brought tears to Princess Nine Heavens who followed them. After all, this reunion had been too long, so long that many had already left this world. Long Naoshu transformed into a human form and came to Zuan, timid yet infinitely joyful, she shouted, and Cheech. Zuin smiled faintly. During this time, you've been through a lot. Not at all. Being able to be reborn is already fortunate enough. After all, at that time, I thought I was really dead. In the midst of their conversation, a shout suddenly came from afar. Master! The voice was faint but very familiar. Zuin looked up and saw a figure rushing towards them in the sky. His face lit up with even more smiles. Thinking and Naan cheered with excitement. It's Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is back. That's right. After the timeline returned to its place, the disappeared Xiao Xiao also returned. Her figure approached, and as she got closer, people realized that it was not just Xiao Xiao but also a large octopus on her back, swinging its tentacles. Naan's cheer grew louder because the mischievous Xiao Yu was the large octopus. The dragon and the monster rushed to Zuin and knelt down in the void. Xiao Xiao excitedly exclaimed, Master and Mistress, you've both returned. In this time distortion, ordinary creatures were completely unaware, but beings like Xiao Xiao, with such cultivation, were aware of it. However, the lack of time made them lose their sense of reality, putting them in a mysterious and profound state of superposition. If Zuin hadn't righted the wrongs, they would have continued like this forever, until their remaining time ran out, turning into complete nothingness. Zu and nodded. Yes, we're back. Get up quickly. Thinking and Naan also rushed up, holding Xiao Xiao and Xiao Yu's hands tightly and unwilling to let go. The four long-lost friends started chattering about their experiences. At the same time, the timeline finally returned to its original state, and the heavens returned to how they were when Zuin had left. Zuin led everyone back to North Zhong without delay. At this time, the city was vibrant, filled with colorful lights and blooming flowers, bustling with people on the streets. However, these ordinary people rushing by had no idea that they had inadvertently experienced a life and death disaster. Jingjing's face showed excitement. Zuin naturally understood and smiled. Let's go. Since we're all back, we should at least go to Aunt Pang's for a meal. Everyone agreed enthusiastically and then marched towards Lao Zi's restaurant. Upon seeing the familiar Sai, Jingjing took a deep breath, and tears welled up in her eyes. Zu and understood her feelings and gently patted her shoulder. It's all right, no need to be sad. Everything has passed. Yes. Jingjing nodded firmly. Zuin led the way and walked directly into the restaurant. At this time, it was not yet meal time, so the restaurant seemed deserted, with only the old-fashioned TV providing some noise. Lao Zi and Aunt Pang were busy in the kitchen. When Aunt Pang heard the doorbell and saw Zuan, she immediately came out and exclaimed in surprise, Zian, Zu, and nodded with a smile. Yes, it's me. Aunt Pang, I'm back. Aunt Pang rushed out of the kitchen, overjoyed and not sure what to do. Why did you take so long this time? Come, have a seat and have some water. You must be hungry. Aunt Pang will cook for you. Lao Zi also put down his work and came out, but with Aunt Pang around, he had no chance to speak and just stood there, smiling foolishly. By this time, Jingjing had entered with Tang Zhuaner, Fen Manchu, and the others. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Coming back at the right time. Hurry to go to the kitchen and help your dad cook. With so many guests today, we need to prepare more dishes. If in the past, when Pang Yi gave such an order, Jingjing would definitely feel reluctant. But after experiencing a painful separation and reunion, Jingjing cherished everything in front of her immensely. She happily nodded at the words, yes. After speaking, she leaned forward and pecked Pang Yi on the cheek, then happily went to the kitchen. Tang Yi wiped her cheek, looked at Jingjing with some puzzlement, and muttered, this child, why is she acting so strange today? Tang Zhuaner and Fen Manchu, who were closest to Pang Yi, exchanged a smile upon hearing this, then both stood up and said, Auntie, let us also help. How can that be? You are all guests. How can I let you help? Oh, what kind of guests are we? We are all your juniors, so helping out is only natural. Yes, I think we should let Uncle Z take a break today and leave the kitchen work to us. And Yan suddenly interjected. Tang Zhuaner and Fen Mengsu's eyes lit up. Great. Tang Yi wanted to refuse, but couldn't resist the pleading of the girls, so she reluctantly agreed. Lao Zi, did you hear that? Today, Yan and the others will cook. So why aren't you coming out? Lao Zi, upon hearing this, hurriedly ran out from the kitchen, holding a bottle of white wine in his hand. Heh. Then thanks to Yan and the others. Come, Zian. let's have a drink. Tang Yi usually enforced strict rules, so Laozi was only allowed a small cup of alcohol each day. But today was definitely an exception, especially with so many guests. So Pang Yi let it slide, Zhu, and laughed, Uncle Z, even if you don't say it, I must have a few drinks with you. Here, let me introduce you. These are a few friends I met outside. This is Yang Fu, this is Yang Sanlang, this is Zhu Buniang, and this is Shijingchu Miss. Zhuan introduced each person one by one. Laozi hurriedly paid his respects. Although Laozi had some cultivation, he was considered insignificant in the eyes of Yan Fu and Shijingchu. But facing his respects, no one dared to act arrogantly and all stood up in response. After all, they could see how important Zhuan viewed Laozi and Pang Yi, especially Yan Fu. He enjoyed the atmosphere and said cheerfully, Uncle Z, there's no need to be polite. Since I have such a strong bond with Zhuan, and you're his uncle, naturally, I should regard you as my uncle. We are all family, no need to be formal, right? Well said. Come on, let's have a drink. Laozi opened the bottle and poured a glass for Yan Fu. Yan Fu accepted it without hesitation, took a sip, and sighed. Good wine. Despite Yan Fu's much higher strength, when drinking he deliberately suppressed his cultivation, otherwise, not just one glass, he could even down a ton without blushing. But where's the fun in that? Laozi was impressed by Yang Fu's straightforwardness, and the two quickly hit it off, chatting animatedly. Zhuan watched with a smile. Shijingchu took the chance to approach quietly. Can I help in the kitchen too? Do you know how to cook, Zhu? And glanced at her. Of course, before becoming a saint, I was at least a college student. Feeding myself is no problem. Upon hearing Shijingchu's words, Zhuan suddenly thought of something. If you're leaving like this, what about the Palace of Light? Don't worry, there's no more Palace of Light. Although you saved everyone during that big battle, the Light God was still seriously injured. After the battle, it returned to its own space and fell into a deep sleep. Without its divine power, the Palace of Light naturally ceased to exist. After hearing Shijingchu's explanation, Zhuan nodded. All right. Shijingchu then headed to the kitchen. After she left, Neza suddenly sighed. Zhuan, senior, all right, no need for formalities between us. Just call me by name. Have you not noticed this girl's intentions? Zhu, and pondered for a moment, then nodded. What do you think? Are you considering accepting her? Zhu, and shook his head. Neza frowned. If you're not going to accept her, then why did you bring her to the heavenly realms? Zhu, and smiled. Do you know where she comes from? Where does she come from? Zhu, and hesitated for a moment and instead transmitted Shijingchu's background to Neza and a few others, using divine consciousness. After receiving this information, everyone was stunned. Neza's eyes widened. The young man who brought her is. I had my suspicions, so I brought her along. After all, she might be crucial in finding that entity in the future. Zhu, and explained. Neza nodded in understanding and fell silent. He was initially worried that Zhuan was making a wrong move in matters of the heart, which is why he brought it up. But now, after hearing the reason, he had nothing more to say. Meanwhile, Xianggan, Nian, Luxiang, and Jianyu were chatting together while the adults were busy. After listening to Nian's story, Shisha couldn't help but regret, if I had known something like this would happen, I would have followed the master. Jianyu also agreed. Damn it, that feeling of near-death was too terrifying. If we had known about this, we would have followed the adults and the elders on their adventures outside. Who are the elders? Nan couldn't help but ask. Who are the elders? Don't you know? It's your dad. You see, Luxia is my elder, and your dad is Luxia's master, so calling him an elder it isn't an exaggeration. Luxiang explained seriously. HMPH, why didn't I hear you call him that before? Nan retorted. Hehe, isn't it because I see that the master's strength is increasing, so I, as a subordinate, need to show some respect? Luxiang explained. That was indeed true, because now Zhuan's strength was incomparable to before. Luxiang might not be able to perceive it all, but just from Zhuan's demeanor, she felt nervous. Naturally, she didn't dare to act as casually as before. Well, in that case, you should also show us enough respect. Nan's eyes sparkled, then she smiled. But this journey was really too long. In addition, they thought of many earth specialties as gifts to give to Na Yingying when they returned. So it has been a while since they had eaten ice cream. Previously, Due to their father's repeated battles, they could still feel the urgency of the situation even in the empty space within their bodies. In this situation, they naturally didn't have the mood to eat so-called snacks. But now that everything has settled, the cravings in their bellies couldn't be contained and were irresistibly lured out. When Zhang Xiaoyu heard this, her mouth also watered. The experiences during this time period were like torture for her, who was naturally active. At the mention of something delicious, she naturally felt the longing. Okay, I will go now. Suddenly she remembered something and reached out towards her companion. What are you doing? Xiang asked. Young master, you need money to buy ice cream. You can't expect me to go rob, can you? But we don't have any money. Xiang looked dumbfounded. What should we do then? I just recovered and have no money at all. Zhang Xiaoyu said. Then both of them, along with Xiaosha, turned their gaze towards Xiaosha. Xiaosha felt awkward being looked at and couldn't help but say, "Why are you staring at me? It's as if I have money." Well, forget it. Let's not eat then. Xiang felt disappointed. How can we not? I will go ask Papa for some money to buy ice cream. Xing clearly didn't intend to give up. Let's not do that. Mama said not to eat too much ice cream. Going to ask for money now won't work. Xiang had many concerns. Don't worry. Papa spoils us so much, he definitely won't let Mama know. Nan was determined. And it was at that moment that several figures descended in front of Lao Zi's restaurant, led by Hu Yi. Following him were Hu Ying and Zhang Xiaoyu. But aside from them, there was a young woman who stood out. Upon seeing her, Xiang and Nan were first stunned. Then they ran towards her in delight. While running, they shouted, "Sister Channer." The arrival was the former maid Channer who used to follow Zuan. She too had been lost in time, only returning after the chaos had been sorted out. These two little maids had a deep impression of this gentle and lovely sister. Therefore, upon seeing her, they immediately ran towards her. Channer was also very excited. She had limited experience and, if not for Zuan bringing her out of her world, she might have remained an ordinary person for her whole life. But precisely because of this, in terms of sincerity and dedication, apart from Tanjuaner and a few others, no one can match her. She was very clear about her own identity and had no unfounded ambitions. Even towards Xiang and Nan, she subconsciously treated them as young masters and dared not show any disrespect. Upon seeing the long-lost reunion of the two little maids, she was naturally very happy. Sister Channer, why did you come back just now? After playing and laughing for a while, Nan couldn't help but ask. Channer blushed. I don't know either. Hu Yi on the side laughed. Let me tell you. While I was going to meet Zhang Xiaoyu, I happened to find Channer wandering alone in the void, so I brought her back. If it wasn't for that, she might not have found her way home. So that's how it is. Let's go, Sister Channer. I'll take you to meet Papa. Nan nodded, then held Channer's hand and walked towards the restaurant with her on the left and right. Their appearance caused the nosy restaurant to fall silent for a few seconds. Channer looked at the familiar figure sitting at the table. Tears filled her eyes instantly, and she trembled as she spoke. Young master. This was Channer's way of addressing Zuan, and it had never changed. Zu, and put down his glass, turned to look at Channer, and a brilliant smile gradually spread across his face. You're back. Yes, if you hadn't returned, I was about to go out and find you. Channer lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I got lost. Before she could finish speaking, a warm hand was placed on her head. All right, it's my fault for not looking for you right away, Zuan said softly. Channer hurriedly raised her head, stammering. No, young master, I didn't mean that. Zuan smiled. I know what you mean, but I did make a mistake. Go ahead, they are busy in the kitchen. You go and help out. Okay. Channer nodded vigorously, and her originally red eyes also squinted as she smiled. Then she happily bounced towards the kitchen. Zian, I'm going too. Hu Ying saw this and without orders, she also headed straight to the kitchen. Zuan gave a slight bow to Zhang Xiaoyu. Thank you. By this time, Zhang Xiaoyu had already put on his mechanical prosthesis and quickly dodged aside upon Zuan's thanks. Mr. Zhu, what are you doing? This is something I should have done originally. There's no need for thanks. Zuan didn't refuse either, just smiled and gestured. Sit down then. Hu Yi was about to sit down with excitement when Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly. What? couldn't find Sofan. Hui's wife Sofan had not disappeared during this calamity, but had lost all her memories. Now that the timeline had returned to normal, her location had also changed. Hui's main purpose for this trip was not only to pick up Zhang Qianyu, but also to find Sofan. I just received a message. She's in the Qinghu Fox country right now. Because the journey is long, she won't be able to rush back for a while, so rest assured, Hui said cheerfully. Well, sit down and have a drink then. At this point, dishes and wine began to be served one after another. Everyone drank and laughed, creating a joyful atmosphere, particularly Zhang Qianyu and Yang Fu, who, due to their shared love of technology, hit it off immediately. After a few drinks, they seemed like old friends. Just as they were having a good time, Hui suddenly approached Zhu, and mysteriously and whispered, I heard some news. What news? Didn't that person Jian-sen disappear without a trace after the timeline was restored? Can you guess where she went? Zhu, and remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, she went to the Sword Palace to find Li Jingxing. What are you planning to do then? What am I planning to do? Zuan lifted her head to drink the wine in her cup and said lightly, naturally, to drink and wait. Huya looked at Zuan as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately hesitated. At the same time, in the vast void far away from Earth, there stood a towering sword mountain. This was the renowned location of the Sword Palace. When the Sword Palace was established during the chaos of the timeline, it was as significant as the Qinghu Fox nation. Although Li Jingxing was strong, he was still far behind the previous chaos and had also lost time. As a consequence, with the restoration of the timeline, Li Jingxing regained his freedom. However, he knew that all these huge changes must have come from Zuan. But instead of rushing to Earth immediately, the Long Seal actually caused his swordsmanship to greatly improve. Many insights needed to be comprehended. Just as he was meditating on the sword intent in his heart, a woman suddenly appeared in front of the Sword Palace. With blood-like vertical lines on her brows and a menacing aura, she raised her head to look at the majestic Sword Palace, a hint of ripples appearing in her eyes as clear as autumn water. Miss, this is the important land of the Sword Palace. Please leave quickly, shouted the guards at the gate of the Sword Palace. Jian-san glanced at these guards, remained silent, and continued to walk towards the depths of the Sword Palace. As her figure disappeared beyond the mountain gate, the sword intention that had been looming over the guard's brow instantly dissipated into nothingness. The guard let out a sigh of relief, his face as white as paper, filled with panic. Who was this woman? Why was she so powerful? However, these questions were quickly answered. Just then, several major figures of the Sword Palace appear, blocking Jian-san's path. Among them was Jian Ziai-din. She immediately recognized Jian-sen and couldn't help but feel astonished. With her strength, she naturally retained her memories. But she never expected that the once formidable girl who had challenged and perished mysteriously some time ago had somehow resurrected for reasons unknown and returned once again. This revelation left Jian Ziai-din in shock. Despite her inner doubts, she showed no signs of it. Miss Sword 3, what brings you here suddenly? She asked as she stepped forward. Jian-san. The others also showed astonishment. They were well aware of their master's past battle. They just didn't expect the once unparalleled genius, who rarely met a challenger, to be such a delicate girl. Jian-san finally spoke, her tone as cold as frost, and she uttered only 2 words, step aside. Such words immediately provoked these proud sword-wielding geniuses. Especially after the recent time deprivation, their strengths had greatly improved, leading them to be full of confidence. Hence, someone immediately sneered, where did this wild girl come from? How dare she act recklessly in front of our Sword Palace? Leave now, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The speaker was a 7-sword wanderer. But Jian-san didn't even deem him worthy of a glance. Step aside, she said again, her voice even colder than before. Somehow, Jian Ziai-din felt her body's hair stand on end, and her sword heart trembled. She immediately shouted, don't act. However, it was too late. The 7-sword wanderer snorted and had already swung his sword. A dazzling light burst forth with quite an extraordinary momentum. The 7-sword wanderer was pleased, thinking his strength had indeed greatly improved. This joy lasted only a moment, as Jian-sen suddenly raised her eyes, and a sword intent exuding a sense of annihilation erupted. The seemingly colorful sword light was unable to resist and dissolved into nothingness. The 7-sword wanderer's heart shook violently, wanting to escape, But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun the sword light. In a flash, the sword intention passed, followed by a crisp sound. The 7 sword wanderer's sword heart shattered in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. A sharp sword energy, like a needle, pierced directly towards his brow. Full of despair, he could only watch helplessly as the sword energy approached. Yet, at that moment, a hazy sword energy came flying diagonally, blocking the lethal strike. Then, a light sigh emanated from behind the sword palace. I never expected that, after all these years, the great battle between us still hasn't ended. Jian-sen looked up towards the source of the voice, and a figure appeared at the peak of the sword mountain. An intense fervor flashed in Jian-san's eyes. Li Jingxing, Miss Jian-san, long time no see. With these words, the figure appeared in front of Jian-san. The sword palace wanderers all bowed their heads. Master, Li Jingxing looked at the 7 sword wanderer, sighed, and said, "Your arrogance has not disappeared. It's time you face this trial at the sword mountain and reflect." The 7 sword wanderer's face turned pale, bowed deeply, and said, "Yes." He then turned and left. Li Jingxing turned to Jian-san. "But I wonder, why have you come here this time, Miss Jian-san?" The sword-shaped vertical mark on Jian-san's brow turned even redder. "I came to cut you down." Li Jingxing fell silent for a moment. "Is it necessary?" "Of course." Jian-san raised her head proudly. "In that battle years ago, I lost with 1 strike. Since then, I perished. Now that I have the chance to start over, I must surpass that 1 sword." Li Jingxing looked at Jian-san, who was filled with fervor, and a hint of respect appeared in his eyes. Regardless, her dedication and fervor for the sword path were worthy of admiration. "Good. Then I will challenge you again." Jian-san glanced at Li Jingxing and then shook her head. "Not now. You have just recovered, and your comprehension of the sword intent has not reached its peak. I will wait for you for 3 days. After 3 days, the swords will be out without regrets." With that, Jian-sen sat down on her own. During these 3 days, Jian-sen sat calmly in front of the Jian Palace gate with eyes closed, rejuvenating herself. No one dared to approach her, all looking at this stunning and talented young lady with awe. As for Li Jingxing, he returned to the peak of Jian Mountain to contemplate his gains from this experience. When the 3 days were up, Jian-sen suddenly opened her eyes. At that moment, Li Jingxing on the peak of Jian Mountain also opened his eyes. The two of them involuntarily locked eyes. Doom. A deafening sound was heard as two sword intents clashed in the empty space between them. Just the gaze exchange already possessed such power that left everyone in shock. Jian-sen remained calm without any visible action, yet her figure soared into the sky. Li Jingxing followed closely behind, disappearing into the empty space in the blink of an eye. "Senior Jian, isn't Master and this Miss Jian-sen supposed to have a sword competition? Why did they both leave?" a junior disciple asked. Jian inwardly sighed. "Of course, if Master and Miss Jian-sen did not leave, we wouldn't stand a chance at Jian Palace. Even you and I could potentially be affected by the residual sword energy and die." The junior disciple shrank back. "Is it that serious?" Jian coldly chuckled in her heart. "It is that serious. Master and Miss Jian-san are both extraordinary sword cultivators, and after this ordeal, they have made significant progress. If they were to fight with all their might, not to mention Jian Palace, even the nearby star domains might not be spared." The junior disciple was finally terrified, then cautiously spoke. "Senior Jian, do you think Master can win?" "Certainly," Jian promptly replied in her mind, but then a shadow crossed her face. "Stop with the questions and go back to practice swordsmanship." Okay." The junior disciple walked away dejectedly. Jian lifted her head, gazing into the distant emptiness, a trace of subtle worrying flashing across her face. Despite her confident response earlier, she still had doubts. After all, she had personally witnessed Jian-san's strength, which was almost on par with Master. With her arrival and overwhelming momentum, the outcome was truly unpredictable. Meanwhile, in the vast empty space, Jian-sen and Li Jingxing stood a kilometer apart, not speaking, but the increasingly boiling sword intent indicated the imminent battle. Suddenly, Jian-san's brow raised. A crimson small sword instantly materialized, breaking through the space and heading straight for Li Jingxing. This sword seemed unremarkable on the surface, not even raising a ripple, but the more plain it appeared, the more solemn Li Jingxing's expression became, as he knew this was a phenomenon that occurred when sword intent reached its pinnacle, proving no sword intent was wasted. Despite a slight shock, Li Jingxing remained undaunted, chuckling lightly. Well done. He raised his hand, and with a flick of his finger, a boundless sword intent surged out, directly blocking the fierce attack of the crimson small sword. If Jian-san's strike was like a sword fairy's unrestrained sword aura from heaven, then Li Jinxing's response was like a majestic river, unshakable no matter how dazzling the moves were. Eventually, after struggling for a moment, the crimson small sword was shattered by Li Jinxing's sword intent. However, Jian-san's eyes shone even brighter and more fervently. Good sword intent. Is this what you have realized in the midst of life and death? Li Jinxing nodded without concealment. Yes, take this move. Jian-san's interest was piqued as she gently waved her finger in the air, conjuring a long sword in her hand. This sword is called Unforgotten, Jian-san said lightly. Hearing this, Li Jinxing's expression solemnized. Please. He knew the real showdown was coming. If Jian-san, an exceptional sword prodigy, treated it so seriously, it must be a peerless sword technique. Indeed, with a slight wave of her sword, the void trembled. To avoid affecting innocence, Jian-san and Li Jinxing purposely chose an extremely remote spot in the emptiness. Apart from the debris left by shattered planets, there was nothing around. However, as Jian-san struck, all the debris within a radius of 1,000 miles shattered into pieces, pulverized by her sword. Li Jinxing felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, caused by the overwhelming might of the sword. Li Jinxing finally understood the realm of power this girl had reached, igniting his own fighting spirit. Great swordsmanship. With a loud yell, Li Jinxing inserted his palm into the void and pulled out a sword with intent, meeting the challenge head-on. At their level, all techniques were meaningless, only sword intent determined superiority. There was no clash of physical weapons, just the void torn apart silently, turning into nothingness. Jian-san and Li Jinxing both took a step back simultaneously, their swords also shattering simultaneously. Astonishingly, it was a tie again. Jian-san became more excited, her eyes glittering like stars. Once more. With a soft drink, a drop of blood dripped down from the vertical line on her brow, falling onto her hand. Jian lightly flicked it, and the blood droplet flew towards Li Jinxing. In midair, the blood rapidly transformed into a crimson crystal-like transparent sword. A look of surprise finally appeared in Li Jinxing's eyes. Even he was impressed by the sharpness of this sword. If it were someone else, just the might of this sword would be enough to make them surrender. However, Li Jinxing was not just anyone. He was once the strongest sword cultivator across the realms until Zuan appeared. Then he became the second. Although he greatly admired this sword-crazed girl, he refused to show any leniency, for that would not only insult himself, but also Jian-san. He bit his tongue, lightly exhaled, and a drop of blood transformed into a sword edge, meeting Jian-san's attack head-on. This collision was like mountains crumbling and the earth splitting, the deafening sound even causing stars millions of miles apart to flicker. Yet, when Jian-san and Li Jinxing looked at each other, they remained evenly matched. Although only 3 moves had passed, both of them already knew each other's true strength. It could be said that they were almost at the same level, so continuing the fight would only result in more casualties. The key was not to resolve any life or death grudges, which was why Li Jinxing said so just now. Jian-san's face was also somewhat pale, but his eyes became even brighter. As I said, in this battle, the sword comes out remorselessly. So other than victory or defeat, there is no third outcome. With that, Jian-san raised his hand to gently pull up the long hair behind his head, then used a small sword congealed with his intention as a hairpin to secure it. His beautiful jawline and slender neck were revealed. Jian-san held the scattered sideburns by his ears with his mouth, then raised his gaze. Come at me with another sword. A blood-red vertical wrinkle appeared between his eyebrows, transforming into a crystal-clear yet weighty small sword. Jian-san held the sword in his hand, pointing diagonally forward. This sword is named Indivisible. As he spoke, Li Jinxing suddenly felt the world before him turn into a strange red color. The distant stars that were faintly visible before had disappeared. He understood that he had entered the illusion created by Jian-san's sword intention. At this crucial moment, he remained calm, closing his eyes directly to avoid the disturbance of the illusions in front of him. Then, he let his sword intention transform into a dragon and rush towards the direction sensed by his sword heart. This time, he didn't hold back, nor did he dare to hold back. He knew that this was the ultimate battle, where both of them gave it their all. It all depended on this move. Just as Jian-san said, the sword comes out without regret. Jian Ziaidin and the other members of the Sword Palace were anxiously waiting in front of the Sword Palace's gate. Although less than an hour had passed, Jian Ziaidin and the others were sword cultivators and naturally knew that the stronger the sword cultivator, the simpler the true sword battle. It was even possible for victory to be determined with just one sword. Therefore, this less than an hour had already felt quite long. Why hasn't our master returned yet? Could it be? Someone murmured softly. No. Our master is knowledgeable and a sword above all beings. Although Jian Sen is powerful, he is still young, so our master will not be defeated. Someone else emphasized confidently. But why hasn't our master returned yet? Perhaps something has delayed him. Jian Ziaidin naturally heard the whispers of his fellow disciples behind him, but at this moment, he had no mood to deal with them. He eagerly awaited, hoping to see the familiar figure of his master appear at the horizon. And it was at this moment that a sword light cut across the sky. However, Jian Ziaidin and the others did not cheer. Instead, they felt a chill. They could sense that the sword light did not belong to their master, but to Jian San. True enough, Jian San appeared carrying a person on his shoulder in front of Jian Ziaidin and the others. Master! Master! What happened to you? Accompanied by exclamations, including Jian Ziaidin, the walking members of the Sword Palace rushed forward. Jian San casually put down the person on his shoulder, who was Li Jingxing. But at this moment, Li Jingxing looked quite miserable. His face was deathly pale, and there was a long scar on his shoulder that extended to the other shoulder. It could be said that if the wound was slightly deeper, Li Jingxing's head would have to move out. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, there were still traces of blood on his body. Seeing this scene, Jian Ziaidin and the others couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. However, before they could say anything further, Li Jingxing gestured for them to remain silent. Only then did he look at the young woman standing before him, Jian San, whose face was also pale as paper. Whether it was her blood or her own bloodstains, she was covered in blood. Despite this, Jian San stood tall like a sword. There was a hint of admiration in Li Jingxing's eyes. Thank you. This thank you held many meanings. In addition to thanking Jian San for bringing him back, it was more a gratitude for sparing him under the sword. There is no need. We are just comparing swords, not fighting to the death. I naturally will not kill you, Jian San said casually. Li Jingxing nodded. Well, you have won. From now on, you will replace me and become the second sword cultivator in this world. Although they had anticipated the outcome, when Li Jingxing uttered these words, Jian Ziaidin and the others still found it unbelievable. He was the master of the invincible Sword Palace, yet he had truly lost to a young girl. Jian San frowned. Number 2 sword? That name doesn't sound so good. Forget it. Don't bother about that. Since I have defeated you, it's time for him next. With that, Jianao, Shen Suiqian, turned to leave. Wait. Shen Suiqian stopped in his tracks. Is there something else? Li Jingxing took a deep breath. I dare to ask, are you going to challenge Zhu? And next? Of course. Shen Suiqian replied naturally. A complex expression flickered in Li Jingxing's eyes. I know I can't persuade you to give up, but I still want to advise you. Although I was once the second sword cultivator in this realm, it does not mean that the gap between me and Zhuan is small. Quite the opposite. I have compared swords with him many times, but I have never once forced him to use his full strength. If you want to challenge him, you better be mentally prepared. Don't worry, I know he's very powerful, and I don't intend to succeed in one challenge. Just like with you, if I fail once, there will be another time. One day, I will surpass everyone and become the true sword one. After saying these words, Shen Suiqian turned and left without looking back. Li Jingxing stared blankly at her retreating figure, feeling somewhat bewildered. He felt that the petite young girl who had just spoken seemed to radiate light, making him feel self-conscious and inferior. Is this the difference between a peerless genius and an ordinary person? Li Jingxing murmured. On Earth, at Lao Zi's restaurant, Zhuan was still drinking. Not only him, but Yan Fu and Lao Zi were also enjoying themselves. Especially Lao Zi, with his cheeks flushed, he seemed to have drunk quite a bit. Even though An Pang had glared at him fiercely several times, he never put down his glass. Yang Fu, although not drunk, had a somewhat glazed look in his eyes. The two men chatted more and more, appearing as if they had known each other for a lifetime, like good brothers. Zhuan simply watched this scene with a smile, occasionally raising his cup to drink with them, setting the atmosphere. As for Hu Yi, although he wanted to join the drinking group, He knew that his brother, Hu Ying, would not allow him to touch alcohol. To be honest, I felt completely desperate after being locked up in that spooky place. Although I knew brother and would definitely come to rescue me, the loneliness was enough to drive one crazy. Even though the ordeal was in the past, Hu Ying still felt a lingering fear when remembering the past. Fen Menchu just smiled, then casually sipped her wine. I didn't feel that much, because no matter what, I knew he would come to save me. After saying this, before anyone could react, Tang Zhuaner sitting on the side seemed a bit uneasy, then stole a glance at Yan. At that moment, Yan was busy peeling shrimp shells, seemingly not hearing Fen Menchu's words at all. It was actually Hu Ying who, feeling a bit indignant after listening, pouted, "Of course, I knew brother and would come to save me. Didn't I say that before? I just felt so lonely that time seemed to pass so slowly." Fen Menchu felt that her earlier words might have been inappropriate, so she just smiled slightly, not arguing with Hu Ying, but instead raised her cup and said, "All right, no matter what, that disaster is in the past. Let's have a toast to celebrate." Fen Menchu's proposal was met with unanimous agreement, and everyone raised their glasses. Only Yan didn't pick up a glass, still focused on peeling shrimp shells. Fen Menchu extended her glass towards the wine glass on the table, then softly said, "Sister Yan, care for a drink?" "Oh, sorry. I was so focused on peeling the shrimp shells just now, I really didn't hear anything." And Yan was taken aback and quickly put down the shrimp in her hand, picked up a glass, and took a sip with the other girls. After drinking, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Everyone chatted and laughed, making the scene lively. Just then, Zulan suddenly spoke up. "I wonder if anyone has noticed something." "What's the matter?" "When we were trapped in the time gap, we couldn't see each other at all. But when my brother came, he easily found us." "Why is that?" "Back then, the women were not just waiting to die while trapped in the time gap. On the contrary, they were actively trying to save themselves, but all their efforts ended in failure." Upon hearing Zulan's question, the women appeared pensive. After a brief moment, Tang Zhuaner softly said, "I think I may have figured something out. When we were captured, the mastermind behind the scenes must have still been present, which is why we were separated from each other with no way to meet, even though we were not far apart. When Zuan arrived, the mastermind behind the scenes must have been eliminated, so the separation barrier was lifted." Tang Zhuaner's deduction was reasonable, and the other women nodded in agreement. Zulan smiled. "I just posed the question. Luckily it's all in the past." The women then resumed chatting casually. At that moment, two little girls gazed at the red liquid in the tall glass cup with longing eyes. "What is that?" one of them asked. "It should be red wine. Haven't you seen it on TV before?" The other replied, "It looks so red and probably tastes good." The first one started to salivate. "Dig glutton, that is alcohol, and you'll get drunk if you drink it. TSK, as if you wouldn't. Do you want to try it?" "Yes." "Then let me sneak a taste." "Who's going?" "Naturally, you." "Why me?" "Because you're the younger sister." "Does being a younger sister mean doing more work? Shouldn't the older sister take care of the younger one more?" The conversation became quite animated. "Next time, one more spoonful of ice cream for you." The older sister's attitude instantly changed. "All right, sister." Shortly after, the younger sister successfully managed to sneak out a bottle of red wine and gestured to the other girl. Understanding the signal, they exited the restaurant together. "Here, is one bottle enough?" "Of course. Just want to taste the flavor. Who goes first?" "You're the older sister. You go first." "Okay, I'll go first." The older sister, usually timid, mustered her courage when it came to food. She took the bottle of red wine, struggled to open it, and then looked at her younger sister. "How to open it?" "You don't know either." "I don't." "What do we do then?" "Well, we'll figure it out." After a few minutes, the two processed the bottle with an idea, and the older sister gave a thumbs up. "Great idea. Enough talk. Let's taste it." The younger sister couldn't wait. The older sister took a sip and suddenly remembered how her mom and Zhuaner aunt liked to shake the wine glass before drinking to feel more elegant. Unfortunately, they didn't have tall glass cups. She regretted it for a moment, then lifted the glass to her lips and took a sip. "How is it? Is it good?" The younger sister bombarded her with questions. The older sister was prepared for the worst but was pleasantly surprised by the delicious taste, sweet with a hint of spice, similar to chilled cola. It's delicious. She nodded confidently. Really? The younger sister was still a bit doubtful, but observing her sister's genuine joy, she had no doubt and took the bottle to taste it herself. How is it? Is it good? The younger sister was amazed by the sweet taste. So, the two little girls enjoyed drinking the wine in front of the restaurant happily. Suddenly, they heard a voice behind them. "Mrs., what are you doing here?" They turned to see a young woman with bags in hand, looking as if she were following her husband back to her mother's house. Had she known her sister would react this way, she would have blocked her a step ahead. "Didn't Mom make a lot of dishes? Why do we need to go buy food?" Zhang Xiaoyu smiled mischievously. All those dishes were delicious, but the only drawback was that there wasn't enough to eat, especially Lord Xiaosha. If he eats openly, even if 2 more restaurants like this one come, they would all be eaten clean, so we went out to find something to fill our stomachs. Hey, can you guess what happened? Not far from this street, there's a deli. Lord Xiaosha alone bought out the entire deli. Over 30 roasted chickens disappeared into Lord Xiaoshao's stomach without a blink. What do you call this? This is called having a big appetite as an adult. Enough. Xiaoshao's cheeks turned slightly red, trying to stop this guy's outrageous praise. But just as the words were about to come out, it turned into a long burp. Then they all looked at each other with wide eyes, and then burst out laughing. In the midst of laughter, they proactively took out a bottle of red wine. "Give it a try. It's really good." Xiaosha recognized the label on top, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Are you two secretly drinking here?" "Yes. The taste is really good too." "I don't believe it. Can alcohol really taste good?" When Xiaosha had just taken human form, she had gotten drunk once, revealing her true form. This became an unforgettable lesson for Xiaosha, and she had sworn off alcohol ever since. But now, looking at the ruby liquid, her greasy stomach from all the roasted chicken couldn't help but crave a sip. Should she take a few sips to try? She hesitated, but Zhang Xiaoyu next to her had already reached out and taken the bottle of wine. After a sip, her eyes widened. "Wow, the taste is really good," she exclaimed and offered the bottle to Xiaosha. "Lord, you should try it too." Zhang Xiaoyu's words gave Xiaosha some confidence. Maybe this red wine wasn't really alcohol, just as tasty as a beverage. With this in mind, she gritted her teeth and took a sip. Indeed, it was sweet and rich, with a strong fruity aroma. Once it entered her stomach, the greasiness from the dozens of roasted chickens instantly vanished, replaced by a refreshing feeling. Not bad at all. Another sip. So Xiaosha and Zhang Xiaoyu, this mischievous pair, also joined the battle, exchanging cups and drinking the wine. Little did they know that the seemingly delicious red wine that tasted like a beverage was actually intentionally brought by Onion. It was a spoils of war captured years ago from a powerful figure by Zuan, brewed by the spirits of the mountain monkeys into 1,000 fruits wine. This powerful figure happened to be in the business of wine, so they packaged it into the appearance of red wine for sale, at a much higher price than regular red wine. And with the price tag came its potency. Indeed, after finishing a whole bottle of wine, all 4 of them had flushed faces. But the one who was the most flushed was not Zhang Xiaoyu and Xiaosha, but Xiaosha. Her delicate cheeks were flushed with redness, and her speech was starting to slur. "G-grade wine. This wine is amazing," she said, swaying as if she was about to faint. Fortunately, though Zhang Xiaoyu's face was also red from the alcohol, she was still conscious and quickly supported her. "Lord, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Xiaoyu had no idea that Xiaosha had such poor alcohol tolerance, feeling a bit shocked. But at this point, Xiaosha was already passed out, unable to hear her words. Not only that, the flush on Xiaoshao's face was rapidly spreading. If one were to open her clothes, they would find that Xiaoshao's entire body was flushed red. This scene frightened Zhang Xiaoyu. "Lord Xiaosha, what's happening to you? Don't scare me." Lord Xiaosha. The 2 little girls were also feeling a bit dazed. Just as they were in chaos, Onion rushed out in a hurry. Seeing all 4 of them at the door, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had just realized that the bottle of 1,000 fruits one she had hidden away had disappeared, and the 2 little girls along with Xiaosha and Zhang Xiaoyu were also missing. She panicked and went out to search for them. Fortunately, thinking and Xiaosha were fine, otherwise it would have been a disaster. But upon seeing the drunken Xiaosha and the 2 little girls with flushed cheeks, she couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. Was the wine really that good? The 4 of them had finished a whole bottle. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to have grabbed the lifeline when she saw Anian and quickly called out, "Madam, please help me. Lord Xiaosha is too heavy." Anian went over. By then, Xiaosha had started to ramble. "I'm not drunk, I'm just sad. I am a happy little snake in the mountains, la la la." Anian couldn't help but chuckle, helping Xiaosha and preparing to take her back to rest. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and looked up, her expression becoming solemn. It wasn't just her. Inside the old Z restaurant at the same time, the formerly lively atmosphere suddenly paused. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the door. Fox Knight's expression became serious. "They're here." He was about to get up, but Zuan held him back. Zuan still had a calm expression, one hand holding Fox Knight and the other grabbing a peanut and putting it in his mouth. "Don't panic. What is there to be afraid of?" But Fox Knight wanted to say something. Zuan smiled, downed his drink, then calmly stood up. Let's go meet this Miss Jia now." With that, he strode out of the restaurant. The others also stood up and followed Zuan out of the restaurant. The sun was setting, casting a golden light that fell on the sign of Old Z Restaurant. Zuan stood on the steps, not looking at the sky, but at his two daughters, carried by Fendream Snow and Tang Zhuaner, already fast asleep. Xiaocha was still murmuring in the distance, with a broken glass bottle top lying on the ground. Everything seemed trivial, yet real. The aura emanating from Shen Suiqian's body, so astonishingly powerful, that just standing there makes the whole city of Beijing tremble. Only Zuan remains calm, with a hint of a gentle smile on his face. "It seems like the battle with Li Jingxing has greatly benefited you," Zuan said lightly. In the higher dimensional universe, although Shen Suiqian's sword cultivation has made significant progress, there were still many areas where she lacked understanding. Do not underestimate these subtle differences, as they often determine the limit of a sword cultivator. But now, looking at Shen Suiqian again, that lack of understanding is completely gone. She seems like a sword itself, clear and flawless. Shen Suiqian quietly gazes at Zuan. "It seems like you knew I would come." Zuan sighed. "Was it hard to guess? After defeating Li Jingxing, you are now the second strongest sword cultivator in the entire celestial realm, and even the entire universe. But you will not be satisfied, so the next step is surely to challenge me, in order to truly become the Sword One." Upon hearing Zuan's words, Shen Suiqian smiled. "You really understand me well." But while she was happy, Fen Menshu, Tang Zhuanyao, and the others looked worried. Although Shen Suiqian and Zuan were familiar with each other, a sword competition is extremely dangerous, and a slight mistake could mean death. The women looked at Anyan anxiously, wanting her to stop the battle. To be honest, Anyan was also quite worried. But compared to the dangers Zuan had faced before in the higher dimensional universe, this situation seemed less daunting. When plotting against Shuming in the higher dimensional universe, Zuan had even sealed off her own space, refusing to seek help. Experiencing such situations frequently, Anyan had developed some resistance. She glanced at Zuan. Seeing his calm expression, her heart settled slightly. "It's not about understanding you, but as a qualified sword cultivator, one should be like this. If one lacks this ambition to rise higher, what kind of sword cultivator would they be?" "Well said." Shen Suiqian clapped her hands in admiration, then looked around. "Let's change locations, as fighting here could harm innocent bystanders due to a slight error." Unexpectedly, Zuan shook his head. "No need. I think here is fine. After all, we haven't finished our wine yet. I need to go back and drink after our fight." Shen Suiqian's expression turned cold, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. No wonder. Zuan's words were too overbearing. It was as if he was absolutely sure of his victory, even mentioning going back to drink. It was truly a joke. She had come with overwhelming confidence, and even though there was some gap in strength with Zuan, she still believed she had a chance. With that in mind, Shen Suiqian took a deep breath. "In that case, let me learn from you." With that, Shen Suiqian wasted no more words and drew her sword. Facing Zuan, Shen Suiqian could not hold back, immediately unleashing her most powerful move. It was as if a sun had exploded in her hands. By this time, the sun had long set, yet people in the city suddenly felt as if another sun appeared in the sky. Countless rays of light converged into one sword, unstoppable, slashing towards Zuan. Unperturbed, Zuan simply pinched with 2 fingers. Snap! He firmly grasped the sword with just 2 fingers. Shen Suiqian flicked her wrist, attempting to cut off Zuan's fingers, but she was shocked to find that she could no longer move the sword even a bit. Xuan's fingers were as solid as bronze and iron, immovable. Shen Suiqian reacted quickly. She immediately let go of her sword and retreated, surrounded by surging sword intent, ready for any attack. But Xuan did not do the same. He didn't even glance at the retreating Shen Suiqian, instead examining the captured longsword in his hand with interest. At Shen Suiqian's level, all physical swords had become meaningless. To attack, it was all about materializing sword intent. This longsword was no exception. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan lightly pinched the sword. With a crack, the longsword shattered. Then, Xuan clapped his hands, and the shattered sword intent dispersed like stardust. Good sword intent, but unfortunately still too weak. Xuan raised his head, looking at Shen Suiqian standing in the sky. Shen Suiqian's expression turned grim. She didn't expect to fall into a disadvantage in just one attack. She clenched her lips tightly, her eyes coldly fixed on Xuan. Why didn't you make a move just now? Why should I? There is no enmity between us. On the contrary, you helped me in the higher dimensional universe. I cannot repay kindness with enmity. But we are now competing in swordsmanship, not discussing favors or grudges. If you look down on me, you could have chosen not to fight me in the first place. But once you engage, please respect me. Respect the sword in my hand, Shen Suiqian said coldly. Xuan was slightly stunned by her words, his expression turning serious. Well said. I was indeed arrogant before. So, let me show you this sword. With that, Xuan pointed his fingers like a sword and thrust towards the sky. This seemingly ordinary movement caused the stars to reverse, and the world turned upside down. Everyone's faces showed shock, and they all retreated. This was just from observing. As for Shen Suiqian, who faced it head-on, she felt a blinding sword like carrying unparalleled power coming directly at her. The force was so strong that even the usually resolute Shen Suiqian hesitated for a moment. Should she dodge? Of course. This thought vanished in an instant. Shen Suiqian was obsessed with the sword. She would not allow herself to tarnish the sword in her hands. Though she knew she was not a match, she still exerted all her strength in that moment, converting everything into sword intent and charging forward. The attack went beyond a mere trial. Shen Suiqian was throwing herself into a certain death, but just as she rushed forward, the overflowing sword intent suddenly disappeared. Shen Suiqian's collision was met with emptiness. She lost control of her body and began to fall. At that moment, Xuan's voice came from behind her. It was just a simple sparring match. Is there a need to fight to the death? Shen Suiqian's body hair was standing on end, not because of fear, but shock. There was a time when she had sparred with Xuan, and although Xuan was strong at that time, the gap between them was not as wide as it was this time. This was a blatant crushing defeat. She slowly turned around to face Xuan, looking at him with a smile, remaining silent for a long time. Xuan didn't say a word either. This unusual silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Then Shen Suiqian softly spoke. Was that your full strength with that sword just now, Xu? And nodded. Miss Shen is correct. Since I promised to spar with you, I should exert my full strength, otherwise it would be a great disrespect to you. Shen Suiqian took a deep breath. All right, I understand. You are very strong, even much stronger than I imagined. But I will not admit defeat. Even if I fail this time, there will be a next time, and if I fail again, there will be a time after that. In any case, I will surely defeat you honorably, proving the supremacy of swordsmanship. As she said these words, flames seemed to burn in Shen Suiqian's eyes. That was Shen Suiqian's determination. Xuan showed no traces of mockery, but instead, respect appeared on his face. All right, I'll be waiting for you, and I'll be ready at any time. Shen Suiqian nodded and was about to leave when Xuan suddenly said, Miss Shen, Shen Suiqian stopped in her tracks, turning to look at Xuan. Xuan smiled slightly. I remember you have nowhere else to go. Why not stay and have a drink with me? Shen Suiqian thought Xuan had something important to announce when he called out to her, but it turned out to be an invitation to have a drink. She couldn't help but look puzzled. I know you plan to go back and practice sword diligently to defeat me honorably, but there's no rush for that now. Xuan chuckled. Shen Suiqian was about to refuse because she didn't like lively occasions. She preferred being alone, practicing swordsmanship diligently. However, looking at the smile on Xuan's face, she suddenly felt a soft spot in her heart being touched. Memories that had been buried, forgotten, or purposely avoided came gradually to mind. to battle against Master Li Jinxing, where she was defeated in one move, her sword heart shattered, and he held her in his arms, accompanying her to the last moments. Many years had passed, but Chen Suiqian still remembered the warmth of Xuan's embrace. She even remembered revealing her true name to him at that time, and giving him the miniature sword transformed from her sword heart. After her reincarnation, Chen Suiqian had been intentionally blocking these memories, afraid of becoming entrapped in emotions. She firmly believed that once a swordsman was driven by emotions, the sword in their hands would no longer remain pure. This was the reason she had failed in her previous life. However, faced with Xuan's invitation this time, she couldn't bring herself to refuse and found herself following Xuan to the restaurant in a daze. As she took a sip of wine, a thought unexpectedly arose in her mind. Maybe indulging occasionally wasn't such a bad idea. Like now, the not-so-large restaurant was overcrowded with 2 tables pushed together. People were sitting around, talking loudly, clinking glasses, and laughing. This lively atmosphere gradually relaxed the tension in Chen Suiqian's heart. At the same time, everyone was secretly observing her. Just a moment ago, she was fierce and intimidating, but now she was peacefully sitting there drinking. Especially when she calmed down, she appeared as gentle as a neighbor's well-behaved girl, without a trace of her previous hostility. Fox Knight gave Zhu and a discreet thumbs up, indicating admiration for his charm. It seemed remarkable how he could calm down someone who had seemed ready to fight to the death moments ago. Zhu and understood Fox Knight's thoughts but paid them no attention. In fact, he had called out to Chen Suiqian for a reason. He planned to leave for manhwaedit in a few days. After all, he had promised Yue Shifan and Yue Qinghuan to return. If he were to return to manhwaedit, he naturally had to take Chen Suiqian with him since her family existed there. The feud between Chen Suiqian and the Shen family needed to be resolved. However, these were Xuan's thoughts, which he had not yet revealed to Chen Suiqian. It was at this moment that Xian approached Chen Suiqian, looking at her with curiosity. She had been caught drinking before. Xuan could only smile wryly and used his spiritual energy to help the 2 girls sober up before they ended up truly drunk. With their wits restored, the 2 girls behaved for a while before mischievously starting again. Chen Suiqian naturally noticed Xian. They had met before, though it was a long time ago. Chen Suiqian was surprised to find that despite the years that had passed, the 2 girls had remained mostly unchanged, except for being taller. Sister Shen, did you really defeat Uncle Li? Xian asked. The 2 girls were familiar with Li Jinxing. Although he wasn't as formidable as their father, he was indeed powerful. Chen Suiqian smiled, feeling a kind of indescribable fondness towards the 2 girls, and bent down to gently pinch their cheeks. Yes. Wow. Sister Shen, you're amazing. Can you teach me swordsmanship? Xian asked. Chen Suiqian was taken aback. She had a kind of unexplainable affection for the 2 girls and was puzzled. Oh, are you interested in learning swordsmanship? Yes. Look, I already know a little. Xian formed sword seals with her hands, and a faint strand of sword energy actually emanated from her fingertips. Chen Suiqian glanced at Xuan, who was sitting a short distance away, feeling somewhat astonished, and couldn't help but ask, why don't you let your father teach you? After all, your father is the most formidable swordsman in the world. Late at night, most people are already drunk. The feast is also nearing its end. Due to the recent huge change, people like Tan Zhuaner naturally have no way of going home. Fortunately, behind Lao Zi's restaurant is quite spacious, with plenty of bedrooms. Therefore, the women all went to rest in the back. As for Zhang Qianyu, Yan Fu, and others, they were still enthusiastically drinking. Lao Zi was no longer around, as he had passed out drunk in the 2nd round. Another one who was drunk was Hu Yi. He had been eyeing the wine all night, and finally succumbed to the temptation of Qian Guo wine, sneaking a cup to drink. The result was that this cup made him completely unconscious. As for Yan Jian, Jiushan Zhuan, Neza, and others, they had already left and returned to Guangjianku. Xuan did not follow. After all, having been separated for tens of thousands of years, it would surely be a good reunion, and Xuan did not want to interfere. As for Chen Suiqian, she had already eagerly taken Zhuanyuan to learn swordsmanship. Xuan just smiled at this. Zhuanyuan was indeed very interested in swordsmanship, and had mentioned it several times, but Xuan was not in a rush to let her start. In Xuan's eyes, his 2 daughters were still too young, and learning swordsmanship was tiring. Wait a few more years. However, Zuin did not stop them from asking Shen Suiqian for lessons, because even Zuin had to admit that Shen Suiqian's swordsmanship was impressive. It might be better for her to teach them. After all, he couldn't bear to be too harsh. For a moment, it seemed like I was the only idle person left in the entire venue. At this moment, Zuin suddenly felt something, greeted the lively Yang Fu and Zhang Chanyu, and then walked out of Lao Zi's restaurant. The moon was high in the sky, and the whole world was clear and bright. And Yen stood gracefully under a street lamp next to the restaurant, her white dress swaying lightly as if she were descending from the moon like a fairy. Zuin couldn't help feeling a little dazed, as Yen's current attire suddenly reminded him of many past events. There was a time when this girl used to wait quietly for him after class in a white dress just like this one. Just as Zuin was lost in thought, and Yen approached with light steps and a smile. "Why are you daydreaming?" Zuin finally came to his senses and chuckled. "Was I daydreaming? Just taken aback by the beauty of my wife. TSK. Smooth talker." And Yen scoffed, but the smile in the corners of her eyes and mouth betrayed her true thoughts. Zuin took her hand and softly asked, "Why did you suddenly call me out? Can't I call you out without a reason?" "Of course you can't. Schwanner and the others are all drunk and asleep, but I'm feeling a bit bored, so I thought you could accompany me to relax. What do you say?" "And willing." And Yen pouted sweetly. Zu, and pinched her nose indulgently. "Of course not. It's just that you suddenly put on a white dress." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. You just look stunning." Zuin smiled. The night was calm, the road quiet. Lao Zi's restaurant was located on the outskirts of Beijing City, not a bustling area, especially at this late hour when there were few pedestrians on the road. Zuin and Yan walked hand in hand along the street. They didn't speak, but there was an indescribable tacit understanding and affection lingering in their hearts. It felt just like their first date. Unconsciously, the two of them came to a place, and when they looked up, they couldn't help but chuckle, because it was the park where they used to play near when they first lived nearby. The park's gates were already closed now, but that didn't stop Zuan. They just easily entered the park and sat by the lake, Zu, and found a large rock to sit on. Yen sat beside him, leaning her head on his shoulder. Zuan wanted to speak, but at that moment, Yen reached out to cover his mouth. "Shh, no need to talk, let's just be quiet for a while." Zuan smiled at her words and closed his mouth, holding Yan's waist and gently sniffing the fragrance of her hair. The night breeze rustled softly, blowing the soft hair onto Zuan's cheeks and neck, tickling him inside. But given the current situation, Zuan just sat there honestly, not daring to make a move. Suddenly, Yen laughed and leaned over to Zuan's ear. "Husband, you look silly right now." "Silly?" Zuan was taken aback, and then realized he had been played, gently patting Yan. "How dare you tease me? What crime should you be punished with?" Yan giggled and raised her face, sticking out her tongue at Zuan. "What are you going to do? Are you going to hit me?" Seeing the smiling face of Yan, Zuan's suppressed desire finally erupted, and he leaned over and kissed her on the mouth. Yen also didn't expect Zuan to be so bold in this situation, so her eyes widened instantly and softened after a moment. Skipping over 1,000 words that cannot be said, Yen lay languidly on Zuan's shoulder, drawing circles lightly on his chest with her fingers. Zuan's anger dissipated, and he leaned back against the rock, gazing up at the starry sky. Suddenly, Yen softly said, "Husband, why don't you take in Meng Zuan Schwanner, huh?" Zu, and thought he misheard and turned to look at Yan. Yan raised her head, looking at Zuan with a serious expression. Zu, and smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "It's not nonsense, it's my true inner thoughts." Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "I bring this up all of a sudden. I've actually wanted to say this for a long time, but I never had the chance to mention it to you. But this time, with the situation we encountered in the time crack, I also saw it. They endure endless loneliness for you, and this feeling moved me. So that's why you came up with this idea, Zu, and asked." And Yen fell silent for a moment, then nodded, "Yes. I think this choice is the best. After all, Meng Zuan Zhuan'er's feelings for you are obvious, as long as you agree. Then, but what about you, Zu?" And suddenly interrupted Yan. Yan was stunned, looking at Zuan in surprise. Zuan looked at her quietly, as if with 1,000 worlds in his eyes. "You think they love you deeply, it's too hard for them. You think I'll be happier after this is settled, but have you thought about this result is unfair to you alone?" And Yen shivered all over, then lowered her head gently. her long hair hiding her expression as she whispered, "Even so, you still have no complaints. You even tried to find a job outside to lighten my burden after thinking over and over again. I remember all of these, and I will always remember." Xuan's words shook Yan to her core. She looked up at Xuan's serious face with red eyes welling up. "I'm not as good as you think I am. No. When you were willing to leave Kyoto for me, a poor boy at that time, coming to Beijing, you were the best in the whole universe in my eyes," Xuan said seriously, word by word. And Yan's tears flowed down unconsciously. And just then, a gust of wind blew by, and she quickly covered her eyes. Oh, the wind got in my eyes, but the next moment, a warm and firm embrace stopped her from saying anything more. After a long time, when Yan's emotions gradually calmed down, Xuan smiled lightly. "Why did you suddenly bring this up?" "Because, I don't really know why. Maybe it's because the way Shijian and Zhuaner looked at you secretly at the banquet touched me." And Yan mumbled, "So do you have the heart to share me with others?" "Of course not. I felt so terrible when I made that decision." And Yan lowered her head. "So you deliberately put on the white dress we wore when we first met?" Zhu. And said. And Yan suddenly looked up. "You knew." Zhu. And smiled, then pinched her cheek. "I remember every moment we experienced back then. How could I forget?" And Yan felt as sweet as honey in her heart. "I just want you to remember me. I'm sorry, husband, I was wrong. HMPH. Now that you know you were wrong, how do you plan to compensate me?" Zhu. And pretended to be angry. And Yan blurted out, "Anything is fine." "Really?" A mischievous smile played on Xuan's lips, and Yan nodded solemnly, "Of course." Then Xuan leaned down and whispered a few words in Yan's ear. And Yan's face blushed instantly, with a hint of shock in her eyes. "Ah, how? How is that possible? Why not? You just said you were willing to do anything, right? But..." And Yan was at a loss, blushing like a boiled shrimp. "But what?" All right, I'll try my best then." And Yan had no choice but to agree. "That's my good Yanner," Xuan said with a smile. And Yan took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then changed the subject. "But husband, do you not feel sorry for Zhuaner and me and Zhu?" Xuan's smile froze. And Yan continued, "If we talk about sharing Zhozan's sorrows, they both have been with you since your most difficult times, never abandoning you. Especially me and Zhu. She has known you the longest, being your high school classmate. If it weren't for you back then, she might have already succumbed to the world's cold eyes and committed suicide. Her feelings for you, I'm sure you are well aware, to the point that as long as you say the word, she would risk her life without hesitation. What did she do wrong? Why is she suffering like this? And Zhuaner, she was your high school classmate, and later our university classmate. Leaving aside other things, when you disappeared, if it wasn't for Zhuaner taking care of me, I might have been dead a long time ago. When I was taken away by my family, she, an unmarried young girl, faced the ridicule of society alone and raised Xian after you. How will you repay this favor?" And Yan's words plunged Xuan into silence. He didn't realize Yan was so kind. Even to his rivals, she hadn't forgotten any kindness. "Your words today made me realize that your feelings for me have never changed. I am happy about that, but me and Zhu and Zhuaner are also my good friends. Seeing their lonely and painful looks, I also can't bear it." And Yan looked up at Xuan. "Husband, you are the all-powerful one in my eyes, so can you think of a way to resolve this dilemma and make everyone happy?" Faced with Yan's passionate gaze, Xuan could no longer remain silent and could only nod slightly. "All right, don't worry. I have everything well in mind. In the future, I will definitely give me and Xuan Zhuaner a satisfying answer." "Okay." Hearing Xuan's words, Yan finally smiled with joy. "All right, husband. We've been out for so long, let's go back." Seeing Yan, who seemed to have lifted 1,000 pounds off her shoulders, jumping and cheering, Xuan couldn't help but smile. "Okay. Let's go back." When they returned, they naturally didn't have to walk anymore. Xuan took Yan in his arms and teleported them to the old Z restaurant. Yang Fu and Zhang Qianyu were still deep in conversation. It seemed they would talk all night. Xuan didn't disturb them, and directly took Yan to the backyard. Yan and Zhuaner lived together in a large bedroom. Xuan didn't go in and just stood outside the door. "Go. It's time to sleep." But Yan refused to let go of Xuan's arm, coquettishly saying, "Kiss me one more time, and I'll go in." "I can't do anything with you, Zhu." and bent down and kissed Yan's forehead. Heh, husband, you're really good, Yan said, then suddenly stood on tiptoes and gave him a kiss in return. Okay. Go to bed now. Okay. Yan gently opened the door, tiptoed in, and closed it softly, and watched her close the door, then smiled and turned to leave. At the same time, Yan carefully returned to her bed and lied down fully clothed. Fox Ying had already fallen asleep, snoring evenly. Mi and Zhu and Zhuaner also showed no signs of stirring. They seemed to be fast asleep. Yan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that her current state could easily be misunderstood. Thankfully, no one saw. Feeling relieved, Yan secretly opened her mouth and gestured. Then her face showed a distressed expression. He only remembers the final scene, where he secretly drank a cup of Qianwo wine. Before he could even put down the cup, he was already unaware of everything. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on a messy table. The eloquent Zhang Qianyu and the others who were chatting last night had already disappeared. The hall was empty, leaving only him. Hu Yi rubbed his sore arms and grumbled, "Why does no one care about me? Even Yinger, this girl, forgets about her own brother once she has a lover." As he spoke, he stretched lazily and yawned, feeling the pain of the hangover instantly vanish, making him feel energized. A surge of bravery filled his heart, thinking that he could go anywhere in the world. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice, finally awake from the hangover. Hu Yi was taken aback and turned to see Zhu, and sitting not far away, looking at him with a half-smile. "What the hell? Lao Zhu, what are you doing? You're sitting here watching me early in the morning. Do you have other intentions towards me?" Hu Yi's big mouth was truly the cause of trouble. For instance, now, Zuan's expression gradually turned cold. "You can say that again." Hu Yi trembled and quickly tried to cover it up with a smile. "Just kidding. Why are you taking it seriously? But what's the matter? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Come with me somewhere." After saying that, Zuan stood up and walked outside. Confused, Hu Yi followed him. When they reached outside the restaurant, Zuan suddenly shot up into the sky like a missile. Startled, Hu Yi called out, "Hey, wait for me," and hurriedly flew after Zuan in the same direction. Fortunately, Zuan didn't speed up, so Hu Yi caught up quickly and asked, "Lao Zhu, where are we going after all?" "You'll know when we get there," Zuan replied calmly. Hu Yi wanted to make a comment, but dared not, so he just shrugged. "All right." In fact, they hadn't flown for long before a mountain peak appeared in front of them. At first, Hu Yi didn't recognize it, but upon closer inspection, he was slightly shocked. Qingmang Mountain. "Yes. Why are you going to Qingmang Mountain?" "Oh, I remember. You want to find that old doused Jai, right?" Zhu and nodded. When Zuan first returned from Chanwei Heaven, due to the complete disturbance in the timeline, there were very few people who remembered him. Jai Lao Dao was one of them. He not only miraculously retained his memories, but also remembered how he came to this world. These memories had been a great help to Zuan. Now that everything was back in order, Zuan naturally wanted to see this old friend who was both a teacher and a friend. After learning this, Hu Yi remained silent, puzzled about why Zuan had brought him along. Logically speaking, he should have brought Xiao Sha and Zulin to Qingmang, since their family was there. Soon, the two arrived at the Lihua Valley on Qingmang Mountain. It was not the flowering season, and the valley was lush with greenery, hiding a Taoist temple. Before Zuan and Hu Yi reached the temple, they saw a different sight. The temple gate was dilapidated, the surrounding walls collapsed, weeds overgrown inside the courtyard, and the main hall in ruins. Obviously, no one had lived there for a long time. Zuan stood in front of the decaying gate and did not go in. Unable to hold back, Hu Yi said, "Lao Zhu, it seems that old Taoist Jai doesn't live here. Should we continue searching?" With Zuan's current abilities, if he wanted to find someone, regardless of their location, he could locate them in an instant. Surprisingly, Zuan rejected the suggestion. "No need. I just came here for a sentimental reason. If he doesn't want to see me, then so be it." "What do you mean? Who doesn't want to see you?" Hu Yi widened his eyes. "Are you saying that old Taoist Jai is deliberately avoiding you?" Zhu and chuckled. "He's not exactly avoiding me. He must have his reasons." He glanced back at the Taoist temple and shook his head. "Forget it. Let's go have breakfast." With that said, Zuan walked away, leaving Hu Yi feeling inexplicably puzzled. "What's this all about? Dragging me along to a place and then leaving right after we arrive. Is he playing a trick on me?" Confused, Hui followed Zuan back to Beijing. Upon entering the restaurant, Hui almost twisted his nose in irritation. This was because Zuan was casually sitting on a chair, enjoying breakfast. The steaming buns paired with fragrant millet porridge were perfect for providing energy the day after drinking. And to make matters worse, his own sister Huying, who had ignored him all night while he slept on a chair, was now smiling and chatting happily with Zuan. And Jeej, is it delicious? I bought this specially for you. Tastes good. Then eat more. Hui was beside himself with frustration and sat down at the table. Yinger, bring me to meat buns and a bowl of porridge. Huying glared. Don't you have hands? Feeling attacked, Hui sighed. Misfortune, misfortune. I'm your brother, and this is how you treat me. What's wrong with being a brother? Shouldn't you be good to your sister? She said, but still served Hui a bowl of porridge. Hui couldn't help but smile victoriously. That's more like it. Go, get me some sugar from the kitchen to put in my porridge. What? If you want it, get it yourself. I won't spoil you. Soon, everyone else began to wake up and gather in the hall. The breakfast was not enough, so Inyen and Fin Manchu went to reheat last night's leftovers. After breakfast, they all looked at Zuan, unsure of what to do next. Zuan smiled slightly and said to Hui, I promised you to help resurrect Princess Aoyi. Now that the time is right, come with me to the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. Hui was overjoyed. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Zuan slowly reached into his arms and took out a glowing sphere, handing it to Yangfu. What is this? Yangfu asked with a puzzled look as he took the sphere. It's a dormant seed. It should be helpful for the main god you plan to build. Zuan replied calmly. A dormant seed. Yangfu examined it carefully and saw a curled-up little girl inside the sphere. However, the girl was proportionally shrunken, looking like a pea girl. This. Yangfu was astonished. Fox Knight curiously approached at that moment, and upon seeing the little girl inside the sphere, she couldn't help but exclaim. Little Gord. Fox Knight had previously gone to Chanwei Heaven to find Zuan, and they had returned together with a little girl accompanying them, Zhu, and called her Little Gore, and Fox Knight had been puzzled as to why a perfectly fine little girl would be given such a name. However, the situation was urgent at that time, and Fox Knight didn't have the mood to bother with these trivial details. After Zuan went to the higher dimensional universe, Little Gord also went missing. It was unexpected to meet her today. Zhang Qianyu also came closer, looking at the small glowing sphere in amazement. This is indeed a dormant seed. Yangfu also noticed something at this point, showing a shocked expression. Heavens, this is actually a mechanical creation. But how is this possible? How could a mechanical creation reach such a high level? This is simply a miracle. Exactly, this is a miracle, including the glowing sphere you are holding. They are all miraculous creations of unknown origin. Zuan took over the conversation and said lightly, take good care of this seed. She will probably awaken soon, and by then she can become the core of the main god, of course, if she is willing. Hearing Zuan's words, Yangfu showed a solemn expression. Don't worry, Mr. Zhu. This is related to my dream, and I will do my best. Zuan smiled and then stood up, saying to Fox Knight, let's go. Just me? Of course not. There are many others. As soon as he finished speaking, a young girl walked in with excitement. Zian, are you going back to my ancestral land? It was Princess Aoshu, Zhu, and nodded. That's great. We can travel together. I also want to see my eldest sister. Aoshu laughed, her eyes forming crescents. Xiaoxia, standing behind Zuan, pursed her lips, showing signs of dissatisfaction. Despite being both of the dragon kind, Xiaoxia came from the wilderness, while Aoshu was a genuine noble of the heavenly court. This invisible distinction naturally put Xiaoxia and Aoshu in opposition, especially when Aoshu's affection for Zuan was apparent even to a blind person. This made Xiaoxia, who was subordinate to Zuan, very unhappy. Zhang Xiaoyu could be considered a qualified lackey, and upon noticing the cold expression of Lady Xiaoxia, she immediately sensed the key issue and started making sarcastic comments. It's funny how just when some wanted to leave, others suddenly popped up to join the party. Aoshu frowned upon hearing this. She was not stupid and naturally understood the underlying meaning. If it were someone else speaking to her like that, she would have sent them to see the King of Hell long ago. However, as Xiaoxia was under Zuan, Aoshu pretended not to hear it. This subtle atmosphere was unnoticed by others, but Zuan was well aware of it. He knew Xiaoxiao's pride was extreme, And even though she had once received help from the Dragon Clan's Lake of Dragon Cleansing, she still looked down upon the ancestral home of the Dragon Clan. In her eyes, the so-called Dragon Clan ancestral land, the court shared by all the dragons of the universe, was nothing more than a self-proclaimed clown show. Although Zhuan came from humble beginnings, he expected her to achieve beyond being just a dragon king in some small world. At the very least, she must become a top existence spanning through eternity. Of course, the premise was that she could keep up with him. Besides Fox Knight and Fox Ying, this trip to the Dragon Clan's ancestral land included Aoshu, Xiaosha, Chapter Xiaoyu, and others. As for Fin Menchu and Tang Zhuan'er, they stayed behind to take care of the recently restored Earth affairs. With Zhuan's current strength, despite bringing so many people, leading everyone to the location of the Dragon Clan's ancestral land was an effortless task and only took about an hour. This was because Zhuan had to consider that some members of the team were not strong enough to withstand higher speeds, so he intentionally suppressed the speed. Otherwise, it would have been a snap of a finger. Looking at the vast and unparalleled Dragon Clan's ancestral land, Zhuan was filled with emotion. How many times had he been here already? But this time was different from before. In the past, every time he came to the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, it was with the intention of plundering and looting. This made the elders of the Dragon Clan shiver upon seeing him. But this time was different. He had surpassed that stage. The so-called heavenly treasures that used to be somewhat helpful to him were all in vain. Zhuan was no longer interested in taking advantage of the destiny of this troubled Dragon Clan ancestral land. However, even though he thought so, the elders within the Dragon Clan ancestral land saw it differently. Sensing Zhuan's presence, the entire Dragon Clan's court seemed like a weeping ghost. Oh no, Zhu the skin peeler is back. Quickly hide things. Hurry. Let's take the palace with us, leaving no trace behind. Amidst the shouts, Zhuan swiftly appeared above the heads of the elders who were running around like headless flies, then calmly said, "Long time no see, everyone." The elders shivered, then stood as if petrified, except for the one elder nearest to him who forced an ugly smile. Long time no see. I think I just heard someone calling me Zhu the skin peeler, right? Zhuan said lightly. This statement made the elders instantly tense. Did you? No. We didn't. Yes, we didn't hear anything. Mr. Zhu, you must have misheard. It won't work, Zhu, sir. I have an elderly mother of 8,000 years above me, and a child of 800 years below me. The whole family relies on me. If I make any mistakes, it will all be over. Yes. Yes. Zhu, sir, we are old and feeble. These scales on our bodies have turned white and are of no use. Even if we give them to you, you can't make armor out of them. You can't sell them for money. They're just taking up space. Similar words were heard one after another. Just then, a clear and resounding scolding voice came. Enough. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Can't you see that Mr. Zhu is teasing you? With these words, the elders fell silent instantly. At the same time, a figure flew from the distant horizon. Dig's sister, Aoshi shouted with joy, then went to greet her. The newcomer was the Grand Princess of the Dragon Clan, Aokon, who is currently in control of the Dragon Clan royal court. She was dressed in a modern urban woman's attire, with a stern face and extraordinary aura. However, all these airs disappeared when she saw her younger sister Aoshi. A rare smile appeared on her face as she embraced Aoshi. You silly girl, didn't even say hello. You made me worrying so much. With Aokon's strength, she also retained the memory of this calamity, which is why she was so worried. Especially for Aoshi, who is on Earth, the most turbulent place. A slight mishap could be catastrophic. Fortunately, after a careful observation, she confirmed that her younger sister Aoshi was unharmed, and the heavy weight in her heart was lifted. Then she looked up with reverence at Zhuan, who was standing nearby. Mr. Zhu, she said respectfully, this is purely out of the natural awe the subordinate has for the superior. After all, with Zhuan's current strength, he could easily destroy the entire Dragon Clan royal court with a flick of his finger. So even if her temperament is proud and arrogant, she had to lower her head. Zhuan smiled slightly. Grand Princess, you're too polite. I came here for two reasons. To bring Aoshi back to report her safety, and to revive the second princess, Aoyi. Zhuan was straightforward, without hiding anything. Aokon was shocked. The second sister has been dead for many years. Can she still be revived? Zhu and nodded. Others might not be able to, but I can. At this news, the dragons that had gathered there began to stir. Many dragons looked at Zuen with deep respect. Even for these dragons, who naturally had a bloodline advantage and stood at the top of the world, the idea of reviving someone who had been dead for a long time was unimaginable. Zuen's confident words demonstrated that his power had reached an unimaginable level. Aokon took a deep breath and said solemnly, "In that case, please follow me." Legend has it that every elephant will go to a secluded tribal graveyard before it dies to prevent its precious ivory from being coveted by outsiders. The Dragon Clan, which ranks higher in the hierarchy of creatures, is even more cautious. After all, every part of a dragon's body is valuable, and there are countless strong beings lusting after them. Therefore, every deceased dragon is buried in the Dragon Clan's graveyard and strictly guarded. Aoyi, despite being the second princess of the Dragon Clan, was no exception. As they entered this tightly sealed secret place, they saw the ground covered with numerous dragon skeletons. The sky was gloomy, much like the mood of the moment. Thinking back to the past, the memories made the atmosphere heavy. Huyi still occasionally dreams of the last words Aoyi said to him before she died. Asterisk for me, live on well, asterisk. He would wake up in pain, finding it hard to fall back asleep. To forget these memories, Huyi could only indulge in idleness and indifference. But this was of no help, only adding to the weight on his heart. Those were nightmare-like days. Fortunately, it was all going to end soon. The group reached a tall stone monument deep in the dragon's tomb. The stone was all black, with only 4 simple words written on it: Aoyi's tomb. Aokon stopped in her tracks and took a deep breath. "My sister's remains are buried under this stone monument." Zuen nodded, took a step forward, and gently touched the tombstone. The monument instantly shattered. The ground shook, and a huge dragon corpse slowly rose into the sky. The corpse was covered with shocking scars. "Sister!" Aoshi cried out. Huyi also had a sorrowful face, but he looked at Zuen with determination. "Old Zu, please." Zuen smiled. "Don't worry." With that, Zuen activated the law of time. "Death is not the end. It's just that your time is frozen, like a frozen stream." As Zuen invoked the law of time, the frozen time on Aoyi began to thaw. However, this was just the beginning, as reviving her required not only unfreezing but also backtracking. It was like driving a river back to its source, a tremendous challenge. Even with Zuen's control over two major principles, it seemed impossible, but Zuen took a different approach, not backtracking, but delving deep and seeking out time nodes. In this moment, Zuen was like a fish swimming in the river of time, navigating through its complex currents. Finally, at a certain time node, Zuen opened his eyes abruptly. This is it. He could feel that Aoyi's life and death intersected at this node, so he took a deep breath and forcibly changed the direction of this time node using the law of time. Though difficult, it was much easier than backtracking through time. With a thunderous roar, the river of time surged with invisible dark tides attacking Zuen. This was the retaliation from time itself, but Zuen stood firm like a rock, unmoved by the raging tides. Finally, the stream of time was forcibly redirected, flowing in a new direction. The result was that Aoyi's corpse, riddled with scars, began to rapidly heal. Not only that, her blood began to flow again. Scales made a rustling sound, as if Aoyi was about to open her eyes at any moment. However, the faces of the onlookers remained solemn. "Aoyi, wake up quickly." The body remained motionless. Zuen said, "It won't work like this. Her soul has dissipated for too long. If you want to gather it back together, there must be a good enough reason to move these soul fragments." "What do you mean by a good enough reason?" Huyi shouted. "That's up to you. In short, just talk about whatever she likes to hear." Huyi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something and couldn't help but softly say, "I promise that after you wake up, I will treat you well, never make you angry again, and listen to whatever you say. Is that okay?" "Does?" Suddenly, Aoyi's body began to ripple violently. Huyi could clearly hear a heartbeat coming from Aoyi's chest. Just as he was amazed, Aoyi suddenly opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and Huyi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "You're awake." Aoyi's figure rapidly shrank, transforming into human form in the blink of an eye. Second sister. Second younger sister. Princess Aoqing and Princess Aoshu were overjoyed and about to rush forward. But at this moment, Aoyi loudly said, "Big sister, third sister, don't come over yet. I have something to say to this guy." With that, Aoyi hugged Huyi, and before anyone could react, They flew up and disappeared into the dragon's tomb. Where did the second sister take Hui? Ao Shu asked in confusion. Zuan smiled slightly. Probably to do what they wanted to do. Meanwhile, in a secluded void far from the dragon's tomb and the royal court, Ao Yi and Hui stood facing each other. After a long while, Ao Yi said, "Speak." Cough. Hui cleared his throat lightly. "Speak about what?" Ao Yi narrowed her eyes. "Are you pretending to be clueless? How did you speak to me just now?" "Oh, that one." Hui struggled to swallow. It was a special situation, so you lied to me, didn't you?" Ao Yi said coldly, her eyes turning red. No. How could I lie to you? Those were my heartfelt words, I promise." Hui hastily explained. But Ao Yi paid no attention to his oaths, saying coldly, "So what's next? I don't want to hear these hollow promises. I want to hear your next steps." Hui was at a loss for words. He was now facing a situation that all scoundrels dreaded. Pressed into a corner by a girl, questioned about what to do next, and whether to take responsibility for oneself. There was simply no worse situation than this. Hui scratched his head, his usual eloquence failing him at this moment. Ao Yi's expression visibly darkened rapidly, and she finally nodded despondently. "All right, I understand. I died for you back then, and from now on, I don't owe you anything. I wish you happiness." With that, Ao Yi turned to leave. In that moment, Hui felt a deep pang in his heart. Somehow summoning courage, he grabbed Ao Yi's hand. Ao Yi trembled, wanting to break free, but inexplicably had no strength. "Let me finish, okay?" Hui spoke with an unprecedented earnestness. Ao Yi remained silent, head bowed. Hui sighed lightly. "You know, when I learned that my family had arranged a marriage for me, I was full of resentment. I think you must have felt the same way." Ao Yi nodded gently. "Not the same, but worse than you. After all, the reputation of the most notorious playboy in the history of Chinku was well known among the realms at that time." Hui's embarrassment deepened. "Let's not dwell on the past." Then he continued with a serious tone. "After that, I wandered through the realms under the guise of studying, and met many friends, including Ruhr, besides Zuan." Ao Yi's gaze flickered for a moment but remained silent. Thinking back, maybe it was fate. I arrived in Ruhr's world by a complete accident, and under an even more random circumstance, I met her. A soft smile appeared on Hui's face. At that time, she was just an ordinary human girl, blind, facing hardships, yet never self-pitying. Instead, she grew as tenaciously as weeds between rocks. "Honestly, I was a scoundrel back then. It's not like you're not one now," Ao Yi grumbled. Hui pretended not to hear, continuing, "I felt that the blind girl was beautiful and gentle, so I wanted to get closer to her." Hui chuckled bitterly, "And I fell for her. It was a feeling I had never experienced before. With my family background and appearance, there were countless noble women in the realms vying for me, but I never felt any emotions towards them. Only Ruhr made me feel true tenderness and peace. But as you know, as descendants of top clans, we are destined to bear many responsibilities. If my clan knew I was secretly seeing an ordinary human girl, a blind one at that, they would definitely oppose it. So I kept it a secret, never letting anyone know about Ruhr. I would only visit her world in my spare time, which brought me immense peace and joy, and she seemed to have gotten used to my presence. We lived in harmony like this." "That's enough." Ao Yi suddenly interrupted Hui, eyes reddening, tears welling in her eyes. "Did you go to such lengths to revive me just to tell me about this?" Unusually, Hui didn't get emotional this time. Instead, he reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Ao Yi's eyes. Ao Yi trembled all over but strangely didn't resist. After drying her tears, Hui sighed. "Of course not. I'm telling you this to emphasize how important Ruhr is in my heart. At that time, I thought I was destined to only marry Ruhr, and this feeling peaked even more after seeing you for the first time. How should I put it? I hope you won't be angry. My first impression of you was domineering. I detested that feeling, and I believe you felt the same." Ao Yi nodded. "That's right. My first impression of you was equally terrible. I thought you lacked the grace befitting the top descendant of Chinku Fox clan, but instead behaved like a rogue." Hui awkwardly rubbed his nose, muttering, "Was it that bad? I don't want to see you die in front of me. If that were to happen, I would rather die for you." At this point, Ao Yi grimly smiled at Hui. "Am I shameless, knowing full well that you do not like me, yet still acting presumptuously like this?" "Of course not." Hui immediately spoke. Then, summoning courage from somewhere, took a step forward and embraced Aoyi. Aoyi struggled hard, but Huyi wouldn't let go. After a moment, Aoyi finally gave up resisting. Leaning against Huyi's chest, tears streaming down her face, Huyi gently stroked her back and softly said, "You have never been presumptuous, nor shameless. In fact, ever since you died, I felt like a part of me was hollowed out deep inside. It wasn't until then that I realized you were just as indispensable to me." Aoyi shuddered, then lifted her head to look at Huyi. "Really?" Huyi stared directly into her eyes, nodding earnestly. "Of course, it's true. Are you sure you're not saying this out of pity or sympathy?" "Certainly not. In fact, my feelings for you are not only known by Zuen and the others, even Roa is well aware. All these years, I have been in pain, wishing to bring you back to life." Huyi spoke earnestly. "Then, why did you say those things just now?" Aoyi asked somewhat shyly. Huyi sighed. "I was worried that you couldn't accept Roa. After all, though she has awakened part of her blood abilities, she can't compare to you, and she only has me. It would be troublesome if you couldn't accept her." Aoyi pouted, displeased. "Do you see me as that domineering and unreasonable person? It's not about being reasonable or unreasonable. Love is blind and selfish by nature. I care for both of you, so I really don't want to see you both hurting each other. So you said those things to tell me how important Roa is to you, right?" Aoyi suddenly sounded jealous. Huyi wisely chose to remain silent, refusing to respond to the question. But since he stayed silent, Aoyi wasn't going to let him off the hook. She opened her mouth and viciously bit Huyi's shoulder. The force was so great that Huyi's shoulder was instantly bitten through. Despite the pain, Huyi gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. It was only a long while later that Aoyi let go, then leaned in close to Huyi's ear, speaking maliciously. "Since in your eyes, I am such an unreasonable woman, then today, I will teach you a lesson. From now on, except when Roa is around, you are my personal belonging. Whatever I say, you must obey. Understand?" Looking at the serious expression on Aoyi's face, Huyi frowned and cautiously responded, "I am also a powerful individual. Can you give me some face in front of others? Rest assured, I still know my boundaries. I will give you plenty of face when there are others around, but when it's just the two of us," Aoyi sternly said, "you better listen to me obediently. Got it?" Huyi wanted to say he didn't understand, because he could already see his dim and bleak future ahead. But in the end, Huyi gritted his teeth and nodded. "Fine." Aoyi then smiled and tiptoed to give Huyi a kiss on the lips. "Good. You are my good husband." Huyi was left confused and flustered by this sudden attack. Aoyi herself was a bit shy, as it was her first time revealing her true feelings. But her shyness quickly turned into joy, as she grabbed Huyi and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" "Nonsense, of course to meet with elder sister and third sister." Excitedly, Aoyi dragged Huyi back, and they respectfully greeted elder sister Aoqing and third sister Aoshu. While Huyi had met them before, Aoyi felt that this meeting was different. After all, this was their first meeting as a confirmed couple, which held special significance. The atmosphere infected everyone present. They were not fools and could see that something significant had happened. However, no one had any objections because, regardless, it was a joyous occasion. Except for Huyi, he felt like he was slipping into an abyss with no end in sight. This made him feel helpless, and he couldn't help but discreetly look at Zuen, trying to seek some help from this close friend. However, when Zuen felt his pleading gaze, instead of offering assistance, he acted very naturally, turning his head as if he hadn't seen anything. Inside, Huyi felt like a storm was raging. A true friend. A fairly unreliable friend. Huyi silently raged while Zuen fought back a smile. He whispered to the equally amused Huying next to him, "Hey sis, your brother now has someone to keep him in check." Huying was puzzled. "Little Anne, what do you mean?" "Nothing. Just congratulating you on gaining another beautiful sister-in-law," Zuen said with a smile. Huying's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. I wonder how thrilled the elders will be once they hear about this wedding." However, she quickly thought of something and cautiously asked, "But, will Roa be upset?" "Don't worry, she won't be. After all, this second princess died for your brother once. With this in mind, Roa won't have any objections," Zuen calmly stated. It was a grand banquet, attended by every member of the dragon clan. Smiles adorned the faces of all present. Firstly, the second Princess Aoyi had successfully been resurrected, which meant that the three sisters were reunited once again. This was of great significance to the entire dragon clan. After all, the three sisters were the last remaining blood heirs of the dragon clan, and their reunion symbolized a return to glory for the dragon clan. However, that was only one of the reasons for the joke. As for why the elders of the dragon clan were grinning from ear to ear, that had to do with the change that Zuin had announced. For the elders who had experienced the raids of Zuin from before, the mention of his name made their hearts race. So, when Zuin made his appearance and declared that he would no longer engage in pillaging and plundering territory, the elders couldn't contain their joy. Some were moved to tears and embraced each other in celebration, feeling finally liberated. After 3 full days of revelry, Fox Knight found Zuan. "I plan to take Aoyi back to Chinku for a visit," Fox Knight said. Zu and nodded. "That's a good idea." Fox Knight continued, "We need to inform our family about this major decision. After all, she is the second princess of the dragon clan, and the wedding should not be rushed." Zuan nodded again. "You're right." At this moment, Fox Knight still hadn't noticed Zuan's unusual expression. He frowned, looking troubled. "But just the thought of facing Roa makes me a little anxious. Even though I know she won't object, I still feel uneasy. Lao Zu, can you give me some advice?" This time, Zuan shook his head. "I have no advice to give." Fox Knight looked at Zuan, his emotion suddenly rising. "Hey, we have been through life and death together. You can't just stand by and do nothing." "Get it straight, I'm not standing by and doing nothing. I just think this is a matter of your feelings. As an outsider, how can I comment?" "Outsider?" Fox Knight became even more agitated. "I risked my life for you all these years, and now you call me an outsider." Zu and sigh. "You got it wrong again. Most of these years, I was the one saving you. Without me, you would have died long ago." "Zu, are you going to help or not?" "Not helping." Zuan's response was firm and decisive, without hesitation. "What are you doing?" Fox Ying bounced over. She had been very happy during this period. Aoyi, in order to win over his little sister's heart, obediently accompanied her everywhere to play. Of course, Fox Ying was most happy that she finally won the chance to be alone with Big Brother An. But it seemed that Big Brother An was always avoiding her. Today, she wanted to invite him to play outside, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Finally, she found him in a corner, only to see her brother as well. Fox Ying couldn't help but ask. As soon as she arrived, Fox Knight's face lit up with a smile. "Ying, I was discussing the upcoming plans with Little Anne. Is it about your marriage with the second princess?" Fox Ying asked. Fox Knight nodded. "Yes." Fox Ying envied the second princess, as a woman being able to marry the person she loved in a proper and legitimate manner was the greatest fortune. "You guys talk. I'll go find my sister-in-law." Fox Ying left, not suspecting anything. After she left, Fox Knight and Zuan exchanged a glance, and then Fox Knight blushed. "Zuje, with Ying not here, I want to kneel down to you now." Fox Knight obviously wouldn't actually kneel, just like Zuan wouldn't actually refuse to help. "If you are afraid of making Roa feel left out during the wedding, why not just marry her too?" Zu and suggested. Fox Knight was a little confused. "How do I marry her too?" Zu and sigh. "Why don't you get it? Just have Roa go through the wedding procession again with you." Understanding dawned on Fox Knight, but then he hesitated. "But will Aoyi agree?" "Hey, this second princess is much more decisive than you. Since she has decided to marry you, she won't mind this." Zuan's guess was spot on. When Fox Knight timidly mentioned this to Aoyi, she immediately agreed without hesitation. Delighted, Fox Knight went to report back to Zuan. After telling him about Aoyi's response, Fox Knight admired Zuan. "Lao Zu, you're unexpectedly good at handling women's emotions." Zu and smiled but didn't respond. Fox Knight also felt that his words were a bit off, considering his sister's deep feelings for someone else. So he quickly changed the subject with a laugh and then said seriously, "Come back with me to Chinku." "I'm not going." "Why not?" "It's time to prepare for the wedding." "Can't you attend my wedding?" "I will attend the wedding, but not now." Zuan stood up and explained, "I plan to go back to her first, then head to the celestial realm with Gianna and the others. When we finish the matters there, I can return in time for your wedding. That way, it won't be delayed." Fox Knight furrowed his brow. "Is there a rush for this? The feathered serpent has already been defeated, and even if there are other powerful figures behind the scenes, there's no need to rush." Zuan shook his head. "You don't understand. I have a feeling that this must be done quickly, or there will be unexpected variables. Since Suen put it that way, Fox Knight had nothing more to say. Alright, I'll take Ying and Aoi back to Chinku first. You must come for the wedding. Rest assured, I'll be there. After discussing and settling everything, Suen didn't bid farewell because he knew Fox Ying would cry when she found out. So he took Zisha, Zhang Ziyu, and others back to Earth directly. On Earth, everyone eagerly awaited his return. When they heard that the second Princess Aoi had been resurrected and would marry Fox Knight, they breathed a sigh of relief. Suen made some simple arrangements and then found Jiana Shen Suqian. Shen Suqian was currently training with the two little girls, fully immersed in swordplay. Suen didn't interrupt them but waited until everything was ready before leading Shen Suqian, and Yin and her daughter, Zisha, and others on their journey to the Celestial Realm. This time, the return was quite different from before. Firstly, Suen's strength had progressed significantly, making the once insurmountable boundaries now easily breakable with a flick of his finger. However, Suen refrained from doing so as the ancient boundaries were not to be tampered with lightly, potentially leading to more uncertainties. He led the group to directly cross the celestial boundaries and entered the Celestial Realm. Meanwhile, in the military camp, Yue Qinghuan propped his chin, staring out into the pavilion, lost in thought. It had been 1,783 days since he left. He missed him. He wondered what he was busy with now. Had he encountered any danger? They had agreed to meet after finishing the task, but so much time had passed. Had something happened? Or perhaps, had he forgotten about me? The third girl said softly, thinking about him again. Yue Qinghuan murmured in a low voice, The third girl let out a slight sigh, but didn't say much to persuade him, just gently patted Yue Qinghuan's shoulder. Don't be so sad. Yue Qinghuan looked up, his eyes slightly reddish. Sister-in-law, why do you think he still hasn't come back? Has he forgotten about me? Now that the third girl has confirmed her relationship with Yue Shifang, Yue Qinghuan directly called her sister-in-law. After hearing this, the third girl smiled and shook her head. You, always overthinking. Suen is an extraordinary talent. Since he promised you, he will definitely come back. Why would he deceive you? Yue Qinghuan murmured, but it's been so long, and he still hasn't contacted me. The third girl fell silent for a moment, then said softly, maybe something delayed him. Yes, maybe something delayed him, Yue Qinghuan repeated, as if encouraging himself. The third girl's face showed a touch of compassion, but she knew that there was nothing she could say at this point, so she just patted Yue Qinghuan's shoulder again. Don't overthink it. Maybe he will come back soon. Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but smile at her words. Thank you, sister-in-law. The third girl left the pavilion and walked to the garden outside. How is it? Yue Shifan, who was becoming impatient waiting, hurried over. The third girl shook her head and sighed. She's not doing well. Yue Shifang's face instantly fell. What should we do then? There's no way around it. To untie the knot, we need the person who tied it. All of Qinghuan's issues stem from Suen, so the most effective solution is to make Suen appear before her as soon as possible. Yue Shifang sighed. I know this, but Suen still hasn't contacted anyone. How can I find him? Perhaps send someone to search in the various realms, the third girl suggested tentatively. Yue Shifang sighed. I thought of that already, but with the timelines of the various realms in chaos, the barriers between the celestial realms and the various realms have become extremely strong. None of the people I sent could cross over. Then we can only wait, the third girl said. Yes. For now, all we can do is wait quietly. I hope Qinghuan can get through this difficult time, Yue Shifang said, feeling sorry for his sister but helpless. At the same time, on the edge of the celestial realm, Suen and his companions appeared in the void. Due to being on the edge, there were few stars around, and the light was dim. Is this the celestial realm? Shen Suiqian looked around and asked. Yes. Suen nodded, then began to determine the direction. In no time, Suen chose a direction and led the group towards the direction of the military family. Suen's speed now was incomparable to before. In just a quarter of an hour, they flew out of the edge area and arrived at the bustling area of the celestial realm. Let's first go back to the military family, then we will go to the Shen family to handle your matters, Suen said lightly. Shen Suiqian had no objections. The group then flew towards the military family's direction. In half a day, they reached the edge of the military family. At that moment, Suen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zisha, who was caught off guard, almost bumped into him. After stopping abruptly, she couldn't help but ask, "Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Zuin said lightly, but his gaze swept over a corner of the void. Shen Suiqian's eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything. "Let's go. We are about to enter the territory of the military family," Zuin said, and then led the group forward. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the void. After they left, a figure gradually appeared in the corner of the void where Zuin had glanced. It was a man with different colored eyes, a descendant of the Yanju school, Yan Qin. At this moment, his face, usually full of charm and arrogance, was now filled with panic. Since Zuin left, he had been lurking around the military family, waiting for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, he actually encountered Zuan. At that time, Yan Qin hid in the void, trying to conceal his figure. However, even so, he couldn't escape Zuan's gaze. Thinking of the cold days that Zuan had just cast his way, Yan Qin couldn't help but shudder. He could tell that Zuan had become much stronger than when he left. It was a feeling that made one's soul tremble. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yan Qin was about to leave when a cold female voice sounded behind him. "I never thought that the descendant of the Yanju school would also know fear. I didn't expect to see you in such a miserable state." With these words, a woman appeared, her white hair particularly striking. It was Yue Guanan, Yue Shifang's sister. Upon hearing Yue Guanan's words, Yan Qin's face became even more unsightly. Unable to refute, he could only snort and then disappeared into the void, not to be seen again. Yue Guanan chuckled, then turned to look in the direction where Zuan and the others had left. "I didn't expect that in just a short time away, your strength has grown to such an extent. It is truly awe-inspiring." Meanwhile, at the military family, Yue Shifan, who had been worried about his sister, suddenly felt a response, then looked towards a certain direction. The third girl also felt it. "Is it him?" the third girl asked. "No mistake," Yue Shifang said, in a deep voice. Indeed, shortly after, Zuan's figure appeared in the sky above the military family. Sensing this familiar aura, Yue Shifang couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Zuan, it is indeed you. You have finally returned." These words were not just a greeting to Zuan, but also a reminder to his sister, Yue Qinghuan, who was locked away in the backyard. Sure enough, those words had an effect. Yue Qinghuan almost leapt into the air and rushed to Zuan in excitement. But when she finally saw Zuan, Yue Qinghuan suddenly didn't know what to say. She had imagined this moment of reunion countless times, but now that it was here, Yue Qinghuan felt at a loss. It was Zuan who smiled slightly and said, "Qinghuan, long time no see." Yue Qinghuan also smiled and then adjusted the strands of hair scattered on her temples. Yue Shifang is indeed a tough guy. Although Zuan's words sounded casual, he still sensed a chilling atmosphere of bloodshed and darkness. "You know, the chaos caused by the Chamoiqiao over the Yin-Yang master Don Huang Tai was almost catastrophic. If Zuan hadn't intervened, countless lives would have been lost. And that was just a minor player in the overall plan. Who could be the real mastermind behind the scenes?" At least Yue Shifang couldn't imagine it now. Different from Yue Shifang's shock, Yue Qinghuan only felt heartache and fear after hearing these words. He looks even thinner. This upcoming battle is probably going to be another thrilling adventure. He is always like this, willing to pay unimaginable costs for victory, yet displaying a carefree attitude. But who is the woman standing behind him? Not Yin Jiji, but standing so close, looking very intimate. At the beginning, all of Yue Qinghuan's attention was drawn to Zuan, until he finally noticed Shen Suiqian, and immediately became captivated. Especially, the unhideable sore intent emanating from Shen Suiqian made Yue Qinghuan's pupils constrict. He was not scared of this sword intent, but rather associated it with a terrifying fact. Zuan himself is a powerful swordsman, and now there's a woman skilled in sword intent as well. What is the connection between them? These thoughts made Yue Qinghuan purse his lips slightly, falling into silence. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat eerie. It was the quick wit of Sang Nunyang that broke the tension, smiling and saying, "Ah, what's this? Are you so happy to see Mr. Zhu return that you can't even speak?" Only then did Yue Shifang realize, and then he laughed, "It's nothing, just had a feeling. Let's go. Lao Zhu, let's talk in the backyard. Sang Nu, hurry and prepare the banquet. I will have a good drink with Zhu, and later." "Okay, Zhu," and followed Yue Shifang to the backyard. Yue Qinghuan wanted to follow, but was pulled over by Sang Nunyang. King Huan, there's a lot to prepare for the banquet. Help me out, you can go see your lover later. Yue King Huan's face blushed all the way to his ears, stealing a glance only to see that Zuan hadn't even heard that, already walking with his brother. Yue King Huan felt relieved but at the same time a bit disappointed. This guy, doesn't he even glance at me more? Didn't he notice that I'm wearing the same outfit as the first time we met? With a slight sense of resentment, Yue King Huan went downstairs to help prepare the banquet with Sang Eun-yang. Meanwhile, Zuan followed Yue Shifang to the backyard. The current Yue family is now one of the top military families in Beijia and even in Manhwaedit. The scale of this courtyard has naturally been greatly expanded. There are many areas in just one backyard. Zhu and followed Yue Shifang to the flower hall in the center of the courtyard. The layout here is still the same as before, with lush flowers and plants everywhere in the small courtyard. Shen Suiqian roamed around the courtyard walls, admiring these exotic flowers and plants with interest, while Zuan and Yue Shifang sat in the flower hall. Yue Shifang skillfully arranged the tea set, and after a while, the fragrance of tea filled the air. He handed a cup over to Zuan, who took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Good tea. Yue Shifang appeared proud. Of course, I went to great lengths for this tea leaves. It was not easy to grow. Seriously, since the first time I tasted your tea, I've also become addicted. Now if I don't drink a few sips every day, I feel like something's missing, and I feel off all over my body. Zhu and smiled, playing with his teacup, not saying a word, because he knew Yue Shifang would definitely speak. Indeed, Yue Shifang looked at Shen Suiqian squatting in the corner, staring at a sun-eating flower. Who is this lady? She is a descendant of the Shen family. She was once wandering in various worlds, helped me a few times in the past, and this time I plan to bring her back to settle the old debts. Zhu and explained the situation clearly. After hearing this, Yue Shifang was stunned, then thought of something and sighed lightly. I've also heard some rumors about the Shen family back then, but I never thought their descendant would still be around, and so powerful. He looked at Zuan. But compared to you, it seems not much, as your strength has reached what level now? Zuan did not answer, but suddenly, the teacup in his hand shattered silently, not just into pieces, but crushed all the way to the most basic particle state, before finally stopping. The whole process took only an instant. Yue Shifang's face turned serious, the basic form of disintegration. It seems I guessed right, you've reached the Saint Realm already. Zuan still didn't speak, but raised his hand lightly, and the previously shattered teacup performed in his palm. It was difficult to describe. It was as if an invisible brush was quickly outlining the lines of the teacup in the air. In the blink of an eye, the white porcelain teacup reappeared in Zuan's hand. Even the smallest details on the teacup remained unchanged. This time, Yue Shifang was truly shocked. Retroactive reformation. Zuan shook his head. It's not as dramatic as you think. Not at that level yet. I'm still at the peak of the Saint Realm, just using a convenient method. Even so, it was enough to astonish Yue Shifang. He looked at Zuan with a calm expression and suddenly smiled faintly. Forget it, your kind of anomaly can't be measured by common sense. Tell me, what happened after you went back? Zuan did not hide anything, recounting everything that happened after returning to various worlds, including how he traveled to the higher dimensional universe and ultimately wiped out the Su Ming. After finishing, he took out something and handed it to Yue Shifang. What is this? When I left, you gave me a jade pendant, saying to use it when the time was right. I didn't get to use it, so here you go. Zuan chuckled. Yue Shifang smiled wryly. It's probably not that I didn't get to use it, but rather it couldn't be used at all. After all, if what you said was true, that battle was far beyond my understanding. That jade pendant naturally became a joke. Yue Shifang hurriedly caught it and then carefully examined it. After a long time, he silently handed the Zhuanyuan mirror back. Did you figure out anything? Yue Shifang shook his head and sighed. With my current level, I can't see any clues at all. In my eyes, it's just an ordinary ancient mirror, completely unremarkable. This should be the case of treasures being self-deprecating. The more heavenly treasures, the more ordinary they often appear. Only those with fate and strength can glimpse the secrets within and obtain them. Yue Shifang naturally understood this point. He was just curious about what kind of thing could eliminate top-level beings like Xu Mei. What's your plan next? Zuan was silent for a moment. The matter is not over yet. Although I killed one Xu Mei, it mentioned that it has a master behind it, but that being has gone to an unknown place, which does not belong to the heavens or higher dimensional universes. What? Are you planning to go there to search? Yue Shifeng exclaimed. Of course, now that we have come this far, how can we stop, Zhu? And retorted. Yue Shifeng wanted to ask more, but at that moment, the voice of Miss Sangui came from outside the flower hall. The banquet is ready. Stop chatting and take your seats. Various dishes and wines were brought in, Zhu, and thought for a moment and then released in Yan, the two little maidens, and Xiaosha, Xiaojiang, and others from his personal space. The talisman treasure tower had been completely integrated by Zuan, forming its own world inside, so Yan and her daughter usually lived there. Just then, Yue King Huan arrived. When she saw Yan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, she walked over quickly and bowed in respect. Sister Yan. And Yan smiled and held her hand. All right, let's not be so formal between us. The arrival of the two little maidens made the flower hall lively. It smells so good, master. Shan Xiang ran to Shen Suiqian's side and marveled at the white and elegant flower in front of her. Since their encounter at the Beijian Luxi restaurant some time ago, Shan Xiang had been calling Shen Suiqian master. When Shen Suiqian tried to correct her at first, she eventually let it go. Are you saying the food smells good, or the flower? Shen Suiqian asked with a smile. Both. Shan Xiang replied. What do you think, Xiao Hua? I think the food smells better. Xiao Chu honestly replied. I think this big flower looks so beautiful, so it must taste good too. Xiao Sha chimed in. As soon as Yue Shifeng smiled and approached, Shan Xiang. What are you two looking at? Uncle Yue, the flowers you raise here are so strange, they can actually understand human speech. Shan Xiang exclaimed. Ha ha, what's so strange about that? Not only can they understand human speech, they can also take on human forms. Really? Shan Xiang's eyes widened. Of course. Today, Yue Shifeng was in a good mood, and with a wave of his hand, a mist rose in the courtyard, and then figures appeared within it. When the mist dissipated, all the flowers and plants in the courtyard transformed into women, all of them beautiful. Among them, the woman in the silver dress standing closest to everyone was the most eye-catching. She radiated a faint glow all over, like the bright moon in the sky. It's that flower, Shan Xiang exclaimed. Xiao Sha was a bit dumbfounded. So it's a flower spirit. I shouldn't have scared you earlier. Xiaojiang waved a few tentacles, but found that the aura on the flower spirit seemed even stronger than her own. Feeling intimidated, she coughed awkwardly and remained silent. This was just a small episode before the banquet, but Yue Shifeng did not turn these flower spirits back into their original forms. Since they had taken human shapes, he let them play with Shan Xiang and Shan Xiang. The two little maidens were now having a great time, too absorbed in playing to even eat. Everyone laughed and watched the scene, and then Yue Shifeng couldn't help but say with emotion, Lao Zhu, sometimes I really envy you. Yes, these two little maidens are intelligent and lovely. Who wouldn't like them? Sangui also said with envy. Zuan smiled. If you both like them so much, hurry up and have a pair yourselves. With these words, Sangui's face instantly turned red. Yue Shifeng was a little embarrassed. Ahem. Was it just a casual joke? Then he remembered something and quickly raised his glass. Come, let's drink. Today is Lao Zu's first dinner back. Let's not leave sober. They all raised their glasses and drank. Then began lively conversations. Throughout the entire banquet, Yue King Huan had been secretly observing Shen Suiqian. Was she Zhang Xiang's teacher? The relationship between them seemed closer than with herself, but she also seemed to have the surname Shen. Was this a coincidence? These thoughts lingered in her mind, making her feel restless. This feeling persisted until the end of the banquet. Yue Shifeng was already drunk and was being taken away by Sangui. However, Yue King Huan stayed behind. She talked with Yan for a while, until Yan stood up and said with a smile, All right King Huan, I'm taking Shan Xiang and Shan Xiang to bed now, let's talk more tomorrow. With that, she led the two little maidens away. Yue King Huan's heart suddenly started racing, as she realized that the vast courtyard now only had herself and Zuan. This was the first time the two of them were alone since Zuan's return. Yue King Huan wanted to say a lot, but the words couldn't come out. Zuan did not respond, but instead picked up a cup and lightly said, Have a drink. Yue King Huan usually did not drink. Even at today's banquet she only tasted a little, but at this moment, when facing Zuan's invitation, she didn't hesitate at all and nodded as if possessed. Okay. Yue King Huan walked over to Zuan and took a seat. Zuan took out a new cup that no one had used before and poured wine for Yue King Huan. With the cup in hand, the scent of the wine made her habitually hold her breath. But she didn't want to show any weakness in front of Zuan, so she pretended to be calm and said, "Here, this drink is to wish you a safe return." Without waiting for Zuan to raise his cup, she drank all the wine in her cup in one gulp. The fiery liquid instantly reddened her cheeks. She resisted the urge to cough, then looked straight at Zuan. Zuan smiled. "Thank you." After both of them finished the same cup of wine, Zuan showed no change except for his clear eyes becoming even more sharp. He was always like this, calm, rational, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. This thought flashed through Yue King Huan's mind, but under the influence of alcohol, her eyes unconsciously became unfocused. The sight of the full moon shone brightly in the sky, illuminating the world. In this environment, Yue King Huan, with her drunken flushed face, appeared like a fairy in a palace, exceptionally beautiful. For others, they might not be able to resist such charm and would have been captivated, but Zuan, aside from a hint of admiration in his eyes, showed no other signs of being affected, and this admiration was purely for the beauty, without any other emotions mixed in. Even though Yue King Huan was feeling intoxicated, her sharp intellect would not fail to notice this. Yet, this feeling unknowingly brought forth a sense of embarrassment in her heart. Why? Wasn't she pretty enough? Why was he always so indifferent and composed when facing her? Fueled by this thought, she defiantly filled her cup again. "Come on, drink up." This time, Zuan did not raise his cup. "Don't drink anymore. You'll get drunk if you do." "Who says so? I won't get drunk with just this amount of wine," Yue King Huan retorted, but her eyes, like amethyst gems, appear even more unfocused. This kind of look evoked a sense of affection and even the desire to reach out and touch her cheek. But Zuan did not feel any of that. He just sighed. "Fine. If you want to drink, then drink." "No, you have to drink with me." "Okay, I'll drink with you," Zuan said helplessly. Perhaps due to the stimulation of alcohol, as Yue King Huan sensed Zuan's helplessness, she chuckled. "Why are you laughing, Zu?" and asked, "Don't you regret it now, inviting me to drink?" "You know what, I sort of feel that way." "Heh. In that case, I must drink even more. After all, it's not easy to make you lose," Yue King Huan said, as she downed another cup of wine. With the merging of the two alcohols, Yue King Huan's skin instantly blushed all over, her eyes shining bright like flames. Zuan, drink." At this point, with slurred speech, Yue King Huan gazed at Zuan with a gleam in her eyes. Helplessly, Zuan had to drink another cup. In reality, this amount of alcohol was not even enough to quench his thirst, and he could keep drinking if he wanted. He believed that Yue King Huan must have known this, yet she still insisted on drinking with him. What a headache, Zuan sighed to himself. On the other hand, Yue King Huan was getting excited. Under the influence of alcohol, her usual reserve was gradually breaking down, and she even found the courage to say things she wouldn't dare to say before. Zuan, you know, I have always. Here. Yue King Huan paused. Despite her intoxicated state, the words that followed were still difficult for her to utter, but she decided to continue, considering that this opportunity today was rare. But just as she was about to speak the rest of her words, Zuan suddenly turned his head to look at the sky and laughed out loud. "I was actually planning to visit tomorrow, but didn't expect you to come today." Laughing voices echoed from the sky. "Ha, no need to visit. I also sensed your presence and knew you were back, so I rushed over immediately." Following the sound of the voices, an old man descended into the courtyard, his spirit sharp and his eyes shining brightly. Although he was a bit short in stature, there was an unforgettable vigor about him. Despite being intoxicated, Yue King Huan recognized the person, the famous Dr. Zhao Wenliang. Back when Zuan was in manhwaedit, he had spent some time with Zhao Wenliang and they had formed a close bond. Of course, the most significant reason for their friendship was that Zhao Wenliang had saved the third Princess Aoshu, who had accidentally entered manhwaedit. In addition, Zhao Wenliang had played a critical role in treating Yue Shifang's injuries. All these events had deepened their friendship. When Zuan returned to the various realms, Zhao Wenliang had insisted on seeing him off and told him to return if things didn't work out. This time, upon his return, Zuan naturally visited the Yue family first and then planned to go to the Valley of Divine Physicians to find Zhao Wenliang. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wenliang had sensed Zuan's presence and had come without an invitation. It was a joyous reunion for the old friends. Zhao Wenliang was a frequent visitor to the Yue family, with a pass personally issued by Yue Shifang, which allowed him to enter the courtyard easily. Without hesitation, he walked up to the table. At this point, Yue Qinghuan stood up unsteadily. "Greetings, Dr. Zhao." Her speech was slurred, and her eyes were unfocused. It was clear that something had happened. Zhao Wenliang looked at Zuan in a peculiar manner, then cleared his throat. "Did I arrive at an inopportune time?" Zuan couldn't help but smile bitterly, knowing that Zhao Wenliang had misunderstood something. He didn't elaborate and just said, "Well, since you're here, could you help her sober up? Things might get troublesome later on." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, both Yue Qinghuan and Zhao Wenliang simultaneously exclaimed, "Absolutely not." Yue Qinghuan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes." Zuan could naturally see the meaning of Zhao Wenliang, but since he had said that, he could only sigh. "Do as you wish." "Ha ha. Enough of the side talk. It's been so long since we met. Let's take this opportunity to have a good drink." Zhao Wenliang was truly fond of good wine, and the Yue family naturally used top-quality wine to entertain Zuan. When Zhao Wenliang saw the wine, his appetite was whetted, not caring about the leftovers, and he sat down, pouring himself a full cup. "Ha, good wine, good wine." With a gulp, Zhao Wenliang drank down the wine, closed his eyes to savor the moment, and then began to praise with a nod and a swaying head. Zuan was amused by his appearance. In fact, drinking wine was all about this feeling, so he poured himself a glass. "Come, Senior Cha, we're reuniting after a long time. Let's have a toast." "Good." Zhao Wenliang was in high spirits, and then he gulped down another cup. After 2 cups, Zhao Wenliang settled down and began to inquire about the affairs of the different realms. Zuan didn't hide anything and briefly summarized what had happened in the realms, astonishing Zhao Wenliang. Then the two of them clinked glasses and began to drink heartily. Zhao Wenliang's capacity for alcohol was excellent, even able to compete evenly with Zuan at the beginning. Therefore, Yue Qinghuan saw Zuan and Zhao Wenliang drinking and enjoying themselves, feeling very happy. Yue Qinghuan felt challenged and started to drink along secretly. But after just a few cups, Yue Qinghuan couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed on the table in a drunken stupor. This commotion naturally caught the attention of Zhao Wenliang. When he saw Yue Qinghuan, drunk and sleeping soundly on the table, he couldn't help but give Zuan a meaningful look. "Zu, my friend, it seems you're carrying quite a lot of emotional debt." Zuan smiled bitterly but didn't respond. With a sigh, Zhao Wenliang said, "Throughout history, relationships between men and women have always been difficult. Come, let's drink." Being shrewd and having experienced countless joys and sorrows, Zhao Wenliang could not fail to see the situation in front of him, so he cleverly shifted the topic back to drinking. After 3 rounds of toasting, Zhao Wenliang's drinking speed finally slowed down, and his face flushed slightly. "Why didn't my precious disciple come back with you?" Zhao Wenliang asked about Aoshu. "Her second sister has just been resurrected, and is preparing to marry my best brother. This wedding naturally needs to be well prepared, so she is busy with this matter. But before she left, she specifically asked me to give you her regards." Good, good." Zhao Wenliang stroked his chin, suddenly remembering that his precious disciple seemed to have deep feelings for Zuan as well, and couldn't help but smirk. "What are your plans coming back this time?" Zuan was about to speak, but a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. "Zuan, you're still not asleep?" With these words, Shen Suiqian moved lightly and came to the table, naturally sitting beside Zuan. Seeing this sudden appearance of the young girl, Zhao Wenliang felt a bit nervous, not only because of the girl's stunning beauty, but more importantly, the killing intent emanating from her. "Oh, let me introduce her. This is my friend Shen Suiqian, and also one of the direct descendants of the Shen family in this realm." "The Shen family's descendant?" Zhao Wenliang was somewhat surprised and then carefully observed Shen Suiqian. "I have seen descendants of the Shen family before, but I have never seen this young lady." "Oh, this is a long story." Zuan briefly recounted Shen Suiqian's background, and when he heard that Shen Suiqian carried such a past, Zhao Wenliang couldn't help but feel sorry. "I personally experienced that great calamity back then. It was truly a disaster that affected the entire external realms. The Shen families chose to preserve the fire seed in that way is understandable." Shen Suiqian, however, was indifferent to this. She simply said, "Regardless of their choices back then, it doesn't matter to me. I came this time just to see how these self-proclaimed top sword cultivators in this world really are." Saying this, a gleam of sword intent flashed in Chen Suiqian's eyes, making Cha Wenliang sitting opposite her shiver. This girl seemed gentle on the surface, but was actually a tough character. "Why did you suddenly come?" Zhu and asked at this point. "Oh, I couldn't sleep, so I went to your room to find you. But apart from Sister Yan and the two little maids sleeping soundly, I didn't see any trace of you, so I came here." "Why did you come find me?" Chen Suiqian's eyes suddenly lit up. "I had a sudden insight and comprehended a new sword move. Shall we go to an open space outside to try it out?" Zhu and smiled and shook his head. "Not now." "Why?" Chen Suiqian's face was full of surprise. "I assure you, it's definitely a brand new sword move. Aren't you interested?" "I'm sorry, I'm not very interested in anything other than drinking now." Chen Suiqian's face fell. She had been so eager, not sleeping in the middle of the night and searching everywhere for Zuan just to test her new sword move. Unexpectedly, Zuan didn't care at all, which made Chen Suiqian very disappointed. She glanced at Yue King Huan, who was snoring heavily on the table, and suddenly asked, "Is it because of her that you don't want to spar with me?" "Of course not." "Then why did she end up like this?" Chen Suiqian looked at Zuan with suspicion, her eyes clearly saying, "Can you drench a girl like this and claim not to have intentions? She insisted on drinking like this. Can I blame myself?" Zuan sighed. Chen Suiqian fell silent, but her silence represented more distrust. Zhu and sighed and suddenly picked up a chopstick in front of him. "Funny. I just came up with a new sword move. Take a look now." Zuan held the chopstick flat and made a light jab. At that moment, Cha Wenliang, who was closest, felt the large moon in the sky starting to shake violently. He looked up in alarm, but the moon appeared normal, without any difference. But Cha Wenliang could confirm that he had indeed felt the moon shaking just now. Chen Suiqian's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. "One sword causing the heavens and earth to stir. What kind of sword technique is this?" Zhu and casually dropped the chopstick and chuckled. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you." Chen Suiqian didn't hesitate at all and immediately shook her head. "I don't want to learn." Shen family. Shen Hongyi sat on a giant rock not far from the Jian Tower, looking up at the sky, lost in her thoughts. The Shen family today has declined significantly compared to its glory days, a fact evident from the territory it controls. However, its millennia-old heritage has endowed it with deep significance, making it unmatched by ordinary martial families. Therefore, even after Shen Mu became the family head and strictly enforced a policy of staying low-key, the influence of the Shen family within the martial world remained formidable. As one of the outstanding young swordsmen of the Shen family, Shen Hongyi ranked second only to the family head Shen Mu, thus holding a superior position. However, Shen Hongyi became increasingly reserved, to the extent that besides sword practice, she spent most of her time each day sitting on this giant rock lost in her thoughts. Today was no exception. With her head tilted back, she gazed at the myriad stars twinkling in the sky, her eyes flickering restlessly. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded from afar. "Cousin Hongyi." The shout brought Shen Hongyi out of her daze. Turning around, she saw her cousin Shen Gaoj flying towards her. "I knew I would find you here." Shen Gaoj smiled, sitting down on the giant rock beside her. "What's up?" Shen Hongyi asked coldly. "Nothing much. I noticed you weren't at the Jian Tower or the training grounds, so I came specifically to find you." Shen Gaoj explained, settling down on the rock. "Why are you looking for me?" Shen Hongyi remained indifferent. Shen Gaoj felt a bit awkward. "Don't be so cold, can't I? As your elder brother, show some concern for you?" "No need." Shen Hongyi replied without hesitation. Shen Gaoj was left speechless by her rebuff, eventually sighing deeply. "Hongyi, I know you look down on me, but I'm trying my best. Haven't you noticed? Whether you try your best or not is none of my concern." Shen Hongyi sneered. Shen Gaoj scratched his head. "But the family head and the elders will say. If they have something to say, go talk to them. Why come to me?" Shen Hongyi's words were like sparks, ready to ignite. Shen Gaoj remained unruffled, as he understood his cousin's temperament too well. It was precisely because he understood her that when he learned of the elder's intentions, his initial reaction was to refuse. Ridiculous. Who would want to marry a woman with a fierce temper and greater skills than himself? Yes, Shen Hongyi had become so resistant towards Shen Gaoj, even treating him as an archenemy, all because the family elders attempted to broker a marriage between them. Upon hearing this news, Shen Hongyi felt thunderstruck. She had always been independent, focusing solely on Shen Mu besides dismissing everyone else. As for Shen Gaoj, he had always been beneath her notice. Never did she expect the elders to even suggest her marrying him. Preposterous! How could this be possible? Thus, Shen Hongyi vehemently opposed it and demonstrated her aversion through practical actions. Shen Gaoj could only feel helpless, but under pressure from the elders, he reluctantly began courting Shen Hongyi. However, if you believed that Shen Gaoj held no feelings towards his talented and beautiful cousin, that would be impossible. Yet, it seemed that his efforts were yielding little to no results. Shen Gaoj took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, "Hongyi, I know you scorn me, but this decision wasn't just the elders, even the family head acquiesced." HMPH. Shen Hongyi snorted and fell silent. After a moment, she replied coldly, "It's because of him, isn't it? Him? I don't know what you're talking about." Shen Gaoj sighed. "No need to pretend. I figured it out a long time ago. From the time you clung onto that sword, I knew something was amiss." Shen Hongyi's eyelids twitched, and she said sharply, "Ridiculous. Lion dancing is my sword. Isn't it normal for me to hold it? Is it really like that?" Shen Gaoj inquired seriously. "Based on what I know, lion dancing was actually destroyed long ago, and what you hold now is a recreation made for you." Suddenly angered, Shen Hongyi retorted, "Shen Gaoj, you keep mentioning him, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Actually, I have no objections," Shen Gaoj said softly. Shen Hongyi was stunned. "Not just me, even the elders wouldn't oppose it. After all, he's a peerless swordsman who can dominate the world. If you follow him, the Shen family will only welcome you with open arms. But the issue is that this person has been absent from martial world for a long time, and it's uncertain if he will return. Besides, I've heard that Miss Yue from the Yue family has a close relationship with this person. Even if he does return, he might not remember you. So, waiting like this is a waste of your life." Shen Gaoj lowered his gaze. "That's what prompted the elders to make this decision, as our Shen family desperately needs outstanding successors now." Looking at the man before her, Shen Hongyi suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. How different her cousin was now from the spirited individual she once knew. Albeit not the strongest, he was determined and fearless. At this moment, Shen Hongyi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "I just want to know how to learn in order to practice his unparalleled swordsmanship. As for so-called emotions," Shen Hongyi shook her head, her tone firm. "I have already sworn to dedicate my whole life to the way of the sword, and nothing else matters to me." Shen Gaoj was deeply moved. "But why don't you explain this to the elders' council?" Shen Hongyi scoffed. "Those guys only want me to marry you and bear a strong descendant. Will they understand if I tell them these things?" Watching the serious face of Shen Hongyi, Shen Gaoj suddenly felt relieved. Then he became carefree. "Darn it, why did I have to suffer so much if I had known all that earlier? Do you know how much pressure I've been under during this time? Just the thought of becoming a romantic rival with that person. I feel like my head is going to explode even when I'm trying to sleep." Shen Gaoj rambled on about his recent miserable experiences, then he slumped down like a puddle of mud on a big rock. His appearance was simply despicable. However, Shen Hongyi, looking at Shen Gaoj in this state, couldn't help but smile a little, because this was the cousin she knew so well. "Hey, cousin Hongyi, go get me something to eat. I haven't been eating or sleeping well lately. Need to figure out a way to get some good food to make up for it." Shen Hongyi raised an eyebrow. "Where do you expect me to get good food for you? Get up. I still have to contemplate the way of the sword." "All right, you've been sitting on this big rock all day and still haven't mastered any unparalleled swordsmanship. At least I'm better than you. Let's compete if you're not convinced. A real gentleman doesn't fight with a lady. Good men don't fight with women. TSK, whatever. Can't do it, can't do it. Talking all high and mighty." Shen Hongyi once again expressed her disdain. As they bickered, a sudden loud noise came from the sky. "What's that sound?" Shen Gaoj was startled, then jumped up from the rock. Shen Hongyi also seemed surprised. Then a strong sword intent appeared on her face. Such a powerful sword intent. Not only her, at the same moment in the sword tower, Shen Mu, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and a flash of sword light passed through the air before him. Other members of the Elder Council were shaken. The Patriarch. Where did this sword intent come from? The noise of questioning filled the air. Shen Mu stood up calmly, his face showing infinite calmness. Let's go. A distinguished guest is here. Let's go out and welcome them. He then walked out of the sword tower. The others followed suit. Shen Hongyi and Shen Gao joined the procession. Everyone looked up and saw the sword energy spreading in the sky and slowly extending towards the sword tower. The fierce wind began to howl, making many people nervous. Only Shen Mu stood firmly in front of the crowd, his face also showing infinite tranquility. Patriarch. Someone called out in trembling voice. It wasn't that these people were cowards, it was just that the sword intent was too astonishing. They even doubted that even the entire Shen family might not be able to handle it. But where did such a mighty sword intent come from? As everyone was full of doubts, they saw Shen Mu softly say, "No need to be surprised, the person has arrived." Indeed, under the boundless sword intent, a figure appeared beneath the dark clouds. The figure approached gracefully, seeming like a woman, but because of the distance, no one could see clearly. However, they soon saw her, as she arrived in front of them in a blink of an eye. It was an extremely beautiful woman, not too tall but very well proportioned. The most striking was the crimson vertical mark between her eyebrows, resembling a small sword. "You are the current patriarch of the Shen family," the woman whispered softly. Shen Mu, after seeing this woman, showed a very complex expression in his eyes, then nodded slightly. "Yes, very well. Draw your sword." With these words, strands of sword intent continuously gathered between the woman's eyebrows, gradually forming a small sword, aiming directly at Shen Mu. "Patriarch! Watch out! Patriarch!" Worried cries echoed, but Shen Mu just waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, then smiled slightly at the woman. "What if I don't?" "No. HMPH. With a cold snort, the small sword instantly appeared in front of Shen Mu, its tip emitting sword light, cutting his face and leaving bloodstains. "I'll say it one last time. Draw your sword, or die." No one shouted because they were all stunned. Only Shen Mu remained calm, even revealing a trace of sadness in his eyes. "I won't." The small sword moved forward again. The sword intent had cut skin and blood was flowing. The other members of the Shen family were a bit dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was the patriarch refusing to draw his sword in this situation? And who was this woman? Seeing that Shen Mu was still insisting on not drawing his sword, the woman's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. "Since you don't even have the courage to draw your sword, what use do you have as the patriarch? Go to your death." With those words, the small sword seemed ready to strike. At that moment, a voice came over. "Stop it, he has already seen through your identity. Naturally he refuses to draw his sword against you." With that, the small sword instantly shattered, and then a man appeared in the arena. "Master, Mr. Zhu." As soon as people saw the man's arrival, the whole place erupted in gasps. The newcomer was Zuan, and with him here, the identity of the woman was about to be revealed. Yes, it was Shen Suiqian. She chose to make her entrance in this way because she wanted to test how strong the Shen family was now. As she put it, since the Shen family dared to drive away her mother in the past, regardless of their reasons, she needed an explanation. And nothing would be a better proof of strength than surpassing the Shen family, renowned for their swordsmanship. Zuan did not stop her because he understood Shen Suiqian's intentions. As an orphan wandering through the realms for so many years, it was impossible for her not to have some grievances. Now that she knew her ancestral family was still there, using this bold method to return was understandable. He just didn't expect Shen Mu to be so clever to see through Shen Suiqian's identity at a glance, therefore refusing to draw his sword. It was at this critical moment that Zuan stepped in to prevent further conflict. This action left everyone in the Shen family dumbfounded. Shen Suiqian, however, remained unmoved, just coldly looking at him. Aunt Jing's matter from back then, regardless of the reasons, was indeed wrong of my Shen family. "Here, I apologize to you." Shen Mu bowed and apologized. These words immediately caused a stir. Aunt Jing. This title within the Shen family only referred to one person, the woman who was once stunningly talented, but ultimately betrayed the family. The identity of the woman in front of them was about to be revealed. For a moment, the expressions on the faces of the Shen family members were complex. The events from back then were indeed intricate, and Aunt Shen Jing's sudden rebellion was a major puzzle. Many years had passed, and people thought this matter was long forgotten. But no one expected to encounter the descendant of Shen Jing today. Shen Suiqian remained silent. As Zuan had said, after years of lonely wandering, resentment naturally filled Shen Suiqian's heart. Even though Zuan had already revealed the events from back then prior to their meeting, there was still a sense of awkwardness, because faced with Shen Mu's apology, Shen Suiqian only stiffly nodded. There's no need for an apology. I already know about the events back then, and it has nothing to do with you. I came here today just to see the cultivation level of my family back then, and the result. You all disappoint me. With that, Shen Suiqian turned and left. Shen Mu's eyes showed a sense of desolation, wanting to say something, but ultimately hesitated. Just then, Shen Hanyi suddenly stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. Please wait. Shen Suiqian stopped in her tracks, turned to look at Shen Hanyi, and asked, What is it? Shen Hanyi's face showed determination. I may not know about the past events, nor do I wish to discuss them. But when you said we disappointed you, I cannot agree. Oh, you don't agree? Can you accept my challenge? Shen Suiqian said coldly. Shen Hanyi did not hesitate. Although my cultivation is shallow, I dare to spar with you. This declaration astonished everyone. Hanyi, niece, don't. Despite the cries, Shen Hanyi showed no signs of hesitation, instead gazing at Shen Suiqian coldly. Shen Suiqian looked at this woman in red, standing in the air like a burning flame, her gaze gradually softening, but her tone remained icy. Do you know that with your current strength, a single strike from me would leave you nowhere to be buried? I know, but the reputation of the Shen family cannot be desecrated by you. The head of the family carries guilt and cannot draw his sword, but I don't have such constraints. So, this battle, let me handle it. With these words, the sword hidden behind Shen Hanyi automatically flew out and hovered in front of her. In an instant, Shen Hanyi entered a state of battle where self and object were forgotten, and her formidable sword intent continued to gather. Shen Gaode showed a look of horror because he knew that Shen Hanyi's posture clearly indicated her readiness for a life-and-death battle. However, Shen Suiqian did not even move, and that seemingly invincible sword intent automatically dissipated in front of her, without even a ripple. Draw your sword, Shen Hanyi said coldly. Shen Suiqian smiled. Forget it. Achieving your current level of cultivation is no easy feat. Let's set this duel aside for now. Challenge me when you are fully confident. After saying this, Shen Suiqian glanced at Zuan. I will return to the Yue family first. With that, she transformed into a streak of sword light and disappeared into the sky. As she left, the tense atmosphere eased. Shen Hanyi looked somewhat dazed in the direction Shen Suiqian had left. She had actually prepared for the worst just now, but she didn't expect Shen Suiqian to spare her at a critical moment. As she was still pondering, Zuan approached her softly and said, It's okay. There's no need to be so tense. She would never fight you. Shen Hanyi regained her composure, looked at Zuan in front of her, and nodded slightly. Thank you. Zuan smiled. Thank me for what? You achieved this on your own. At the same time, Shen Yu walked over and asked Zuan, Mr. Zhu, do you think there is a chance to turn things around in this matter? All eyes of the crowd instantly focused on Zuan. Zuan smiled calmly. The head of the Shen family is so intelligent. How could he ask such a question? In fact, from the moment she spared Shen Hanyi, the enmity between you has already been resolved, hasn't it? Shen Yu was momentarily stunned but then understood, showing excitement as he nodded. I see. I misunderstood. He then clasped his hands. Mr. Zhu, we have prepared some wine at home. Please. Zuan smiled. There's no need. I have something to attend to now, so I won't disturb you. But in a few days, I may need your help. Shen Yu's expression turned serious. The Shen family is at your service at all times. It's not that serious. It's just a small matter. Goodbye. Zhu. And left. From the time he and Shen Suiqian arrived to the time he left, it was only the duration of an incense stick burning. As they watched him go, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Mr. Zhu indeed has great demeanor. This visit was probably aimed at resolving the grudge between the Shen family and Aunt Jing's lineage. I never expected the descendant of Aunt Jing's lineage to be so powerful, even surpassing us. Have their strength reached such heights? Regardless, it's a good thing that this enmity has been resolved in the end. The elders began to discuss. Shen Mu, however, remained calm and silent, then turned and returned to the sword tower. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Head clerk, what are your thoughts on this matter? There was a brief silence, Then ripples appeared in the darkness as the entity known as the head clerk, actually the spirit of the sword tower, revealed her form and walked to Shen Mu from behind. I don't have any opinions. This young lady indeed embodies the grace of her mother from back then, but her sword heart is steadfast and she is not someone who causes trouble without reason. So, as Zuan said, this visit was just a test. And you did well. Regardless of who was right or wrong in the past events, she is after all your elder. Not drawing your sword was the right choice. Shen Mu smiled bitterly. Even if I wanted to draw my sword back then, could I have? The woman smiled. Touché. Shen Mu paused, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. I actually felt a kind of indescribable sense of powerlessness. The woman also fell silent, and after a long time, she sighed. His talent and brilliance are astonishing. They cannot be understood using common sense. Shen Hongyi also felt the same. It wasn't until Zuan had already left that she suddenly woke up, then fell into a state of regret and shock. Regretful that she had only said a few words, shocked by how much stronger Zuan had become since his return. This even made Shen Hongyi feel a sense of despair. She had originally wanted to try and keep up with your pace, but she found that the gap had not closed. Instead, it was getting wider. Where can reason be applied in this situation? Zuan, of course, was unaware of all this. After declining the Shen family's generous invitation, he went straight back to the Yue family. However, before entering the main part of the Yue family's residence, he met Shen Suiqian waiting outside. Why did you come back so quickly, Zhu? And smiled. Haven't all matters been taken care of? So why not come back? Shen Suiqian fell silent for a moment before speaking. Do you think I handled the matter with the Shen family correctly? What matter are you referring to? It's about my attitude towards the Shen family. Zuan looked at the hesitant Shen Suiqian with surprise, and couldn't help but smile wryly. This isn't like you. You always say that a swordsman needs to be bold and fearless. Why are you suddenly so indecisive? Shen Suiqian sighed. I thought I could handle this matter calmly, but when I actually faced it, I felt differently. After all, that was the family where my mother once lived. It's my maternal family. How can I stay out of it? Zuan's heart stirred. Speaking of this, I wonder where the ancestral hall is now. Have you never mentioned it before? Zuan had this doubt before, but since Shen Suiqian didn't mention it, he didn't ask. Zuan always held the principle, that is, never ask about things that shouldn't be asked. Because if the person wants to talk about it, they will say it directly. If they don't want to, then asking is futile. Shen Suiqian lowered her head and fell silent for a long time upon hearing this. By the time Zhu and felt guilty and was about to apologize, Shen Suiqian spoke up. In fact, my memories of my mother are already very vague. I remember the last time I saw her was hundreds of years ago. I was only in my teens, ignorant and innocent, knowing nothing except for sword practice. But those days were also the happiest time for me because I could see my mother every once in a while. In my memory, she was an extremely beautiful and elegant woman, always smiling as she watched me practice swordsmanship. But when I was in my teens, she suddenly disappeared. Before she disappeared, the last time we met, she told me to take care of myself. She had something important to do, and since then, there was no news from her. This passage contained a lot of information. At least Zuan captured a few key points. First, Shen Suiqian said the last time she saw her mother was hundreds of years ago, and the specific time when Shen Jingshu left the Shen family was tens of thousands of years ago. There was a gap of thousands of years between them. What was she doing during that time? Secondly, an equally crucial question was who Shen Suiqian's father was. But when this question was on the tip of Zuan's tongue, he held back, because Zuan knew that this question was even more cruel than asking about Shen Suiqian's mother's whereabouts. Yet Shen Suiqian seemed to sense Zuan's thoughts, and she lightly chuckled. I know what you want to ask. In fact, I have asked my mother who my father is. How did your mother respond? She told me that my father is the greatest hero in the world. As Shen Suiqian said this, her eyes glowed like flames. I still remember the proud look on my mother's face when she said this, but at that time, I was still young. I was not satisfied with this answer, and continued to ask why my father had never come to see me. This question made my mother sad for a long time. Finally, she whispered that my father was doing the most important thing in the world and couldn't be distracted. Shen Suiqian looked at Zuan, tears glistening in her eyes, but I've never been able to understand what could be more important than his own daughter. Zuan suddenly didn't know how to comfort Shen Suiqian. Today's Shen Suiqian had shed her usual facade, revealing her vulnerable side. But Zuan had no mocking intent. Instead, he felt a deep sense of emotion. I envy you, actually. Huh? Shen Suiqian was surprised. Zuan turned to look into the distance, his expression lonely. At least you have a thought to imagine. Your mother is an unparalleled genius in the world. But I am different. My parents were no longer there when I was very young, and my memories of them are pitifully few. I can't even remember what they looked like. For this reason, I have meticulously searched through all my memories, but there isn't a clear picture. I only remember they were an ordinary peasant couple on Earth, not remarkable figures, with no extraordinary abilities. They toiled hard daily, exchanged it for meager earnings, just to get by. But in my childhood, they held an incredibly important place for me. Even though I can't remember their faces, I can still sense the scent of safety when I leaned against them. With that, nostalgia appeared on Zuan's face. It was a sense of security. Whenever I think of it, I feel at peace. Even now, as a high-ranking immortal, I occasionally catch that faint scent in my dreams at midnight. That's when I knew they came to see me again. This was the first time Shen Suiqian heard Zuan talk about his parents, and she listened attentively. Only after Zuan finished did she softly say, "Didn't you try to find them later on?" "Of course, I try. In fact, when I had only partially recovered my strength, I searched the vast world above and below, but to no avail. At that time, I knew they were gone and would not return. After years of development, this place has truly become one of the leading metropolises in the void and dark domains. Countless caravans arrive here every day, selling precious gems to every corner of the outer heavens. And on this day, a figure appeared in front of the gem city." Zuan raised his head to look at the towering city gate, gave a slight smile, and then stepped into the city. The prosperity inside the city surprised Zuan. He had naturally come to find brother and sister Liu Yang'an, but after seeing the bustle of the city, he didn't immediately go to them. Instead, he leisurely strolled around the city, intrigued. The numerous merchants who came to the gem city daily were economically powerful, with refined tastes in food and drink, leading to a booming commercial environment. The city was filled with numerous restaurants and wine shops. All of this added to the liveliness of Gem City. Zuan leisurely wandered around for a while, buying some interesting trinkets to take back as gifts, before arriving in front of a large restaurant. The restaurant occupied a vast area and was bustling with activity. As Zuan stood at the entrance, the waiter hurried over to greet him. "Sir, are you here for a meal?" "What specialties do you have?" Zuan asked with interest. You've asked the right person. Our restaurant offers a wide variety of dishes. Anything rare that you can think of, we have it," the waiter boasted. Zuan just smiled, then didn't bother to nitpick. "Since that's the case, I'll give it a try." With that, Zuan walked into the restaurant but didn't stop on the ground floor. He casually walked upstairs. The waiter hastily said, "Sir, the upstairs is for private dining rooms. It's just you." Before he could finish his sentence, Zuan cut in, saying, "I'll pay extra." Zuan ascended to the second floor and found a private room by the window to sit down. The waiter wanted to recommend dishes, but Zuan waved his hand. "No need for recommendations. Just serve me your best dishes." The waiter was delighted. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll bring them right up." With that, the waiter left, and shortly after, the tea was served. Zuan poured a cup, enjoying the aroma before slowly sipping it. From his position, he had a panoramic view of the scenery outside the window. The isolation formation in the private room created an unusually quiet atmosphere inside, sharply contrasting with the bustling street outside, giving off an extraordinary feeling. Zuan, however, was not relaxed. He calmly observed the outside scenery, while his divine sense quietly extended, penetrating the walls of the private room. The isolation formation posed no hindrance to Zuan's divine sense, easily penetrating it and reaching the adjacent private room. Instantly, the sound of arguments entered Zuan's mind. He furrowed his brow slightly, lowered the volume of his divine sense, and images followed suit. In the adjacent private room, a group of people sat around a table, arguing. These people had different appearances, but all exuded a fierce and murderous aura. Clearly not good individuals. I think the simplest way to handle this is to directly strike. Who cares about the city lord? Can he rival our brothers? A man with a stubble shouted. I agree. Damn it, I heard that controlling this gem city is just a matter for that brother and sister. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with them. A man with a face full of pockmarks echoed. Let's do it. After this meal, we'll take action. What's the point of eating? Haven't you noticed the prosperity of Gem City? Just the daily transactions generate a vast amount of wealth. You can imagine how rich the city lord must be. I say, make a move soon before things change. Someone was becoming more agitated. The group was fervent, but then someone spoke in a deep voice. Everyone calmed down and listened to what the boss has to say. The private room fell silent instantly, and all eyes turned to the quiet leader in the middle, who had not spoken throughout. To their surprise, the leader of this group turned out to be a refined man, quite delicate in appearance. The striking feature was his eyes, each a different color, adding a unique charm. Facing everyone's gaze, the man leisurely lifted his wine cup and took a sip before speaking slowly. Have you all gathered the information I instructed you to gather in these days? Yes, boss, we have all the information. The city lord has no strong backing, only having some connection with the king of the Shadow Turtle clan. Once we subdue this brother and sister, I believe the Shadow Turtle clan won't miss out on business. The man nodded and asked suddenly, what about the strength of this brother and sister? It's said that the man used to be a disciple of a certain major sect, but it seems even that sect has disappeared now. The man's eyes lit up at the news. In that case, it's indeed a juicy target. What should we do, boss? The man finished his drink in one gulp, then smashed the cup on the ground. Let's go. The assembled men responded with gusto. Okay, boss, let's go. Let's first take the city lord's mansion, then the whole city will be ours. Amidst the nosy chatter, these people eagerly got up and left the private room, heading downstairs. Zoo, and observed everything that happened, heard everything. Unquestionably, the city lord that these people referred to should be Liu Yangyin and his sister. It wasn't surprising. The development of Gem City had exceeded Xuan's expectations, naturally attracting covetous eyes. But what intrigued Zhu the most was the man referred to as the boss. If he remembered correctly, he had coincidentally encountered this man just a few days ago when he had returned to the outer heavens. At that time, the man had hidden in the void, trembling in fear, seemingly submissive and begging for mercy. Hence, Xuan had ignored him. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, this man had gathered a group and set his sights on Gem City. Xuan's heart stirred. He knew this man had some strength, and with a carefully made plan, Liu Yangyin could indeed be at a disadvantage. After a brief hesitation, Xuan then split a clone and made his way to the city lord's mansion. As a descendant of the Yangju school, what he is doing is actually a bit beneath the surface, but for him, who has taken utilitarianism to the extreme, it doesn't matter whether it's beneath the surface or not, as long as he can benefit. And he urgently needs money now, a large sum of money. He still can't forget what happened a few days ago. At that time, he had a chance encounter with Xuan in the void, which gave him infinite shock, because Xuan's strength has made huge progress since he left. This progress was so astonishing that even a casual glance from Xuan brought huge pressure to Yan Qin. This also deeply stimulated Yan Qin. He has always thought of himself as a genius, until he met Xuan. The speed of his strength growth far exceeded his imagination, but he doesn't think it stems from a gap in talent. On the contrary, he believes the more important reason is that Xuan must have had some amazing encounter, and that encounter must have taken place in the myriad realms. So he conceived the idea of going to the myriad realms in search of opportunities. However, just going like this obviously won't work, so he decided to make a big fortune before leaving. That's why he set his sights on the Pearl City. As for these subordinates, Yang Qin glanced at the eager individuals behind him, a faint smirk playing on his lips. They are just temporary cannon fodder. Boss, when do we make a move? Asked one impatient subordinate. Don't rush, wait a little longer. Try not to make such a big fuss, Yang Qin casually remarked. In fact, he had other considerations in mind. The Lord's mansion must have defense measures, although it seemed undefended in his eyes. But he decided to wait here. It's best to wait for the people inside to come out on their own, and then make a move. That way, the danger would be minimized. After all, who knows if there are any ambushes in the Lord's mansion? Yang Qin was lucky. He had only waited for a while when people came out of the Lord's mansion. A girl came out of the Lord's mansion happily. It was Liu Xiaoya. Someone whispered in a low voice, "Boss, this is the Lord's sister, named Liu Xiaoya." Yan Qin stared at the youthfully beautiful Lu Xiaoyaya, feeling a sudden palpitation in his heart. As a descendant of the Yanju school, he was naturally outstanding and had many admirers. However, this was the first woman besides Yue Guanan to make his heart flutter. Was it because of her youthful aura, or her clear eyes? Maybe both. But now the plan was about to change. Initially, Yan Qin planned to ambush Lu Yangyan and his sister at the Lord's mansion, seize power, and plunder wealth. But now he felt that he should keep this Lu Xiaoyaya. While pondering this, he saw Lu Xiaoyaya turning towards the Lord's mansion and shouting, "Brother, come out soon. I'm starving." "Coming, can't do anything with you." A doting voice came from inside, and Lu Yangyan came out. The siblings were planning to go to a restaurant for dinner. Yes, as the Lord of the Pearl City, a person with immense wealth in many people's eyes, their lives were surprisingly simple. Even going to a restaurant for dinner made Lu Xiaoyaya very excited. Seeing Lu Yangyan walk out of the door, Yan Qin immediately said, in a deep voice, "Take action." With the command given, the eager men rushed forward, ready to kill Lu Yangyan and his sister. Lu Yangyan and Lu Xiaoyaya remained calm in the face of this, with Lu Yangyan even stepping forward to shield his sister, and casually saying, "Close your eyes later and don't look." "Okay. Brother, hurry. We still need to go eat. Don't worry." Hearing this conversation, it seemed that they were used to such situations. In fact, it was true. The prosperity of the Pearl City attracted many greedy eyes. Some even dared to take risks. So Lu Yangyan and Lu Xiaoyaya encountered assassination attempts every 3 days on average. When Lu Yangyan saw the people rushing towards him, he had already made a decision in his heart. They were just a group of disorganized people. He could repel them without even trying. Lu Yangyan's judgment was not wrong, but he overlooked Yan Qin. After giving the order, Yan Qin did not act himself but continued to hide in the shadows. It wasn't until Lu Yangyan and his men clashed in battle that a flash of excitement crossed Yan Qin's eyes. He knew his chance had come. As long as he could assassinate Lu Yangyan, both the wealth and the woman would be his. The more critical the situation, the more composed Yan Qin appeared. He slowly approached Lu Yangyan in the midst of the battle. Lu Yangyan was unaware of Yan Qin's approach. "Closer, closer." It wasn't until Yan Qin was right behind Lu Yangyan that he slowly raised his hand, holding a dagger. This was all done in stealth mode, invisible to anyone, including Lu Yangyan. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yan Qin was about to strike. But at that moment, a brilliant flash of a sword suddenly appeared and exploded in front of him. Yan Qin reacted swiftly, immediately retreating, but his speed couldn't match that of the sword light. Two sounds were heard as two sword lights pierced through Yan Qin's shoulders. These were the results of his desperate dodge. Despite his injured arms, Yan Qin didn't utter a sound but sped up his retreat. At the same time, the remaining sword lights swept away all of Yan Qin's so-called subordinates. This sudden turn of events naturally shook Lu Yangyan. He turned abruptly and saw the sword lights piercing through Yan Qin's shoulders, momentarily stunned. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the fleeing Yan Qin. Seeing this figure, both Lu Yangyan and Lu Xiaoyaya were taken aback, then exclaimed in unison, "Master." At this moment, Yan Qin was in a state of panic. Actually, when the sword light burst in front of him, he had already guessed something. The aura was too familiar to him, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Maybe it was just one sword light coming at him. But soon that sliver of hope turned into nothingness because the figure standing in front of him blocking his path was Zuan. With a despairing cry, he decided to make a reckless move and fight to the end. Kelly Yangyan and Xiaoyaya didn't pay any attention to the blood and bodies on the ground. They rushed directly to Zuan, shouting excitedly, "Sir, you're back." Zuan, or rather Zuan's projection, smiled slightly. "Yes, but right now I am just a projection. My main body is, well, having a meal at the restaurant in the northeast corner of the city. If you're not in a hurry, I'll come find you later." "No need, we'll go see you now." Zuan chuckled, "That's fine." With that, Zuan's projection dissipated. Xiaoyaya was thrilled. "Brother, did Sir specifically come to find us?" "It seems so. In any case, it's most important to go see him now." Kelly Yangyan was also excited. The siblings immediately got up and quickly arrived at the restaurant where Zuan was. The waiter recognized them, greeted them, but Kelly Yangyan had no time to chit-chat. Following Zuan's aura, they went upstairs. Upon entering the private room, they saw Zuan eating and drinking with his head down. "Sir." Kelly Yangin and Keshaoyaya stood respectfully and called out. Zuan looked up, smiled slightly. No need to be so formal. Sit down and eat together. The siblings didn't feel restrained. In their eyes, Zuan was more of a mentor than a benefactor or leader. So, they sat across the table. Surprisingly, the restaurant's food was really good, and the meal was delicious. The siblings hadn't eaten yet, so the three of them ate and chatted happily. After the meal, Zuan put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. How have things been recently? Very good. With the help of the Shadow Turtle Emperor, the development of Pearl City has made rapid progress. It has entered a mutually beneficial state, Kelly Yangin said. Zhu, and nodded but remained silent. Seeing this, Kelly Yangin cautiously asked, Sir, what is the purpose of your return this time? Unlike Keshaoyaya, Kelly Yangin didn't think Zuan had come here just to see the two of them. Zuan smiled at the question. There are indeed a few things to take care of. But, before he could finish, footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs outside the private room. Zuan had deactivated the privacy barrier of the room when the siblings entered, so the people inside could hear clearly. Footsteps weren't uncommon, given that this was a busy restaurant with lots of customers coming and going. However, these steps headed straight towards Zuan. And then the door of the room was knocked on. Kelly Yangin and Keshaoyaya were surprised, wondering who it could be at this time. It was Zuan who smiled slightly. Come in. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and a burly figure entered. This person had a rugged and imposing appearance. Seeing him, Kelly Yangin and Keshaoyaya immediately stood up in disbelief. Lord Turtle Emperor. That's right. The visitor was indeed the Shadow Turtle Emperor. He was full of excitement, first respectfully bowing to Zuan and then smiling at Kelly Yangin and Keshaoyaya. What? You can meet Sir upon his return, but I can't. Of course, that's not what we meant. Kelly Yangin felt a bit awkward. I planned to inform you after this meal, but I didn't expect you to already know and rush over. Hehe, I didn't know Sir had returned. But suddenly a message came deep into the void dark domain in front of me. I knew that Sir was calling me, so I rushed over. The Shadow Turtle Emperor spoke. Glancing at the table, he asked, Have all of you eaten, Zhu? And smiled and called the waiter over, ordering another meal. The Shadow Turtle Emperor, of course, didn't hold back and started eating. His eating manners were not pleasing. As for those born in darkness, similar to demonic beings, human etiquette was completely incomprehensible. Zuan watched with interest, while Keshaoyaya was eagerly watching. Even though she was full, seeing the Shadow Turtle Emperor enjoy the food ignited her appetite. After the Shadow Turtle Emperor finished all the dishes on the table, Zuan calmly said, Are you full? Yes. Not bad. The Shadow Turtle Emperor let out a loud burp. I plan to open a passage in the void dark domain, Zhu, and stated calmly. However, this statement stunned the usually composed Shadow Turtle Emperor, who then looked at Zuan in disbelief. Open a passage? Yes. The Shadow Turtle Emperor's face immediately darkened, and the atmosphere in the room also grew tense. Then what about our Shadow Turtle clan? The reason the Shadow Turtle clan had been able to live apart and even enjoy a prosperous life by reaping the unique treasures in the Void Dark Domain was largely due to the protection from the domain. The Void Dark Domain could shield against the covetousness of mortals, even intimidating beings as powerful as immortal lords from venturing in. But now, Zuan's plan to open a passage would inadvertently eliminate the Shadow Turtle clan's greatest reliance. It was a matter of life and death for the clan. And even though Zuan had once shown kindness to him, and his power now far surpassed his, the Shadow Turtle Emperor had no intention of backing down. This cold inquiry made Kelly Yangin frown, and he quickly tried to intervene. Lord Turtle Emperor. But before he could finish, Zuan raised a hand and calmly said, What do you think? The question caught the Shadow Turtle Emperor off guard. Shouldn't it be the other way around for the explanation? However, he quickly reacted and stared deeply at Zuan. Sir Zhu, I don't know what you're thinking, but this matter concerns the life and death of our clan, and I won't back down. Oh, so does that mean the past favors are now void? Zuan spoke coldly. Those words made Kelly Yangin break into a cold sweat, and he continuously blinked at the Shadow Turtle Emperor. Unfortunately, the Shadow Turtle Emperor couldn't decipher these gestures, and even if he did, with his character, he wouldn't beat around the bush. He shook his head. Of course not. The favors you did for me in the past are always remembered, but please forgive me for being straightforward. This matter affects not only me but my people, so I must seek clarity. Even if you think my actions offend you, and you decide to strike me down now, I won't object, and I won't strike back." Zuin remained silent and instead scrutinized Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor with a superior look. The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor faced him confidently. Suddenly, Zuan's lips curled up into a smile. With this smile, the tense atmosphere in the room instantly relaxed, and then Zuin spoke. "You seem to have misunderstood something." "What is it?" The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor was puzzled. "You have framed the issue of me opening a passage as a matter of life and death for your tribe, but the fact is, not only is it harmless, but it could actually become an opportunity for you all." "An opportunity?" "Exactly," Zuin said calmly. "Let me ask you first. How do you think your tribe's current living conditions are?" "Very good." "Is that so?" "Hiding in a dark and sunless pool, surviving by selling naturally grown resources, is that what you consider very good?" Zu and mocked mercilessly. The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor's face rarely reddened, but he couldn't help but say, "What's wrong with that? We were born from the void of the Black Realm, and generations have lived like this. Is there anything wrong?" "It's not entirely wrong, but have you ever thought that everything relying on gifts from above cannot be sustained forever? The void Black Realm is no exception. And do you think my opening of a passage is meant to drive your tribe away? Isn't it?" "Of course not." Zuin reached for a cup, and Lu Xiaoyaya immediately handed it to him obediently. Zuin smiled slightly at her, then turned his gaze back to the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor. "It seems your misunderstanding runs deep. Let me explain my plan in detail. Firstly, I will open a passage to connect the outer heaven and various realms. There is no doubt about that. Your concern about the impact on your tribe is understandable, but have you ever thought that danger often coexists with opportunity?" "Opportunity?" The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor still seemed bewildered. "That's right. The outer heaven and various realms have been separated for a long time. Their resources do not intersect, and their outputs differ. Once the passage is opened, it will inevitably create a massive commercial exchange. In this situation, as the original tribe from the Void Black Realm, you will have a huge advantage." Lu Yangyan listened to this and suddenly understood that the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor still seemed confused. Zuan, seeing this, remained patient and said, "What do you think of the Pearl City?" "It's very good." "How so?" "It's very prosperous." "Have you thought about what will happen if you build a city in the Void Black Realm and position it at the gateway of the passage? What will be the future of this city?" The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor gradually widened his eyes. This was an image he had never thought of before, but through Zuan's description, he suddenly felt a hint of excitement. Despite not having Lu Yangyan's insight, he had witnessed the development of Pearl City in recent years. That was just because of a single pearl. If, as Zuan said, a passage was opened in the Void Black Realm, and a city was built, with resources from various realms and the outer heaven converging. The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor finally paled, then suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully to Zuan. "Sir, forgive my ignorance and rudeness earlier." Zuan smiled slightly. "It's all right, your concerns are valid. What do you think of my proposal now?" "Excellent. But what?" "That the Void Black Realm spans millions of miles. How can it be easily opened?" Zuan just smiled faintly at this. "You don't have to worry about that. Not to mention that my current strength makes it quite achievable to open a passage. The major families of the outer heaven will also contribute together." Earlier, when talking to the Shen family's Shen Mu, Zuan had mentioned his plan to do something which referred to this. Opening the Void Black Realm, connecting the outer heaven with the various realms. Zuan had this idea a long time ago. After all, these two worlds were closely adjacent with deep connections, only separated by a black realm barrier that isolated them from each other. And if it were open and connected, the benefits to both sides were self-evident. This wasn't the first time Zuan had done something like this. Previously, with the Kunlun Secret Realm and the Lux Secret Realm, they had already been connected with the various realms and become a part of them. Zuan believed that only through communication could a world continue to progress. Being self-righteous would only lead to arrogance. This was also one of the most important reasons he came to the outer heaven. And the reason for coming to Pearl City, besides checking on Lu Yangyan and his sister, was also to clarify things with the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor. Even though, with Zuan's current power, he could easily wipe out the entire Dark Shadow Turtle tribe with a snap of his fingers, he wouldn't do that. After all, every tribe had its reasons for existing. If one relied on their strength to arbitrarily deprive others of their right to survive, how would that be any different from the evil creatures of the past? Isn't it better to make things clear like this? And Zuan believed that, driven by common interests, the Dark Shadow Turtle tribe would surely go all out to promote the development of this matter and become faithful guardians of this passage in the future. This was what Zuan would like to see. With Zuan's words, the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor naturally had nothing more to say. He nodded and said, "So when does Sir plan to act?" "In 3 days. During these 3 days, you must manage the entire tribe well. Don't run around randomly, so as not to harm innocent ones when we open the passage later." "Understood." The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor came and went quickly. After the matter was settled, he left immediately. After he left, Liu Yang sighed with admiration. "Today I truly understand the extent of Sir's vision." This was not flattery, but Liu Yang's genuine thoughts. The Void Black Realm had existed for countless ages, and no one had ever thought of opening it up. Zhu. And not only thought of it but also planned to put it into action. What courage that required. What was crucial was that under this courage, he still considered the existence of the Dark Shadow Turtle tribe and planned a way out for them. This was even more admirable. After all, Liu Yang didn't think that with Zuan's current strength, he couldn't resolve the Dark Shadow Turtle tribe. Zuan just smiled and said, "When the passage is opened, Pearl City will also take another step up." Liu Yang nodded, knowing that what Zuan said was right. Although Pearl City was prosperous now, it had clearly entered a bottleneck. Countless prestigious families were shocked by this, not only because of Zuan's sudden return. What was more important was the imminent breakthrough of the Void Dark Domain, because this meant that the outside heavens would soon be connected to the various heavens. Although most people in the outside heavens didn't know exactly what the various heavens were like, the fact that they could give birth to an existence like Zuan meant that they must have unique qualities. At that moment, many astute individuals saw a huge opportunity in this. Some of them acted swiftly and headed towards the Void Dark Domain. Of course, the first to arrive was the Yue family. Yue Shifeng couldn't help but grin when he saw Zuan. "Is this the big event you told me about?" "What? Not big enough." "No. Just find it fascinating." Yue Shifeng chuckled. "Do you think all I know is killing, Zhu?" And sensed Yue Shifeng's undertone. "To tell the truth, I did have that impression at first." Zuan didn't argue, just said lightly, "Sometimes killing is not the best method, but it is the most cost-effective. The cost I mentioned includes lads." Yue Shifeng nodded, and his eyes showed increasing adoration. "I understand your feelings. Although using killing to stop killing may be brutal, it is the most effective." "What are the two of you talking about?" Yue King Huan was a bit confused. Weren't they discussing breaking through the Void Dark Domain? Why did they suddenly bring up killing? And the tone of their conversation made it sound like Zhu was some kind of evil overlord. "Ha ha. Nothing. Just chatting." Yue Shifeng smirked, then spoke seriously. "What do we need to do?" "Shouldn't need much. With me and Miss Shen here, although the Void Dark Domain is vast, it shouldn't be a problem." Yue Shifeng glanced at Chen Suiqian, who was quietly drinking tea in the corner, nodding. "Indeed, with your current strengths, you can go anywhere in the world, let alone a small Void Dark Domain." While they were talking, another group of people arrived, and it was none other than the Shen family. This time, the Shen family's presence was grand. Starting from the family head, Shen Mu, all the elite members of the Shen family poured out. This overwhelming momentum caught everyone's attention as they arrived in the Jewel City. But when Shen Mu saw Zuan, he didn't dare to put on any airs. Instead, hurriedly approached. "Mr. Zhu." Then he glanced at Chen Suiqian sitting not far away, speaking even more respectfully. "Sister Shen." In terms of family relations, calling Chen Suiqian a great-grandmother would not be an overstatement. But Chen Jingshu's status was special. Even in the current Shen family, everyone respectfully called her aunt. Thus, Shen Mu naturally addressed Chen Suiqian as sister. Upon hearing this address, Chen Suiqian raised an eyebrow, not even looking this way. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Fortunately, Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu, the two lively kids, livened things up again. Zisha couldn't wait and asked, "Adult, when do we start?" Yeah. Big adult, when do we start?" Zhang Xiaoyu faithfully repeated the question. "Not yet, there are still some people missing," Zuan said lightly. Many people didn't understand what Zuan was waiting for. This confusion persisted until the appearance of the Shadow Turtle Emperor before it was resolved. Yue Shifeng exclaimed, "Shadow Turtle Clan?" The Shadow Turtle Emperor smiled foolishly, then bowed to Zuan. "My lord, The Shadow Turtle clan is ready. Good. Let's get started then. Zhu and Stotan led everyone beyond the Void Dark Domain. Well before this, Zuan had already investigated the specific situation of the Void Dark Domain and selected the place to act. This location not only had the shortest distance, but was also highly stable, with no spatial anomalies. This kind of task was best suited for the indomitable Sword Intent that was fearless and ruthless, able to destroy anything. Therefore, with one step, Zuan's majestic Sword Intent directly carved out a path in the Void Dark Domain. In an instant, a never-ending path appeared before everyone. Many people paled because the depth of the path cut by Zuan's sword exceeded the divine senses of many people. Only Yue Shifang and a few others, like Shen Mu and Shen Hongyi, could clearly perceive the direction of Zuan's sword. But no matter how bright the sword intent, there would eventually be a moment of dimness. After cutting out tens of millions of kilometers, Zuan's sword finally exhausted and shattered. But at that moment, Shen Suiqian made her move. She drew her personal little sword. A flash of crimson sword radiance directly plunged into the path and seamlessly took over where Zuan's sword left off, continuing to strike forward. This strike cut through tens of millions of kilometers, and the Void Dark Domain had become so thin that the heavens on the other side were faintly visible. But at that moment, Shen Suiqian also couldn't hold on any longer, and her sword intent shattered. The most crucial aspect of this path was speed. Any delay could lead to all previous efforts being wasted. At that moment, Shen Mu made his move, using his unique skill, the strong sword intent born from his tenacious mastery of the sword. Although it couldn't match Zuan and Shen Suiqian in terms of momentum, it played a crucial role at a critical moment. With the combined efforts of Zuan and Shen Mu, this sword intent finally broke through the Void Dark Domain. Doom. The connected Void Dark Domain began to shake violently. This was caused by the spiritual energies of the outside heavens and the various heavens merging. It was as if two nearby yet unconnected rivers were now opened up with the middle barrier removed. The rivers violently surge and converge. At this crucial juncture, the most important step had been completed. Under the washing of spiritual energies, this passage had been fully formed and wouldn't collapse. But Zuan still had a lot to do. For example, promises he made to the Shadow Turtle clan had to be fulfilled at this time. He immediately entered the passage with others following close behind, quickly arriving at the central area of the passage. "How is it here?" Zhu and asked lightly. Naturally, this question was directed at the Shadow Turtle Emperor, who was very satisfied and immediately nodded. "It's good." Zuan then pointed ahead. Doom. The speed at which spiritual energy gathered suddenly accelerated. Zhu and glanced at Yue Shifang. Yue Shifang smirked. How can our Yue family miss out on such a big piece of cake? Yue Shifang's actions also reminded others. The Shadow Turtle Emperor was the first to react and immediately shouted, "Minions, come out and get to work." With this command, the Shadow Turtle clan, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared collectively. "Yes. Help Mr. Zhu build the city." With the addition of these Shadow Turtles, the speed increased significantly. Not only that, but the Shen family and other families who heard the news also joined the battle. In just one day, a magnificent and majestic city appeared before everyone. This city was entirely condensed from spiritual energy, magnificent like a heavenly realm. Moreover, above the city gate hung a plaque with 3 large characters, "To Realm City." In fact, this was only half of Zuan's vision completed. After all, if the Two Realms City is to be effective, various measures and methods are still needed to be implemented. But Zuan didn't need to worry about those. He believed that as long as a good platform was provided, countless others would complete the other half of the vision. Besides, he had another extremely important thing to do now. That was Fox Knight's wedding. The bride-to-be was naturally the second princess of the Dragon Clan, Ao Yi. As his closest friend, how could he miss such an important wedding? Therefore, on the second day after the completion of the Two Realms City construction, Zuan set off on his way back. However, this time there were many more people accompanying him. Yue Qinghuan naturally followed. Yue Shifeng stubbornly tagged along, leaving only the third Miss Yue to guard the Yue family. The Ghost Needle Divine Doctor, Chawen Lian, also came. He wanted to see his disciple, Ashu. In addition, there were Shen Yue and Shen Hongyi. The purpose of their arrival was self-evident. They came for Shen Suiqian. After all, no matter what, Shen Suiqian was the direct descendant of the Shen family and now the only surviving great sword cultivator. So Shen Mu had been trying to improve the relationship with Shen Suiqian, but all his attempts had been unsuccessful. In despair, he secretly sought help from Zuan. In the end, Zuan gave him a strategy, which was to persistently pursue. Zuan made it clear. Although Shen Suiqian may not harbor deep hatred towards the Shen family, there was definitely resentment, and after so many years, her thinking had already formed habits, so it was not surprising that she did not show much courtesy towards them. But since you share the same bloodline, as long as you take the initiative to persistently pursue, you will definitely achieve unexpected results. This was based on Zuan's familiarity with Shen Suiqian's temperament. He knew that Shen Suiqian was someone who appeared cold but was actually warm-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed over immediately upon hearing that she had gone to a higher dimension after just waking up. If she could do that for herself, how could she refuse Shen Yu and the others? Indeed, this persistent pursuit tactic had an effect. Although Shen Suiqian still appeared cold, she no longer kept Shen Yu and the others at a distance like she did initially. Thus, the group quickly arrived at the border of the Qingku Fox Nation in the northwest of the Heavenly Realms. Upon learning of their arrival, led by the Grand Elder Fox One of the Qingku Fox Nation, all the seven-tailed or higher beings of the Qingku Fox Nation came out to greet them. Upon meeting, Fox One burst into laughter. "Zuan, you rascal, without you, I might not have been able to come back. Consider my Green Hill Fox Nation owing you a favor." Fox One was referring to the incident of the timeline disturbance in the Heavenly Realms. As one of the strongest beings in the Heavenly Realms, Fox One naturally received special attention. Not only was he thrown into a time rift, but an illusion was also created to deceive the masses of the Qingku Fox Nation. Without Zhu and dealing with the Swift Nose, Fox One's recovery would have been even more distant. Zuan just smiled indifferently. "No need to consider it a favor. Anyway, your Green Hill Fox Nation already owes me hundreds if not 1,000 favors." Fox One was not ashamed to hear this. Instead, he smirked and said, "When you owe so much, a few more debts don't matter. Since we already owe each other this much, what's a few more?" "Zuan, I finally understand why you are the Grand Elder." "Ha ha, flattery. Please come in, everyone." The group entered the Qingku Fox Nation. Zuan had been here countless times before, and he had even stayed here for a while, so he did not find anything particularly special about it. But for Yue Shifang, Yue Qinghuan, Shen Mu, and the others, it was quite novel. Especially the enormous and extraordinary three-leaved tree standing in the center of the Qinghui's secret realm. They were amazed. Being the most honored guests of the Qingku Fox Nation, they naturally received top-notch treatment. However, Zuan was different. As soon as he returned, he was pulled aside by Fox Knight, who looked distressed. "Lao Zhu, you finally came back. What's wrong? Your wedding is almost here. Why the long face?" Zhu and chuckled. "Don't mention it. This wedding has been giving me a headache." Fox Knight was almost in tears. Seeing this, Zuan felt a stirring in his heart and asked tentatively, "Because of Ro? We're brothers, after all. It's all because of Ro." This puzzled Zuan even more. "It's impossible. Ro is so understanding. She knows about your relationship with Princess Aoyi. How could she possibly object?" "If only she did object," Fox Knight said with a sigh. Zuan was even more confused. "What exactly happened? Explain it clearly." "I told Ro about the situation when I returned. Just as you said, she didn't have any objections. In fact, she was very happy and took the initiative to arrange the wedding." "Didn't you use the method I taught you?" "Of course. How could I forget? I told Ro to take advantage of the festive atmosphere and have another wedding, and she agreed. Isn't that good?" "The problem is it's too good," Fox Knight said. Zuan looked at Fox Knight deeply. "Are you asking for trouble?" "She agreed and you still think it's going wrong. Do you want her to object just to satisfy you?" Fox Knight was almost crying with anxiety. "I was so happy at first, but then one night, I came back late because I drank too much. Guess what happened then?" "What happened?" "Because what Huya said is indeed not entirely impossible. With Ru'er's personality, she could, indeed sacrifice herself to fulfill Huya and Aoyi's wishes. But how can I help with this?" Zuan had a headache for a while. Huya was getting impatient. "Lao Zhu, you must help me this time." Zuan sighed. "How do you want me to help?" "Ask me to persuade her for you. Do you think she would listen to me? And she doesn't even listen to you." Huya was speechless for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Isn't sister-in-law back too? Ru'er has always admired sister-in-law very much. Let her go and persuade her for me." Seeing Haya's anxious look, Zuan nodded. This seemed to be the only way now. In the back mountains of the Chinku Fox clan, there was a small estate. The place was full of flowers and had beautiful scenery, which was where Ruer lived. When Anyan saw Ruer, she was embroidering. There was a pattern of a giant dragon and a nine-tailed fox on the bright red wedding dress, which was already half finished. Seeing this scene, Anyan, who already knew the situation, couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. Embroidering a wedding dress for her beloved man, only to watch him marry someone else. How cruel it must be for a woman. Ruer, Anyan called out softly. Startled from her focus on the embroidery, Ruer looked up and saw Anyan. Quickly stood up and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law." "Yes. Just returned. Came to see you specially. Please sit down." Ruer hurriedly gestured for Anyan to sit, then went to make tea. But Anyan smiled and stopped her. "All right. Why be so polite between us? Sit down and talk." Ruer hesitated for a moment, then sat down uncomfortably. Anyan looked at her and said gently, "I heard from Huya that this wedding is not just to marry the second princess of the dragon clan, but also to fulfill a promise to you. Is that true?" Ruer nodded and said softly, "He did tell me that, but I refused." "Why? Can you tell me?" After a moment of silence, Ruer said, "There's no specific reason. I just felt that such an important wedding should not involve me." "Why do you think it will be disruptive? Everyone knows the relationship between you and Huya. His proposal was made with good intentions." "I know." Ruer raised her head, her gentle eyes filled with determination. "Sister-in-law, I understand everything you said. The reason I refused is simply that I don't want to make things difficult for Huya. I understand how deep Haya's feelings are for me. I love him just as much, which is why I have to do this." Anyan sighed. "I still don't understand. What do you mean by making things difficult?" "Sister-in-law, you may not understand. The second princess died to save Huya back then. I am very grateful, truly grateful. And now that she has returned, Huya wants to marry her. I am sincerely happy. But have you ever thought about Aoyi's status, the esteemed second princess of the dragon clan? She and Huya are a perfect match, while I am just an insignificant human girl. So I feel that." Ruer paused. "It's better for everyone if I step back at this point." Anyan was stunned. She never expected Ruer to have so many thoughts in her heart. But soon she shook her head and sighed lightly. "Silly Ruer, do you know how silly your thoughts are? Do you think your withdrawal is noble enough to move everyone and make Huya live a happy life from now on? Can you honestly think that is possible? You love Huya deeply, and he feels the same for you. If you really quietly back out like this, it will only deal a fatal blow to Huya." Ruer's firm gaze began to falter. At the same time, Anyan reached out and gently pressed her hand on Ruer's shoulder. "Remember, true love is never about blindly sacrificing yourself. On the contrary, it will only make the one who truly loves you suffer. If you love Huya, you should stay. That's what's best for him. I think that's what Huya would want to. But will he really think as you said, sister-in-law?" Ruer finally wavered, hesitating. "Yes." A shout suddenly came from outside, and then Huya walked quickly into the room, looking sincerely at Ruer. "Every word sister-in-law said represents my true thoughts. Ruer, if you leave, then this marriage won't happen. I will go wherever you go." Ruer was startled. "When did you come?" "I've been outside since sister-in-law started convincing you." Ruer blushed, but her heart suddenly overflowed with happiness. She had been vacillating during this time. On one hand, she was happy for Aoyi's resurrection, as she had sacrificed herself for Huya in the past, a debt Ruer had always kept in her heart. But at the same time, she felt great fear. She had always felt inferior about her own identity. What was she compared to Aoyi? Just an ordinary human girl, with at most some ancient bloodline running through her veins. How could she compare to Aoyi, the second princess of the dragon clan? If Aoyi married into the family, it wouldn't be good for her. What should she do then? These thoughts haunted Ruer greatly, making her restless, which led to the idea of secretly leaving. But today, all these thoughts dissipated in the face of Haya's heartfelt confession. If there was a possibility, why would she want to leave? Seeing the two exchange glances, the atmosphere began to warm up rapidly. Anyan, understanding the situation, tactfully retreated and closed the door behind her. "Is everything resolved?" Zuan asked from a distance under the tree. Anyan nodded, reconciled as before. Zuan looked at the house in the distance with a strange smile. "Then let's not disturb them for now." With a teasing tone, Anyang blushed and nodded, as if she had also thought of something, and said, why are you blushing? Am I? I don't think so. TSK. Now you're even redder. The biggest crisis had been resolved, and there were no more obstacles in the way. The preparations for the wedding were progressing steadily, and soon the auspicious day arrived. The guests who came to congratulate were too numerous to count. It is worth noting that this is the marriage between the Fox country of Qingku and the Dragon clan, two powerful tribes, as well as the astonishingly talented Xuan, who in the entire celestial realm would dare not give face to such a union. Not only that, many clans and sects that are usually unreachable have prepared generous gifts to come and offer their congratulations. Their intentions are clear. They are all targeting a passage connecting the various realms and the outer domains. The news that the barrier between the celestial realm and the outer domain has been breached has spread far and wide. Most people, aside from marveling at Xuan's prowess, would probably just move on upon hearing this news. But those with keen business sense see things differently. They detect an opportunity, and this feeling peaks when they hear that Xuan has built a fortress right in the middle of the passage. At the wedding venue, distinguished guests filled the area, and many influential figures who can shake the four cities with just a stomp of their feet have all gathered. Just this opportunity alone is rare. However, the core of the wedding scene, apart from Fox Knight and Ao Yaror, belongs to Xuan. Lord Zhu, I am Liu Hua, the head of the Shi sect. Here is my invitation. Would you be willing to spare a moment to talk? Lord Zhu, I am the master of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Pavilion. We are very interested in the matter of the passage. Can we collaborate? Lord Zhu, sounds like these surrounded Xuan. Xuan smiled but remained silent, proceeding directly outside the venue. However, these people clearly had no intention of giving up easily. They surrounded Xuan and moved with him. At that moment, Xuan suddenly stopped and looked at a young couple sitting at a table by some drinks. The onlookers followed his gaze. They were an ordinary-looking young couple. The man was dressed in black, with decent cultivation, but nothing outstanding. The woman carried a strange weapon resembling an umbrella, but with an exceptionally beautiful appearance. Could it be that Xuan stopped because of the woman? Seems like he has a fondness for beauty. Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the onlookers. Simultaneously, upon feeling Xuan's gaze, the couple stood up excitedly. Juge family, Juge Banzang, Juge Zhuangqing, greetings, Senior Zhu. Yes, these two were members of the Juge family, friends of Xuan from the past. Xuan had met them when he went to the Qianzhou Star Realm. Unexpectedly, they were also present today. Xuan nodded with a smile and then looked around. Is your ancestor not here? In fact, Xuan had already noticed this. This wedding was not just about the union between Qingku Fox Country and the Dragon Clan, but also a grand gathering of the Celestial Realms. Many familiar faces had come, including Xuan's old friends. However, the charlatan Juge Banzang was conspicuously absent. Hearing Xuan's question, Juge Banzang smiled bitterly. To be honest, I have no idea where our ancestor went. He disappeared long before this calamity. Before his disappearance, he only told us one thing, to pass on to you. Oh, what did he say? He said he went to an unknown place to wait for you. An unknown place, Zhu, and murmured. His eyes suddenly lit up. Then he nodded. Thank you, Senior. You are too kind. This is our ancestor's order, something we should do. Xuan smiled and then looked at Juge Banzang and Juge Zhuangqing. Over the years, their strength had improved somewhat but not significantly. In this age of great conflicts, they seemed somewhat insignificant. However, this was not their fault. The Juge family's cultivation methods were inherently mysterious and relied heavily on talent. Any obstacles could hinder their progress. Understanding this, Xuan didn't say much but instead shot two beams of light into Juge Banzang and Juge Zhuangqing's bodies. They trembled. Senior, we had a past connection, and with this message, I must help you. This is a modification to your family's cultivation method. If you study it well, it should benefit you. With that, Xuan left, leaving Juge Banzang and Juge Zhuangqing in astonishment. They found themselves holding a new set of techniques in their minds, related to their family's traditional methods, but far superior. Xuan had even provided detailed annotations, leaving them amazed. After a while, Juge Zhuangqing exhaled softly. Brother? Yes, do you think? What level has Senior's strength reached now? Juge Zhuangqing asked softly. Juge Banzang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. Senior was standing right in front of us just now, but in my perception, he simply didn't exist. Perhaps his realm has far surpassed our imagination. Chu Xuanqing's face showed admiration. Yes. Just based on this technique, we can see the power of Senior. Not mentioning the shocked Juge siblings, after leaving the venue, Zuan escaped the endless chatter and flew directly into the void. It wasn't that he sought solitude, rather, he had just received a message from Earth. It was from Zhang Qianyu and consisted of just 2 words, success. Without delaying, Zuan flew back to Earth in the time it takes for a cup of tea, arriving at a laboratory on Mars. When he saw Zhang Qianyu, he was filled with excitement and was busy researching something. Zuan, you've finally arrived. Take a look. This is the result of our recent research, Yang Furong said, as he excitedly pulled back the curtain, revealing a giant machine towering over 10 meters tall. The machine looked bizarre, with dense pipelines running all over and flickering as if alive. In the center of the machine was a mirror. The mirror shimmered with countless lights, as if hiding infinite worlds within. Zuan walked around this machine a few times, suddenly asking, "Where is Zihulu?" "Here." Zhang Qianyu stepped forward and pressed a few buttons on the main god component. Then the core area of the main god component slowly opened up, and a mechanical arm extended from it, carrying a transparent box. Inside the box was Zihulu, still asleep. Zhang Qianyu said, "She has been sleeping and not waking up, so I put her here. This environment is more conducive to her awakening." Zuan looked for a moment and finally looked up at Yanfu. "Is your cherished main god component considered complete now?" "Yes." Yanfu nodded excitedly. "So, what is its purpose?" Zuan asked. Yanfu smiled. "I introduced it to you once before." Zuan nodded. "Yes, but at that time you only mentioned about building a real multi-dimensional universe through the rules of harvesting evil creatures." "That's right. I did say that, but that was just one of the functions of this main god component. The real reason is actually very complex. I didn't explain it clearly to you back then." "I am all ears," Zuan said. Yanfu smiled and then asked, "Do you know what a light cone is?" "Light cone?" Zuan furrowed his brow slightly. Zhang Qianyu, on the side, then explained, "The so-called light cone refers to a 3-dimensional cone formed by the information emitted by an object at the speed of light in the 4-dimensional time-space, collectively referred to as a light cone." Zuan squinted slightly, and then, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been confused after hearing these complicated and obscure explanations. But Zuan was not an ordinary person. After reaching the peak of enlightenment, he gained not only powerful abilities, but also a profound understanding of all things in the world. So as Zhang Qianyu explained, he instantly understood. The so-called light cone actually refers to the range that the information emitted by an object can reach. This may still be somewhat difficult to understand, so let's take an example. The dissemination of information in the world generally cannot exceed the speed of light. The reason why Zuan can traverse what is regarded as a long distance for light in an instant is because he can fold space with his formidable power. If placed on a smooth spatial scale, even Zuan would have to adhere to the rules of light speed. Understanding this, let's talk about the light cone. Imagining yourself as a candle in the dark void. The light tears through the darkness and spreads in all directions. If there are no obstructions, it seems like it can continue spreading in the void. But that is impossible. Even in the propagation of photons in a vacuum, there is still decay. Until the last photon decays and disappears, that distance is the light cone of the candle. Because if you look at it from a universal scale, you will find that the distance over which the candle can interfere is limited. Beyond this distance, no matter what happens, because light cannot reach, the candle cannot have any impact. This is the true meaning of the light cone. Yanfu and Zhang Qianyu exchanged a glance, then Yanfu mysteriously smiled. "Zuan, do you think the various heavens, realms beyond realms, and the so-called higher dimensional universes are large enough?" Zuan fell silent for a moment and eventually nodded. "I suppose they are quite vast." "Wrong. In fact, the universe we perceive is just a drop in the ocean, because we are all within the same light cone, meaning there is interference between you and me," Yanfu said, his face showing excitement that words could not describe. The real universe is unimaginably vast, but because they are beyond our light cone, they are truly unknowable to us. Once again, the term unknowable was mentioned, and upon hearing these words, Zuan shuddered. Then his eyes gradually lit up. According to conventional theory, we will never be able to reach beyond the light cone, because the causality outside of it does not interfere with ours. When I discovered this theory, I felt like the whole world was collapsing because I always believed that the power of technology could change everything, but unexpectedly, a thick wall stood before me. But I was not willing to accept that. I never thought that there was something that could never be achieved, so I frantically searched for information, and eventually found some clues in the notes of an ancient, lost civilization of mechanical alchemy. This civilization rose from unknown origins and vanished suddenly, leaving behind only sporadic artifacts to prove their existence. I was fortunate to obtain those fragments of notes. A lot was recorded in the notes, telling people that this civilization of mechanical alchemy was once highly developed, even unifying the world they lived in, but they also encountered the same confusion as me. However, they found a solution. "Is that what you call the main god, Zhu?" and asked. "Yes, that is actually the origin of my conception of the main god." Yanfu became very excited again. Since the completion of the main god, he had often fallen into such a state. Zhang Qianyu then continued, "To be honest, this main god component can break through the constraints of the light cone to some extent, allowing you to enter a world without causal interference, thereby providing the possibility of traveling to other worlds. So, it can allow me to enter the unknowable place." Zuan's eyes sparkled. "Yes, but there is a condition I must mention. For the worlds outside that have no causal interference with us, our sudden intrusion is considered a violation of the natural order. To the will of those worlds, we are like sudden robbers that must be eliminated, as unavoidable bugs. So, as soon as we enter, the will of those worlds will intensely reject and eliminate us. The main god can protect us in such situations, temporarily obscuring the perception of the world's will. However, these world wills will not give up easily. They will definitely counterattack madly. So, you cannot stay in a world for too long, at most 1 year, before you must leave. Otherwise, the worlds can detect you, and by then, what will happen is truly unpredictable." Zhang Qianyu seemingly remained calmer than Yanfu, at least in understanding the pros and cons. Zhu and listened and nodded. Suddenly he asked, "Can I try it?" Yanfu scratched his increasingly emaciated belly. "Theoretically speaking, this main divine component is already completed, and after countless checks by me, I can ensure that there won't be any problems. But this involves the issue of time and space travel, going to a world beyond the light cone. No one dares to guarantee that no problems will arise. The experiments I've done before were all completed in a virtual state, allowing the main divine component to calculate several virtual worlds and then enter them. At this moment, Yanfu rarely came to his senses, so I don't recommend you go to the outside world now. At least wait for a few rounds of experiments to confirm that there are no issues before proceeding." Zuan smiled. "Don't worry. This time I am just going to take a look, and I will come back immediately. Besides, who else is more suitable for conducting experiments other than me, with the highest cultivation level?" Hearing this, Yanfu was somewhat moved. After all, what Zuan said was correct. With his strength and level of cultivation, he could handle any danger that may arise, making him the best candidate for the task. However, he still hesitated, knowing that this was no small matter. Suddenly, Zhang Qianyu said, "If that's the case, then it's worth a try." Yanfu looked at Zhang Qianyu in surprise, not understanding why he would say that. Any experiment carries risks, but with Zuan's current strength, even if he encounters difficulties, he can come back unscathed, which is better than sacrificing the lives of others. Upon hearing Zhang Qianyu's words, Yanfu finally made up his mind. "All right, since both of you say so, let's give it a try." All three of them were determined individuals, so once they had an agreement, Yanfu and Zhang Qianyu immediately started the final checks and adjustments. After confirming that everything was in order, Yanfu opened the valve of the main divine component, revealing a small space that could only accommodate 4 or 5 people. Zuan walked in, and Yanfu cautioned, "If you encounter anything amiss, remember to come back immediately. Do not get caught up in a fight." Zuan smiled slightly. "Don't worry." The valve closed, and then there was a light humming sound. The main divine component beneath their feet vibrated slightly, and Zuan was completely submerged in a dazzling brilliance. From Zuan's perspective, he only felt a flash of light before entering a long and narrow passage. At the same time, he heard a mechanical synthesized sound. The main divine space has been activated. Subject number 01 is in place, detecting 123 formed worlds ahead. Coordinates not locked. Proceeding with selection. Selection complete. Identity generation in progress. Identity generated. Commencing deployment. After a series of alert sounds, Zuin suddenly felt a blackout before temporarily losing perception of his surroundings. However, this process was brief, just a few snaps of the fingers, and soon Zu and regained all his senses. Then he heard a series of shrill shouts, whistles of wits, and screams of people. Deployment complete. Identity fit achieved. Language synchronization successful. Mission unknown. Rewards, followed by a series of error codes, which eventually disappear. Did an error occur right after logging in? Zu and furrowed his brow slightly, but did not panic. Instead, he looked around. It was a vast expanse of desolate land, with snow and ice hanging from tree branches in the distance, indicating that it was winter. Despite the harsh weather conditions, including Zu in his current role, everyone was wearing thin clothing while toiling in the fields. No one dared to slack off, with overseers standing at the field endings monitoring everyone's actions. Any delay would result in a lash across the back. The previous screams that Zu heard originated from here. This is the information Zu and gathered after a quick survey of the surroundings, feeling the weakness of the body he was currently inhabiting. The grass shoes exposing his toes were unable to withstand the icy cold, with his bare calves already bruised from the frost. Beneath the tattered clothes, the body was covered in scars, and the visible ribs and the faintly pulsating heart proved how dire the situation was. It wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed and died on the spot. Starting in hell, Zu and muttered softly to himself. As he did, a warm current began to emerge within his body, rapidly healing this frail vessel. It was Zuan's cultivation gradually returning. Meanwhile, another mechanical synthesized sound resonated in his mind. Character identity. Heian County Lord Manor Serf of the Grand Crossing Dynasty. Mission survive. From these cold 3 words, Zuin could already discern the danger within. There was no need to ask. Something must have happened during the crossing that attracted the attention of the World's Will. This current situation was clearly also due to the World's Will. Under ordinary circumstances, Zuin should have immediately returned. However, he did not. Instead, he leisurely observed the environment. The land beneath his feet was hard and barren, with the serfs wielding rudimentary tools struggling to till the surface, barely penetrating the frozen ground. However, despite their efforts, the supervisors showed no signs of easing up, but instead escalated their verbal abuse and whip strikes. The faces of the serfs revealed no hint of resistance, only numbness. Zu and felt a stir within him. This didn't seem like mere work but rather intentionally pushing these serfs to their deaths. After all, even the most obtuse slave owners would know that such weather was unsuited for farm work. As he pondered, a shout rang out. "Damn it, I told you to work, but here you are slacking off again. Despicable scum." The whip whistled, aimed straight at Zuan's face. This strike could have shattered his eyes if it landed solidly. If he were the youth from before, he would probably have fallen without reacting in time. Nevertheless, Zuan wouldn't allow such a trick to succeed. After the brief moment of recovery, most of the injuries on this body had healed. While his cultivation had not yet returned, handling such small pawns was no longer a challenge. Consequently, Zuan reached out and caught the whipping coming his way. The overseer, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, was now frozen in place. At the same time, Zuan looked up at the man, a tall and menacing figure. Initially prepared to reprimand, the overseer hesitated upon meeting Zuan's gaze, inexplicably feeling a sense of dread. To become a foreman, who wields a long whip and exercises authority and power, that person must have some degree of power. Therefore, one's recent rebellion must have been a great humiliation in the eyes of that person. After all, in the eyes of these overseers, oneself is nothing but a slave, inferior to pigs and dogs. How can a slave rebel? It is clear that one will face cruel retaliation in the future. However, Zuan doesn't care. With the constant return of his cultivation, Zuan's strength is steadily increasing. At this rate, even if the will of the world maliciously interferes, he will be able to return to the peak within a month at most. Just then, a hoarse and old voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Ziche, are you okay?" Zu and turned to see a weather-beaten, skinny old man anxiously looking at him. A few memories flashed through his mind. Zu and instantly understood the identity of this old man. The old man's name was Liu Jianbin, the person closest to Zuan in his current identity. They once belonged to a glorious and powerful family, but sadly, that family declined due to various reasons and ultimately became victims in a major upheaval, with the family members either killed or reduced to serfs. Third uncle, I'm fine, Zuan replied according to his memories. Liu Jianbin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're fine, that's good, that's good. You must be careful. These overseers are deliberately picking faults, aiming to put us in a desperate situation. The more they're like this, the less we should let them have their way. Finishing his words, Liu Jianbin left hurriedly without waiting for Zuan's reply. Due to his advanced age and his usual cautious and flattering behavior, the overseers were relatively at ease with him, and allowed him more freedom than other serfs. But this didn't mean he could run amok, especially after the conversation he just had with Zuan, which was extremely taboo. But Liu Jianbin still took the risk. Perhaps, as he said, it was to preserve the last surviving legitimate male heir of the Liu family. However, he was too far away at the beginning and didn't see clearly what happened. If he had known, he would never have left so easily and would have tried his best to help Zuan escape. The biggest rule for serfs is that they cannot resist the overseers, especially the overseer who had just targeted Zuan, known for his vengeful nature. Of course, at this moment, Liu Jianbin was unaware of these matters. The bell signaling the end of work finally rang, and the serfs who had worked hard all day in the cold wind could finally go back. However, on their way back, Zuan noticed several serfs who were left lying in the cold fields, unable to move due to exhaustion or the severe cold, disregarded by everyone. Not even the overseers bothered to crack their whips at them. In such weather, these people couldn't survive a single night. Who would boast about being proud when dealing with the dead? Zhu, and furrowed his brows imperceptibly. Human lives in this world are truly like worthless grass and stubble. However, he didn't intervene because there are still many unknowns for Zuan in this world, especially what's going on with the suddenly chaotic main god system and whether the will of this world has already noticed him. In addition, with Zuan's strength not yet fully recovered, he just glanced at these dying people and planned to turn and leave. Just then, a person lying on the edge of a field seemed to sense Zuan's pause. He opened his eyes, used all his remaining strength to move his mouth, though no sound came out. Zuan understood that he wanted him to save him. This time, Zuan didn't hesitate, but walked over and slowly squatted down. Can you hold on? The man didn't answer verbally, but nodded with effort, seemingly trying to prove his vitality. Zhu, and nodded, reached out, and grabbed his shoulder, helping him up from the ground. This scene immediately caught the attention of many people. When they saw Zuan actually helping a nearly dying man and intending to take him back, many were shocked, including the overseers. They glanced at each other, someone spat and was about to step forward, but another person stopped him. Enough. This kid has caught the eye of Boss Zhu. He will have trouble tonight. You don't need to bother. Caught the eye of Boss Zhu. This overseer was stunned, then sneered. TSK, he can't even protect himself but still has the mood to save others. He deliberately said this in a loud voice, and Zuan naturally heard it, but he didn't pay attention. Instead, he helped the man back to his dwelling. This so-called dwelling was actually a leaky thatch hut. In the freezing cold weather, this kind of hut is barely adequate. Zhu, and placed the man on a pile of grass inside the hut. Whether it was due to the long walk or the slightly warmer environment stimulating him, the man finally had the strength to speak. Thank you. Zuan didn't show much gratitude, only saying lightly, don't thank me. Thank yourself for not giving up. The man was puzzled, clearly not understanding the meaning behind Zuan's words. Zuan didn't explain further but took out a broken earthen pot, lit some dry grass inside, and placed it in front of the man. In this cold night, without a flame, relying solely on the drafty thatched hut would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Zuan didn't care. His injuries had completely healed after this back and forth, and his return to cultivation was accelerating. However, the man he brought back was extremely weak, and he wouldn't last without the fire. After igniting the pot, Zuan placed it in front of the man. Under the warmth of the flames, a hint of color finally appeared on the man's originally pale face. He looked at Zuan gratefully, about to say something, Zhu, and cut him off and said, don't ask me. I have no food here. The man was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. I don't need food. I just wanted to remind you. Remind me of what? The overseer you offended today is no good person. He will definitely come for you tonight. Why are you telling me all this? Zuin suddenly asked. This person had never expected Zuin to ask such a question. According to common sense, shouldn't he be trembling in fear by now? But he still replied, because you are a good person. Good person? Ha ha. Do you believe there are good people in this world? Zuin scoffed. I don't believe it, but you saved me under those circumstances, so I am grateful to you. How can I be grateful to you? Weren't you just saying that Boss Zhu would come looking for me, and I probably won't survive tonight? Zuin said calmly. That's true, but you still have a chance. Although the overseers are ruthless and abusive, they are all under the jurisdiction of Second Sister Yi. Second Sister Yi is a decent person, so as long as you can establish a connection with Second Sister Yi, not only can you be safe but you may even be able to live a relatively stable life. This person was still very weak, and after saying this long speech, he started panting heavily. Zuin silently poured a bowl of water into a rough porcelain bowl and handed it to him. After drinking it down, the person finally felt better. Now I'm curious. How did you know all this? This information doesn't seem like something an ordinary farm slave would know. Zuin said blandly. The person gave a bitter smile. You're right, I'm indeed not an ordinary farm slave, because I used to be a part of this manor. An overseer? The person's face showed disdain. Nonsense, when I was in power. Just one glance from Boss Zhu and he'd have to die. Then how did you end up like this? The person fell silent again for a moment before sighing. I thought I was someone special, but in front of those truly noble people, I was just like a dog. So you were dissatisfied. You planned to rebel, and ended up like this, nearly freezing to death in the cold night outside. Zuin raised an eyebrow. The person looked at Zuin, seeming very surprised. I thought that after the outstanding youths of the Liu family perished, there would be no one left to look up to in the Liu family. I didn't expect that. I underestimated the foundation of your distinguished noble family. Zuin smiled faintly and did not respond, instead returning to the corner to continue meditating. The person watched Zhu, and sitting there and couldn't help but say, what's the point of what you're doing? Without the help of wealth and loss, relying solely on some skills to start cultivating again, is just like a madman's dream. Zuin still kept silent. Besides, the spiritual energy around here has already been sealed by the experts from Heian County. You won't be able to cultivate. Zuin finally spoke up. I suddenly understand why you ended up like this. Because you talk too much. The person was speechless after being retorted and could only awkwardly close his mouth. As the night deepened, the chill in the air grew thicker. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps outside. The person who had been dozing off on a pile of grass immediately sat up. Just as he was about to say something to warn, he saw Zuin, who was sitting in the corner, had already opened his eyes. In an instant, the dark thatched hut seemed to be lit up by a flash of lightning. The person shuddered, looking at Zuin in disbelief, his eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? How did he cultivate such strength in this environment? Meanwhile, outside the thatched hut, the overseer named Boss Zhu was leading a few familiar friends towards this direction. They smelled of alcohol, their eyes excited, whispering as they walked. Don't kill him too quickly later. The long night is ahead. Wouldn't it be better to have some fun? I just came up with a new punishment recently. I'll try it on this kid later. Hey. This kid doesn't look bad, like a little girl. I'll use him first later. These chilling words floated in the night air and made Boss Zhu's face even more stern, as if he had just escaped from hell. Ever since he finished work today, he had been holding back a fire in his heart. He couldn't believe that he had been frightened by a lowly farm slave, which was intolerable. Just thinking about that scene made Boss Zhu feel uncontrollable anger, wishing to tear Zuin to pieces to ease his hatred. As the previously rescued person had mentioned, Boss Zhu was an extremely cruel person. He especially enjoyed torturing the noble youths, which made him feel superior to these so-called nobles. This was also the reason he had targeted Zuin specifically, because the biggest fallen noble family in the recent years was the Liu family. And this seventh son was the last legitimate male descendant of the Liu family, so how could he not pay special attention? However, he never expected to be defeated by this frail youth. Burning with rage, Boss Zhu walked quickly towards the thatch hut and pushed aside the grass curtain to walk in. The room was dark, but for warriors like Boss Zhu, it didn't matter. They entered one after another, ready to start their game for the night. However, at that moment, Boss Zhu, who was at the front, suddenly felt an indescribable palpitation. This feeling was similar to when he was swinging his whip at Zuan in the fields during the day. In an instant, every hair on Boss Zhu's body stood on end. He couldn't determine where the danger was coming from, so he frantically activated his Che to make his skin as hard as iron. But suddenly, there was a light popping sound behind him, followed by a muffled grunt. The sound was very faint, but to Boss Zhu, it was no different from a thunderclap, because at that very moment, he felt a warm liquid splashing on his face. For someone who had taken more than one life in his hands, this feeling was all too familiar. It was blood. At the same time, the popping sounds continued, and shortly after, the sound of bodies hitting the ground could be heard. Boss Zhu realized that all the people who came with him had been wiped out. His fearful heart skipped a beat. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have dared to come. However, what puzzled him was, who exactly was behind this? He couldn't believe that this seventh son could have such power under all the restrictions. Just as he was filled with shock, regret, and fear, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Zuan's strength had recovered somewhat now, although he couldn't use his sword Che yet. Dealing with these people was not a problem, but he didn't want to kill Boss Zhu so quickly. After all, he still had many questions for this overseer. That's why he chose to eliminate the followers first. Zhu Lao Die's mouth gaping open, struggling for breath, but Zhu, and clutched so tightly that not a single bit of air could pass through his throat. His chest had shriveled, and if there had been a light, you would have seen Zhu Lao Die's face turn dark purple. At this point, all martial arts skills had lost their effectiveness. To survive, there was only one way. Spare me. Zhu Lao Di exerted his last bit of strength to utter these two words. It seemed like his plea for mercy had an effect, as the arms that were previously tightly constricted loosened slightly. Zhu Lao Di immediately started gasping violently, and his lungs, which had become paper-thin, swelled. He had never felt the air so sweet before. But this sensation only lasted for a few seconds, as the arms around his neck tightened once more. Death was terrifying enough, especially when you had just narrowly escaped it, and a glimmer of hope had risen in your heart. So when Zuan tightened his grip on Zhu Lao Die's arms again, Zhu Lao Da collapsed completely. All the resistance he once had vanished, and he didn't even struggle. Zuan leaned in close to his ear like a devil and whispered, "If you want to live, cooperate obediently next. Understood?" Zhu Lao Da instantly became excited. Although he couldn't speak, he nodded as much as he could to show that he understood. Zuan then released his grip, and Zhu Lao Da slumped to the ground like a dead dog, struggling to catch his breath. Zhu, and squatted down, quietly watching him. It wasn't until his breathing slightly evened out that Zuan finally spoke slowly. "Next, I will ask, and you will answer. If I see any deceit from you." Zhu Lao Da shuddered in fear and immediately shook his head vigorously. "I dare not, I dare not." Seeing this scene, Sun Yu on the haystack fell silent. He could tell that Zhu Lao Die's psychological defenses had completely collapsed at this moment. What surprised him wasn't this, as only a few brave individuals could remain calm after facing death twice in a row. He was surprised at Zuan's composure. It was as if he had anticipated all of these events. Facing Zhu Lao Die's pleas for mercy like a dog, Zuan didn't even blink. This deep-seated calmness made Sun Yu, who considered himself well-traveled, shudder with a cold breath. If he didn't know Liu Shaoqi's identity, he would even suspect that this Liu Shaoqi came from some top-tier noble family. Only the most exceptional, young individuals from these prominent families could exhibit such behavior. At that moment, Zuan posed the first question. "Why did you target the Liu family, or me?" Zhu Lao Da trembled all over but didn't hesitate, immediately saying, "It was an order from above. I don't know the specific reasons." "What was this order?" "The order was to torture you as much as possible, preferably to kill you silently, without revealing any flaws." After speaking, Zhu Lao Da tentatively glanced at Zuan, hoping to gauge the young man's reaction. Most people would explode in anger upon hearing this news, but the young man in front of him didn't. He showed no anger, not even any extra emotion, as if these matters were completely unrelated to him. This reaction chilled Zhu Lao Da to the core, preventing him from resisting. In fact, Zhu Lao Die's guess was correct. Zhu, and truly didn't care about these matters because, in Zuan's eyes, these grudges were like jokes. But since he had inherited this identity, Zuan had to resolve these issues. "Who gave you the order?" "It was Yi Anyang. All orders from above are conveyed by Yi Anyang." Zhu Lao Da immediately answered. Sun Yu was shocked and looked at Zuan, wanting to speak, But before he could, Zuin sneered coldly. I said, the consequences of deceit are something you cannot bear. Zhu Die's expression froze, but he persisted. I didn't deceive you. There was a loud snap, the words trailing off abruptly as Zuin didn't let him finish and directly snapped his neck. Zhu Die's head twisted at an eerie angle toward the back, coincidentally facing Xinyu. Xinyu could see that the once arrogant and haughty face was now filled with confusion. It seemed he didn't understand why Zuin had suddenly taken his life. Zuin stood up and looked at Xinyu. Can you still stand? Yes. Yes, I can, Xinyu replied repeatedly, then struggled to get up from the haystack. Unknowingly, he was filled with awe towards Zuan. He believed that if he couldn't respond to Zuan's questions, just like Zhu Da and the others, he might meet the same fate. However, Zuin ignored his thoughts and coldly said, all right, follow me. With that, Zuin turned and walked out of the thatched hut. Xinyu, trying to keep calm, followed. The biting cold wind made Xinyu shiver. After enduring these days of hardship, Xinyu was already extremely weak and couldn't bear such a frigid night. Seeing this, Zuin suddenly stopped and placed his hand on Xinyu's shoulder. Xinyu shuddered all over, feeling a warm flow rush into his body from his shoulder, instantly dispelling the icy cold and greatly easing his fatigue and weakness. Xinyu was somewhat numb. He didn't know how many more secrets this young man held. But with just this move alone, he surpassed 90% of the so-called young talent in Heian County. In the cold night, the area where the serfs lived was quiet as a tomb. There wasn't even a guard because even the most rebellious serfs understood that traveling in such weather was a death sentence. Zuin easily lay Xinyu out of the serf settlement area. The houses ahead were more refined, with proper walls, doors, and windows. This was where the overseers lived. There were still no guards around. Although there should have been patrols, no one wanted to endure the punishment in such weather. They preferred staying warm indoors and drinking. Zuin went straight to the center of the overseer's area, where the tallest building stood. Xinyu remained silent for a moment, nodded, and suddenly thought of something, hastily saying, Yerniang is a good person, you have to believe me, Zhu. And glanced at Xinyu and then smiled knowingly. You seem to care about her a lot. Then why didn't she rescue you? Xinyu fell silent for a moment and sighed. She also has her difficulties, and she has done her best to protect me. Otherwise, do you think I could have survived until now? So, don't worry. I'm not here to kill her, but to ask her for a favor, Zuin said lightly, then walked to the door, raised his hand, and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking in the silent night seemed very abrupt. Xinyu's eyelids twitched, completely unaware of what Zuin was up to. Just then, a cold, sharp female voice came from inside the room, asking, who's there? Zuin did not respond with his identity, calmly saying, Julata is dead. The room fell silent instantly, and after a moment the door was suddenly pulled open. At the same time, a dagger swiftly stabbed towards Zuin's face. The dagger's technique was nothing special, but it executed speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness to perfection. However, Zuin seemed to have anticipated this, as he raised his hand and flicked it lightly. Yerniang felt a huge force coming at her, and the dagger flew out of her hand. Startled, she was about to say something when Zuin moved forward, forcing her to retreat. But Yerniang, who could control ruffians like Julata and make them obedient, was not someone easy to deal with. She was about to fight back, but she saw Zuan's face and Xinyu behind him, and she couldn't help but freeze. Is it you? You too? At this moment, Xinyu also walked into the room, closing the door. The warmth inside the room made his face moist with dew, but he was very excited. After a while, through Xinyu's narration, Yerniang finally understood what had happened. Hearing that Zhu and single-handedly killed Julata and several foremen, Yerniang couldn't help but look shocked. She thought about the move she had just made. The force that made her let go of the dagger still lingered in her mind. She couldn't help but look at Zuan, who was sitting on a chair eating. She knew very well about this worthless son of the Liu family, and she knew that orders had been given above to find a way to kill him discreetly. She couldn't defy this order and had to give him covert care. She never expected that to date he would give her such a huge surprise. Even she, herself, couldn't have wiped out Julata and the others in such a short time. Where did he get this strength from? Why did he come to look for her? These questions kept spinning in Yerniang's mind. As Zuin remained silent, Yerniang and Xinyu had no choice but to wait patiently. Zuin ate quickly, almost swallowing large chunks of meat without chewing much. With the stimulation of Chan blood in his stomach, the meat quickly digested and transformed into energy to strengthen his body. Of course, this was incomparable to Xuan's cultivation level, but it was better than nothing. And at this moment, any bit of power was precious. Finally, Xuan finished the table full of food, wiped his mouth, and turned to look at Yurniang and Xinyu. The dazzling look in his eyes made Yurniang and Xinyu's hair stand on end, as if they saw a slumbering king awakening. Then Xuan smiled. His white teeth dazzled Yurniang's eyes. "Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you," Xuan said. Although Yurniang knew this young man wouldn't kill her, hearing him say that still relieved her greatly. But Yurniang hesitated and then said, "The orders of Julata and them, Xuan waved his hand. "Don't say any more. I know those aren't your orders, and I didn't come for that. I have only two things to ask of you. First, I hope you will take care of Sanbul, Liu Jianbin and the others after this is over," Xuan said quietly, looking at Yurniang. Yurniang pondered for a moment and then nodded. "I will do my best." Xuan shook his head. "Do not just promise to try. I know you can do it." "All right. What about the second thing?" Xuan smiled faintly. "The second thing? I hope you will report me tonight." "What?" This statement not only left Yurniang puzzled, but also greatly surprised Xinyu. He thought he had figured out Xuan's intentions. He believed Xuan wanted to use Yurniang as a crucial figure to hide his actions. Although the deaths of Julata and the foreman were significant, they couldn't challenge Yurniang's status. As long as Xuan grasped this point, he could possibly escape from his peasant identity and become invisible. However, he never expected Xuan to ask Yurniang to report him. This was simply incomprehensible. Yurniang was also taken aback. She shook her head and said, "If you were testing me, there's no need. Xinyu knows my character. If I say I will help you, then you misunderstand," Xuan said lightly. "I'm not testing you. I really want you to report me." "Why?" After a moment of silence, Yurniang finally asked. Xuan stood up, speaking indifferently, "Because I want the person hiding behind the scenes to feel the pain." Yurniang looked at the thin but upright figure, feeling speechless. If anyone else had spoken to her like that, she would have thought the person was insane. After all, this was Heian County. No one could break the rules to challenge those in power. Not even the children of prestigious families. But when those words came from Xuan, Yurniang's reaction seemed natural. Deep down, she even faintly felt like this young man might actually be able to do it. So, after a brief silence, she nodded and said, "All right, I'll go now." At this late hour in the cold weather, the entire Heian County mansion was exceptionally quiet. A man with a big belly suddenly stood up, his round face filled with astonishment. Liu Changkuo was the real name of Liu Shaoqi. "Yes, I just received the news myself," Yurniang said calmly. The man's expression began to change unpredictably, his eyes squeezed into a narrow slit by the excess flesh, occasionally flashing a sinister light. Yurniang took a half step back without a word. She was not afraid of this man, but she also did not want to offend him, because this man, who appeared fat like a pig with a kind face, was actually as venomous as a snake. Furthermore, he was the actual manager of this Heian County farmstead and directly responsible to the county magistrate. At this moment, the steward of the farmstead, Fenhu, paced back and forth in the room with a dark expression. What exactly happened? Liu Changkuo has been a farmhand on the estate for almost a year. Why did he suddenly erupt into violence and manage to do so? Faced with Fenhu's questioning, Yurniang remained unfazed. Because in reality, this matter had little to do with her. She calmly said, "Indeed, Liu Changkuo has been working in the fields for a year. If you doubt this, Steward Fan, you can investigate it. As for why he erupted into violence, from my investigation, it seems that there was some conflict between Julata and Liu Changkuo in the field during the day. Then at dinner, Julata threatened other overseers that he would teach Liu Changkuo a lesson. After dinner, not long after dinner, he took a few friends to Liu Changkuo's hut, and they never returned." Yurniang recounted the events in a clear manner, and Fenhu listened with narrowed eyes, not detecting any flaws. In fact, he could not find any flaws, because everything Yurniang said was true. "How did you find out that Julata and the others were dead?" Fenhu asked. "Someone told me." "Who?" "Xinyu." When Fenhu heard this name, his eyes widened. "Xinyu." Yurniang was candid. "Yes." "Is he still alive?" "He was almost dead. But today, when work ended, Liu Changkuo saved the exhausted Zhen Yu and brought him back to his hut. At the time of the incident, Zhen Yu happened to witness the whole process in the hut. After Liu Changkuo killed Julade and the others, he left on his own. He dared not stay. Immediately found me and recounted the events. Yerniyang's strategy was simple. Many people witnessed Zhu and saving Zhen Yu when work ended today, so covering up the truth was useless. It was better to disclose it at this moment. After listening to Yerniyang, Fenhu suddenly gave a cold laugh. So you mean this Zhen Yu was present at the scene, but after Liu Changkuo committed the murders, he did not kill him but spared his life instead? Yes. Why? Normally, if Liu Changkuo wanted to escape, he should have killed Zhen Yu to buy himself more time to flee, but he didn't. Why? Fenhu appeared to be asking questions, but in reality, he was cornering Zhen Yu, because all these questions pointed in one direction, that Zhen Yu colluded with the escapee Zuan. Yerniyang had anticipated Fenhu's attitude. After all, Zhen Yu went from a favored courtier to a slave due to Fenhu's actions. Their enmity was deep, and now that Zhen Yu had not died but had a connection with Liu Changkuo, Fenhu couldn't afford to be lenient. Yerniyang calmly said, I have thought of that as well, so I have already detained Zhen Yu. But everything depends on capturing Liu Changkuo before drawing conclusions. What do you think, Steward Fan? Fenhu's fat face trembled, wanting to say something but ultimately kept his mouth shut. He knew very well that he could not move Yerniyang. Even if Yerniyang was involved in this matter, she would not face any punishment. Moreover, even facing Yerniyang directly would not yield any benefit. This Yerniyang was formerly a favorite lady-in-waiting of the magistrate's beloved daughter. Their relationship was intimate. When Yerniyang grew older, she was released. It was heard that the current position was granted directly by the magistrate upon his daughter's request. So, Yerniyang's position was secure like gold. Fenhu was well aware of this, so he would not play dumb. Well said. Let's wait for news here if there's nothing else. Yerniyang inwardly sneered, knowing Fenhu was suspicious of her but didn't show it. She just nodded. All right. With that, she sat in a chair and closed her eyes to rest. Outside the farmstead, the slave hunting team dispatched by Fenhu was swiftly advancing with torches in hand. They were well trained, and even the extreme cold did not hinder their progress. Each person also held an object similar to a talisman, used specifically for detecting information. Every farmhand brought into the farmstead was marked with symbols, and if they tried to escape, these symbols would activate, alerting the talisman bearers. Since the establishment of the farmstead, no slave had successfully escaped. That was why Fenhu could remain composed and even have the mind to frame Zhen Yu. In his view, regardless of what secrets Liu Changkuo held, he could never escape his grasp. Under normal circumstances, Fenhu's thoughts weren't entirely wrong. Search thoroughly for me. That guy has been on the run for less than 2 hours since the murder, so he definitely won't get far. He must be nearby. Liang Zhenwei shouted. Yes. The people below responded thunderously. Someone gritted their teeth and said, Captain, rest assured, even if that guy hides in a mouse hole, we will dig him out. Exactly. Damn it, when we catch him, I must give him a few lashes first. These people were full of complaints. If possible, who wouldn't want to stay in a warm bed, instead of running around in the freezing wilderness? After listening, Liang Zhenwei grinned. Don't worry. Once we catch him, as long as we don't kill him, do whatever you want with him. The group of people continued their search confidently. In their view, capturing Liu Changkuo was only a matter of time, without realizing that danger was quietly approaching. Zian had actually not gone far. He hadn't even truly left the range of the farm but had chosen a spot where he could see the farm's gate and hid there. Therefore, Liang Zhenwei leading a team of slave catchers out in a grand scene. He saw it all. However, Zian was not in a hurry. He had already sensed during the day that his body had been marked with a tracking symbol by someone. But this symbol was simply laughable to Zian and he easily broke it. Therefore, the detection talisman held by Liang Zhenwei and others had become nothing more than a useless piece of paper. Plus, they believed that Zian must have run far away by now, so these people didn't even notice Zian in the corner of the farm. At this moment, the dim moonlight was spilling on the earth, the cold wind was howling in the sky, emitting whistling sounds. Zian's eyes were getting brighter. Since the daytime arrival, some time had passed, and his cultivation was accelerating. If he were to face Julauda and others now, Zian could easily defeat them without needing to take them out one by one. However, Facing this well-equipped team of slave catchers, Zian decided to proceed cautiously. As time passed, Liang Zhengwei became increasingly impatient and finally ordered, "Searching like this is taking too long. Everyone spread out, go in groups of 3 and search everywhere." Liang Zhengwei didn't think that the weakened Zian could be a match for 3 fully armed slave catchers. That's why he dared to give such an order. Yes, the team members immediately spread out, searching in groups of 3 across the vast wilderness. Zian's eyes lit up. He knew the time had come, so he quietly disappeared into the darkness. He did not target the slave catcher team closest to him first. Since this area was open terrain with other members of other teams in the distance, he avoided striking here to avoid alerting others. Zian focused on those teams that had already dispersed further away. One of the teams that had reached the border had caught Zian's attention, who, Zhenya exhaled a cold breath, then spat fiercely. But by the time the spit hit the ground, it had frozen into ice crystals. Damn, this weather is perfect for cuddling with women, but it's disturbed by a brat. I can't get any peace. If we catch him, I'll break his legs. Zhenya cursed. Old Zheng, just say less. We are at the outermost perimeter, so the chances of catching that kid are the highest here. The Captain and Stewart fan will definitely reward us then. Someone next to him advised. Humph, I understand that, but I still think it's troublesome. Where could this kid have gone? So many people can't find him. Could he really be hiding in a rat hole? Zhenya complained. Despite his complaints, Zhenya was vigilant. He used the detection talisman to look around and try to find any trace of Liu Changkuo. Unknowingly, he had distanced himself from the other 2 members. Zian appeared behind him like a ghost. Although his strength had not fully recovered, his exceptional skills perfectly shielded him from Zhengji's perception. Zhenya had no idea that his elusive target was right behind him. Zian slowly reached out his hand, finger pointed like a sword, and suddenly stabbed forward. With a muffled sound, his finger pierced Zhengji's spine, cutting off his nerves. In an instant, the signal path from the brain to the body was severed. Zhengji's sturdy body instantly became limp, about to fall forward. Zian swiftly moved to his front and held him up. Although Zhenya had lost control of his body, his mind was clear. When he saw Zian, his pupils shrank instantly, and he wanted to shout. However, Zian's precise strike had severed all muscular connections to Zhengji's body, rendering his efforts to cry out futile. The other 2 members also noticed the abnormality, but because Zhenya was still standing stably, they didn't think much and just asked, "Old Zheng, did you find anything?" Zhengji's eyes brightened, because if there was no response, they would definitely notice something peculiar, and at that point, this guy would be caught. Little did he know that Zian immediately responded in Zhengji's voice, "Oh, didn't find anything. Just making things easier." "Oh, what's this?" Zhengji's eyes nearly bulged out because Zian's imitation was so spot on that even Zhenya couldn't distinguish it. This naturally dispelled any suspicions, and they were both delighted. "Did you find the trail of that kid?" they eagerly asked. Approaching quickly, the frontmost person saw Zian holding up Zhenya, and the excitement on their faces turned to shock. Before the word left his mouth, Zian had already struck, swiftly shattering the person's throat. There was no blood, but the man's eyes instantly lost focus. That strike not only shattered his throat, but also broke his neck. With the 2 dead, 1 incapacitated, only 1 person remained in the scene. Zian no longer concealed his form, but it was also unnecessary at that point. Even though the remaining person's reaction was slow, he began to sense something was amiss. He halted his steps and was about to shout when Zian reached him already. But this is just the beginning. Watching the distant crowd searching, Zian coldly smiled and then disappeared into the darkness. A silent massacre unfolded. The darkness became Zian's best protection, as every time he struck, he took a life. Just moments later, at least 3 more groups fell to Zian. At this point, the captain, Liang Zhengwei, finally sensed that something was amiss. He acted decisively, immediately calling out, "Everyone, gather around me." With his command, the scattered crowd started moving towards Liang Zhengwei. Liang Zhengwei's face grew dark as his sharp, eagle-like gaze scanned the people. Fortunately, his worries did not come true, and the crowd quickly assembled. Upon counting, they found that Zhenya and others were missing, with more than 10 people gone. Without a doubt, they had met an unfortunate fate. Liang Zhengwei's face instantly turned extremely ugly, filled with anger. This bastard! His heart bled, as these subordinates were the elite forces he had trained himself, his most precious strength. And now, In just a short while, more than 10 were lost. How could he not feel heartbroken? Liu Chuangkuo, it seems I have underestimated you, but don't get too comfortable. Tonight, I, Liang Zhenwei, must capture you and use your blood as a sacrifice for my men. Liang Zhenwei gritted his teeth as his voice carried far in the silent night. Just then, a cold laugh suddenly came from the darkness. The laugh was full of mockery. Liang Zhenwei's eyes turned bloodshot, and he lunged towards the source of the laughter. As a leader of a slave-hunting team, he possessed remarkable strength, evident in his swift movements that left afterimages trailing behind. However, upon reaching the spot where the laugh came from, he found nothing. There was no one there, not even a shadow. Others rushed over at this moment. Captain, what should we do next? Should we retreat for now? Someone asked. Yes, Captain. Why don't we retreat for now and come back to search tomorrow in broad daylight? That kid won't be able to escape. After these incidents, the team members of the slave hunters all felt a bit uneasy. They had thought this would be an easy and pleasant mission, but to lose more than 10 men right at the beginning shook them. Many wanted to retreat back to the manor and organize a larger search party in the morning. But Liang Zhenwei's eyes were red now, and he would not listen to such suggestions. Shut up, all of you! Liang Zhenwei roared, then through gritted teeth continued. Without my command, no one is allowed to go back. Follow my orders now. Search every inch, even if we have to dig 3 feet deep to find that kid. Liang Zhenwei had given a strict order, and his subordinates dared not say a word but began searching for Zuen's trail, trembling with fear. Liang Zhenwei continued to patrol back and forth in the area, shouting from time to time to prevent anyone from sneakily joining the group. His strategies proved effective, as there were no more unexpected losses. However, Zuen seemed to have completely disappeared, and despite their methodical search, they could not find any trace of him. As time passed, Liang Zhenwei's face grew even uglier. He wanted to retreat back to the manor and come out again at daybreak, but if they failed to capture Zuen tonight, and with the loss of more than 10 men, he knew returning would bring a storm of troubles. So, for the sake of his own future, Liang Zhenwei gritted his teeth and persisted. That's why he had been acting so harshly. But even now, he couldn't quite understand. Liu Chuangkuo was originally just an outcast. How did he suddenly possess such great power, silently killing more than 10 of his men? Additionally, their detection talismans completely failed. All these combined thoughts gave rise to an unsettling idea in Liang Zhenwei's mind. Could it be he had someone supporting him from behind? At this thought, Liang Zhenwei shivered involuntarily, realizing that only this reason could explain everything that had happened. And if this was the case, then that supporter behind him was extremely formidable. Liang Zhenwei cursed under his breath, feeling bitter, and blamed Fan Hu, the smug pig. He believed Fan Hu must have known something, deliberately leading him into this trap. But at this point, there was no use in saying anything else, so Liang Zhenwei reluctantly continued the search. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Captain, look at this." Liang Zhenwei rushed over to see many inexplicable markings on the ground, seemingly freshly carved. He crouched down to examine carefully, realizing the marks extended into the darkness in the distance. As the moonlight faded, it was the darkest moment before dawn, with mist drifting around like a beast picking its prey or the entrance to hell. Liang Zhenwei suddenly felt something was wrong. The markings on the ground were too eerie, and he felt he had overlooked something. What was it? Liang Zhenwei pondered. Suddenly, someone's trembling voice spoke up. "Everyone, look what's flowing from these markings." Everyone looked and saw something seemed to be flowing from the carvings on the ground, accompanied by a distinct smell. Given their experiences, these people immediately recognized the smell of blood. "Heaven, what's flowing is blood," someone murmured in shock. In that moment, a lightning bolt seemed to strike through Liang Zhenwei's mind as he finally realized what he had missed. There were no bodies of Zheng Ye and the others to be found from the beginning. And now, the flowing blood from the carvings confirmed his suspicion. He shouted out loud, "Run!" and turned to flee. Though some hadn't understood what was happening, seeing the captain run, they followed suit. Hence, they rushed back to the manor, with Liang Zhenwei leading the way. Although he shouted like that, his feet did not move at all. Instead, a few simple-minded followers rushed forward without hesitation. As they just stepped over the marks on the ground, and before they even landed, a burst of red light flashed, directly slicing these people in half. Their entrails and blood scattered on the ground, filling the air with a nauseating smell. Everyone was dumbfounded. Despair was evident on Liang Zhengwei's face because he knew that at this moment, he had transformed from a hunter at the beginning to a wild beast trapped in a cage. The marks on the ground were the cage. This kind of technique he had only heard mentioned a few times in idle chatter by the big shots in Hayang County, called formation techniques. It was rumored that these formation masters possessed extraordinary abilities, as if they could move heaven and earth. Some even said that the construction of the imperial mausoleum bore the shadow of these formation masters. Such figures had to be treated with respect even by the county governor of Hayang, yet one appeared on this winter night wasteland, originating from the hands of a serf, which was truly eerie. However, Liang Zhengwei couldn't care less at that moment. To ensure his own survival, he had thrown caution to the wind. "Brother Liu, I know you must be observing from the darkness. Listen to me. Your situation has nothing to do with me. Everything comes from the orders above. Even the idea of torturing you secretly originated from Fanhu." There was no response from the darkness. Liang Zhengwei paused, then continued. "I know, Brother Liu, you must not trust me, but what I'm saying is true. As long as you spare me this time, I will surely repay you in the future." Still no response. A hint of panic flashed in Liang Zhengwei's eyes, but he forced himself to stay calm. "Brother Liu, as long as you spare me, I am willing to agree to any conditions you set." The previous arrogance and dominance were no longer present. Liang Zhengwei had abandoned his so-called dignity entirely in his quest for survival. After all, dignity was only worth a few coins, but once life was lost, everything was gone. It seemed like this statement had an effect as footsteps suddenly sounded in the darkness. Then, a figure appeared at the boundary between light and darkness, coldly staring at Liang Zhengwei. Although they were far apart and their features were indiscernible, Liang Zhengwei knew this must be Liu Qiangkuo. He immediately took a few steps forward and respectfully clasped his fists. "Greetings, Brother Liu." The figure remained silent until, after a moment of silence, a cold voice rang out. "You just said that as long as you could survive, you would be willing to do anything." Hearing this, Liang Zhengwei was not shocked but delighted, because if the other party said so, it meant that at least half of his life was saved. "Yes, good. Then I will give you a task now. Please tell me, Brother Liu, once someone steps into this formation, only one person can survive, so I want you to kill all the people behind you." The voice was like a devil tempting someone to commit a crime, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, Liang Zhengwei hesitated for less than a snap of his fingers before making a decision. He turned around and first slapped two of his closest followers away, then kicked and killed two more. His followers suddenly woke up as if from a dream. "Captain, what are you doing?" Liang Zhengwei sighed. "I have no choice. I have to do this to survive, so I apologize." What kind of nonsense captain is he? He wants to sacrifice us to save himself. Let's all attack and kill this guy together. Someone roared in anger. In an instant, these people started fighting each other. However, the members of the slave-catching team were trained by Liang Zhengwei, so how could they be his match? After just a few confrontations, most of them were dead or injured, and the rest were barely holding on. Some even wept, trying to awaken Liang Zhengwei's compassion. Unfortunately, in his desperate bid for survival, Liang Zhengwei had already become bloodthirsty, devoid of any sense of compassion. Finally, after he slapped the last follower to death, covered in blood, he turned to Zuan. "Brother Liu, I have completed the task you assigned to me." Liang Zhengwei gasped for breath. Although these people were taught by him, each person had unleashed their strongest abilities in the fight for survival, so Liang Zhengwei also exerted a great deal of effort to kill them all. "Very well, it seems you are indeed sincere." Liang Zhengwei smiled. "Of course, I am sincere. I truly want to cooperate with Brother Liu." Liang Zhengwei was not lying about this. In fact, after seeing Zuan set up the formation, Liang Zhengwei thought he had figured out a lot. This Liu family waste must have some unfathomable background. The only explanation was that he had unimaginable support behind him, perhaps even bigger than the county governor of Hayang. If he were to join forces with them, wouldn't it be better than being just a slave-catching leader on a small farm? The more he thought about it, the more urgent Liang Zhengwei felt. However, at that moment, he heard Liu Qiangkuo suddenly sneer. "Playing it safe might work for you." Liang Zhengwei's smile stiffened a bit, but he dared not show it. As the figure approached, when they got closer, Liang Zhengwei's eyes widened gradually. It was a cold and aloof young man, especially his eyes, like falling stars, were difficult to look at directly. Liang Zhenwei had seen Liu Changkuo before. However, the young man who had been exiled and came in a dejected state was nothing like the extraordinary figure standing before him now. He was startled, completely unaware of what had happened to Liu Changkuo to cause such a drastic change. He bowed respectfully. "Brother Liu is right." Zuan smiled. It was undeniable that Liang Zhenwei had thick skin. At his age, he actually called himself a brother. Truly shameless. However, his willingness to ruthlessly sacrifice his subordinates for survival already spoke volumes about Liang Zhenwei's character. Zuan did not expect to see any glimmer of humanity in these people. After eliminating Zhang Yan over 10 slave catchers earlier, he had dragged their bodies aside for later use. He then drew a large formation on the ground. To be honest, this formation was quite crude, but it was the limit of what Zuan could do at the moment. Moreover, this formation had a benefit. Once it was completed, he didn't need to exert his own power, as he could directly utilize external forces. These forces could be natural treasures or human souls. At that moment, the body Zuan had saved earlier came into play. Cooperate. How can we cooperate? Upon hearing this sentence, Liang Zhenwei seemed to grasp a lifeline and immediately said, "I can help you control this farm, my lord." In just a short moment, Zuan was elevated from Mr. Liu to a lord in Liang Zhenwei's words. "Control this farm?" Zuan looked at Liang Zhenwei with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Exactly." Liang Zhenwei nodded vigorously, his expression respectful. "As far as I know, you are just the head of the slave-catching team at Haiyang Farm. Above you is the steward Fan Hu. How could you possibly control the farm?" Liang Zhenwei chuckled. "My lord, you are right, I do have to obey Fan Hu, but over the years, I have also made my own connections. At least 80% of the guards at Haiyang Farm are under my command, so as long as Fan Hu dies, with a call from me, Haiyang Farm will definitely become my private domain. By then, my lord, you will have many options, whether to escape from your farmer status and leave here, or stay. It will all be feasible." Looking at Liang Zhenwei's eager expression, Zuan smiled. "After all that talk, you really just want me to kill Fan Hu for you, don't you?" Liang Zhenwei didn't hide it. He grinned. "My lord, don't you want to kill Fan Hu as well?" Zuan didn't answer, but countered. "How can you ensure that you will become the master of this farm after Fan Hu's death? Moreover, Fan Hu is a trusted aide of the magistrate of Haiyang. If he dies, won't the magistrate send someone to investigate?" "My lord, your considerations are indeed valid. However, on the first point, you don't need to worry because if I dare to say this, I definitely have my own reliance. Fan Hu may have his connections, but don't I? Liang Zhenwei, have mine as well." As for the second point, Liang Zhenwei's face showed disdain. "Don't look at Fan Hu strutting around, acting like he's the magistrate's right-hand man. In reality, he's just a dog raised by the magistrate. Since he's just a dog, once he's dead, that's it. As long as I can provide a reasonable explanation to those above, nobody will come down to investigate." Liang Zhenwei's expression showed increasing eagerness. "By the time it happens, I'll find a scapegoat to throw into the wilderness. After the discovery, your sins can be washed away, and you can live in the farm openly." One has to admit that Liang Zhenwei is quite talented. Perhaps out of desperation to survive, he didn't hide anything and laid out his thoughts openly, with high levels of temptation. If it were the real Liu Changkuo here, he might have been swayed by him. After all, who wants to live as a fugitive if they can settle down peacefully? Unfortunately, Liang Zhenwei miscalculated one thing. The Liu Changkuo in front of him had already been replaced. "Sounds quite good. I'm actually tempted, but there is still one important thing I need you to do." Liang Zhenwei respectfully clasped his hands. "My lord, please give your command. Although your men have all been wiped out, they were just small fries. Even if they all die, it wouldn't cause much commotion for Fan Hu. I want to lure him out, so." Zuan smiled faintly. "I will need to use your head." Even before Zuan finished his last sentence, Liang Zhenwei sensed that something was amiss. Not knowing why the young man in front of him rejected his proposal, but realizing the situation, his priority was to save his life. Without hesitation, he kicked the body in front of him, triggering a red light in the spell formation, slicing the body in half. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Zhenwei rushed forward without hesitation. Interestingly, he managed to break through the spell formation when dealing with the corpse. He was ecstatic but didn't dare to linger, immediately sprinting towards the farm in the distance. Once he entered the farm's gates, he would be safe. However, ideals may be grand, but reality is harsh. Faced with his frantic escape, Zuan did not pursue but stood still, watching coldly. Only when Liang Zhengwei had run hundreds of meters away did Zuan raise his hand, with a snow-white sword aura appearing at his fingertip. In the next moment, the sword aura disappeared from Zuan's fingertip. Meanwhile, Liang Zhengwei, who was desperately fleeing, trembled all over, then stood frozen in place. A blood stain appeared on his forehead, then widened, accompanied by brain matter and blood gushing out. Liang Zhengwei fell to the ground, dead. Upon seeing the result, Zuan remained indifferent, standing quietly in place. With every breath, wisps of sword aura swirled around him, exceptionally dazzling. After most of the day and the entire night had passed, Zuan's most powerful move had fully recovered. Zuan raised his head, looked towards the farm in the distance, raised an eyebrow slightly, then disappeared from the spot. The table held a cup of cold tea, no longer steaming. Fen Hu sat upright, his expression extremely grim. He had been waiting the entire night. In fact, not only him, Yerniang had also sat there keeping watch all night. The atmosphere in the room was terrifyingly oppressive. However, the window was visibly brightening and turning white. "What time is it?" Fen Hu suddenly spoke. A figure emerged like a ghost from somewhere. "My lord, it's the hour of the rabbit. Hasn't Liang Zhengwei returned yet?" "No." Fen Hu fell silent for a moment, then stood up slowly. "Issue the order to gather all the remaining elite forces. Follow me out of the farm to apprehend the fugitive." "Yes." The figure retreated. Fen Hu looked at Yerniang, smiling insincerely. "Miss Ye, it seems that Liang Zhengwei has been delayed by something. I will go out to welcome him. Once I leave, I entrust the matters in the manor to you." Yerniang nodded in agreement. "All right." After taking a few steps forward, Fen Hu suddenly remembered something, turned back, and asked, "Are there any members of the Liu family left?" "If we are talking about direct descendants, besides the escaped Liu Changkuo, there is only one named Liu Jianbin. The rest are branches and relatives." Yerniang did not hide anything. She knew that hiding the truth would be futile. After all, with Fen Hu running the farm for so many years, how could he not know about the number of detainees under him? Indeed, Fen Hu chuckled but didn't say anything, then turned and left, because she suddenly remembered the words spoken by the young man last night. At that time, she thought this young man was crazy, but now it seems that she was short-sighted. Being able to eliminate a well-equipped slave-catching team on the cold and desolate night plain, the strength possessed by this young man is far greater than she imagined. "But what exactly do you plan to do?" Yerniang murmured softly, then lightly rubbed her fingers on her belly. In her opinion, since this Liu Changkuo has such strength, shouldn't he take advantage of the night to escape? Why would he still entangle with Liang Zhengwei? After pondering for a moment, Yerniang had no clue and couldn't help but stand up and walk outside. She did not return to her room, but went straight to the area where the serfs lived. By this time, these serfs had already gotten up, and when they saw Yerniang coming, they couldn't help but avoid her in fear. Although this Yerniang usually behaved very gently, the difference in status made them not dare to act rashly. Yerniang did not pay attention to these people. She went straight to the thatched hut where Liu Jianbin lived. By this time, Liu Jianbin had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Before being demoted to a serf, he was a general who led troops, so he quickly noticed the subtle changes in the manner today. The first thing was that none of the arrogant overseers, who usually called everyone to get up with whips before dawn, had appeared. Normally, even before dawn, these overseers would go around with whips to wake everyone up. Not only did they not show up today, but even the bell for assembly did not ring. Furthermore, he faintly heard shouting and command voices coming from the front. This was obviously the sound of assembling troops. Considering all these signs, Liu Jianbin concluded that something big must have happened in the manor last night. But what exactly was the big event? Liu Jianbin was pondering this when the door of the thatch hut was pushed open from the outside, and a person walked in. When Liu Jianbin saw the visitor, he was first startled, then shocked. Yerniang? The newcomer was naturally Yerniang, who gave a slight smile. "Don't panic, have a seat." The light in Liu Jianbin's eyes flickered, not knowing the reason why Yerniang had suddenly come to find him. That he had once been a general, so he still maintained some composure and did not refuse, but sat down directly. "Last night, Zhu Lao Da and others, and to your nephew Liu Qiangquo's house. Yang got straight to the point. Hearing this, Liu Jianbin's face changed drastically, and the anger in his eyes was instantly ignited. He naturally knew what it meant when Zhu Lao Da and others went to the hut late at night. The thought that the last legitimate heir of the Liu family might fall in this way made him heartbroken. So is Yang here to deliberately tell me this and then watch our Liu family make a joke? Liu Jianbin said with infinite sadness. The drastic changes in the recent days had already made this former general start having thoughts of death. He had been enduring it, all only for the sake of Liu Qiangquo, the only surviving heir. But this news had crushed Liu Jianbin, and his words naturally turned harsh. No, I'm not here to witness a joke, but to tell you that Zhu Lao Da and the others are dead. Wait, what did you say? Liu Jianbin thought he had misheard. Zhu Lao Da and the others are dead, and then your nephew escaped overnight. Fen Hu sent Liang Zhenwei to search, but he also did not return that night, and now Fen Hu has personally gone out to search for them. Yang succinctly recounted the events. After hearing this, Liu Jianbin fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. The laughter shook the roof of the thatched hut, showing how relieved and excited Liu Jianbin was. Ha ha, good escape. This is what a true man of the Liu family does. I always thought Ziche was too obedient, but now I see I was wrong. Ha ha ha. Liu Jianbin's joy was genuine. These days had been unbearable for him. He went from being a high-ranking general to being despised by everyone as a serf overnight. Though what was even more heartbreaking was watching the legitimate bloodline of the Liu family being eliminated one by one. This had caused Liu Jianbin to break down several times, but he held on with strong willpower. So, until Zuan's escape this time, he truly felt triumphant. Yang did not stop him. She just quietly watched him venting his satisfaction. After a long time, Liu Jianbin stopped laughing and looked at Yang thoughtfully. Thank you for the news, Yang. Do what you must. Do what? What exactly do you mean by that? How? Aren't you here to eliminate us, the Liu family? Or are you trying to lure Ziche back through me? Suddenly, Liu Jianbin thought of a possibility, and his expression turned cold. If that's what you're thinking, you better give up that idea, because I will never do such a thing. And Ziche, as a man of the Liu family, will not be swayed by this so-called family bond. As he spoke, Liu Jianbin quietly gripped a stone knife hidden in the pile of grass behind him. He had made it secretly, while working outside, waiting for this day. Not to kill enemies, but to free himself. Unexpectedly, Yang shook her head with a smile. I think you may have gotten it wrong. I'm here just to tell you, even if it's for the sake of your nephew, you must cherish your life, because no one knows what the future holds. But he is indeed a rare talent among men. After saying this, Yang turned and left the hut, leaving Liu Jianbin standing alone in place. At this time, overseers who had been waiting outside approached. Yang, convey my order. From today onwards, the labor of the people of the Liu family is cancelled. The overseer was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yes. Yang wasn't worried that these overseers would go against her orders because of the deaths of Zhu Lao Da and others last night. That fact was enough to deter these resentful overseers. I have done what you asked me to do. Now it's up to you. Yang muttered. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Fen Hu's face turned dark as he looked at the scene before him. Dozens of members of the slave-catching team lay in disarray on the ground. Although the blood had already congealed, the tragic state of their deaths was still evident. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, in the desolate field, Liang Zhenwei lay face down on the ground, blood soaking into the surrounding ice as snow, a shocking sight. Although knowing that this would be the outcome early on, the cruel reality still shocked many people. Fen Hu's face turned ashen, and he suddenly shouted in a sharp and cold voice, "What's all the panic about?" With years of accumulated power, the crowd fell silent instantly. Fen Hu walked slowly to the body in the circle, and suddenly sneered, "Very well, it seems you are trying to show off to me in this way. Since that's the case, then I'll play with you." Everyone immediately starts searching for the whereabouts of Liu Qiangquo, the slayer. The reward, a top-grade blood refining pill. The crowd, initially somewhat hesitant, instantly changed upon hearing the 5 characters top-grade blood refining pill. Everyone's eyes became incredibly fervent. Without Fen Hu urging them, they began actively searching. Fen Hu stood in place, looking up at the hazy sky, his eyes full of killing intent. He knew that if he didn't capture the escaped Liu Qiangquo this time, the ending awaiting him would be extremely tragic. In this situation, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Despite the blood-refining pill being very precious, it paled in comparison to his own life. And now, it seemed to be working well. In fact, not just well. Under the stimulation of this top-grade pill that could elevate an ordinary martial artist by a significant level, Fenhu's subordinates were acting like madmen, diligently searching for Liu Changquo's whereabouts like digging 3 feet into the ground. Seeing this scene, Fenhu felt a bit relieved in his heart, and a smile of confidence couldn't help but appear on his lips. He believed that the guy couldn't have gone far, and as long as he was in this place, his reward-stimulated subordinates would surely tear him to pieces. From start to finish, Fenhu didn't think this Liu Changquo had much strength. After all, he had been demoted to a farm slave not just yesterday but almost a year ago. If there were any extraordinary potential, why endure a year of oppression? Therefore, Fenhu leaned towards the idea that Liu Changquo must have used some kind of secret technique, likely involving the burning of life or even soul. Such a technique could only be used at a critical moment of life and death. Such secrets widely existed on the battlefield, and given Liu's family's background as a noble clan in the past, having such a secret wasn't surprising. Fenhu's ability to speculate on these details from limited information proved his strategic mind. Unfortunately, when all guesses were built on a wrong foundation, the resulting deductions were doomed to be incorrect. For example, now, just as Fenhu was feeling triumphant, waiting for Liu Changquo to be captured and executed, a distant shriek suddenly broke the silence. Fenhu shivered, turned to look, and witnessed an unforgettable scene. A sudden gust of wind rose in the distance, carrying countless snowflakes towards the crowd. This wasn't strange, as weather changes abruptly on the winter plains. One moment could be calm, and the next a snowstorm. However, the terrifying aspect was the peculiar nature of these snowflakes. Upon contact, they cut through the skin and pierced the body directly. The process was incredibly clean, akin to slicing tofu with a sharp knife. The person at the front was slashed into pieces before a murmur could escape their lips. Blood splattered, shocking those behind. "Run!" someone shouted, and the surviving individuals, as if awoken from a dream, turned and ran back. Despite the value of the top-grade blood-refining pill, it was useless if one's life was lost. So, the people fled in panic, attempting to create distance from these terrifying snowflakes. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the speed of the wind. In the blink of an eye, the snowflakes caught up with them. Without a sound, except for a few short, piercing screams, the ones at the back fell to the ground, becoming lifeless bodies. The eerie and horrifying sight left the rest terrified, pushing them to their limits as they desperately tried to run forward. Fenhu was also stunned. He never imagined such a bizarre scene would occur. His reaction, however, was swift as he turned and started running. Surprisingly, despite his overweight figure, he ran quite fast, finding himself in the lead due to the distance between them. As the silhouette of a farmstead appeared in the distance, Joe spread across Fenhu's face. However, in that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and a figure blocked the paths of Fenhu and his men. Fenhu's heart tensed. It was Liu Changquo. If this had happened a moment earlier, Fenhu would have been elated as his target had appeared. But now, upon seeing the figure, Fenhu felt a chill in his heart. The previous bizarre snowflakes had completely surpassed his imagination. Fenhu realized he was wrong, grievously wrong. Liu Changquo wasn't retaliating on death's door. Instead, he was deliberately luring them out through these means to pick them off one by one. Fenhu's mind raced, and he suddenly shouted, "It's Liu Changquo!" Quickly grabbed him. "Only by doing this can we survive." As he spoke, Fenhu's pace slowed down. His subordinates rushed forward, knowing his intentions, but with the situation at hand, they could only brace themselves. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Fenhu turned to the left, hoping to escape the encirclement. However, just then, Liu Changquo gently raised his hand and pressed downward. Those rushing towards him didn't even have time to groan a single touch, and their heads explosively burst open. Blood mixed with brain matter scattered on the icy plain, resembling fireworks. From the moment Fenhu arrived on the barren plain with his men to now, he stood alone in less than an hour. Fenhu stopped running. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he dared not. He knew better than anyone that if Liu Changquo wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be more challenging than squashing a bug. There had to be a reason why he hadn't done so yet. If Fenhu continued his foolish attempt to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he quickly halted, his plump face adorned with a fawning smile. Encountering someone more powerful meant showing submission first, a survival rule Fan Hu had mastered over the years. Today was no exception. After all, Liu Changkuo was young, bold, and had endured much oppression. He surely needed an outlet for his emotions. Displaying enough weakness at this time would undoubtedly satisfy him psychologically. For example, now, Fan Hu, with a smile on his face, watched Liu Changkuo walking towards him. Young Master Liu, as long as you spare me, I will give you all my wealth, including several top-rate elixirs that can help you restore your strength, Fan Hu said confidently. He knew that begging for mercy on his knees at this point would be useless. Only tangible benefits could save his life, and he was confident he could sway the other party. However, upon hearing Fan Hu's words, the young man in front of him just smiled. Help me restore my strength. Are you sure? Of course, these are all top-grade elixirs bestowed by the county lord himself, Fan Hu declared. But instead of the expected response, he heard a light laughter beside his ear. Seems like you still don't understand who you're facing. Fan Hu was taken aback and was about to speak, when suddenly a wave of intense pain shot through his legs, causing him to kneel on the ground. Zuan looked down at him and said, "Who ordered you to secretly plot against me?" Fan Hu stared at the half-severed leg in front of him. The cut as smooth as a mirror, with no blood spilling out immediately. The excruciating pain came later, but Fan Hu, a ruthless man, managed to endure the pain and quickly reply, "It was the county lord's command to have me eliminate you in a discreet manner." His voice shook, but his words were clear. Zhu, and frowned upon hearing this. In his memory, Zuan found no information about this young county lord. So why would he specifically target him? Fan Hu, good at reading people, immediately said, "Sir, according to the county lore, it seems like it was because of his daughter that he had to resort to such means to eliminate you." His daughter? Yes. After a brief thought, Zuan found no clues and dismissed it from his mind. In his eyes, it was no longer important. In front of his rapidly recovering strength, the so-called Tiang County lore was just a mere clown. However, Fan Hu did not anticipate this. He clung to the lifeline and said hurriedly, "Sir, I also have a grudge against the Heian County lord. If you spare me, I will be loyal to you and have accumulated a considerable amount of wealth over the years, which I believe can." "How much do you weigh?" Zuan suddenly asked. Fan Hu was caught off guard by the question. 271 caddies, he replied, his voice trembling. Not knowing why the young man in front of him asked this question, Fan Hu sensed trouble. "Over 200 caddies." Zuan sighed lightly. "How many innocent lads have fed this fat of yours?" Fan Hu stiffened, unable to answer. "Never mind. It's all in the past, let's not dwell on it," Zuan said. Fan Hu felt relieved and promised to turn over a new leaf. Zuan smiled. "No need to assure me. I don't care for these promises. I just want to ask, would you like to try a new life?" "What do you mean by a new life?" Fan Hu asked in confusion. "Like experiencing life when you weigh only 100 caddies," Zuan said calmly. Fan Hu began to understand the intention behind the words when he saw the sword aura flickering in front of Zuan. Then he let out a horrified scream. "No. Please, sir. Listen to me ... But his words were cut short as the sword aura sliced off his tongue. Fan Hu's eyes widened in fear and his face was filled with horror. Zuan remained relaxed. "Don't be nervous. This is just a small interest payment for your heinous crimes over the years." With that, the sword descended. Splut! A piece of fat from his belly fell. Fan Hu trembled in pain, unable to speak, but his eyes were full of resentment. Zhu, and paid no mind. "Don't worry. This is just the beginning." An hour later, there was a bloody skeleton on the icy wasteland. Calling it a skeleton was inaccurate because a thin layer of flesh still clung to the bones. His internal organs were still intact, with the beating heart visible through the clear ribs. Yes, up to this point, Fan Hu hadn't died, thanks in part to Zuan's superb swordsmanship and also Fan Hu's strong vitality. "All right, exactly 100 caddies, simply perfect." Zuan nodded in satisfaction. After the final strike, then examined Fan Hu. "I must say you have a strong will to live." Fan Hu's eye moved, the eye sockets, without eyelids looking particularly eerie. "Don't look at me like that. Your punishments against the disobedient serfs on the farm were even more cruel." Zuan's tone was indifferent. His actions were not impulsive but strategic retaliation based on Fan Hu's extensive criminal record during his years as a steward on the farm. Zuan believed in tit for tat, so the fate Fan Hu met now was a result of his own actions. "But rest assured, my previous offer still stands." As long as you can endure, I will spare you, Zuin said lightly. Fan Hu's eyes lit up with hope. Even in his current condition, he still didn't want to die. Zuin smiled slightly. Then I wish you good luck. Farewell. With that, Zuin turned and walked away, leaving Fan Hu alone, lying on the ground. Fan Hu opened his mouth, suddenly realizing his fate, and let out a silent roar of anger. He had thought Zuin had truly spared him, only to face this kind of mercy. Being severely injured, with his legs broken and abandoned in this icy wasteland, what difference did it make from being sentenced to death? However, Zuin paid no attention to Fan Hu's struggles and screams, quickly disappearing in the swirling snow. Yes, the freezing wasteland was once again swept by strong winds. As the snowflakes fell, Fan Hu felt his life rapidly slipping away. Fan Hu looked up with difficulty, only to see a cute face in front of him. Fan Hu immediately became excited. Although he couldn't speak, he made a struggling sound from his throat. It was none other than Yerniang who had come. Nothing excited Fan Hu more than meeting a familiar face in such a predicament. Trembling, he wrote two words in the snow: "Save me." Strangely, Yerniang did not react at all. Instead, she stood silently in place, looking down at him. Fan Hu was startled, but then he understood. He quickly wrote a few more words in the snow: "Will repay generously." After finishing, Fan Hu looked up hopefully at Yerniang. Yerniang smiled when she saw the words on the snow, saying, "Steward Fan is too polite. We were once colleagues, so saving you is only natural. Why talk about repayment?" Despite knowing it was a deceitful remark, Fan Hu still tried to smile in agreement. However, with his face stripped of flesh, even smiling had become a luxury. At that moment, Yerniang squatted down and sighed. "I never expected that the once arrogant steward Fan would end up in such a situation. But Liu Qiangquo's methods are quite good. The cuts are so even, much better looking than your previous chubby appearance." Muscles twitched at the corners of Fan Hu's eyes as he sensed something was amiss. Yerniang's words were full of strong murderous intent. It was clear she had not come to save him. Despite realizing this, Fan Hu held on to a glimmer of hope, looking at Yerniang fawningly while continually writing on the ground. "Yerniang, spare me. After you save me, I am willing to give you all my riches." Yerniang couldn't help but chuckle at his plea. What a tempting offer. "But if I kill you, won't your hidden wealth then belong to me?" Fan Hu finally understood the seriousness of the situation, a look of bitterness in his eyes. He desperately tried to turn around and flee, hoping to escape into the snowstorm for a chance at survival. However, as soon as he turned, Yerniang stepped on his back. With most of his flesh already carved away by Zuan, Fan Hu's spine and ribs were visible. Yerniang's foot broke 3 ribs immediately, causing Fan Hu immense pain. In despair, he wrote 3 words on the ground. "Why me?" Yerniang coldly chuckled. "Why you? You dare ask why? Over the years, your crimes are too numerous to recount. You had the county governor backing you, and I was powerless to fight you. But now things have changed. Liang Zhenji and his slave-catching team have perished. The farm forces are greatly weakened. Even if you avoid being killed by Zuan, you won't escape the county governor's punishment. This is why you are so desperate, risking everything to search for him, only to fail. I am pleased with your misfortune." With a smile, Yerniang straightened up, her beautiful face coldly determined. "After all, someone like you does not deserve to live." Fan Hu struggled violently as he sensed his end approaching from Yerniang's tone. Yerniang would not allow him to have his way. In the past, she avoided confronting Fan Hu head-on due to his power. But now, reduced to a skeleton and unable to even beg for mercy, she knew it was time to act. Seeing Fan Hu reaching his limit, Yerniang inserted her hand directly into his back, piercing his heart with her fingers. A spurt of bright red blood splashed out, and Fan Hu writhed like a frog being boiled alive. Fan Hu's resilience was remarkable. Having lost over 100 pounds of flesh to Zuan and now with his heart punctured, he struggled for over a minute before finally succumbing. When Fan Hu's body went still, Yerniang slowly withdrew her hand and stood upright. Surrounded by heavy snow and howling winds, the scene felt desolate. Yerniang, however, remained calm. She had come alone without any followers, with a clear purpose: to witness the outcome of this struggle. As expected, Fan Hu had lost in a complete defeat, so she took it upon herself to end his life. Fan Hu's cunning nature made him a threat to Zhenu He, Liu Jianbin, and others promised protection by Zuan. Yerniang's swift action was necessary. Looking into the distance, Yerniang suddenly spoke. "I know you can hear me. I promise to fulfill what we agreed upon. But you must be cautious, because the deaths of Liang Zhengwei and Fen were not the end. The county governor will definitely send someone to investigate this matter. So if possible, you should leave this place as soon as you can. With that, Yerniang placed something on the ground and then walked away. As she took a few steps, a sudden gust of wind swept away the object she left. Yerniang smiled knowingly and left briskly. Meanwhile, in a corner of the wilderness, Zuan, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. The wind and snow brought a map to him, detailing not only the terrain, but also the surrounding mountains and roads. Zuan smiled faintly at the sight before putting away the map and closing his eyes again. His recovery speed began to slow down abruptly as he sensed the interference from this world's destiny. However, Zuan didn't mind because through his interactions, he had grasped the strength of this realm. Even if his power did not fully recover, with his current level, Zuan could still dominate the world. But Zuan was clear about his purpose in this world, not to show off, but to test the functionality of the main deity's components. After all, this kind of thing cannot be hidden forever, so it's better to report it openly and honestly. As for how the situation will develop later, it depends on how the prefect of Hayang County decides. The result came faster than Yerniang had imagined. Less than an hour after the red light was emitted, a reply arrived. After reading it, Yerniang's face became somewhat serious. What did the prefect say? Sun Yu asked. Nowadays, he no longer needs to work hard in the fields as before. On the contrary, because of his outstanding intelligence, Yerniang consults with him on everything. The prefect did not make a clear statement, but he sent someone to investigate and handle this matter. Sun Yu nodded. This is a normal reaction. So, who did he send? It's Batuo, who? Sun Yu was surprised. Yerniang took a deep breath. He is the one who has been soaring recently, known as the #1 young man in Hayang County in recent years. Sun Yu's expression instantly became very unpleasant. He is coming. This matter just became complicated. Yes, I am also worried about it. After a moment of silence, Sun Yu suddenly said, I think I will go back to the surf area later. After all, this guy is not easy to deceive. If he sees me here, he will surely cause trouble. Although Yerniang wanted to say was unnecessary, the word stopped at her lips. After all, Batuo was not the same as Fan Hu. When facing Fan Hu, she could rely on her foundation to contend with him. But Batuo was a true nobleman, highly regarded by the prefect. She had no advantage when facing him. Just when Yerniang felt at a loss, another red light suddenly rushed into the room and turned into a letter in front of Yerniang. Yerniang was stunned. How could there be another letter? But when she picked it up and read it, a smile blossomed on her face. No need to worry. Miss is here. Huh. When you say miss, do you mean ... Sun Yu was uncertain. Yes, it's the prefect's daughter, Zhang Qiu. Yerniang was overjoyed because her foundation came from the prefect's daughter. Now that she had also arrived, Batuo had to show some face despite his dominance. Sun Yu, however, felt that something was amiss about this. Was it just about a rebellious outcast from a family? Although many people had died, was it not enough to alarm this noble person? But he quickly buried this doubt in his heart. Just 3 hours after receiving the letter, a luxurious convoy descended from the sky and arrived at the farmhouse. Yerniang led the remaining overseers of the farmhouse in respectful attendance to welcome the arrival of the convoy. The first to get off the carriage was the man on the front carriage. This man was tall, sturdy, and handsome, with an extraordinary appearance. He was Batuo, the most prominent young man in Hayang County in recent years. When Yerniang was still in the prefect's mansion, she had seen Batuo once, so she recognized him at a glance. Greetings, Master Ba. Yerniang bowed respectfully. Batuo glanced at Yerniang and the overseers behind her, but did not respond. Instead, he went straight to the carriage behind and called out eagerly, Junior sister, we're here. The carriage curtain was lifted, and a charming and beautiful girl emerged from it. At the sight of this girl, everyone was shocked, and they all respectfully lowered their heads, for only one person could make Batuo so respectful, the most noble girl in Hayang County, the jewel in the palm of the prefect, Miss Zhang Qiu. She stood on the carriage, surveyed the surroundings, and then locked her gaze on Yerniang standing not far away, a smile appearing on her face. Sister Yi. Zhang Qiu got off the carriage and cheerfully called out to Yerniang. Yerniang was also excited. After all, she had spent many years with this girl. only being sent here a couple of years ago. However, their roles as master and servant could not change, especially in such situations. So she hurriedly bowed and greeted. Yizi greets the miss. Jang Kyung pouted dissatisfying. She hated this feeling. Besides, Yizi was especially important to her. She had always regarded her as an older sister. Therefore, she felt that in the 2 years they hadn't seen each other, Yizi seemed somewhat distant. But she didn't say anything at this public occasion, only nodded. Good. Dachuo approached again and said, with a smile, Junior sister, you must be tired from the long journey. Rest for now, and leave the rest to me. Okay. Jang Kyung replied faintly, then turned to Yizi. Come with me. I have something to ask you. Dachuo hesitated. Junior sister, I may need her help with something later. This, you deal with it yourself. I need to speak with her, Jang Kyung said coldly. Dachuo awkwardly smiled. All right, it's nothing serious anyway. With that, Dachuo left. Yizi couldn't really leave Dachuo alone to work, so she found a clever and reliable overseer to assist him, and then followed Jang Kyung into the room. As soon as they were out of sight of the others, Jang Kyung became lively. Sister, I've missed you so much these past 2 years. Jang Kyung grabbed Yearnyang's hand and looked sad. Yearnyang's eyes also welled up with tears. She missed her too, but the difference in their statuses forced her to bury all her longing deep in her heart. Miss ... Jang Kyung glared. Are you still going to call me miss? Yearnyang was silent for a moment, then tentatively called out, Kyeonner. Jang Kyung smiled. Yes, that's my good sister. Yearnyang gradually relaxed. She found that even though 2 years had passed, Jang Kyung hadn't changed at all. She was still the naive girl who knew nothing about the world. They talked about many things from the past and then Yearnyang asked, Kyeonner, why did you come this time? Jang Kyung sighed. I didn't want to come either, but I heard this matter is related to the Liu family, so I decided to come and take a look. Yearnyang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, as she suddenly thought of something. Indeed, there is distress, there are worries, yet there is also a hint of pride. It's as if there is a young man willing to fight for himself that is something worth being proud of. Upon hearing these words, Yearnyang also shivered, and all the previous doubts instantly cleared. Originally, Yearnyang was also somewhat puzzled as to why Jang Kyung, the daughter of a county magistrate, suddenly came to this remote farm. Of course, one could say it was because of Yearnyang, but Yearnyang would never let superficial appearances cloud her judgment. She has always been calm, knowing that, due to her childhood companionship with Jang Kyung, she held a somewhat special place in Jang Kyung's heart. But that was all. At least she would never come to such a place in a snowstorm because of herself. It wasn't until she heard Jang Kyung's words that Yearnyang finally understood what was going on. It turned out that ... Jang Kyung had known Liu Changkuo for a long time, and it seemed their relationship was quite special. Now everything suddenly made sense. However, Yearnyang did not say much. Instead, she lowered her head to conceal the surprise in her eyes. She didn't want to voice her opinion, but Jang Kyung opened up. She took Yearnyang's hand, lightly sighed, and said, Urji, do you know, I have known Liu Changkuo since we were young, and he even once passionately pursued me, but I didn't agree at that time, and we have always been good friends. Later, his family suddenly faced a huge change, and then Liu Changkuo disappeared with it. For this, I inquired around, only to find out that he was demoted to a serf and imprisoned here. So I pleaded with my father to take care of Liu Changkuo, but unexpectedly, in just a few months, he caused such a big incident. At the end, Jang Kyung sighed again. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have rejected him so directly at that time. So since this matter started because of me, I naturally had to come here personally to resolve it. Resolve? How do you plan to resolve it? Yearnyang suddenly asked. Naturally, I will find Liu Changkuo, then persuade him to surrender his weapons. Although so many people have died, as long as I speak, my father will surely forgive him, Jang Kyung said firmly. Yearnyang opened her mouth, but in the end, she swallowed back the words she was about to say. Her intuition told her that things might not be as simple as Jang Kyung thought. At least Yearnyang did not believe that the young man, who remained calm in the face of brutality, like a noble, would listen to Jang Kyung. Meanwhile, on the desolate wilderness, Batcher Yen was finished examining all the bodies, then stood up to survey the surroundings. Due to a recent heavy snowfall, Many traces were already covered by snow. Apart from the bodies exposed, there seemed to be no other noteworthy clues. However, this didn't daunt Bachar-Yen, as he took out a stack of spiritual charms from his pocket, reluctantly took one out and began activating it. In an instant, a fireball appeared, melting the surrounding snow. Blinking, all the snow within a few hundred meters evaporated, revealing the ground beneath. After completing this task, Bachar-Yen put away the charm and started searching around. Naturally, his priority was to find traces of Liu Changkuo, but at the same time, he needed to investigate the cause of these bodies. Despite being a prominent figure among the younger generation of Heian County, Bachar-Yen was always cautious, especially when he discovered something intriguing while examining the bodies earlier. He was now eager to find more clues. Sure enough, shortly after, he found what he was looking for. Gazing at the various marks on the ground, a cold smile appeared on Bachar-Yen's lips. He had noticed not only signs of combat among the bodies, but also a few suspicious ones that seemed to have been injured by some kind of formation. The remaining traces of the formation on the ground confirmed his suspicions. Bachar-Yen was quite familiar with such formations, as he was renowned for his expertise in them. However, he despised the person who had set up this particular formation, as it lacked any aesthetic sense and was purely utilitarian. Even the power driving the formation seemed to be drawn from these bodies, which he saw as an insult to the art of formations. Nevertheless, this only confirmed another theory he had about Liu Changkuo. Despite not being surprised, Bachar-Yen realized that Liu Changkuo's strength was not as great as others perceived. Considering his utilization of the laxity of Fan Hu and others and this incomplete formation of unknown origin, Bachar-Yen believed that Liu Changkuo's success in the rebellion was due to these factors. Reflecting on this, a faint smile appeared on his face, indicating his satisfaction. He then turned to the overseer who had accompanied him and said, "Let's go back." "All right, is this investigation over now?" The overseer, adept at reading people, could tell from Bachar-Yen's cheerful demeanor that he had made some progress and inquired further. "Indeed," Bachar-Yen chuckled, "not exactly a breakthrough, just some minor findings. Let's go back, pack up, and I will resolve this matter today." Full of confidence, Bachar-Yen exuded a strong presence. The overseer, observing his mood, started praising him, something the proud Bachar-Yen would usually disregard. However, today, in high spirits, Bachar-Yen nodded repeatedly, quite pleased. The group returned to the farm, where Bachar-Yen found Zhang Qiong. Upon meeting her, he went straight to the point, saying, "Shimei, we have a Li. Oh, so soon?" Zhang Qiong was surprised. With a slight smile, Bachar-Yen responded, "Just some tricks that can hardly stand scrutiny. Can't escape my eyes anyway." He continued earnestly, "Since Shimei insisted on coming here, why don't we go together and capture Liu Changkuo?" Zhang Qiong, initially feeling a bit down by Bachar-Yen's comments, suddenly felt reinvigorated upon his invitation. Zhang Qiong secretly thought about it, and then followed Bachar-Yi as they left to farm together. Bachar-Yi's heart was also burning at this moment. The reason he specially returned to the farm and invited Zhang Qiong to capture Liu Changkuo was not to amuse Zhang Qiong. In fact, he had his own thoughts. Bachar-Yi had a high self-esteem, especially after becoming recognized as the #1 among the young generations in Heian County. In his eyes, most women in the world were mediocre and lacked refinement, and there were very few who could match him. Until he met Zhang Qiong. This young girl, whether in appearance or family background, perfectly met Bachar-Yi's requirements. If he could marry her, he would truly be reaching the pinnacle. With this in mind, Bachar-Yi immediately launched a fierce pursuit of Zhang Qiong. He thought that with his outstanding appearance and strong abilities, he could quickly win the girl over. However, Zhang Qiong turned out to be more difficult to handle than he had imagined. Faced with his advances and good intentions, Zhang Qiong often behaved indifferently, neither rejecting nor giving a clear answer. This made Bachar-Yi quite distressed. Later, after inquiring around, he learned some news. It turned out that Miss Zhang had a childhood sweetheart, Liu Changkuo, a young master from the Liu family, who was involved in court disputes and ended up being banished. Upon learning this news, Bachar-Yi thought he had found the root of the problem. Filled with anger and jealousy, Bachar-Yi began to seek a solution. But before he could take action, Liu Changkuo unexpectedly showed up on his own. Hearing that Liu Changkuo had rebelled and killed many people on the farm, Bachar-Yi was ecstatic and immediately volunteered to handle the matter himself. In his view, As long as he managed to kill Liu Changkuo, Zhang Qian's thoughts will also come to an end. However, he was surprised to find that Zhang Qian also wanted to come along, which caught him off guard. But then he realized this was even better, because once he could show in front of her that he had Liu Changkuo at his feet, she would naturally know who was the more suitable man for her. This was the real reason why he had deliberately invited Zhang Qian to accompany him. They were now standing on the wilderness, and Batchery looked back at Zhang Qian. Although it was bitterly cold, Zhang Qian was wearing a large coat made of squirrel fur, so she didn't feel any chill at all. Her cheeks were rosy, making her look charming. Batchery's heart burned even more fiercely. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement and said, in a deep voice, "Junior sister, we have reached the wilderness. Where is Liu Changkuo? Do we have to search for him bit by bit?" Zhang Qian looked around. Batchery smiled. Of course not. With that, he took out a prepared spirit symbol and, with a flick, the spirit symbol floated steadily in the air. Then Batchery took out Liu Changkuo's personal clothing from the surf area and extracted a trace of breath from it, attaching it to the spirit symbol. After a moment, the spirit symbol began to tremble and then flew in a specific direction. "Junior sister, follow me." Batchery marched ahead. Zhang Qian's strength naturally couldn't compare to Batchery's, but she was favored and had all kinds of rare treasures. For example, while traveling, the shoes under her feet emitted a mist, pulling Zhang Qian forward effortlessly. The area of the wilderness was not particularly large, but due to its complex terrain and harsh conditions, few people ventured deep into it. However, today Batchery and Zhang Qian followed the spirit symbol deep into the wilderness. The further they went, the more rugged the terrain became, but Batchery moved as easily as if on level ground. Zhang Qian relied on the power of her magical artifacts to follow steadily. Finally, the spirit symbol stopped and pointed diagonally to a small hill ahead. Batchery's spirits lifted, and he whispered, "Junior sister, we've arrived." Zhang Qian immediately looked up, but other than the snow covering the ground, she couldn't see anything. "Where is he?" "I don't see anyone." Batchery smiled. "Don't worry. Since the spirit symbol has indicated the range, we'll soon find him." In fact, it was even simpler than Batchery had imagined. They had only walked less than a mile when they saw Zhu, and meditating under a dead tree. Perhaps even Zhang Qian hadn't expected it to be so easy, and she couldn't help but be shocked. "It's him." Batchery had seen Liu Changkuo's portrait before, so when he saw Zuan, his expression darkened. "He's really here." "Junior sister, step back and be careful not to get hurt." Zhang Qian took a few steps back with a complicated expression, but kept her gaze fixed on Liu Changkuo. He had lost weight. That was Zhang Qian's first impression, but he seemed handsomer. Even with his eyes closed, one could still see that. This gaze of Zhang Qian stirred an unnamed anger in Batchery, and he sneered, "Liu Changkuo, at a time like this, are you still playing mysterious?" His voice echoed, causing the snow on the withered tree to fall gently. Zuan finally stirred and slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, Zhang Qian felt a stinging sensation in her eyes. What sharp eyes he had! Yet, they were also so profound. This gaze left Zhang Qian, who had wanted to say something, speechless. Batchery was also taken aback because in his opinion, Zuan should have been extremely weak after several major battles, so why were his eyes so sharp? Fortunately, this sharpness quickly subsided, replaced by a pair of bright and clear eyes. "You're quite fast in coming here," Zuan said, indifferently. Batchery sneered, "Dealing with someone like you naturally requires speed. Tell me, will you surrender or should I make the effort? If you surrender, you might have less suffering. If you persist, then you will make me work ... HMPH. Batchery sneered. But he underestimated Zuan because Zuan simply ignored him and instead looked at Zhang Qian with interest. "We seem to have met before, haven't we?" Zhang Qian, who was previously confused by Zuan's changes, was almost taken aback by his words, and she looked at Zuan with infinite resentment. "I know you're angry, but Batchery is right. You should give up struggling and come back with me. I will plead with my father for you and ensure you won't be harmed. It seems that we did know each other before." Zhang Qian was a little angry. She thought that she was speaking sincerely, but she didn't expect that this Liu Changkuo not only didn't listen, but also used this kind of attitude to provoke her. Even though they were childhood friends, this was going too far. Gradually, Zhang Qian's face darkened. "Liu Changkuo, I am doing all this for your own good. That's why I went through all this trouble to come and see you. I hope you won't give up on yourself. At least show some dignity as a man. Next to them, Bachiru listened to Jong Kyon's words and felt a sense of satisfaction. Let them argue. The more intense the argument, the better. Only in this way could Jong Kyon completely dispel any illusions and understand that a fallen outcast like Liu Changkuo was not worthy of sympathy. Only someone like him, a genius, was worthy of her. At this point, Zuin had probably figured out what was going on. Although this body had no memories, from the words of this girl, it seemed that this body and the girl had a close relationship, perhaps even a past romantic relationship. However, with the decline of the Liu family, the relationship came to an abrupt end. This could explain why this body couldn't control the excitement upon seeing the girl. It was a feeling of discontent. Thinking of this, Zuin couldn't help but smile. After all this talking, what's your name? Jong Kyon was so enraged by this that she sternly said, Liu Changkuo, have you had enough fun? Suddenly, Zuin remembered something. Fan Hu had said before he died that the reason the magistrate wanted to secretly kill himself was because of his daughter. You are the magistrate's daughter, Zhu. And asked. Jong Kyon suddenly calmed down, with the last hint of gentleness disappearing from her eyes. Liu Changkuo, you have truly disappointed me. With that, she lowered her gaze and said to Bachiru, teach him a lesson. Make him come to his senses, but don't take his life. Rest assured, senior sister, I'll make sure to complete the task. Bachiru readily agreed, then smirked as he looked at Zuan. Kid, this is what you brought upon yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless later. With that, Bachiru walked menacingly towards Zuan. Instead of paying attention to him, Zuan was engrossed in looking at Jong Kyon. It seems that there was an emotional entanglement between you two before. It was this entanglement that led you to have a misconception, right? Jong Kyon was furious. Liu Changkuo, you have crossed the line. Zuan paid no attention to her and continued, you think everything I have done is because of you. So in addition to being worried, you also have a hint of pride, thinking that you are so charming that it has overwhelmed me, causing me to do such things, right? Another question, but this one shattered Jong Kyon's composure. She felt that her inner thoughts had been exposed by this young man before her. She hysterically yelled, Bachiru, why haven't you acted yet? Bachiru was intentional. He wanted to watch the drama unfold. It would be better for them to completely fall out. So, it wasn't until Jong Kyon shouted loudly that he grinned. Kid, prepare to die. With that, his fists displayed golden runes and struck towards Zuan. These fists had been tempered through secret methods, engraved with runes, and could be triggered when facing an enemy, making them deadly weapons. However, faced with the menacing punch, Zuan chose to ignore it and calmly said, I have said all this just to tell you that your thoughts are all wrong. To sum it up in 4 words, misguided affection. After saying these 4 words, Bachiru's fist arrived. Bachiru could already imagine the feeling of smashing this guy's face in the next moment. It was an addictive feeling, but at that moment, Zuan suddenly raised his gaze, and a flash of sword light passed by. With a muffled sound, Bachiru's arms fell from the elbows. The cut was so smooth that not even a drop of blood rushed out. Bachiru didn't even feel the pain, he just felt his arms becoming light, then he found in horror that his hands were gone. After a few seconds of being stunned, the intense pain rushed in along with the blood, and then Bachiru started screaming hysterically. Oh, what's happening? My hands. The screams were filled with despair, not only because his hands were severed but also because of the shock and confusion. What was happening? Weren't his hands fine just now? Why were his hands suddenly cut off within a blink of an eye? What kind of method did he use? These thoughts surged in his mind, contorting Bachiru's face. At that moment, Zuan slowly stood up. Upon seeing this, Bachiru involuntarily bent over. Even though he was shouting in his mind not to bend, his body's instinct made the decision for him. Jong Kyon was dumbfounded. She never dreamed that she would witness such a scene. She had thought that Bachiru, whose strength could easily defeat Zhu, and multiple times, couldn't even withstand a single move before having his arms severed. What was going on? Was this a dream? Confused and terrified, Jong Kyon looked at Zuan in disbelief. What was he planning to do? Could it be ... Since you are the magistrate's daughter, it seems your father already knows about this matter. Jong Kyon wanted to ask something, but when she made eye contact with Zuan, all her questioning words dissolved into nothingness. His gaze was simply too terrifying, cold, lofty. Like a god overlooking the world, it filled her with infinite awe. Over the years, Jang Kyung had followed her father to the capital and thought she had seen many important figures, even meeting the emperor of the Great Crossing dynasty. But at this moment, all these so-called important figures tied together couldn't compare to this young man before her. Jang Kyung's heart tightened suddenly, feeling every hair on her body stand up. At that moment, she had only one feeling. This young man was definitely not the Liu Chang who she knew. Although they looked alike, their aura and the majesty between their brows were incomparable. Trembling, Jang Kyung nodded, "Yes, very well. Then it seems I'll have to trouble you a bit." Jang Kyung shuddered, looking at Zuan in disbelief. What was he planning to do? Could it be ... Under this temptation, Batui's eyes gradually turned red, with only one thought in his mind, that is revenge. Jang Kyung's reaction was not slow either. She immediately changed her mindset, trying to attract Zuan's attention to create conditions for Batui to take action. "Chiakhua, I don't know what you are talking about. In fact, as long as I can see you, I am content. How could I feel wronged?" she said teary-eyed. At the same time, Batui finally arrived behind Zuan. With a forceful kick of his left foot, he aimed at Zuan's lower back. This kick was strong and heavy. If it hit, not only a person, even a rock would be crushed to pieces. However, at that moment, a flash of sword light swept through, directly piercing Batui's shoulder, and then sending him flying tens of yards away, nailed tightly to a bare rock. Splut! Batui spit out a mouthful of blood, because this sword not only pierced his shoulder, but also shattered the bones of half of his body, causing serious internal injuries. Jang Kyung was completely stunned by this. She had thought Batui's earlier mistake was due to carelessness, but she never expected that even a full-force sneak attack would fail. Seeing Batui completely losing his fighting ability, her mind went blank. Before she could finish her sentence, Zuan had already appeared in front of her like a ghost, and Jang Kyung felt herself floating uncontrollably in the air. This feeling of losing control over her body filled her with fear, and she could only look at Zuan with pleading eyes. But Zuan remained unmoved, instead leisurely admiring the unique brooch on Jang Kyung's chest. Suddenly, the brooch started to shine and emit a powerful wave as if sensing Zuan's gaze. Jang Kyung's heart sank. How could she forget about this? This was the protective talisman her father gave her. But then she heard a light chuckle in her ear. Quite an interesting little trinket. And then the brooch silently shattered into pieces. The previous golden light and energy wave seemed to have never appeared. Jang Kyung felt complete despair this time. And she was not alone. Batui, who had been pinned to the giant rock, also felt a chill run down his spine. He had been a bit resentful just now. After all, there were a whole bunch of powerful talismans on his chest, all high-quality talismans given to him by his sect, with tremendous power. But before he could even use these talismans, he ended up in his current state. So after stabilizing his injuries, he had been trying hard to summon the talismans on his chest to escape the predicament. However, after witnessing what happened to Jang Kyung, Batui felt a wave of chilling fear. As a daughter of the district governor, Jang Kyung naturally wouldn't be wearing ordinary items for protection. But this thing, without even a ripple, shattered completely, which filled Batui with extreme fear. "Chiakhua, spare." Jang Kyung struggled to speak. At the same time, a cry suddenly came from afar. "Mr. Liu, please show mercy." With these words, Yerniang rushed over in haste. Seeing her, Jang Kyung felt as if she had caught a lifeline. "Sister Ao, save me." Since Jang Kyung and Batui left, Yerniang had been restless, feeling that something was about to happen. It wasn't until hearing from Zhenyu about what had occurred that she turned pale with shock, and immediately said, "Hurry and intervene, otherwise, if we're late, we might not be able to save the life of the district governor's daughter." Hearing this, Yerniang finally realized the seriousness of the situation, and hurriedly rushed over. Upon arriving at the scene, Yerniang was also taken aback when she saw the situation. Batui, known as the top young generation in Heian County, had both arms broken at the elbows and nailed to a giant rock, unable to move. Jang Kyung was suspended in midair, unable to move. "Why did you come?" Zuan said, indifferently. Upon hearing the question, Yerniang quickly bowed. "Mr. Liu, Jang Kyung is my friend. She may be outspoken, but she is not a bad person, so please spare her, and do not harm her." "Did I say I was going to kill her?" Zu and smiled. "This." Yerniang thought to herself, "If you don't want to kill her, Then why leave her hanging in midair like a sacrificial lamb? But, of course, she couldn't say that. As she was preparing her words, Zuin waved his hand and said, "Rest assured, I won't lay hands on a defenseless woman." Yerniang relaxed, then tentatively asked, "Can you release Zhang Qiong and let me take her away?" Zhu and shook his head, "Though I won't kill her, she can't leave now." "Mr. Liu, I don't understand. What are you planning to do?" Yerniang asked cautiously. "It's simple. I want her father to come and redeem her." As simple as that statement was, it struck Yerniang like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Who was Zhang Qiong's father? He was the governor of Heian County, a top figure with real power even in the Great Wang dynasty. And now this young man was mad enough to demand that such a person come personally to redeem someone. Wasn't that madness? She said with great difficulty, "Mr. Liu, I advise you to think twice before you act. If this matter alarms the governor, it will be difficult to end it peacefully." Zuin smiled. "Sorry, you're too late." Saying that, Zuin picked up the broken brooch floating in the air, and said, "From the moment this brooch broke, everything that happened here has already been reported to the governor's residence." Yerniang's legs went weak, almost falling to the ground. She couldn't understand what this young man was up to. In her opinion, since you have already retaliated against so many people, and successfully escaped the farm, why not leave Heian County as soon as possible? With your talent, you could make a name for yourself in no time, and then come back to resolve the grudge with the Liu family. But this young man was obstinate, even going so far as to alarm the governor of Heian County. "Why?" Yerniang murmured. "Because I have some questions to ask the governor of Heian County." Some questions to ask? Not only was Yerniang puzzled, but Zhang Qiong and Batuyi were also bewildered. After all the trouble, all that was needed was to ask a few questions. It was truly incomprehensible. Crane Sun City, the tea shop's sixth-old son deftly used boiling water to rinse each teacup before pouring the freshly brewed tea into them. Although this small tea shop may not be using high-quality tea leaves, the skillful technique still emitted a fragrant aroma after the tea was poured. Regular customers couldn't help but smile and compliment, "Old son's tea art is getting better." Sixth-old son chuckled, "It's just a skill to make a living." Despite saying that, his face was still filled with pride. As a villager, being able to establish a small tea shop in a place like Crane Sun City was already something to be proud of. The tea drinkers at this small tea shop were all familiar regulars, gathering in small groups to enjoy tea and conversation, a simple and affordable pleasure. "Hey, have you heard? The rising star, Batuo, is rumored to be summoned to the Lord Magistrate's mansion for marriage." A tea drinker suddenly spoke mysteriously. I've heard too. This is quite a strategic alliance. After all, the Lord Magistrate has no sons, only a daughter. And Batuo is an exceptional young talent, a perfect match if they unite." Someone praised in admiration. Alas, if the Liu family hadn't fallen, there would be no room for Batuo to step in. Someone quietly sighed. The people around were startled, hurriedly saying, "Shh, such words cannot be uttered lightly." The speaker realized their mistake and quickly lifted their teacup to cover their face. At that moment, the Lord's manor in the distance suddenly shimmered with golden light, and then figures exuding a powerful aura rose into the sky and darted towards the heavens. This display immediately stunned the tea drinkers. What's going on? Heavens, why are all the elite forces suddenly out? Has something big happened? Everyone's expressions turned serious. Sixth-old son was also frightened, his face pale, quickly dispersing the tea customers and closing the shop. It wasn't just him. The entire Crane Sun City was in a state of turmoil, because no one knew what had happened, to the extent where all the elite forces of the magistrate's manor were dispatched. At the same time, Magistrate John Shibin of Crane Sun County was flying rapidly in the air with a gloomy expression, feeling as if a fire was burning inside him. His precious daughter was following Batuo to handle Liu Chongquo's affairs on the farm. Initially, John Shibin did not want her to go, but due to Zhang Qiong's repeated tantrums, he reluctantly agreed. Furthermore, John Shibin did not think this trip would be dangerous. After all, it was just an abandoned clan descendant. Even if he had some cards, he couldn't possibly match Batuo. Nonetheless, he had Zhang Qiong wear a complete set of protective gear to ensure nothing went wrong. However, within half a day of their departure, trouble arose. Zhang Shibin discovered that the protection talisman he gave his daughter had unexpectedly failed. and the final message received clearly indicated that she was in danger. How could Zhang Shibin not worrying about it? So he immediately ordered all his elite forces to assemble and head towards the farm. In an instant, Zhang Shibin led his men to the outskirts of the farm. Because the protective brooch had a positioning function, Zhang Shibin headed straight to the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, Zhang Shibin landed, immediately seeing his daughter Zhang Qian bound by some force and suspended in the air. At the same time, he noticed Batuo, in whom he had high hopes, was heavily injured and nailed to a giant rock. Shocked at first, Zhang Shibin then erupted in furious anger. What's going on? Zhang Qian, upon seeing her father, couldn't help but cry out in frustration. Father, Zhang Shibin, burning with anger, moved forward to release his daughter from her binds. Just then, a calm voice came from under a withered tree in the distance. If I were you, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Zhang Shibin instantly halted his steps, then cast a cold gaze towards Zuan from afar. I admit I underestimated you, but this matter has nothing to do with Qian. Release her. Zuan smiled. All right. With that, Zhang Qian landed instantly. Her restraints removed. She then ran to stand behind Zhang Shibin, saying, Father. Zhang Shibin smiled comfortingly. Good girl. Daddy's here. You don't need to worry. Then he coldly waved his hand. Kill him. For someone who dared to harm his daughter, Zhang Shibin would not show any mercy. With his command, his men rushed forward, intending to kill Zuan. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qian felt strangely conflicted. Logically, she should hate Zuan for having held her captive, but for some reason, possibly due to his natural demeanor or his calm, deep eyes, she felt a slight pang of sorrow at that moment. However, she knew it was impossible to persuade her father to spare Zuan, so she kept those feelings buried deep inside. In stark contrast to her feelings, Batuo, who was nailed to the giant rock, was ecstatic at the scene. Kill him. It's best to leave him with no burial ground. But in the next moment, his jaw froze on his face. The elite forces rushing towards Zuan didn't even reach him before being obliterated. Yes, completely eradicated. Zuan, who was seated under the tree, simply raised his hand and launched a casual punch, turning the so-called elite forces to dust. Not only that, the force of the punch also destroyed the trees and rocks in its path, continuing for miles ahead. After this earth-shattering punch, Zuan stood up slowly, smiling faintly, and asked, Can we talk now? Silence. The whole place fell into deathly silence. Zhang Shibin, who was previously confident and had completely underestimated Zuan, was now dumbfounded. He had seen many strong individuals before, having encountered numerous outstanding talents in the capital. But no matter how powerful someone was, there were fundamental laws in this world to abide by. Even if a martial ancestor were to appear, they couldn't simply crush so many elite forces with such ease. Yet, this young man had done just that. At this point, he finally realized how foolish his previous behavior had been. However, having become a magistrate, Zhang Shibin naturally had deep composure. Zhang Shibin never imagined that Zuan would ask these questions. He thought the first thing this abandoned and exiled person who suddenly gained powerful abilities would ask must be about why his family was destroyed and who wanted to kill him. So he was stunned for a moment before hesitantly saying, I don't understand what you mean by the world's composition, and as for any strange legends, I have no idea. Zuan instantly understood Zhang Shibin's meaning. He wasn't deliberately hiding anything. He really didn't know. After all, the questions he asked were indeed strange. He was like a visitor to this world, naturally thinking about what the world is made of. But for the indigenous people of this world, everything in this world is taken for granted existence. So why would they think about the so-called composition? Therefore, Zuan nodded and said, Forget it. Since you can't understand, I'll look for it myself. Zhang Shibin was about to ask what he meant by looking for it when he suddenly saw Zuan appear in front of him. He was startled and instinctively wanted to step back, but at that moment, Zuan gave a slight smile, and then a strong mental force directly invaded Zhang Shibin's mind. Zhang Shibin felt a huge shock throughout his body. His brain was in excruciating pain, but he couldn't even scream. He could only open his mouth silently, looking at Zuan in panic. He felt like he was about to die. But then, everything faded away in an instant. Zhang Shibin quickly returned to normal. Then he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, his face filled with terror. Even when he saw Zuan defeat so many of his subordinates with a single punch, he wasn't as terrified. But now he couldn't accept it, because the methods Zuin had just displayed were like those of a deity, mysterious and unfathomable. Jang Kyung couldn't help but exclaim when she saw her father suddenly become like this, then rushed forward to support him. Seeing her usually dignified and composed father in such a panic state made her unable to hold back her shock. "What did you do to my father?" Jang Kyung gathered her courage and shouted. Zuin had just finished organizing the memories he obtained from Zhang Shibao's mind. He replied casually, "Nothing. Just extracted some memories. He will recover soon." Jang Kyung didn't understand what extracting memories meant, but Zhang Shibao's face was extremely grim, because Zuan's actions just now seemed to have exposed all the secrets in his heart. This feeling of having nothing to hide was extremely uncomfortable. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Shibao hoarsely asked. Zuin smiled. "Nothing. Just passing through this world, looking for some clues." After saying this, Zuin turned to Yerniang and said, "Thank you for your care before. This is for you." With these words, a faint light entered Yerniang's forehead. Yerniang trembled, suddenly feeling a flood of new knowledge in her mind. "This." She was utterly shocked. Zuin said lightly, "I selected a few martial arts techniques. They should be more suitable for your world. You are not from this world." Zhang Shibao finally understood, trembling as he asked. He always thought of himself as a fearless true man. Even death couldn't make him submit. But after hearing Zuan's words, an indescribable fear invaded his mind. Combined with Zuan's earlier display of godlike methods, a thought suddenly surfaced. Could he be a demon from hell? Because only in this way could explain how this seemingly hopeless young man could burst forth with such terrifying power. Zuan naturally understood what Zhang Shibao was thinking, but he was too lazy to explain. In fact, sparing Zhang Shibao was already giving him face. After all, he was the one who secretly instigated the plot to put himself in a difficult position. Of course, Zhang Shibao's memories were also an important reason, because Zuin found that Zhang Shibao, although a bit harsh, was actually a rare good official. Under his governance, Heian County not only thrived but the common people could also live in peace. This was why Zuin let him go. Just then, a violent wind suddenly stirred up on the barren land. This was not uncommon, as for this barren land, at least 10 months of the year were windy. But this wind was different. It was too fast and carried countless gravel and rocks, rushing towards the people. Yerniang's expression changed. "What's happening? Where is this fierce wind coming from?" But her words were drowned out by the sound of the wind. Even Zhang Kyung, who was the closest, did not hear. At the same time, there was suddenly rolling thunder in the sky. An unprecedented phenomenon, for it was the height of winter. How could there be thunder? But the thunder really came. Not only that, accompanied by a loud bang, a thunderbolt descended from the sky directly towards where Zuin was. The dazzling lightning made Zhang Kyung and the others involuntarily close their eyes. Only Zhang Shibao forced himself to look. He saw Zu, and facing this violent force of nature with calm composure. "Is it so hard to resist already? You are really irritable, Zu," and muttered softly, then raised his hand and threw a punch. Doom! This punch directly hit the falling thunderbolt, and the clash of the two produced a flash of lightning. Zhang Shibao's eyes were swollen from the shock, but he insisted on staring in horror. After shattering the thunderbolt with a single punch, Zuin suddenly stepped on the ground and shot up into the sky, arriving high above. There, the thunder and lightning were even more intense, especially when Zuin arrived. Countless electric lights attacked him like silver snakes. Zu, and faced them fearlessly, chuckled and said, "All right, I won't play with you anymore," leaving. With that, his figure became faint, and in the next moment, when the lightning reached him, Zuin had completely disappeared. And with his departure, the previously violent natural phenomena gradually calmed down. The thunder and lightning disappeared. The wind and sand dispersed, leaving Zhang Shibai and Yerniang standing in place, staring at each other in shock. After a long while, Zhang Kyung couldn't help but look up at the empty sky. So when facing the crazy rejection of the will of this world, Zuin was not panicked in the slightest. He even intentionally waited until the last moment just to verify how powerful this rejecting force was. When he was certain that even if the will of the world exerted its full force against him, it couldn't do anything to him except expel him, he then activated the back door. With a light buzzing sound, a thin layer of darkness appeared in front of Zuan, rapidly changing forms. Just moments later, he felt the familiar sensation of power returning. Opening his eyes, Zuan saw the anxious faces of Yang Fu and Zhang Chanyu. "Qiu, you're finally back." I was going to forcibly wake you up if you didn't return soon. Zhang Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Fu eagerly approached. How do you feel? Feeling all right. Just as I crossed over, your so-called main god component malfunctioned. Huh? Malfunctioned? Why didn't you return immediately? Yan Fu exclaimed. Why should I return? After crossing over, I naturally wanted to thoroughly investigate the composition of that world. Speaking, Zhuan stepped out of the main god component, glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. Although he spent several days in that world, only 3 hours had passed here. Zhang Qianyu noticed Zuan's gaze and explained, because the flow speed of different worlds varies, and it is even possible to encounter places where time flow is much faster than in our world. These places may seem safe, but are actually extremely dangerous, because once you are trapped in them, what feels like just a few days to you could mean thousands of years have passed in the main world. To avoid this risk, Yan Fu and I designed a time ratio system. Regardless of the varying time flow speeds of the worlds being crossed, we set them all to a 120 ratio with the main world. So you should have spent 60 hours in that world. Zhu and nodded. I see. Tell us. Zhang Qianyu snapped his fingers, and a mechanical maid brought a cup of hot tea. Zhuan took a sip and suddenly remarked, it was a strange journey. At the beginning, it felt like playing a game. Yan Fu immediately responded, exactly, that's the feeling. When designing it, Qianyu and I referred to the rules of the game you guys designed. Strictly speaking, the world I visited is a low martial world. I checked the memory of one of the strongest figures in that world and found that even their strongest is comparable to the immortals of various heavens. That's not surprising, as each world is unique, and the limits of strength naturally vary greatly. Zhang Qianyu commented. When I just crossed over, the system malfunctioned, and all my powers disappeared. However, these powers quickly began to recover, just at a slow pace. This is an important point to note. I have already reviewed the system logs in the component and found that the system crashed immediately after crossing because we underestimated the power of the crossing, leading to the breakdown of the underlying code, Yan Fu explained. However, these are minor issues. I have already made modifications to ensure this problem does not occur again in the future, Zhuan nodded. Then there was the rejection of the will of the world. Didn't you say that the simulation of the main god component could deceive the world's will for at least a month? How was it that I was noticed by the world's will in just over a day? I've looked into this as well, and it was still due to a system error, Yan Fu continued. The system kept trying to reboot and rebuild after the error, which is why you kept receiving mission prompts. But it was this constant rebooting that caught the attention of the world's will, leading it to aggressively reject you. After listening, Zhuan pondered for a moment, and nodded. If that's the case, then I have no problem, but I have some suggestions. Oh, what suggestions? Zhang Qianyu asked. Firstly, the random selection of the worlds being crossed is inconvenient. It wastes a lot of time. For example, if I had known it was a low martial world this time, I would not have descended. We have considered this issue, so we have been building new underlying code during this time. Shortly, we should be able to add a fuzzy search feature. However, don't expect it to be too user-friendly, as even the most powerful code can't surpass conscious interference, Yan Fu explained. Zhu and frowned. So what do we do? The best solution is to wait for the miraculous creation you gave us, which is the little gourd, to awaken. She is a true alchemical life that can perfectly integrate with the main god component. With her involvement, some of the currently complex operations may become as simple as breathing, Yan Fu said. In essence, the current main god component is still only a prototype. I envision that the main god component should be able to freely traverse various worlds, absorb the power of these worlds directly, and reward different things. At that point, she could even choose players herself and ultimately grow to become the strongest ruler of the entire world. Yan Fu's voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. Originally, Yan Fu, who casually opened the surveillance panel out of curiosity, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Zhuan and Zhang Qianyu leaned in for a closer look. Sure enough, the little gourd that had been peacefully sleeping in the surveillance panel was indeed slightly larger than before. This change was so subtle that if it weren't for the keen observers present, it might not have been noticed at all. How did it suddenly grow larger? Where did this energy come from? Yan Fu muttered. Zhang Qianyu immediately reviewed past monitoring logs, and after observing for a moment, He looked up with a strange expression on his face. The system did detect a weak energy entering the small gourd's body, and the timing coincidentally happened to be when Zuin returned, he said. The three fell silent. After a moment, Yangfu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I should have thought of this earlier. The only food for this miraculous creation to grow is the power of the world. And every time a mission is completed and you return from the journey, it brings a faint world power for her to feed on. I am indeed a genius. Even at this moment, Yangfu couldn't help but praise himself. So, the best way to awaken the little gourd is to keep crossing over constantly, Zuin asked. That's one way to put it, but it also depends on the world you cross over to. If they are all low-level martial worlds like this time, it's probably impossible for her to mature and awaken without 100 or so crossings. But if it's a higher-level world, the world power brought back will be much stronger, Zhang Qianyu explained. After listening, Zuan's eyes flickered slightly, lost in thought. All right, stop thinking so much. Although this experiment has some flaws, it can still be considered a great success. Let's go have a drink to celebrate, Yangfu said cheerfully. But Zuin took a deep breath and suddenly said, Is that fuzzy search function you mentioned set up? Yangfu paused for a moment and then nodded. Yes, it's all set up. Why? All right, then let's start preparing now. I will begin the next journey immediately, Zuin said, surprising both Yangfu and Zhang Qianyu. Are you serious? Do you really want to push it like this? Yangfu exaggerated. Time is pressing. After all, none of us know what that being that escaped to the unknown is up to at the moment, Zuin said with a serious expression. This matter had been weighing heavily on his mind like a stone. What kind of existence could drive such a being as Yuming to even address him as master? Where it went in the unknown, what it was doing, no one knew. And it was this unknown that instilled fear in people's hearts. Not only that, Zuin also wanted to find the mysterious person who had helped him in secret before and ask where the gods of the Hua clan had disappeared to. With all these unresolved issues, how could Zuin rest easy? Perhaps infected by Zuan's emotions, both Yangfu and Zhang Qianyu also became serious. All right, let's do another comprehensive check. Striving to avoid any mistakes, Yangfu and Zhang Qianyu began a meticulous inspection and strengthened some codes. After completing all this, Zuin re-entered the apparatus. Let's begin. All right, good luck, Yangfu said, and pressed the start button. Thus, there was a slight vibration again, but this time it was much quieter than the last crossing. Then, Zuin felt a brilliant galaxy appearing in front of him. He recognized it immediately. It was the Milky Way. But soon this galaxy also receded, and countless dense clusters of stars appeared one after the other. The shapes of these star clusters were different, but each one contained no less than billions of stars. Even though Zuin had seen a lot, he was still stunned by the grandeur of the scene before him. At the same time, a search box appeared in front of Zuan, with only a pitiful arrow on it. Zuin knew this was the fuzzy search Yangfu had mentioned. So after thinking for a moment, he entered the words evil creature in the search box and pressed the arrow. Although the existence Zuan was tracking was extremely mysterious, one thing was certain: it had to be an evil creature. So Zuin hoped to filter the worlds in this way. After pressing the arrow, countless planets began to flash by, and eventually, a grayish-yellow planet appeared in front of him. Was this the result of the search? Why was there no information at all? Immediately, Zuin remembered that this function probably hadn't been added. He couldn't help but sneer at the simplicity of this main god construction. Then he flew towards the planet. The main god construction has been activated. The search is in place. Subject 001 has been confirmed for selection. Establishing connection. Connection established. Entering the world. Identity replacement completed. Preparing for deployment. Another familiar moment of darkness. Then Zuin smelled a strong scent of blood. The concentration of this blood was so high that Zuin even doubted if he was submerged in blood. At the same time, the prompt sounds in his mind kept ringing. Deployment completed. Identity adaptation completed. Language synchronized. This is a planet occupied by unknown creatures, a last civilization that is battered yet unwilling to yield under the devastated appearance. Mission 1. Eliminate all unknown creatures. Difficulty, S reward. Mission 2. Survive for 1 month. Difficulty, B reward, at %. Suddenly, the system began to display garbled characters, startling Zuan. Oh no. Did it malfunction again? But fortunately, this time the system didn't crash like last time. After a segment of garbled characters, the system directly displayed a prompt. System upgrade incomplete. Cannot manifest rewards. The system was quite frank this time, Zoo, and thought to himself, and then his vision returned to normal. Before him was a ruin, with collapsed walls supporting the crumbling roof. Looking at the scattered shelves, it was clear that this had been a supermarket. But instead of goods, the supermarket now sold bodies. Countless dismembered limbs were stacked on the still intact shelves. The ground was littered with human remains, but the most eerie sight was the many heads embedded in the supermarket walls. Men, women, children, elderly, some even decomposing. However, from the well-preserved heads, one could faintly discern the fear and despair of these people before their deaths. It was the reaction, when faced with an inevitable disaster, that one couldn't resist. After learning from their previous experience, Yongfu and Zhangqiani made targeted enhancements to the transmission of their system's strength. Therefore, this time, Zuen's strength was basically limited to the maximum level of this world, naturally unafraid of just a tentacle. Not only that, Zuen reached out and grabbed the tentacle in a split second, then pulled it towards himself. With a stern roar from outside the house, a monstrous creature covered in tentacles broke through the wall and flew in. The appearance of this monster was enough to make even the most nerveless person's scalp tingle. Unable to sleep at night, however, Zuen's eyes lit up upon seeing it. The chaotic and eerie appearance of this monster, its dirty and foul odor, all clearly reflected the style of evil creatures. From this, Zuen could conclude that the so-called unidentified creatures infecting this planet, even if they were not the targets he sought, were intricately related to evil creatures. Thinking up to this point, Zuen casually threw the screaming flesh mountain monster out. With a loud thud, the monster was violently smashed into the ground, its body exploding like rotten meat. However, even after this, a wriggling mass of rotting flesh remained in the large pit on the ground. This mass of flesh seemed to have self-awareness, trembling slightly even after suffering such a heavy blow, then struggling to burrow downwards, seemingly trying to escape from there. However, all its efforts were in vain, as the next moment, a snowy sword or pinned it to the ground. After wriggling a few more times, the mass of flesh finally stopped moving completely. Walking to the edge of the pit, Zuen looked at the rotting flesh rapidly liquefying, average combat power, but quite tenacious in terms of vitality. As he spoke, the supermarket behind Zuen finally collapsed under the strain. The huge sound reverberated throughout several blocks, yet no living being dared to show themselves. Glancing around, Zuen saw a deserted building not far away, and with a leap, he arrived at the top of the building. Standing there, Zuen gazed around, taking in the entire city's scene. Everywhere, there were deserted and collapsed skyscrapers, the once bustling streets blocked by abandoned cars and various debris, while countless scavenger birds circled in the sky, searching for their next target. In the distance, faint roars of monsters could be heard. This was a city that had already died, but from its immense scale and sophisticated facilities, one could still vaguely perceive a trace of its former prosperity. Zuen gazed indifferently. The visible traces of battles everywhere clearly told Zhu what this city had once experienced. And this style of leaving no one alive wherever one went was truly reminiscent of evil creatures. As Zuen pondered, a faint cry for help suddenly came from afar. The voice was extremely weak, clearly from a far distance, something only noticeable to Zhu. And due to his exceptional combat power in this world, someone alive. Zuen's heart stirred, then he tapped his toe, causing the building underneath to emit a groan under his feet, a large crack extending from where he stood. Nonetheless, Zuen was unconcerned, already flying out like an arrow. In an instant, covering several blocks, the cries for help became clearer. Finally, a battlefield appeared ahead. Stopping his steps, Zuen did not rush to provide assistance, instead hiding in a corner observing. Countless poisonous insects surrounded a small team, launching frenzied attacks at them. Although the team was not large, each member was well equipped and strong. However, facing wave after wave of attacking insects was proving too much for them. Suddenly, a member of the team near the periphery was accidentally bitten on the arm by a poisonous insect. He screamed in pain, trying to reach for a dagger to cut off the poisoned arm. But before his hand could touch the dagger, his entire body started convulsing violently, then slumped to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. Even his combat suit did not escape, also disappeared without a trace. This demonstrated how fierce the toxicity was. Shesheng was anxious. Though his subordinates were seasoned warriors, facing this almost hopeless battle had inevitably begun to lower their morale. The recent death of their comrade particularly struck a heavy blow to their spirits, with some already starting to cry softly. As the captain, he struggled to shout, "Everyone, don't panic. I already sent a distress signal at the beginning of the battle, believing that reinforcements from the base will arrive soon." Someone sobbed, "Captain, stop lying to us. The base would never come to rescue us in such a savage corner of the city." Shesheng was speechless because he knew what his subordinates said was true. The base would never risk coming to such a dangerous place for the sake of their small team. It would only result in significant resource wastage, and there was a possibility the rescue team might get trapped as well. Therefore, to conserve their strength, the base's only option was sending someone after the insect horde receded to collect the corpses. If any were left, though cruel, this was the harsh reality of this extremely dangerous world. Life was a resource that could be sacrificed. Everything was for the sake of survival. But clinging to the last bit of hope, Shesheng whispered, "What if there are reinforcements, remember to leave yourself with the last bullet. Even in death, we can't die at the hands of these insects." Understood. The remaining team members responded in unison, their voices filled with a melancholic determination. Shesheng let out a loud roar. "Kill these bastards, brothers, until we meet again in the next life." With that, he charged to the front, leading the way with his submachine gun spewing angry fire, relentlessly attacking the swarm of insects across from him. His madness infected those around him. "Captain, until we meet again in the next life." With those words, everyone chose to attack without reservation. In an instant, countless bullets poured down on the insects, managing to temporarily halt their advance. However, this victory was short-lived. As the ammo quickly ran out, the insects counterattacked, forcing the group to huddle together back to back. Shesheng, gasping for air, shakily pulled out a pistol. With only one bullet left, he aimed it at his own head, cast a bitter look at the oncoming horde of insects, and prepared to close his eyes. His men did the same. Just then, Shesheng caught sight of a figure in the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but shudder. Impossible. How could there be a figure in this desolate place? These thoughts rushed through his mind, but then a miraculous scene unfolded. The once chaotic swarm of insects suddenly panicked and began to frenziedly flee in all directions. At the same time, a figure could be seen approaching in the distance, causing all the insects in its path to be flattened by an unseen force. Shesheng and his men stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, a tide of poisonous insects was still considered one of the most formidable threats. That's why their squad met with such a fate. If someone had told Shesheng before today that someone could calmly walk among the poisonous insect tide as if it were nothing, he would have scoffed and thought the person had been drinking fake alcohol brew in a small workshop. But now this scene was happening right before his eyes. Not only that, the once arrogant insects seemed to have encountered a terrifying and formidable enemy, fleeing almost frantically. Yet, before this figure, all attempts at escape were futile. With the sound of crunching exoskeletons, the insects were all crushed into a thin layer. Gushing venom, the stench of blood filled the air. Shesheng couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. He was afraid because he didn't know what kind of being was approaching. But it was evident that whoever caused such a commotion was not someone they could provoke. Could it be one of those rumored monsters with self-awareness? This thought rumbled in Shesheng's mind. At the same time, the figure emerged from the shadows and stood before the group. Shesheng and his men were astounded. The newcomer was not the fierce beast Shesheng had speculated nor a big, burly man. Instead, it was a young man dressed in white. He walked gracefully, with the remnants of the insect's limbs and blood unable to impede his steps. When he came closer, the astonishment in Shesheng's heart deepened because this young man was simply beautiful. Shesheng could only use that adjective to describe him. Despite considering himself well-traveled, having encountered descendants of ancient noble families over the years, some even predating the Great Disaster, none of them could compare to the youth before him, especially with his cold demeanor, akin to the moonlight from before the catastrophe. As for Shesheng's men, they were completely dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. At that moment, Zuan arrived before them, casting a few glances at Shesheng before speaking. "You are the leader of this group." Shesheng trembled all over. It was ancient language. The ancient language used only by the most powerful ancient families before the Great Disaster. It was a symbol of true identity. Gesheng knew he had encountered a truly exceptional figure today. Therefore, he bowed respectfully. Once the leader of the Desert Rose Mercenary Corps, now the guardian captain of the 38th Base, 7th Squad of the Rose Alliance, Gesheng pays his respects to you. Thank you for saving our lives. Xuan smiled faintly. It was nothing. Despite these words, the reverence on Gesheng's face only deepened. At that moment, Xuan seemed to remember something and tossed over a small vial. Gesheng caught it and asked, "Sir, what is this?" "Oh, since you're all injured, here are some medicines for you." Medicines? How could medicines look like this? Gesheng was puzzled, but he opened the vial nonetheless, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Just by taking a whiff, their exhausted bodies from battle felt invigorated. Gesheng suddenly remembered a certain legend. Trembling with excitement, he respectfully bowed to Xuan. "Thank you, sir." After consuming the pills from the vial, Gesheng's men were all amazed by the miraculous effects. Heavens, my left ear that was completely destroyed is now back to normal. Same here, my left hand was always aching, but now it's fine. Not only did their external wounds heal rapidly, even their hidden injuries were fully recovered. With just that, Xuan's status in Gesheng and his men's eyes rose to another level. Especially for Gesheng, he knew the value of the medicine Xuan casually gave them. Each pill was worth a fortune. Yet, Xuan seemed unconcerned. This further shrouded Xuan's identity in mystery in Gesheng's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, before this crossing, Xuan had stored many supplies in his spiritual space. What he gave Gesheng and his men was just one of the many healing medicines he had. At least to Xuan, these items were abundant. "Have you all recovered?" "Yes, sir. We're all healed." "Where is your base located? Can I visit it?" Xuan asked with interest. If it were anyone else, Gesheng would have immediately refused because the value of a refuge base in this post-apocalyptic world was well known. But when Xuan asked, Gesheng didn't hesitate and nodded. "Of course, it would be our honor." It was as if the entire city was making way for Xuan. While others may not have felt much, Jaeshun keenly captured this point. The reverence in his heart grew stronger involuntarily. He was very clear that all of this was because of this mysterious young man. Returning to the base from a location where Jaeshun and others had encountered trouble required a long journey. Under normal circumstances, they would have had to walk for at least a day. But because they were able to take a shortcut this time, they returned to the base before midnight. When the guards at the base saw Jaeshun and his group, they almost thought they were seeing things. During the day, the base had received a request for help from Jaeshun. However, due to the long distance, the base couldn't possibly send out a rescue team, so they had to assume that they had sacrificed themselves. And as night fell and Jaesheng's group had still not returned, everyone knew that even the last glimmer of hope was gone. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that in the middle of the night, Jaeshun and his group would miraculously return, accompanied by a mysterious young man. The entire base was abuzz with excitement, and many people flocked to the base hall, wanting to see if it was true. For a moment, numerous shocked, doubtful, and even admiring gazes focused on Xuan. In response, Xuan simply smiled. At that moment, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler approached. "Captain J, the commander requests your presence, along with this guest." "All right, we'll go right away." Jaeshun then turned to Xuan and said, "Sir, the commander wishes to see you. Would you come with me?" Xuan nodded, following along to gain a better understanding of this world. The commander who could control such a large base was evidently a powerful figure in this world, likely to know some information unknown to ordinary people. Xuan and Jaeshun followed the man through the hall to a room on the 3rd floor of the base. The man stepped aside, clearing the path. "Please come in, the commander is waiting for you inside." Jaeshun opened the door, and Xuan stepped in. It was a command room, filled with various control panels and monitors. Sitting in front of the largest screen was a person whose back was to the door, making their face unseen. However, the silhouette revealed a sturdy man. "Commander, we're here," Jaeshun called out. The chair turned around, revealing a terrifying face. While the man's features were handsome, a huge wound directly split his face in half. The left side showed a normal facial appearance, while the right side revealed corroded, pockmarked bones. This shocking image was enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone unprepared for it. Yet Xuan remained unfazed. After all, in these years, Xuan had seen it all, even personally slaying a space-time serpent capable of controlling a universe. Did this slightly stronger than average being really think he could scare Zuan? Zuan's calm demeanor even caused a glint in the man's remaining eye. Zhe Sheng, filled with admiration, took a step forward. Respected commander, our team was surrounded by poisonous insects and almost perished while on a mission. It was this gentleman who saved us. The man nodded. I am already aware of that. Step back. I have something to discuss with this gentleman. Yes. Zhe Sheng respectfully backed out. After a moment of silence, the man slowly spoke, a remnant of the old era, Su, and remained noncommittal, somewhat, but I have been in a long slumber and only recently woke up. The man smirked, although the wound on his face made his smile appear incredibly eerie. You're really lucky. It seems your shelter is very advanced, or else it wouldn't have sustained you till now. So, what exactly has happened in this world? Zu, and inquired. What has happened? The man chuckled ruefully. Plague, war, famine. In short, all the disasters you can think of have taken turns wreaking havoc in this world. But shouldn't these be the reasons why the world has turned into its current state? After all, those disasters you mentioned have never been far away. They have always been quietly playing out in the corner. Zuan remarked indifferently. Indeed, even in the old days, my apologies, I like to refer to that irretrievable era as the old days. Those disasters have never been far away. So what is the real reason then? The man shook his head. I don't know, truly don't know. I also woke up in a shelter, but unfortunately, my shelter wasn't as fortunate as yours. It was heavily damaged shortly after the war started, so I had to wake up earlier than planned. Although I knew going out was dangerous, my shelter suffered irreversible damage. To survive, I had to take the risk of venturing out. And the result? A look of fear shimmered in the man's one remaining eye. The result was not a nuclear winter, as one might imagine, nor missiles streaking across the sky like shooting stars. But what I saw was far more terrifying than those. It was countless strange life forms, with no names and no distinct shapes, floating throughout the world, hunting down any visible life. The scar on my face was left from that time. Ironically, what injured me was a floating doll in the sky that appeared harmless, yet it almost split my head in half. The man's words rushed out at a rapid pace, clearly reluctant to recall the scene. Su, and furrowed his brow in response. If what you say is true, then this world should have been completely destroyed a long time ago, with no life remaining, right? That's what I thought at the time. However, when I woke up from my severe injury, I found that the number of monsters in the sky had decreased significantly, and those that remained were no longer as insidiously unbeatable as before. Although they were still powerful, human methods could at least inflict damage on them. In this situation, the remaining survivors finally dared to venture out of the shelter and cautiously began to establish small strongholds. But this disaster was too great, leading to a severe blow to civilization. So now, people can never go back to the way things were. The man spoke with a waning enthusiasm. The man stood up at last and extended his hand towards Zuan, saying, My name is Higu, which is a name from the old times. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zuan. Zuan also reached out his hand immediately. Without any hesitation, Higu lightly shook hands with Zuan and then quickly released his grip. In appreciation for saving the members of our base team, I have granted you the highest trading privileges. You can now go to the trading hall to get what you want. Of course, if there's anything you'd like to exchange, you can bring it forward, and we will evaluate it and exchange it, ensuring a fair price, Higu said. Zu, and nodded. Although he didn't need anything, he thought it would be good to learn more about this world in this way. Go ahead. I believe you will have a wonderful night, Higu said with a smile and a wink with his remaining eye. Zu, and left, and shortly after, Zhe Sheng entered the room. Commander, from now on, your only task is to accompany this gentleman and try to win his friendship, Zhe Sheng said. Understood, Zhe Sheng replied. Just as Zhe Sheng was about to say something further, the commander interrupted him. Commander, our surviving team members were all severely injured, but this gentleman gave us a small bottle of medicine. It contained some pills, and after taking them, our injuries immediately healed miraculously. The effect was incredibly magical. Oh, Higu was somewhat incredulous. Zhe Sheng took out the small bottle from his embrace and handed it to Higu respectfully. Higu carefully examined it before uncorking the bottle, releasing a strange fragrance that filled the entire command room. Is this also a miraculous product from the old times? Zhe Sheng asked with great curiosity. Higu shook his head. Even in the old times, I have never seen anything like this. Of course, It could be due to my limited access at that time. Oh, I thought this was also something from the old times because the healing effect of this is simply amazing. Commander, you might want to try it, Jae-shung suggested. Ki-gu smiled. No need to waste it. The scars on my face are not likely to be healed. He handed the small bottle back to Jae-shung. The background of this gentleman is obviously greater than what we initially thought, so winning his friendship becomes even more important. Do you understand? Ki-gu asked. Jae-shung nodded understandingly and left. Ki-gu sat alone in the command room, contemplating the situation. Well, it was the end of days and people's hearts were treacherous. That was all based on strength. And facing a mysterious and powerful young man like the one before him, Ki-gu was not foolish enough to offend such a powerful figure for minor gains. On the contrary, if he could win the friendship of such a person, it would be most advantageous. After Zuin left the command room, the butler led him to the trading hall. Almost every base had a trading hall, as resources were paramount in this post-apocalyptic world and individuals could not possess all resources independently. Therefore, trading with others became necessary. Since the monetary system had long collapsed, bartering had become the most direct and cost-effective choice. However, security was also a concern, as one could never be sure if the person they were trading with had ulterior motives. In such a situation, the base became a good intermediary, allowing items to be consigned for sale, and a commission would be collected from the transaction. This mutually beneficial setup soon became popular. However, there were inconveniences, such as the difficulty of determining the value of goods in a barter system, which was a headache for all bases. So larger bases started utilizing their strength and reputation to issue credit points akin to currency. But usage of such credit points was limited, and they were only recognized within the base they originated from. Hence, bartering remained the mainstream. Zuin listened intently as the butler explained all these details on the way to the trading hall. Although the information didn't offer much help, it allowed Zuin to understand the nature of society after its collapse. Upon arriving at the trading hall, the butler smiled and said, "Honored guest, feel free to browse here for now. I will come back to take you to your resting place later." All right, the butler left. Zuin began avidly exploring the trading hall. Though called a trading hall, it was more like a warehouse, with many shelves holding various items. There were animal fur, teeth, and remnants of items from the old times, but the truly valuable items were those derived from ferocious beasts. For instance, Zuin saw a fang from a venomous snake displayed in an exquisite box, with a note indicating what the seller wanted in exchange. These items were typically valuable, such as old healing medicines or equivalent exchanges. Zuin didn't intend to buy anything. He simply enjoyed the atmosphere, pausing to observe at each shelf. Unbeknownst to him, many people discreetly cast glances his way whenever he stopped. The events of the night had already spread throughout the entire base, and it was widely known that Jae-shung had brought back an esteemed guest, possibly a figure from the old times. Therefore, many were curious to see what he intended to purchase. However, after observing for a while, Zuin didn't make any purchases. This caused some to rethink their initial assumptions. Indeed, this distinguished guest had discerning tastes, making it challenging to impress him with common goods. Just then, Jae-shung arrived. "Sir, do you plan to buy something?" "Oh, nothing. Just browsing," Zuin replied. Jae-shung chuckled. "After traveling this far, you must be hungry. Let me treat you to a meal. There's nothing interesting here, and it's not trading day yet." Jae-shung led Zuin to the dining hall in the base. Though the base was not large in scale, it was well equipped with various facilities. In Jae-shung's opinion, nothing in the world could compare to the deliciousness of termite meat. However, because mutant termites are social creatures that move in groups of hundreds or thousands, capturing them is extremely difficult. This has led to a very high price for termite meat, and even Jae-shung, as the leader of a small team under the base's jurisdiction, could not frequently enjoy this delicacy, only occasionally indulging. But today was an exception. First and foremost, it was to entertain Zuin, and secondly, to reward himself. After all, if he were to die at the hands of those poisonous insects, he would never be able to taste this delicacy again. For this reason, Jae-shung even extravagantly ordered a bottle of craft beer. After downing a full glass of beer, Jae-shung let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, this is the life. Hey, Mr. Zhu, why aren't you drinking?" Zhu and raised his cup and took a sip. To their surprise, the beer tasted quite good. with a strong fruity aroma. Shesheng smirked. What do you think, Mr. Zhu? Tastes good, right? This is a specialty of our base. The caravans that come here always buy large quantities of this stuff. Zuan smiled. Indeed, it tastes good. By this time, Shesheng's face had flushed due to the alcohol, giving him a more amiable appearance. Mr. Zhu, I am a rough man and not one for pretty words, but I, Shesheng, will remember the favor you did for me today. If you ever need my help in the future, I will not refuse. All right. Haha. Let's drink. Another round of heavy drinking ensued, and under the influence of alcohol, Shesheng began to ramble. He slyly winked at Zuan. Mr. Zhu, I'll take you to a fun place. With your looks, you'll surely be popular there. Zuan furrowed his brow. With just a little thought, he could guess what kind of place Shesheng was referring to. Just as he was about to refuse, Shesheng continued, and inside is the entire base's information exchange platform, where many messages unknown even to the commanders are shared. This piqued Zuan's interest, and he finally nodded. All right. Shesheng then led Zuan out of the restaurant and to a location behind the base. Before even entering, they could hear the almost hysterical music coming from inside. There were many people in the hallway exhaling smoke. Upon seeing Shesheng, they all started teasing him. Here comes Captain J. TSK. Heard that Captain J almost fed the bugs. I was about to write a eulogy for you. Didn't expect you to come back. Your luck is really something. Shesheng retorted with enthusiasm. Get lost. Even if you die, I won't die. Keep the gift money for yourself. He then proudly pointed at Zuan and said, See, this gentleman here saved me. In fact, the incident of the day had already spread throughout the base, so these people knew immediately that the young man following Shesheng was the mysterious guest. When Shesheng made the formal introduction, these people couldn't help but show respect, nodding their heads in acknowledgement. Shesheng was now emboldened. Is there any exciting program tonight? The gentleman has come from afar. We should entertain him properly. You're in luck today. Yao Ya and Sokola are about to dance off. Shesheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wow, that sounds exciting. How can we make it happen? Just for a showdown. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from inside the room. Shesheng hastily grabbed Zuan. Mr. Zhu, let's go. I'll show you a great spectacle. And he eagerly led the way inside. As soon as they enter, a strange mix of smells, alcohol, sweat, smoke, and cheap perfume hit them. Zhu and held his breath and switched to internal breathing because the smell was overpowering. But Shesheng seemed to relish this feeling, visibly relaxing upon sensing the odor. He pulled Zuan towards the bar. To good drinks. Don't try to fool me with watered-down stuff to trick outsiders. The bartender recognized Shesheng and chuckled. Captain J, you're joking. How could I do such a thing? He swiftly prepared two drinks and handed them over. Zhu and noticed a raised platform in the center of the hall with several steel poles standing on it. Shesheng smirked and leaned into Zuan, whispering, Sir, even though you've seen a lot, you'll be surprised by what you see later. Zuan remained noncommittal. Just then, the paused raucous music resumed, and lights converged on the platform. The men in the audience below began cheering, many unable to contain their excitement. When the light suddenly dimmed and everything fell into darkness, it only lasted a few seconds. Soon, the platform was illuminated, revealing two women. Two extremely seductive women. One was dressed in a leather miniskirt that barely covered her thighs, accentuating curves that left all men breathless. Her long legs further captivated the audience, while perfectly applied makeup added a touch of allure to her face. The other woman wore high heels and a white veil, with a white cloth covering her face, an intriguing sight that mesmerized many men. Zuan, who was originally bored, suddenly perked up at the sight of these two women and sat up straight. Shesheng, pleased with this reaction, introduced them with a smile. The one in the leather skirt is Yao Yao, a member of our base who has been the pillar of this bar for the past 2 years. The one in the white veil is Sokola, who just arrived with a merchant caravan last month. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance, she's quite mysterious. Yao Yao has had the upper hand in their dance battles several times. Let's see who wins this time. Shesheng continued to chatter away, regardless of whether Zuan was listening or not. Yao Yao nodded at the sound engineer in the far distance, and then a powerful melody began to play. With a toss of her head, Yao Yao flung off the naval cap she was wearing and threw it into the audience. This single action immediately ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. Many people began to snatch the cap thrown by Yao Yao, but even more people were fixated on the stage. It was at this moment that Yao Yao started to dance. Her seductive dance moves, combined with her sexy figure, left countless people stunned. She Sheng was so excited that he nearly crushed the wine glass in his hand. Yao Yao. Wow, she's amazing. Yao Yao. Zuan, however, paid no attention to all this, as his gaze remained fixed on the woman named Cherry on stage, seemingly lost in thought. As the music ended, there was a moment of silence in the audience, followed by a thunderous applause and whistling. I love you. Yao Yao. Ah. Yao Yao, goddess. Amidst the almost bowling shouts, Yao Yao stood up straight, proudly tilting her head towards Cherry on the opposite side. It's your turn. Cherry chuckled. You danced well, but unfortunately, it's not enough in front of me. As she spoke, she casually raised her hand, miraculously calming down the frenzied men in the audience. Simultaneously, a bewitching melody began to play. With this music, Cherry began to dance, starting off at a slower pace. Under the quivering of the white chiffon, one could only vaguely see beautiful figure moving. Despite this, the men in the audience collectively showed looks of infatuation. Even though they only saw a layer of white chiffon, it was as if they were beholding an unparalleled beauty. Yao Yao couldn't help but grit her teeth. Here we go again. She couldn't understand what was wrong with these men. Why could Cherry captivate them with just a few simple moves? This sense of defeat was overwhelming even for Yao Yao, who had always been confident in her figure and appearance. As the melody accelerated, Cherry's dance moves also intensified gradually. The white chiffon gradually descended, revealing a hint of her shoulder. Just this slight exposure caused some of the nearby men to have nosebleeds. Ignoring this, they instead stared intently at the stage without blinking. Yao Yao's expression became increasingly grim, and her heart sank. Ever since this woman had arrived with the caravan last month, Yao Yao's status had plummeted. From being a goddess adored by thousands to being utterly ignored, it was not so much the decline that bothered her, but the fact that she couldn't grasp how she was losing. How could just a few simple dance moves captivate all these men? She wondered if it was her fault or if the world was at fault. At this point, the entire bar fell silent except for the background music. Not even a cough was heard. Yao Yao knew she was about to lose again. Feeling a sense of resistance in her heart, Yao Yao scanned the audience, searching for someone not ensnared by Cherry's performance. However, all she saw were faces deeply captivated. Just as Yao Yao was on the verge of giving up in despair, she suddenly caught sight of a pair of clear eyes by the bar, focused on the stage. She was initially astonished, but then a wave of joy washed over her. Someone unaffected meant that Cherry's tricks were not foolproof. But who was this person? Due to the distance and dim lighting, she couldn't discern Zuan's specific features. She just vaguely saw Captain J sitting near this person who frequented the bar. Due to preparing her dance routine at home all day, she was unaware of what was happening at the base. Meanwhile, Cherry, who was dancing on stage, began to feel agitated. She sensed that something was off today. Normally, she would have entranced the entire bar with her performance, but today she felt those eyes by the bar looking at her continuously, unaffected by her dance. This unsettling feeling disrupted Cherry's ability to captivate the men. If this continued, Cherry would be the one at a loss. With this in mind, Cherry decisively changed her approach. Her dance suddenly turned wild. If she had previously been an elegant white snake, exuding fatal charm with every movement, now the transformed Cherry became an aggressive python. The white chiffon fell, revealing her snow-white skin. Her graceful movements, combined with the dance, caused many to crumble under this pressure and faint. Yao Yao, who was closest, suddenly stepped back in terror. She was horrified to discover fine scales emerging on the woman's body. These scales hidden beneath the skin, reflecting the light, gave off an eerie beauty. Yao Yao felt her scalp tingling, shivering all over, wanting to turn and flee, but found herself unable to move. Just then, Cherry opened her mouth, a long tongue extended, emitting a scream like a moan. Instantly, a powerful shockwave surged towards those eyes by the bar. Cherry didn't believe those eyes could remain calm under such an impact. However, a cold laugh suddenly echoed through the entire bar. This seemingly inconspicuous laugh shattered the shockwave released by Cherry. Cherry grunted and took a half step back, a hint of panic flashing in her vertical pupils. Despite her arrogance, she understood she had met a formidable opponent today. However, the more challenging it became, the more determined Cherry was to eliminate this opponent, as revealing her actions would render all her prior efforts futile. Rethinking her approach, Cherry roared in anger, then extended her tongue and swiftly thrust it towards the bar. The first target was Jae Shun, who was sitting before Zuan. At that moment, Jae Shun was completely spellbound, sitting in a daze, holding a wine glass, smiling foolishly without the awareness of the impending danger. Yet, just as the tongue reached close, a hand leisurely reached out and grabbed it. Roar! Cherry howled in pain, attempting to retract her tongue, but was completely unable to budge the hand. Fear flickered in her eyes. Simultaneously, Zuan slowly stood up, stepping out of the shadows. It seems my luck is quite good, encountering a genuine monster so quickly. Zuan smiled and remarked, "Danger." As soon as she turned around, Zuan appeared behind her and grabbed her hair, pulling it back forcefully. The girl, named Yingying, let out a scream as her waist was bent at an exaggerated angle, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud. However, the scream abruptly stopped when she saw the cold expression on Zuan's face. She did not doubt that if she dared to struggle again, this young man would surely put her in a life-threatening situation. The feeling was so strong that even though she was enduring intense pain, she tightly shut her mouth, afraid of provoking this seemingly unpredictable killer. Yingying was also taken aback. She wanted to ask who this young man was, but Zuan lifted his head and smiled at her. "Could you please bring me a bottle of wine?" Okay. Yingying was left dizzy by Zuan's smile. In all her years, she had never seen such an outstanding young man. Compared to him, the so-called talents in the base were now nothing but a joke. As she turned to fetch the wine, the people in the bar began to wake up. What's going on? What happened? Hey, why did Cherry collapse? Who is that young man? The crowd was abuzz, with some even getting up to come over. Just then, Yingying walked over with a bottle of strong white wine. Young man, here's the wine. Thank you." Zuan took the bottle and quickly made a few gestures on it. Then, he stomped on the cherry on the ground, uncorked the bottle, and poured it all into her mouth. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving Yingying gaping in astonishment. Although Cherry did not want to open her mouth, at this moment, under Zuan's overwhelming pressure, she was rendered helpless, with no ability to resist. So, after several gurgles, the entire bottle of strong white wine was poured into her mouth. Many people witnessed this scene, and couldn't help but shout in anger. "Stop! How dare you humiliate Cherry? This is intolerable." Amidst the shouts, some young people were excited and about to rush over. But just then, a sudden change occurred. After the bottle of strong white wine was poured down her throat, Cherry on the ground suddenly began to struggle in pain, emitting inhuman roars from her mouth. Just then, her skin began to crack, revealing large snake scales underneath. In the blink of an eye, a spotted python burst out from Cherry's body. Everyone was petrified. Those young people who were just about to be heroic were especially shocked by the sight, standing dumbfounded in place, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. "Ah, a snake demon, run!" Someone shouted, and everyone in the bar suddenly woke up, scrambling to run out, especially those young people who had been so excited just moments before, running the fastest. In the blink of an eye, the large bar was empty, except for Jae Shun. He had also been momentarily bewildered by the snake demon, but upon regaining clarity, his first reaction was not to run but to immediately move towards Zuan. He wasn't worried about Zuan being harmed, considering he had personally experienced Zuan's formidable strength. He was just concerned that someone might instigate a conflict with Zuan. However, before he could intervene, Cherry revealed her true form. She stood on the stage, staring at the 2-meter-tall python coiled up, a look of shock in her eyes. Jae Shun was no ordinary person from the base who had never seen the world. As a team leader who frequently carried out missions outside, he had encountered all sorts of ferocious beasts. Yet, he had never seen such an eerie being before, capable of disguising itself as a woman and blending in among the base personnel. It was terrifying. Just as he was astounded, Zuan lifted his head and smiled faintly at him. "Captain Jae, thank you for your hospitality. I have some matters to attend to. Please convey my farewell to your commander." With these words, Zuan grasped the python's vital point and, as if holding a rope, walked straight out. Jae Shun looked puzzled until Zuan reached the door, and he suddenly remembered something. "Sir, do you need our help?" No need. Just guard your base well. You are not capable of dealing with the rest. His voice echoed, and when Jie Sheng looked back, Zuin had disappeared without a trace. If not for the long trail left behind on the ground, Jie Sheng would have thought it was all an illusion from being drunk. That the undeniable reality was right before his eyes, and he had to accept it. Just then, Yingying timidly walked over to his side. "Who is this, sir?" Jie Sheng slowly exhaled. "He's a true strong figure from the ancient era." "A strong figure from the ancient era," Yingying repeated softly, her eyes shining brightly. Although it was just a brief encounter, Zuen's calm and composed demeanor had left a deep impression on her. Not to mention how effortlessly he had revealed the true form of the well-disguised demoness. Unfortunately, the gulf of status between them was like heaven and earth. They might never meet again after this parting. With this thought, Yingying's heart suddenly felt a twinge of sadness. However, Jie Sheng suddenly remembered something. "No, I must immediately report this to the commander," he said, preparing to run outside. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "There's no need to go. I have arrived." The door swung open, and the base commander, He Gu, walked in with an elite task force. Upon seeing Commander He personally arriving, Jie Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Commander, you already know about this." "Yes. How could I not know about such a major incident? It's truly unexpected that a seemingly fragile woman turned out to be a demoness in disguise." He Gu sighed. "If it weren't for Mr. Zhu exposing her, we might still be in the dark." He Gu received the news immediately. As the supreme commander of the base, he couldn't remain idle in the face of such a significant event and promptly led his people over. However, he arrived late. Zuin had already left with the demoness. After listening to Jie Sheng's account, He Gu fell silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Yes." At the same time, far away from the base, on the top of an abandoned building, Zuin fell from the sky and casually threw away the python he had been holding. It fell heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, but it didn't even have the strength to lift its head. Zuin had disassembled its entire skeleton on the way there. Now it couldn't even move, let alone lift its head. Zhu, and squatted down, staring directly into its eyes. "Tell me, who is the being behind you?" With these words, the python's eyes instantly shrunk. Zuin casually restored the python's jawbone, so it could speak. I don't know." Zhu, and laughed, but his smile appeared terrifying in the snake demon's eyes. "My patience is limited. I asked you to give you a chance, but if you dare to deceive me again, I will directly search for the information in your soul. Trust me, it won't be pleasant, but The snake demon regretted it deeply. If it had known it would encounter such a tenacious opponent, it would never have caused trouble at this base. But it was too late now. Revealing any information would lead to unbearable torture worse than death. In the next moment, the snake demon suddenly realized something. If it didn't speak now, its fate would not be any better. After hearing the hesitant words of the snake demon, Zuin didn't say anything. He just nodded, then placed his hand on its snake head. A thread of divine thought emerged, rudely invading the snake demon's soul and aggressively searching for the needed information. Despite its disassembled skeleton, the snake demon was still suffering from the immense pain from its soul. After a moment, Zuin finally released his hand, and the snake demon collapsed on the ground. Even though it was a cold-blooded creature, it was sweating profusely, indicating the excruciating pain it had just endured. Zuin stood up and looked towards the northwest sky. By searching the snake demon's information, Zuin finally understood the whole story. The snake demon had indeed been sent here to deceive and harvest the essence of men in the base bar. Apart from that, it could subtly alter the cognition of these people. Over time, the thoughts of everyone in the base would be corrupted and influenced by the snake demon, turning them into its nest. The mastermind behind it was the king of a snake lair in the northwest. In the received information, Zuin learned that this so-called snake demon king was one of the 10 most ferocious beasts in the region. Unlike other ferocious beasts, this snake demon king was usually low-key, rarely seen in public. However, it had sent out many subordinates to perform tasks similar to what the snake demon was doing. As for how the snake demon could shapeshift and deceive so many people, it traced back to the unique abilities of the snake demon king. This was all the information Zhu and had gathered from the snake demon. At that moment, the snake demon looked at Zuan with an indescribably fearful gaze, realizing what had just happened. This young man had actually invaded its soul, and extracted a lot of confidential information. What kind of devilry was this? Smiling at the snake demon, Zuin said, "Rest assured, I won't kill you now. After all, there must be a mark left by you people. If you die like this, it will likely alert others. But letting you go is not an option." With that, Zuin initiated his divine thought, destroying the snake demon's soul directly. The snake demon stiffened and then collapsed limp on the ground. Its soul had been shattered by Zuan, leaving no possibility of recovery, only following its instinct to survive. In fact, this was a return to its normal state. After completing all this, Zuin didn't hesitate for a moment. He flew directly towards the direction of the snake lair. He could confirm that this so-called snake demon king was definitely a wicked entity. Although he might not obtain valuable clues from it, at least it was a breakthrough. After only experiencing the second world, he had already found traces of the wicked entity. This news had both good and bad aspects. The good part was that his assumptions were correct, and this method would definitely help him track down the entity. The bad part was that it proved the severe erosion of the unknown by the forces of the entity. Therefore, Zuin was even more eager now and willing to waste any time. Soon, he arrived at the perimeter of the snake lair. It was located in an abandoned resort, and the real lair was in the mountains behind the resort. The terrain was treacherous, with only one path leading to the mountains through the resort. By securing this place, the snake lair deep in the mountains would be safe. Hence, this seemingly calm ruin of a resort was actually teeming with poisonous snakes. It had become a forbidden area for living beings, and even ferocious beasts would not dare to pass through. But Zuin didn't have time to waste in such places. Although he didn't want to show his strength too much to avoid detection by the will of the world, he would have to act when necessary. In a flash, he appeared above the ruins, and before the hidden snakes could react, countless sword lights emerged like dense snowflakes, sweeping down. Puffs of swords. No matter where the snakes were hiding, they couldn't escape the sword light slaughter. In the blink of an eye, the ruins of the resort were dyed red with snake blood. Then, a roar echoed from the distant mountains. Who dares to be so bold?" With those words, the mountain trembled, and an enormous snake head slowly lifted up. Its snake eyes were as uninspiring as the sun and moon in the sky, but its imposing manner had no effect on Zuan. He didn't even dodge, instead charged straight through the middle. As he passed, the black smoke attempted to attach itself to him, but failed as the faint flames surrounding Zuan suddenly ignited and burned them clean. The giant snake was horrified. Over the years, it had relied on the poison gas in its belly. This was known as the power to kill gods and devils. It was invincible and unstoppable. This lifestyle had led the giant snake to develop a habit of looking down on everything. Even though it had just witnessed Zuin single-handedly defeat all its subordinates, the snake remained unguarded, thinking that its poison gas would subdue the young man. However, things turned out very differently. Seeing Zuin charging out from the poisonous mist towards it, the giant snake tried to flee. But how could Zuin let it escape? With a thunderous boom, Zuin punched the snake, sending it flying and crashing heavily into the mountain behind. The snake struggled to get up, but Zuin was already there, stepping on its vital point. "Please spare me," the snake cried out in despair. Zuin paid no heed. Instead, his spiritual power surged into the snake's soul. After a thorough search, Zuin obtained the information he wanted. As the snake began to recover from the pain in its soul, before it could finish pleading, Zuin stomped, turning the giant snake into a pulp. Along with the snake's demise, its soul was also crushed underfoot. From the memories extracted from the soul, the giant snake was indeed guilty of many crimes. Being a demon, Zuin showed no mercy. After finishing the snake off, Zuin glanced at the snake's lair, then rose into the air and dropped the thread of flame. Doom. The seemingly insignificant flame erupted upon landing, engulfing the entire snake's lair. The flame Zuin now possessed had evolved beyond its natural restraints, becoming a divine fire capable of burning everything. The remaining evil energy and poisonous smoke in the snake's lair fueled the flames perfectly. After completing all of this, Zuin quickly identified a direction and flew off towards the east. From the snake's memories, Zuin learned that there were 10 demon kings in this world. However, these titles were self-proclaimed, referring to creatures most deeply corrupted by evil energy. The snake demon was one of them. Unable to find out how it was corrupted, Zuin decided to seek answers from another so-called demon king. Thousands of miles away from the snake's lair was a large river, fast-flowing and expansive. Zuin paused by the river, eyes scanning its waters. Though the demon kings were far apart, There was a mysterious connection among them, aware of each other's existence, but normally kept to themselves. In this river lived one of the demon kings. After observing for a while, Zuin did not notice anything unusual, and that in itself was abnormal. The river should have been teeming with life, but not even a shrimp was sighted along the way. Unperturbed, Zuin smiled coldly, following the river downstream to quickly reach a small island in the middle of the river. The island seemed to be formed by the river's sediment, shaded by lush trees and remarkably beautiful. Just like the river, there were no signs of life on the island. Oblivious to this, Zuin landed on the island, apparently searching for something. After circling the island, Zuin reached the central position where a small hill stood, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. However, Zuin was not there to admire the view. With a stomp of his foot, the earth trembled violently, and pillars of light burst from the island's surroundings. The island began to shake and swiftly rise up, as if something beneath the water was lifting it. After a moment, the object underwater finally revealed itself. It was an immense giant turtle, covered by the island's sediment. Unlike ordinary giant turtles, this one had sharp bone spurs around its shell and a crown made of flesh and blood on its head. Giant snake, we have never crossed paths. Why have you come to my place now? The giant turtle roared. Zuin bore the stench of the giant snake on him, mistaking him for a member of the giant snake clan. Zuin gazed at the giant turtle with interest, then slowly replied, "Who says I'm of the giant snake? Because I killed it." At this declaration, even the giant turtle couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although it had never directly faced the giant snake, being one of the 10 demon kings dominating the world indicated it was no ordinary being. Yet today, the giant snake perished at the hands of a human youth, shocking the giant turtle. It shook its body violently, ejecting bone spurs that turned into missiles flying toward Zuin. Unfazed, Zuin waved his hand, sending out sword energy to counter the bone spurs. In a series of thunderous clashes, the bone spur missiles were disintegrated before reaching their target. Meanwhile, Zuin raised his fist and delivered a heavy blow. With a loud thud, a massive water column rose into the sky, evaporating the nearby river due to its immense power. As he spoke, it resurfaced, Zu, and smiled, relaxed his force, and then flew to the vicinity of the giant turtle's head. The giant turtle had already been completely subdued by Zuan's astonishing two punches. It looked nervously at Zuan, then lowered its head to show its submission. Zuan did not go on a killing spree with this evil creature because there seemed to be much less bloodshed on this giant turtle. He coldly said, "I came here for only one reason. How did you end up like this?" The giant turtle shuddered. "I don't know, sir. I really don't know. I just remember that a long time ago I was just an ordinary river turtle. Suddenly one day a strange power descended from the sky. Then all the fish and shrimp in the river died, but I survived. After that, my body started to grow rapidly, and my thoughts became clearer and clearer. As for why I ended up like this, I really don't know." Zuin knew that the giant turtle was probably not lying, but just to be sure, he coldly snorted and sent a thread of divine thought into the giant turtle's sea of consciousness. The giant turtle trembled, obviously enduring great pain. Fortunately, this pain lasted only a few seconds, and then Zuan withdrew his divine thought. The giant turtle indeed did not lie, and it had not committed any sins over the years. Thinking of this, Zuan said to the trembling giant turtle, "All right, it's not your fault. Since you haven't done anything wrong, I won't kill you, but this evil aura cannot stay. I will follow whatever Sir decides." The giant turtle said tremblingly, "Zu," and nodded, snapped his fingers lightly, and a wisp of flame flew onto the giant turtle's body. Doom. The almost transparent flames ignited again, enveloping the entire giant turtle. Strangely, the giant turtle did not feel any pain. Under the roasting of the flames, the giant turtle's huge body melted as if under the scorching sun. In a moment, the giant turtle transformed from a nearly 100-meter-tall demon into an ordinary river turtle. However, the consciousness of this river turtle remained. Thanking Zuan, "Thank you for sparing me," Zuan said calmly. "There's no need to thank me. You earned this yourself. If you had committed any killings these years, I wouldn't have spared you today, and you don't have to harbor any resentment. Now I have purified your body of all evil aura with fire, leaving only the essence of your flesh and blood, which is only beneficial for you. In the future, cultivate diligently and do not commit senseless killings." "Yes," the river turtle hurriedly responded, but when it raised its head again, it found that Zuin had already disappeared into the sky. The events that followed were more or less the same. Zuin traveled through various parts of the world, successively slaying 7 demon kings like the Ice and Snow Demon Wolf, and the Lava Giant Lizard. Through the memories of these demon kings, Zuin finally pieced together the approximate events of the past. It seemed to have occurred simultaneously with the Great Catastrophe, where these originally ordinary creatures suddenly received the favor of some kind of power, rapidly growing in strength, and eventually becoming dominant demon kings. Unfortunately, all these demon kings, except for the giant turtle, lost themselves in their animalistic nature, becoming brutal beasts that slaughtered innocents. So, Zuin didn't hold back and killed them one by one. At this moment, Zuin stood in the sky above a desert. The Cha of death on his body had condensed almost into a substantial form. At the same time, the sky above his head was shrouded in dark clouds, with faint flashes of lightning, clearly brewing something. Zuin's body was also under immense pressure from space. Zuin knew that the will of this world was rejecting him. After all, his previously revealed strength had alarmed the world's will and attracted its attention. Zuin had anticipated this and didn't care much. Zuin looked up at the accumulating dark clouds, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. Why weren't you in such a hurry, and the power of that evil invaded this world before? Is it because you couldn't handle that power? But I seem easier to bully. The world remained silent, with only the lightning within the dark clouds becoming brighter, and faint thunder could be heard, sending chills down one's spine. But Zuin was unfazed and sneered. What's the matter? Angry? Feeling humiliated? Then come and strike me. Doom. It seemed that the world could no longer tolerate Zuin's provocations as a bolt of lightning struck directly at him. Zuin didn't evade and directly took the hit. But after the lightning dissipated, not a hair on Zuin's head was out of place. Is that all the strength you have? It seems you're not up to the task either. Very well. Let me show you mine. With that, Zuin took a step forward, arriving in front of the dark clouds, then raised his palm and struck down. With a palm strike accompanied by a majestic sword aura, the dark clouds were directly shattered. The lightning scattered, and faintly, there was a sound of unwillingness and anger mixed with a roar. But soon after, the dark clouds completely disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Even the oppressive aura that Zuin had been under had disappeared. Zuin clapped his hands. TSK. So the world will is afraid of strength after all. Though he said this, Zuin knew it was just the beginning. After all, the power he brought with him this time was limited, and although he had made the world will retreat for now, it would not give up easily and would soon come back. So, the best plan for now was to settle the matter quickly. With this in mind, Zuin looked into the distance, then in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Moments later, Zuin appeared in the sky above a bizarre land. The ground here was soaked with dirty blood, emitting bubbling blood bubbles. Everywhere were large pieces of carcasses and limbs, floating and sinking in this sea of blood. If you had good eyesight, you could see countless maggots attached to the remains, continuously gnawing away, making a creepy squelching sound. The air was filled with an indescribable stench, but that was not the most unbearable thing. The most unbearable thing was the endless swarm of flies, as vast as clouds and mist, flying around recklessly. Yes, these flies were as if the masters here, freely flying around. Each fly was as big as a fist, forming a terrifying swarm when gathered together. He was originally a scavenger hunter who, due to his good luck, had found several good items and thus saved up a fortune. Later, he formed a scavenger team and specialized in searching for treasures in dangerous places. Although the risks were high, due to Zhao Chang'el's skill and experienced team members, they had not encountered any major setbacks and instead reached substantial rewards. However, dangerous places were classified into different levels, and while Zhao Chang'el could handle ordinary ones, he knew to stay far away from the nests of powerful beings like the top-ranked filthy Demon King. Although Zhao Chang'el did not know specifically about the 10 Demon Kings, he had gained valuable experience from dealing with fierce beasts regularly. His ability to successfully navigate these dangerous situations and amass wealth was due to this blood-curdling expertise. However, this time was an exception because Zhao Chang'el's team received a high-paying commission to capture an egg of the filthy Demon King. This egg, despite belonging to a filthy creature, held great value as a medicinal ingredient and for various other uses, making it extremely expensive in the black market. Despite the high price, due to the formidable strength of the filthy Demon King, the egg remained unattainable. However, There happened to be a powerful individual in urgent need of this item, hence offering a generous sum to hire Zhao Chang'el's team to find the filthy Demon King's egg. After much consideration, Zhao Chang'el ultimately accepted the commission, not out of greed but with his own strategy in mind. While the filthy Demon King's egg was rare, Zhao Chang'el knew that sometimes eggs would appear on the outskirts of the king's nest. These outskirts were relatively weaker, and seizing the right opportunity, one could retreat unscathed. With this idea in mind, he led his team to the filthy Demon King's nest. Unfortunately, the plan did not go as expected. They arrived to find the filthy Demon King's nest in an active state, characterized by the unstable surroundings and the heightened activity within the nest. Under these circumstances, maintaining a passive stance at the outskirts became significantly more challenging. Zhao Chang'el found himself in a dilemma. Furthermore, retreating at that moment was not an option, as they had already expended a considerable amount of resources to reach this dangerous location situated deep within the desert. Returning empty-handed was not an acceptable outcome for Zhao Chang'el. Staying back was risky, as they couldn't predict when the active state would end. It could be the next day or last for a month. While grappling with this decision, one of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed with a trembling voice, "Captain, look at that." Zhao Chang'el raised his head abruptly to see what lay in the blood sea, only to freeze in shock. Not only him, but all his team members were also dumbfounded. A figure stood above the vast sea of blood. How is this possible? This blood sea is an absolute forbidden zone. How could someone enter here? Zhao Chang'el initially thought he was mistaken, but after rubbing his eyes, he realized it was true, leaving him astonished. Just then, the figure made a move. With a raised hand, a wave of sword energy struck down relentlessly. Describing it as striking was more fitting than slashing, as the enormity of the sword energy resembled a pillar of light, ruthlessly crashing into the blood sea, clearing away the countless flies and stirring up waves of blood. Such a display was jaw-dropping, leaving Zhao Chang'el and his team completely stunned. Someone whispered in disbelief, This is amazing." For them, who had been meticulously planning and preparing just to approach the filthy Demon King's nest cautiously, this unknown person's bold actions were extraordinary. However, they were a step too late. Suddenly, the entire blood pool surged violently, and the blood soon began solidifying. In the blink of an eye, the blood molded into a gigantic fly monster. Every aspect was nauseatingly vivid, from its vibrant red body to each discernible hair and countless compound eyes, sending shivers down their spines. Witnessing the fully formed monstrous fly, Zhao Chang'el whispered almost in despair, "It's the true form of the filthy Demon King. It has awakened." His voice carried a tone of infinite desperation. Simultaneously, the area of 100 miles was engulfed by an invisible pressure. Zhao Chang'el and his team were ensnared, finding even the slightest movement excruciatingly difficult. Additionally, streams of red light descended on their heads, greedily sucking their life force. Their bodies visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, intensifying their despair. Suddenly, a figure in the sky waved his hand towards them, unleashing a sword energy with flames that immediately dissolved the constraints on Zhao Chang'el and his team. The menacing red lights dispersed as the flame spread, leaving them in awe and relief. Gathering together, they looked towards the distant figure who had saved them. The man who rescued them showed no interest in Zhao Chang'el and his team, and his intervention was merely a casual gesture. At that moment, he was leisurely observing the colossal fly monster. Each time his gaze fell upon it, the monster trembled uncontrollably. Given the choice, the monstrous fly would prefer to flee as far as possible rather than reveal its true form. Unexpectedly, Zuan's plan succeeded. It wasn't until the monster fly thoroughly appeared that Zuan revealed a hidden malevolent chant. It must be noted that Zuan previously even defeated 8 Yao Kings. The accumulation of malevolent cha was so strong, almost to an unimaginable extent. So now, the monster fly was in great distress, especially when it witnessed Zhu. And saving Zhao Chang'el and others with just one sword, its fear intensified. Who are you? Why do you have the aura of the poisonous snakes on you? The monster fly asked, surprisingly with a pleasant voice. What do you think? Zuan replied lightly. The monster fly fell silent for a moment, then said, Can you spare my life? Spare you? All right, give me one reason not to kill you. The monster fly immediately spat out a light spot. The light flew into Zuan's hand, revealing a small stone-like appearance. This is... Although it was only held in his hand, Zuan could still sense the immense evil aura contained within the small stone. It fell during the great calamity back then. I evolved by relying on it, then swallowed it. You must be searching for it. Xuan's eyes gradually brightened. He had just probed with his divine sense and found the stone material to be extremely unique, impenetrable even for his divine sense. Combining that with the immense evil aura, it was clear this was an important item. With this in mind, Xuan reached out and placed the stone in his divine sense space, adding layers of restrictions to prevent the release of the evil aura. After completing this, the body of the monster fly rapidly collapsed. Even the blood pool dried up and disappeared. Xuan knew it was due to the lack of support from the evil aura on the stone, resulting in the rapid disappearance of the monster fly's power. Not only that, after eliminating the 9 Yaokings, the malevolent Che in this world had already begun to decrease. Now, with the collapse of the monster fly, the malevolent Che was disintegrating even more. It was believed that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before this world returned to normal. Thinking about this, Xuan smiled slightly. All right, since you are cooperating, I will spare your life. However, it was impossible for the monster fly to respond at this point. Its body had collapsed to the limit. Not only was its power disappearing, but its consciousness was also dissipating. Soon, it would revert back to being a fly. Naturally, Xuan paid no attention to such a creature. He looked up at the sky and saw that the clear sky had once again been shrouded in dark clouds. You really are persistent, aren't you? Do you think you can still bully me? Xuan said coldly. Seemingly enraged by his words, the dark clouds quickly condensed and soon discharged a lightning bolt towards Xuan. This time, the action was much faster than before, indicating that even the will of the world had learned its lesson. But no matter what it did, Xuan remained fearless. Hey! Like a dog's skin plaster, asking for death. For Xuan, the exploration of this world was already complete, especially after obtaining an important clue. However, the relentless pursuit from the will of the world had angered him. He snorted and gathered all his strength to form a giant sword, charging towards the lightning bolt striking down from the sky. Doom! An indescribable deafening sound, as if a hole had been punched in the sky. The entire world trembled at that moment. Especially those closest, like Zhao Chang'e and others, were so shocked by the scene that their jaws almost dislocated. Who was this extraordinary person who dared to confront the heavens? However, once everything quieted down, Xuan had disappeared from the sky. Zhao Chang'e and the others exchanged looks and quickly fled. Mars. The first thing Xuan did upon awakening in the main god component was to check the divine sense space. When he saw the stone, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had brought back what he sought, and his efforts were not in vain. Then he stepped out of the main god component. With the experience of the first time, Xuan was now quite adept at it. After checking the clock, he found that only slightly over an hour had passed, corresponding to the time he had spent in that world. How was it? Any gains this time? Yang Fu asked eagerly. Xuan took out the stone from the divine sense space. As soon as Yang Fu saw it, his eyes lit up. I don't know what it is, but the world I visited this time was already contaminated by malevolent Che, and this stone is likely the source of the pollution. Hearing this, Yang Fu, who had wanted to reach for the stone, retracted his hand. So, does that mean the search function is usable now? It can be used, but it's still not accurate enough, and I don't think only one world among many has been contaminated. Xuan and Yang Fu were in conversation when Zhang Qianyu suddenly shouted, "Kan and Si." The two immediately went to the main god component and saw the sleeping gourd. At this moment, the size of the gourd had increased slightly, and the changes were much more significant than in the first world. This change impressed all three of them. How did such a big change happen? Yang Fu asked. I don't know, but it's probably related to the world. Xuan traversed, Zhang Qianyu said. After pondering for a moment, Xuan nodded involuntarily. Indeed, it is related to the world I experienced. The first time I traversed was a purely low martial world, so the energy I brought back was very weak, only causing very slight changes in the gore. But the world I traversed later had a much stronger power limit, and the returned energy obviously correlates with the world's power cap. Zhang Qianyu and Yang Fu suddenly realized, accepting Xuan's explanation. If that's the case, then as long as we follow, Zhang Qianyu quickly calculated, with the world now 5 times stronger, the gourd should wake up after crossing it 5 more times. It won't take that many times, Xuan replied lightly. If it's a world that is 5 times stronger than this one time would be enough. Are you ready to leave now? John Chuanyu couldn't help but ask. Of course not. Zuin shook his head. Having traveled through 2 worlds in succession, I am a bit tired. I need to rest and prepare for the next steps. John Chuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Even if you didn't say it, I couldn't allow you to continue. After 2 consecutive travels, the main god component needs a thorough inspection and maintenance. Just as he was speaking, a commotion could be heard outside. Soon, Enyan led Xian, Xiaoshazhen, Xiaoyu, and others walked in. Sir, why did you suddenly leave? Xiaoshazhen asked first. They were originally attending a wedding in the Qingqiu Fox country, but to their surprise, Zuin was nowhere to be found. Enyan had received a message from John Chuanyu informing them that Zuin had arrived at Mars. Therefore, as soon as the wedding was over, they hurried over without delay. And it wasn't just them. Yue Qinghuan, Shen Suiqian, and Xu Jingchu also arrived later. In no time, the somewhat deserted Mars base became lively, especially Xuanxiang and Xuanxian, the 2 little maids who felt restrained at the wedding in the Qingqiu Fox country, enjoyed themselves as soon as they arrived at the Mars base, playing happily. John Chuanyu and Yangfu also liked these 2 lively little maids very much, so they granted them full access to the base. Various advanced mechanical creations that were usually considered precious and strictly forbidden to others became toys in the hands of the 2 little maids. Zuin also temporarily set aside the matter regarding the main god and joined the 2 little maids to play. It was not until late at night when the 2 little maids, who had played the whole day, finally fell asleep. After settling Enyan and the 2 little maids, Zuin quietly left the room and went to the hall where the main god component was stored. As expected, John Chuanyu and Yangfu were still inspecting it. Zuin did not rush them because professional matters should be left to professionals. He found a chair and sat down, quietly watching. Finally, the 2 looked up and sighed. How is it? Is the inspection complete? Zuin asked. Yes. Not only did we inspect it, we also optimized and upgraded the main god component once again. After all, you will soon face a world with extremely high limits. If you are not prepared in advance, it could be troublesome if it collapses like the first time. John Chuanyu said. That's right. I also conducted another iteration of the search and added a fuzzy search function, so you can narrow down the search range by setting conditions. Yangfu added. Zuin nodded. Good. Let's begin then. Zuin did not tell Enyan about his plan to travel through the main god this time, because besides making Enyan worrying, there was no other use. So this time, he planned to go through the transfer while it was quiet at night. If all went well, he would return by the time morning came. With the experience of the previous 2 transfers, Zuin was quite adept this time. Soon, everything was ready, and Zuin felt his vision blur, then found himself in the interface of space again. As Yangfu said, this time the search interface had indeed been optimized, and he could set conditions for the search. After some thought, Zuin added several keywords: eerie, sinister, destruction, doomsday. These keywords were carefully selected by Zuin, specifically targeting evil entities. After a moment, the stars changed, countless planets passing by, until finally dozens of planets of various sizes appeared in front of Zuin. So many, Zuin murmured softly, his expression becoming somewhat serious. It seemed that things were far worse than he had imagined. He then selected the planet with the highest power level among the designated ones. It was a planet that was originally enormous. Why did he say originally? Because at this moment, more than half of the planet's surface area was covered with densely packed meteorite craters. These craters were so huge that they were clearly visible even from the sky. And because the craters were so densely packed, a layer of the planet had been carved away, making it appear like a cabbage, half large and half small. This showed how powerful the impact of these meteorites was. However, despite this planet was still the largest among all the planets searched, and a larger size often meant a higher power level of the planet. With that in mind, Zuin directly chose this planet and flew towards it. The main god component has been activated. The search is in place. Subject 001 selection confirmed. Establishing connection. Connection established. World entering intermediary stage. Identity replacement complete. Preparing for insertion. It was the familiar set of prompts again. Zuin felt his vision darken, then found himself in a cramped space. The space was so small that it could barely accommodate the chair he was sitting on. In front of him was a table with something resembling a computer screen on it, and nothing else. On both sides were white partitions, but it was certain that there were people outside the partitions. because from here, he could hear the sound of someone continuously typing on a keyboard, and someone else making rapid phone calls. This is some company. At this moment, the prompts in his mind sounded again. Insertion complete, identity adaptation complete, language synchronized. This is a planet that has suffered a catastrophe, but that is a distant matter now. The most important thing is to complete the work. Otherwise, even food can't be served if you get fired. Task 1. Become the boss of the company you are in. Young man, though dreams may seem far-fetched, there is always hope. Reward: 1 billion units of the planet's universal currency. Task 2. Investigate the disaster of the past cataclysm. Uncover the truth behind it. Nothing else. Selecting this proves your courage. Reward: unknown. Task 3. Leave this city. Eliminate the crazies roaming in the wild. I know you won't choose this, right? Reward: permanently enhance resistance to chaos. After hearing these prompts, Xuan was first stunned, then smiled bitterly. For Xuan, the feeling of being a corporate slave was not unfamiliar. Back when he was just a student and had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, Xuan had already started working part-time. However, the work he did back then was generally related to study and work, and he had never done the kind of white-collar job that involved being trapped in a small cubicle. Just a brief moment of experience made Xuan feel extremely suppressed, because this feeling was extremely uncomfortable. First, the cramped space gave a sense of oppression, and then the frantic keystrokes and phone notifications around him added great pressure. In just a moment, Xuan couldn't help but feel anxious. This feeling was even more draining than facing evil creatures. Just then, a small pop-up suddenly appeared in the upper left corner of the screen, showing a middle-aged man with a fat head, big ears, and a greasy face. Employee number 1753, you have been absent from work for a full 5 minutes since just now. You will lose your performance this month, and you can forget about leaving the company before midnight. The voice echoed through the entire hall via the loudspeaker. The sounds of keystrokes around him suddenly quieted down, but this situation lasted for less than a second and then resumed even more frantically. Xuan furrowed his brows imperceptibly. He had felt someone monitoring him in secret earlier, and now he knew it was this man. Based on his memory, Xuan knew that this man was his immediate superior and also the actual controller of this hall. He was like the emperor of the corporate slaves in this hall, as he could deduct your salary for trivial matters. In this city, salary was the key to survival. Therefore, even though this man was so arrogant, conceited, and stupid, nobody dared to resist him. When the man just stated that he would deduct Xuan's performance for the month, it was clear that he was pushing him to a dead end. Thinking of this, Xuan slowly exhaled, suppressing the involuntary shivering of his body's instinct, and then stood up to head towards the office in the corner of the hall. It was only then that he realized how huge this hall was. But even in such a vast space, it felt suffocating, as it was filled with similar cubicles like the one Xuan used. Every bit of space was fully utilized, and the hall was overcrowded, with numerous people sitting at their desks, pulling away frantically. This scene resembled worker bees in a beehive. Xuan walked silently towards the office, and no one noticed him along the way. Only a few people glanced at him, noticing his vacant gaze, pale complexion, and disheveled hair, indicating that he was on the brink of collapse. In such a state, a corporate slave was dangerous, so these people just took a glance and then turned back to their own tasks. Under such high-intensity work, nobody cared about others' well-being. Some even secretly rejoiced, thinking it would be better if someone died, as it would mean fewer people competing for resources. Xuan passed through the long and winding corridors until he reached the front of the office. Before he could push the door, it opened automatically. A woman came out from inside. She was dressed similarly to Xuan in work clothes, with a somewhat pretty face, but her eyes were red, showing signs of distress. Xuan stepped aside to make way for her, and the woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly and hurried away. Xuan entered the office. Compared to the harsh work environment outside, the office appeared much quieter. There were even two real plants placed near the wall, adding a touch of greenery to the weary eyes. 1753. What are you here for? Let me tell you, begging won't work. These are all rules and regulations set by the company. Behind the huge desk, the greasy man was leaning back in his boss chair, legs propped up on the desk, his face full of disdain. He didn't even remember Xuan's name, referring to him only by his employee number. In fact, it was the company's rule that from the day lower-level employees entered the company, they were deprived of their names, and their names in the company became a string of numbers. Only at the level of the Greasy Man could they address each other by their original names. In the Greasy Man's eyes, 1753 must have come to plead with him. He had seen this kind of thing many times. After all, these lowly workers relied on their meager salaries to survive, and once deducted, the collapse of their lives awaited. This was precisely what he enjoyed watching. So sometimes he would deliberately deduct these guys' salaries just to enjoy the despair on their faces and their humility when begging. Generally, he wouldn't change his mind. But sometimes there were exceptions. Like the woman earlier, under the heavy pressure of reality, she had to agree to the date that night, which was his favorite method to manipulate. Before enjoying the evening entertainment, it was nice to savor a bit of humility. So he arrogantly looked at Zuan, calculating in his mind when he would kneel down. But then Zuan spoke up. "I'm here to resign." "What is this? Huh? What did you say?" "I said I'm resigning," Zuan said calmly. The Greasy Man remained silent for a moment and then burst into laughter, looking down at something on the table in front of him. "Resignation? Ha ha. That's funny. I actually heard someone resigning to me." With that, he suddenly picked up the ashtray from the table and hurled it towards Zuan. Zuan slightly dodged, and the ashtray hit the wall, making a crisp sound. The Greasy Man grew even more ferocious. 1753. "Are you out of your mind? Do you really want to resign? Fine. Bring out the compensation." "Compensation?" Zuan frowned. Where did this new term come from? The Greasy Man fell silent suddenly, then sneered. "Don't act dumb with me. Over the years, the company has invested so much in nurturing you. Don't you know that? If it weren't for the company, you would have starved to death in the outer city long ago. How dare you still come to work here pretending to be someone? Now you want to resign. According to the company's regulations, you must compensate the company first. Let me calculate. Roughly 50 years worth of salary, otherwise, A malicious glint flashed in the Greasy Man's triangular eyes. "You won't be able to walk out of that door." It was the first time Zuan had heard that resigning would not only mean a lack of exit benefits, but also having to compensate the company. Suddenly, he laughed. He was laughing out of anger. Even when facing evil creatures, he had never been this angry. But at that moment, an intensely fierce urge to kill rose within him. The Greasy Man never dreamed that Zuan would dare to strike. Just as he was about to yell, Zuan forcefully pushed down. With a loud bang, the Greasy Man's head was heavily pressed onto the desk, the force so great that it crushed his cheekbones. "Ah, how dare you hit me? The company won't let you off." The Greasy Man cried out in pain. "Oh really? I'll wait and see," Zuan calmly said, then casually picked up a pen from the desk. "What are you going to do? Don't mess around. My cousin is the manager of the company. If you kill me, you won't live either." The Greasy Man's eyes caught sight of the pen in Zuan's hand. His threat ineffective against Zuan. Zuan lightly twirled the pen in his hand, smirking. "You want compensation, right? I'll compensate you now." With that, Zuan forcefully stabbed down. Plop. The pen went straight into the Greasy Man's left ear and then emerged from the right, its tip deeply embedded in the desk, pinning it there. Zuan then released his hand. Looking at the Greasy Man with wide eyes, it seemed like he couldn't believe Zuan had actually attacked him. Dark blood and white brain matter slowly seeped out, covering the entire desk. Zuan clapped his hands, his gaze calm as water, as if effortlessly dealing with a rabid dog. He casually removed his work badge, tossed it on the desk, then walked out of the room. As he opened the door, countless eyes converged on him. The sounds from the office were heard outside. Particularly the screams and roars of the Greasy Man made the lower-level workers outside tremble with fear. The Greasy Man had tyrannized over them for so long that they had formed a habit of instinctively feeling afraid when they heard his voice. Over time, they didn't even dare to resist. So when they saw Zuan leaving the office unscathed, their faces were filled with astonishment and fear. And as Zuan's gaze swept over them, they hurriedly looked down, unable to meet his eyes. Zuan smiled faintly, knowing what these people were thinking, but he couldn't be bothered with them, so he just glanced at everyone present, then walked straight out. As he passed, people automatically cleared a path, watching Zuan leave with reverence and fear. Just as Zuan was about to leave the lobby, suddenly someone rushed out from the crowd. "Wait, Zuan turned to look. It was a woman, and Zuan recognized her as the one who had come out of the office earlier when he entered. "What's up, Zhu?" Anne asked. "Nothing. I just suddenly don't want to stay here anymore." The woman also took off her badge, tossed it on the ground, and then smiled at Zhu An. "So can I leave with you, Zhu?" And calmly looked at the woman in front of him, full of relief and a smile on her face, and after a moment, he nodded. "Okay." Zhu An turned and walked away, and the woman followed behind. After the two of them left, the remaining workers looked at each other in confusion and fear because they knew something big had happened. 2 employees had deserted, and one of them had killed the supervisor before leaving. The company would definitely not ignore this, but at that moment, Guyan wasn't thinking about any of that, or perhaps she deliberately avoided thinking about it. She didn't know where she found the courage all of a sudden. It may have been the desperation she felt when faced with the shameless demands of the supervisor in the office. Before that, she had been living a difficult life, but as an independent woman in the city, she had managed to make a living without selling her body or soul. At least she had a little dignity. But this greasy supervisor shattered all her illusions. Faced with the choice of either going out with him or having all her salary deducted, Guyan felt her heart sinking into the abyss. She couldn't afford to lose this job, let alone her salary, so she could only choose the first option in a daze. Guyan couldn't forget the smug smile on the greasy supervisor's face after she made her choice. It was a condescending and mocking smile, tinged with a patronizing and playful look. It made her feel doubly humiliated, yet powerless.